Late night, February 22nd, 2009. In Unit 2, Room 201, Building 14, the third-to-last row from the south end of the Xiyun Garden residential complex, in Kicheng's master bedroom still glowed with a soft, warm yellow light. It was the tail end of winter, and the heating was still on. Luo Xiyun had just managed to lull her two little girls to sleep. She bent over carefully to tuck the corners of their blankets snugly around them. She did this with great care otherwise. If she wasn't attentive, the two would roll right out of bed and sleep half the night with their bare bottoms exposed. After finishing up, a faint blush appeared on Luo Xiyun's fair face. She sat down on the edge of the bed for a moment, glanced at her two daughters, then swept her eyes over the small bedroom. Thinking of her husband passed out, drunk on the sofa bed in the living room again, from drinking to close a business deal and remembering the poor results on his recent medical checkup, her previously hesitant resolve solidified further. She bent down, opened the second drawer of the nightstand on the left, pulled out an EMS mailing envelope, took a deep breath, turned off the light, closed the door, and went into the living room. The living room light was still on. Xia Zekai, having spent the evening drinking heavily with clients to close a deal, lay sprawled on the sofa, reeking of smoke and alcohol. His wife had kicked him out of the bedroom to sleep it off. Hearing the door open and close, he instinctively opened his eyes. But strangely, his eyes normally clouded by excessive alcohol gradually regained clarity. Luo Xiyun was deep in thought, her mind complicated, and didn't notice this change. Stepping carefully around the coffee table in front of the sofa, she sat down on the side, where Xia Zekai's head rested against the backrest. Immediately, Xia Zekai caught a familiar, faint mini-scent. After nearly 20 years, he recognized it instantly. It was the fragrance of the shower gel his wife loved most. Yet despite how familiar everything felt, Xia Zekai mentally groaned. How come a woman in her 40s suddenly looks so young? Have I taken over my own body? Xia Zekai briefly considered just passing out again. Luo Xiyun sat on the sofa, wrestling with her thoughts for a moment, before finally making up her mind. She spoke. Zekai, wake up. I need to talk to you about something. Xia Zekai sat up as his wife spoke, startling her. She scolded him playfully. Zekai, were you pretending to sleep? No, I just had a nightmare and woke up scared. Xia Zekai's mind was in turmoil. Afraid of saying too much and making a mistake, he decided to keep things simple. Luo Xiyun just said, oh, not suspecting anything. She said, Zekai, I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead, I'm listening, Xia Zekai replied. Luo Xiyun looked around their 70-square-meter apartment, the cramped living room with just a coffee table, a sofa, a shoe cabinet, and a TV stand, and said, Zekai, don't you think our house is a bit small now? Xia Zekai nodded. Yeah, it's a bit small. Back then, we didn't have much money. If we'd borrowed another 20 or 30,000, we could have bought a 3-bedroom. Not your fault. Who knew we'd end up with twin daughters? Luo Xiyun was understanding. Xia Zekai shook his head slightly, recalling his later success, and said firmly, Xiyun, don't worry. Give me another year or two, and we'll definitely upgrade to a bigger place. But Luo Xiyun didn't believe him. It's not that simple. I know you make around 100,000 a year now, which is a lot compared to our neighbors. But next month, Yadu and Tong Tong start kindergarten, 800 each. That's 1,600 a month, more than our mortgage. Then there are interest classes, more expenses. With all that, we can't save anything. So how will we afford a new house? Wife, don't worry. Just give me one more year, and we'll definitely move. Xia Zekai now had many ways to make money, but each required a little time. Luo Xiyun didn't press him on where his confidence came from. She assumed he was just comforting her. She smiled, then held up the EMS envelope. Zekai, I passed the Six Sigma Black Belt exam. This is the certificate they just mailed me. Why'd you take that? Oh, wait. So all that you were mumbling about earlier, you want to find a job? Xia Zekai knew about this certification. For those in quality management, it was practically a golden ticket to a high salary. He remembered that after their daughters entered middle school, his wife used this very certification to land a high-paying job at a foreign company. With the family's financial stability secured, he then quit his job to start his own business. Never did he expect that just as they'd accumulated some wealth, everything would get wiped clean and reset. Luo Xiyun shook her head. No. Then why did you get it? If you're bored, you could just go on Taobao and pick out some clothes or shoes for you and the kids, Xia Zekai mumbled. Before he could finish, Luo Xiyun interrupted. Zekai, I've already found a job. A foreign company that just opened in Xiqing. I passed the interview and will start in March. She looked him straight in the eye and continued. They offer me a pre-tax monthly salary of 12.5K. After deducting 16 for social insurance and housing fund, plus taxes and other subsidies, I'll reliably take home over 10,000 a month. They give a year-end bonus equal to 3 months' salary. All in, I'll earn over 150,000 annually. Counting the housing fund, it's nearly 170,000 a year. After deducting living expenses, I've calculated we can save at least 70,000 to 80,000. I figured if I go to work and earn more after 2 or 3 years, we can sell this place and upgrade to a bigger home. Then you can stay home, take care of Yadu and Tongtong, and drive them to and from school. Here, Luo Xiyun felt nervous inside, afraid her husband wouldn't accept this reversal of roles. After all, it was almost a given. Men work outside to support the family, women stay home to raise kids and manage the household. Now it was flipped. She feared her husband might explode. But no, Xia Zekai looked at her with a half smile, the drunken haze slowly clearing from his face. He said, "So you go to work and support the 3 of us while I stay home eating soft rice, huh? Zekai, don't think too much. It's just for a few years, until Yadu and Tongtong start middle school. Then you can go back to work too." Luo Xiyun quickly reassured him, even using the phrase eating soft rice to soften the blow, afraid he might take it the wrong way. But contrary to her fears, Xia Zekai immediately agreed. "Fine, go ahead. I'll stay home and spend more time with them." Truthfully, the now successful boss, Xia, no longer cared about earning a few tens of thousands a year. Since his wife was so career-driven, Xia Zekai figured he might as well temporarily become a full-time dad. In the past, he'd been constantly on the road earning money, barely present for his daughter's growth. He would never forget what his usually quiet elder daughter said after their college entrance exams. "Dad, can you stop working for a bit? Spend time with Tongtong and me. After summer break, we'll be gone again for years." He had broken down in tears right then. "What?" Luo Xiyun looked at her husband's complex expression, confused. Xia Zekai didn't explain. "I said go ahead. From now on, I'll depend on you to support me." His quick agreement made Luo Xiyun suspicious. "Honey, why are you agreeing so easily? You're not having some dark thoughts, are you?" Xia Zekai looked at her calmly, gently smoothed her long hair, and patted her shoulder. "Xiyun, what are you thinking? Do you think I'd jump off a building or something? Like you said, our incomes differ by about 70,000 to 80,000. My sales commission isn't stable, and the small private factory sometimes delays salaries. I've been wanting to change jobs anyway. Being a full-time dad for a while sounds good to me." Chapter 2. From helplessness to vitality, honey. Is that truly how you feel? Luo Xiyun repeatedly sought confirmation, contemplating whether to refrain from pressuring him too much lest he become overwhelmed. Xia Zekai chuckled, "Of course. It's settled then. Just take a whiff of the alcohol clinging to me. Those rascals have been relentless in pouring it down my throat. I've long wished to be done with it." Luo Xiyun was utterly astonished that what she had anticipated to be a challenging conversation had unfolded so effortlessly, yet it left her with an unsettling feeling in her heart. She inquired, "Will you take care of the girls, Yadu and Tongtong?" "Rest assured," Xia Zekai replied confidently, as the saying goes. "One who has never seen a pig run has certainly eaten pork. I've observed enough to manage this without a hitch." Luo Xiyun playfully slapped him on the back. "What sort of father speaks of his daughters in such a manner? You should resign tomorrow. Before I head to work, I'll explain how to care for them." Seizing the moment of her husband's enthusiastic agreement, she pressed him to act swiftly in resigning, fearing that if too much time passed, he might reconsider. Xia Zekai nodded eagerly, his gaze upon his wife revealing a transformation. The once lax skin of her youth had regained its former firmness. Most importantly, as he crossed the threshold of 40, he felt an invigorating resurgence of vitality. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. "Darling, it's rather late now. I shall take a shower and tend to some pressing matters. For any other trivialities, let us discuss them after I resign tomorrow. Am I not merely speaking of important matters? What else is there?" Before he could finish, Luo Xiyun noticed him gulping nervously, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of mischief, which ignited a rush of embarrassment within her. In the next instant, her fair complexion flushed with warmth as she softly murmured, "You should hurry and shower. You smell terrible." Afterward, Xia Zekai felt remarkably refreshed. He sensed his muscles taut and felt an irresistible urge for a post-coital cigarette. 40 years of experience, a body of 20. How splendid, he mused, unable to suppress a sense of wonder. He reflected on the fragments of his past. Who would have thought that after a desolate first half of life, the latter would be so splendid? Just as I find myself flourishing, fate has smiled upon me. Turning to gaze at Luo Xiyun, her brow completely relaxed. "And their daughters soundly asleep," he added silently in his heart. "Worth it." In the stillness of the night, Xia Zekai's mind raced with thoughts until fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Xiyun awoke twice in the night to tend to their daughters. By 6 in the morning, as was her custom, Luo Xiyun rose early to prepare breakfast for the family of 4. She placed the pre-made large meat buns in the steamer and set a pot of millet porridge with red dates and goji berries to boil. After boiling eggs and water, she rolled them on the table until the shells cracked, then simmered them in a concoction of soy sauce, tea leaves, and water for half an hour, creating a quick yet delightful tea egg. Once her bustling morning preparations concluded, she was ready to awaken Xia Zekai and their 2 daughters for breakfast. Upon opening the bedroom door, she was greeted by the sight of her husband, Xia Zekai, already awake and busily dressing their daughters, Yaotu and Tongtong. At that moment, he was skillfully braiding their hair. This scene left her both astonished and relieved, though she found it perplexing that her husband had learned to braid their daughter's hair. Yaotu, go take a look. Do you like the ponytail Daddy made for you? After finishing with the eldest's hair, Xia Zekai handed her a mirror. He then called over the restless second daughter, Xia Jitong. Tongtong, come quickly, it's your turn. Daddy, you're amazing, Xia Jitong exclaimed, showering him with compliments. Your braids are prettier than Mommy's. The eldest, admiring her reflection in the mirror, nodded in agreement. Yes, Daddy, the braids are truly beautiful. All right, you two. No more flattery. If your mother hears you, she'll definitely scold you, Xia Zekai joked. Unfortunately, the 2 girls were too innocent to grasp the complexity of his words. Failing to understand his jest, standing at the bedroom door, Luo Xiyun, with a feigned frown, inquired, I just heard someone mentioning me. Who was it? The younger daughter, Xia Jitong, pointed her tiny finger at Xia Zekai, declaring, Mommy, it was Daddy. Xia Zekai was taken aback. His daughter had the audacity to shift the blame right in front of him. Well, little sister, you've truly mastered this, he thought. Swiftly, he fashioned an unconventional braid for his second daughter, placing her on his lap, and playfully smacked her bottom twice. Tongtong, you deserve a little punishment. Revenge was always instantaneous, even for his own daughter. Yet, the little one did not cry. She wriggled and attempted to retaliate, her small hands poised like claws, having learned this tactic from her mother. Unfortunately, she was eventually subdued by her father. As he savored the large meat buns his wife had prepared, Xia Zekai chewed thoughtfully, contemplating. The filling was not well mixed, the meat was somewhat sinewy, there was too much soy sauce during marination, and the ginger was a tad insufficient, clearly, a reflection of inexperience. He resolved to practice more in the kitchen. Such thoughts, however, were best kept to himself, lest he leave the house with a bruised visage. After finishing breakfast, Xia Zekai, as was his routine, picked up a black handbag resting atop the shoe cabinet and tucked it under his arm. Wife, I'm off now. I might not return for lunch, so I'll call later. He waved goodbye to his daughters. Yaotu, Tongtong, goodbye. The eldest waved back, goodbye, Daddy, while the younger one turned her back to him, sulking. Seeing this, Luo Xiyun stifled a laugh and urged, you better hurry. Can't you see the little one is still upset with you? Xia Zekai chuckled, blowing a kiss to the eldest, who mimicked him by placing her tiny hand over her lips and sending a kiss back. Descending the stairs, he noticed a few cars scattered across the parking space formed by the red and green tiled pavement at the bottom. Among them was a 2005 model Ford Focus, which belonged to Xia Zekai. It was a manual transmission, a vehicle he had acquired from a friend who had informed him that it had been in an accident, resulting in deformed front and rear doors on the right side, with all 4 tires replaced. Due to this reason, when he purchased the new Ford Focus in 2005, which originally cost over $120,000, he acquired it for just over $30,000. Initially, Xia Zekai felt quite pleased, having secured a remarkable bargain. However, during a subsequent maintenance visit, he noticed that the inner edges of all 4 tires were worn smooth, devoid of any tread patterns. It dawned on him that the adage you get what you pay for held true. He entered the vehicle, casually tossed his handbag onto the passenger seat, started the engine, and set the heater to blow against the windshield. He then exited the car, wielding an old credit card to scrape the frost off the windshield. Once finished, he returned to the car and drove away. This sequence of actions had become so familiar to Xia Zekai that he could perform it with his eyes closed. He pondered, I'll wait a couple of years until I have more money. First, I'll change my house, then the car. This piece of junk is no longer worth keeping. Xia Zekai was acutely aware of the car's excessive tire consumption, to the point where he hesitated to take it on the highway, resorting instead to borrowing his brother's car for long trips. Chapter 3. Too much soft food can lead to dental issues. As he exited the community and headed north, He approached several private factories located at the northern end of Qiqing high-tech zone. Among these was a company named Sanmu, where Xia Zekai worked. Yet these factories were surrounded by scattered patches of farmland. In February, the fields were barren. Gazing at this familiar yet strange landscape, Xia Zekai's thoughts drifted. In 5 or 6 years, this area will be devoid of farmland. It will either be residential complexes or factories, with most people toiling for the sake of those concrete matchboxes. After this reflection, he acknowledged he was no savior and continued driving for over 200 meters until he arrived at the company. The wall at the entrance bore the name Sanmu Group, appearing quite bright and inviting, easily deceiving those unfamiliar with it. Upon reaching the factory gate, Xia Zekai lowered his window and leaned out, honking the horn twice, which produced a cheerful sound as the factory's electric gate opened. "Manager Xia, you've struck it rich," exclaimed the elderly security guard, Chun, with a grin. Xia Zekai chuckled. "I'm hardly a manager. In sales, househusband manager." After saying this, he tossed a half-empty pack of cigarettes from the car. "Old Chun, make do with these. I won't be around anymore." "Ah, Manager Xia is resigning. Have you found a better opportunity?" Old Chun exclaimed in surprise. Xia Zekai waved his hand dismissively. "No, my wife has secured a job with an annual salary of 200,000. She insists on working to support us while I stay home to care for the children. I have no choice. I might as well enjoy a few comfortable years at home. Old Chun, if we meet again, it will be by fate." Old Chun stood in stunned silence. "Goodness, Manager Xia, at such a young age, you're going to be supported by a woman?" Xia Zekai laughed heartily indeed. "What can I say? I'm fortunate, after all. I married a capable wife." With that, he beamed with pride, waved farewell to the astonished Old Chun, and drove around the artificial lake in front of the office building. Parking behind it, there were only a dozen cars in total, the finest being a 2007 Mercedes-Benz 350 owned by the boss of Sanmu Group, purchased the previous year. Externally, it was claimed that over $1 million had been spent, yet Xia Zekai was acutely aware that his boss, Li Lin, was a man who valued his reputation. He parked his car, secured the doors, and entered through the back entrance of the office building. This establishment, a mere 2 years old, stood at 4 stories tall, exuding a sense of newness. Xia Zekai's office was located in the expansive hallway on the 2nd floor, which housed the sales department of the subsidiary company, Aline Chemical Additives, under the Sanmu Group. Upon entering, he noticed 2 large red-painted desks positioned against the wall, occupied by 2 women facing one another. One of them, with short hair and an air of confidence, was named Sun Hongli. The other, with shoulder-length hair and a distinctive beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, was Wang Yun. Both were in their 30s, significantly older than Xia Zekai. "Good morning, Sister Sun, Sister Wang," he greeted them, feeling inexplicably cheerful and warmly enthusiastic. He then acknowledged 3 other colleagues present in the hall. "Hey, Brother Yu, Brother Wang, Brother Li, good morning." "Ah, Xia, you seem particularly spirited this morning. What is the matter? Did your wife pamper you last night?" Wang Liang, a portly man in his late 30s with a noticeable beer belly, quipped without restraint. Li Jinchuan, of similar age and stature, chimed in, "Old Wang, that is not quite right. Xia is still young. What is wrong with him enjoying some moments with his wife? Not everyone can be as lackluster as you, my old friend." The logistics director at the entrance, Sun Hongli, could no longer tolerate the banter. "Old Wang, Old Li, have some decency. It's early in the morning to be teasing Xia like this, and you don't even blush." The only other colleague, Yu Bo, expressed his admiration. "Xia, did you see? Sister Sun genuinely cares for you." Yu Bo was quite distinctive himself, with a fair complexion and a gentle, soothing manner of speaking, often accompanied by a subtle fragrance. One would hardly guess he was over 40 without checking his ID. Yet, he had the knack of naturally addressing the 7 years younger Sun Hongli as Sister Sunday Yu Bo. "You'd better watch it." Sun Hongli scolded him sternly. The group continued their familiar jesting. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Xia Zekai approached Sun Hongli's desk and pulled up a chair to sit down. "Sister Sun, I wish to resign," he stated. Wang Liang and the others, who had been preoccupied with their computers, were taken aback by his sudden declaration. They hastily gathered around him, speaking in a flurry. "Xia, you've been doing so well. Why the sudden desire to resign? Is it because of the teasing earlier? I assure you, it was all in good fun. Please don't take it to heart." The gentle-natured Wang Yun nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed. Xia, has something happened at home? Take your time to share. We need not discuss resignation just yet." You know, your commission last month was over 5,000 plus your base salary, which nearly totals 7,000. This month should be similar. Where else can you find such a good job? Wang Yun elaborated on the implications of his income, urging him to reconsider. Xia Zekai shook his head slightly and recounted the situation regarding his wife's job. Upon finishing, he shrugged gently and said, Sister Wang, you see, my income pales in comparison to my wife's. There's no choice but for me to step back and stay home with the children, allowing her to support the three of us. Goodness, Xia, are you truly letting your wife support you? Li Jinchuan scoffed. At your young age, why follow Yu Ji's example of relying on a woman? Let me tell you, too much of that soft living can lead to discomfort. Wang Liang spoke candidly. You, keep your mouth shut. All right, I'm merely trying to advise my brother Xia. He retorted. Besides, living with a wealthy woman in Guangxing hardly qualifies as a secret. I'm scarcely interested in it. Under normal circumstances, this would have sparked a lively discussion, yet today was different. Sun Hongli pondered for a moment before advising. Xia? I think you should reconsider. At your young age, not working is not a sustainable plan. I earn a decent amount each year. But my husband Lin also works hard outside. Regardless of the income, a man staying home can lead to complications in family dynamics. It's advantageous for your wife to find a job. The more she earns, the better. However, you made over 90,000 last year. And the chemical raw material market is thriving this year. Our factory has been selling well since January, so your income should not fall short of last year's. Abandoning it all seems rather regrettable. Have you thought about having your parents come to help with the children? If both of you work, you could earn around 300,000 a year. After 2 years, that could amount to a substantial down payment on a house. Sun Hongli skillfully used her own experiences, along with considerations of marital harmony and financial benefits, to guide him. Xia Zekai had always recognized her adeptness in grasping vital points. However, perfection is elusive. Sister Sun, my grandfather's health is declining, and my parents are at home taking care of him. They truly cannot leave. My mother-in-law has a younger brother, and they need to earn money for their own housing as well, Xia Zekai explained. I plan to stay home with the children for a few years. Once they are in elementary school, I will return to work. By then, you must not forget about me. Xia, is this truly your decision? Wang Yan asked again. Xia Zekai nodded. Yes, I wish to spend time with the girls while they are still young. Li Jinchuan, contemplating while tapping his fingers on the table, finally said, All right. Xia, I understand your predicament. I want to press you further. However, since we are acquainted, I will treat everyone to lunch today. Though he had just mocked Xia Zekai, he quickly shifted to inviting him for a meal, revealing a warm disposition beneath his cool exterior. Chapter 4. Knowledge in every corner. Upon hearing Li Jinchuan's invitation, Wang Liang immediately chimed in. Jinchuan, I'll treat everyone to lunch today. Afterward, you can take everyone for a foot massage. How does that sound? Neither of the two individuals is known for their restraint. Upon hearing his words, Li Jinchuan chuckled heartily, his rotund belly shaking in unison. No problem. Director Sun and Wang Yun will join as well. We'll find a couple of young lads for you. I've heard their strength is quite formidable. Before he could finish, Sun Hongli shot him a sidelong glance, pursing her lips as she retorted, Pa, one cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth. Jinchuan, be careful. I might just inform your wife. Among those present, aside from Xia Zekai, the rest were seasoned veterans, and the banter had long lost its sting. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room lightened. With nearly an hour remaining until noon break, Wang Liang could no longer contain himself. He waved dismissively. Let us go. There's not much work to do, so why linger here? I'll take you all to find a place to eat. Wang Yun shook her head. Is that wise? If the boss happens to drop by and sees us gone, how would that look? Li Jinchuan interjected promptly. Why wouldn't it be acceptable? What is our line of work? He then tapped the table with his fingers for emphasis. Sales. We sell raw materials. If you don't dine with clients to build rapport, they won't pay you any mind. If Old Li were to inquire, just say I took you to visit a client. Li Jinchuan took charge, and without uttering a word, the others began gathering their belongings. Locking up as they prepared to leave, Wang Liang drove a Nissan Tina, which had cost him nearly 300,000. Li Jinchuan, however, was less particular, opting for a second-hand Passat. Yubo was just about to take out his newly purchased Cherry Tiggo when he heard Wang Liang call out, Old you. Let us take just 2 cars. We'll surely have a drink at noon, so let us have Director Sun and Wang Yun drive us back. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at a specialty restaurant on West 5th Road, known for its Shandong cuisine. Everyone knew that Wang Liang and Li Jinchuan were the wealthiest among them. So when it came time to order, they habitually chose their favorite dishes without any pretense. Sun Hongli remarked, "Xiao Xia, after today, we may not meet again for a while. Order a few more dishes and indulge a bit. Don't worry about Wang Gu's wallet." "Oh, Sister Sun, rest assured. I certainly won't let Wang Gu's wallet suffer," Xia Zekai replied confidently. Wang Liang had already arranged for a private room and retrieved 2 bottles of liquor from the car's trunk, tucking them under his arm as he approached Xia Zekai. "Xiao Xia, I've been saving this liquor for a while, reluctant to open it. It's only today, with your departure, that I've decided to share." Yu Bo exclaimed, "Finally, old Wang, you've opened your precious stash. Today, I'm lucky to be graced by Xiao Xia's presence and good fortune." Eagerly, Yu Bo tore open the packaging, disregarding Sun Hongli and Wang Yun, as he poured a full glass for each of the 4 men. Xia Zekai did not decline. Before the dishes arrived, the group began to boast and engage in spirited conversation. "Xiao Xia, I have been contemplating your situation since your resignation. Staying at home to care for the children may not be the best course of action. Instead, why not consider renting a storefront, establishing a sign, and engaging in the trade of chemical products? After all, this is your area of expertise, and you possess a substantial understanding of it," remarked Li Jinchuan. He spoke from personal experience, having pursued a similar path himself. Wang Liang nodded in agreement, stating, "Xiao Xia, I am not merely boasting. Besides selling our products at Samu, I also deal in 3 other items. Although the earnings are modest, amounting to around 70 to 80,000 a year, it is still a source of income. A man truly ought to have his own enterprise. Otherwise, over time, he risks becoming stagnant." In a moment of candor, old Wang was willing to lay bare his financial situation. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Hongli interjected, "Old Wang, what you have is hardly significant. Xiao Xia, if you wish to learn, you should follow your brother Li's example. Look at him. He has established a storefront in the chemical city, coming to the company merely to procure supplies, which he then sells to his clients. He earns commissions from our company while profiting from the price differences with his customers, benefiting from both ends. When prices drop, he stockpiles goods, waiting for favorable conditions." Xia Zekai had long been aware of these matters. These individuals had provided him with a valuable lesson. Though they may seem unremarkable, each one could easily produce hundreds of thousands in cash, surpassing many small factory owners. It is essential to recognize that, in this day and age, an ordinary office worker in Qiqing earns barely over 1,000 yuan a month, highlighting the stark disparities that can be quite disheartening. They are among the elite in a sea of ordinary individuals. Xia Zekai nodded. "I had also planned to look for a place to set up a storefront after my daughter and Tong Tong start kindergarten next month. I do not expect to earn much. It would simply facilitate picking up my daughter while keeping me occupied. If I earn nothing at all, I will lack confidence in front of my wife. Xiao Xia, it is wise to think along those lines. However, you should truly consider selling some chemical products. At worst, you could adopt your brother Li's approach, sourcing supplies from our factory and selling them at a higher price to profit from the difference." Sun Hongli encouraged. The subject of their discussion, Li Jinchuan, merely chuckled to himself, while Wang Liang wore a fleeting expression of disdain. Yu Bo attempted to contribute to the conversation, but found no opportunity. Xia Zekai shook his head. "Sister Sun, I will refrain from delving into the chemical trade. Most of my clients are located out of town. To penetrate that market, I would need to travel to them, yet my current circumstances prevent me from doing so." He was acutely aware of the underlying truth. Li Jinchuan could operate as he did because he was a cousin of Li Lin from the Samu Group, acquiring products at a significantly reduced price. What worked for him may not be feasible for others. Once the dishes arrived, the 6 of them began to drink heartily. With Xia Zekai preparing to resign and embark on a new path, the other 3 hard-working men, who toiled tirelessly to support their families, felt a sense of imbalance and insisted on raising a few more glasses in his honor. Wang Liang had just finished drinking with Xia Zekai when Li Jinchuan joined them again. Yu Bo thought about how Xia Zekai had never been much of a drinker and considered advising him to consume less. However, to everyone's surprise, Xia Zekai showed no signs of inebriation this time, which was truly remarkable. Eventually, even Sun Hongli and Wang Yun raised their juice glasses to toast with Xia Zekai. By 2 in the afternoon, the group had finally eaten and drunk their fill, wiping their mouths with wet wipes as they headed back to the company. At the entrance, Li Jinchuan and Wang Liang vied to settle the bill. The talk of foot massages was forgotten. and Sun Hongli had initially thought Xia Zekai would not keep up with the drinking pace of the other three men. She contemplated suggesting he take a nap on the nearby sofa. Sun Jia, I'm fine. I won't rest. Since we still have time. Let me hand over my work to you, Xia Zekai said. Then he turned back towards the gathering of the three men and called out, Brother Wang, Brother Li. Brother Yu, I still have a few clients I can't take with me. They're in a rather remote area. Would any of you be interested? Having thoroughly decided to sever ties with that segment of business, Xia Zekai thought it prudent to play the Good Samaritan and transfer the clients to them, as they might prove useful in the future. Otherwise, handing clients over to the company would be fruitless, as the company would hardly remember any of his contributions. Chapter 5. Father is going to spank you at around 4 in the afternoon. Xia Zekai's second-hand Ford Focus was parked outside the Samu Group. Wang Liang, Li Jinchuan, Yu Bo, along with Sun Hongli and Wang Yun, had come to see him off. In the biting cold wind, Xia Zekai instinctively tightened his coat sleeves. He turned around, looking suave as he addressed the five of them. Brother Wang, Brother Li, Brother Yu, and Sister Sun, Sister Wang, it's too cold here. You all should head back quickly. We'll have another chance to gather soon. Wang Yun hesitated. Xiao Xia, you drank quite a bit at lunch. Are you sure you can drive? Perhaps you should leave your car here and come back for it another day. Xia Zekai felt exceptionally clear-headed. Since waking up the previous night, he had noticed his body metabolizing the alcohol at an impressive rate. Sister Wang, I'm fine. I'm completely sober. You all should return to the office. I'm leaving now. With that, he opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Just as he started the engine, Li Jinchuan approached and tapped on the left side of the car window. Xia Zekai lowered the glass, and a gust of cold air rushed in. Li Jinchuan then said, Brother, if you happen to get stopped on the road, don't panic. Just call me. I can't promise much. But we have acquaintances among the traffic police in Qiqing. Haha, all right, Li Go. With your assurance, I'll definitely be reaching out for help in the future. I'm off now. Xia Zekai waved goodbye to the five of them, rolled up the window, and drove away. As the rear of the second-hand Ford Focus disappeared from view, Yu Bo couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected that Xia would marry such a capable wife. Wow, nearly 200,000 a year. He can live quite comfortably in this small place like Qiqing. Goodness, Lao Yu, you're impressive too. You've managed to take pride in living off a woman. I dare say, if Xia were to dedicate himself entirely to picking up and dropping off the children at school every day, wholeheartedly embracing the role of a stay-at-home father, it is inevitable that the couple would encounter emotional difficulties within a few years. Li Jinchuan wore an expression of seasoned experience. Wang Liang concurred with this perspective, remarking, What you say holds a grain of truth. However, such matters are beyond our control. We shall see how things unfold for him in the future. Sun Hongli shook her head, gazing at the two portly gentlemen, and remarked, It's surprising that after consuming so much salt over the years, you fail to recognize that Xia possesses his own thoughts. Besides, perhaps the couple thrives on this arrangement. There is no need for you two old men to fret unnecessarily. Goodness, Director's son, you seem rather irritable today. What is the matter? Has old Zhu not been feeding you well lately? Li Jinchuan retorted playfully before scurrying away. Upon hearing this, Sun Hongli erupted in anger, hastily pursuing him while exclaiming her intention to give him a proper scolding. Wang Yun, trailing behind, muttered, That Li Jinchuan certainly has a wicked tongue. Little did she know. As soon as she spoke, Wang Liang scrutinized her seriously and commented, Wang Yun, I've noticed you've developed quite a few blemishes on your face lately. Have you been lacking in evening activities? I'll have your head. Wang Yun fumed. Xia Zekai drove smoothly back to Qiyun Garden Community, deftly parking in the designated spot before Building 14, observing the row of mostly vacant free parking spaces before him, and comparing them to the popular bundled parking strategies that would emerge in a few years. He felt a profound sense of happiness. Indeed, happiness often arises from comparison. Shaking his head in contemplation, he tucked his black handbag under his arm and ascended the stairs. Before room 201, Xia Zekai knocked twice but received no response. Are they out playing in this frigid weather? He wondered, furrowing his brow. He used his key to unlock the security door and, as he changed his shoes, glanced into the bedroom, only to find the three of them peacefully slumbering. The little girl lay face down, while Tong Tong sprawled across the bed, her tiny feet nearly touching her mother's face. Still asleep? Are they planning on staying awake tonight? The mere thought of their lively second child made Xia Zekai's head ache. Choosing not to disturb them, he set down his handbag, washed his face, and made his way to the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, filled to the brim with vegetables. He pondered what to prepare for dinner. To be honest, Xia Zekai was not an exceptional cook. His skills could only be described as mediocre. However, after cooking intermittently for over a decade, he had accumulated some experience. Over time, he learned how to skillfully combine seasonings and gauge the appropriate cooking times. A simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a sauteed cabbage, and a pork meatball soup made for a relatively sumptuous dinner. Oh, Zekai, when did you secretly practice? Your cooking has certainly improved, complimented someone. Rohien was unaware of when he had arrived. She was clad in a plush, light blue two-piece pajama set. Her feet adorned with brown, fuzzy cotton slippers, leaning casually against the kitchen doorframe, her expression one of utter surprise. Xia Zekai chuckled, I've completed my resignation procedures, leaving myself with no retreat. If I fail to capture your heart through my culinary skills, what will become of me when you decide to cast me aside? Although she recognized his jest, a twinge of discomfort stirred within Rohien, prompting her to respond, Darling, just wait for 3 or 4 years until they both start primary school, and then you can seek employment. Upon hearing her words, Xia Zekai shook his head resolutely. As for finding a job, I shall never return to factory work. Instead, I have an idea, to open a small shop along the street. This way, my schedule will be more flexible, allowing me to conveniently pick up and drop off the children from school. Have you identified a suitable project? Rohien, ever perceptive, felt a hint of guilt and refrained from immediately countering her husband's aspirations. Xia Zekai replied, I have some ideas, but I need to ponder them further. Given your previous experience in the factory, you might lack the knowledge of running a shop. If you find a viable project, you could start in a location with affordable rent, allowing you to gradually gain experience. After a few months, if it proves successful, we can relocate to a more desirable area. At this juncture, she, concerned that her husband might entertain negative thoughts, added, by then, I will have received several thousand in salary, so even if we switch to a more expensive location, we need not worry. Hey, Xia Zekai, observing Rohien's cautious demeanor, surmised her underlying worries. He approached her with a smile, wrapping his arm around her shoulder while inhaling the fragrant scent of her shampoo. Gazing at her fair visage, he instinctively swallowed hard and murmured, Wife, are you questioning my intentions? Do you desire a reprimand? As he spoke, his hand, still resting on her shoulder, inadvertently drifted toward her pert backside. At that precise moment, their daughter Tong Tong shrieked, Mom, run. Dad is going to spank you. Both Xia Zekai and Rohien were momentarily taken aback. Their daughter seemed rather oblivious, lacking any sense of the situation. Chapter 6. Wife, let me take your temperature. The couple exchanged glances, Xia Zekai's hand hovering perilously close to Rohien's figure, a mere 10 centimeters away. Their second daughter, Tong Tong, had just emerged from the bedroom and stood at the doorway, her gaze fixed on the kitchen. A look of horror spread across her small face as she huddled defensively, her tiny fists clenched in a futile attempt to summon the courage to rescue her mother from impending doom. This tableau held for a full 3 seconds until Tong Tong, noticing her mother remained unmoved, began to bounce and shout, Mom, run. Dad is going to spank you. Xia Zekai, having prepared 3 dishes, placed them onto the living room coffee table and served steaming egg noodles to the 3 of them, saying, All right, eat quickly and let me know if it suits your taste. I refuse to eat. Daddy is a big bad guy, bullying Mommy. Tong Tong, still caught up in her indignation, turned her head away defiantly, refusing to look at her father. The eldest daughter had become notably obedient. She willingly brought her small bowl over, grasping a deep blue enamel fork adorned with golden stars, and began to slurp up her noodles. After just a couple of bites, her little eyes squinted with delight. Delicious. Daddy's cooking is truly wonderful. Upon hearing his eldest daughter's praise, Xia Zekai's face beamed with joy. He chuckled. If you think it's tasty, my dear, eat more. You can even finish Tong Tong's bowl. Let her go hungry, leave none for her. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Zitong ceased her little tantrum and quickly turned to snatch her own bowl of noodles, wrapping her small hands around it protectively. With a pout, she shot a sidelong glance at Xia Zekai. Daddy's a big bad guy. This is mine. Don't let sister eat it. Look at these 2 little sisters, always stirring up trouble. The elder sister continued to enjoy her bowl of noodles, occasionally using her deep blue fork to spear a piece of tomato or some cabbage. The meatballs in the soup were too slippery for her to manage, and so she disregarded them. Each bite brought her satisfaction, nodding as she exclaimed, Delicious. Really delicious. Tong Tong, however, was less content. As she ate her noodles, she kept glancing at her father, her eyes brimming with grievance. Luo Xiyun, unable to bear it any longer, added 2 pork meatballs to each of their bowls and coaxed her little daughter. Tong Tong, Daddy's naughty. Let us not mind him. Hurry and eat your meal. And when you finish, you can have Daddy as your horse to ride. Okay, I want to ride the big horse. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong's face lit up with joy, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight, just like her sister. With newfound motivation, she devoured her noodles and meatballs quickly, her cheeks puffing out like 2 small spheres. After tending to the 2 little girls, Luo Xiyun finally turned her attention to her own meal. She took a couple of bites of noodles, her eyes widening slightly. And after sampling some stir-fried cabbage, she nodded in satisfaction. Zekai, your culinary skills have significantly improved today. Have you been practicing in secret? Look at you. I simply learned by observing you cook so often. Even a fool can pick up a few tricks. Xia Zekai unabashedly flattered her. Luo Xiyun chuckled, refraining from pressing the matter further. After a busy day, you should eat as well, she urged her husband, noticing he had yet to touch his chopsticks. Xia Zekai nodded. All right, you continue eating. I'll catch up quickly. About 10 minutes later, the 2 of them set down their chopsticks simultaneously. The plates and large bowl on the table now empty. Xia Zekai began to stack the dishes, preparing to wash them, but Luo Xiyun interjected. You go play with them. I'll handle the washing. Let me do it. The dish soap is harsh on the hands, Xia Zekai remarked, recalling a quip he had read online. Luo Xiyun raised an eyebrow and shot him a playful glare. I've been washing for years. Your late concern is of no use now. Now go on. Be quick and let Tong Tong ride you. Can't you see she has been waiting for quite some time? With a smile, she raised her chin towards their little daughter, carrying the bowls and plates into the kitchen. Xia Zekai had long noticed the situation, feigning ignorance in hopes of evading the truth. However, his ruse was no longer tenable. He called out to his second child, Tong Tong, come here. Daddy wishes to discuss a matter with you. Shall we engage in a different game? Yet, Xia Jitong remained rooted in place, vigorously shaking her head in defiance. No, I want to ride the horse. If you don't let me, I shall tell Mommy. Daughter, you must recognize the reality of the situation. Do you think that by seeking your mother's intervention, I will acquiesce to your demands? 3 minutes later, Xia Zekai resigned himself to his fate. He retrieved the interlocking foam mats from the spare room, laying them upon the floor. On all fours, he crawled atop them as Tong Tong erupted in delighted laughter, tugging at her father's shirt with fervor. She straddled his back, feeling unsteady, and quickly leaned forward, clasping her small hands tightly around his neck. Yet, discomfort soon took hold, prompting her to sit upright and grasp at her father's ears, inventing new forms of play. Meanwhile, the eldest, Xia Jingya, who had been quietly stacking blocks, could no longer contain her enthusiasm upon witnessing the jovial interaction between her father and sister. She covered her castle-like structure with a piece of paper and bounded over, exclaiming, Daddy, I want to play too. I want to ride the horse. Xia Zekai, ever sardonic, replied while still on the foam mat, Little one, why not summon your mother to be your steed? Let us engage in a game of horseback combat. The child, oblivious to the implications, found the idea amusing and dashed towards the kitchen door, bursting in to call out, Mommy, I want to ride the horse. Daddy says to invite you to join us in the game. What an insufferable scoundrel. I even considered his feelings. Luo Xiyun thought bitterly, feeling a pang of frustration. After washing the last dish, she dried it with a paper towel and emerged from the kitchen to find her husband and daughters joyfully playing on the floor, which brought a smile to her face. As the saying goes, evil begets evil, and perhaps Xia Zekai's nemesis was none other than Luo Xiyun herself. Though she did not allow her daughters to ride her, she had her own clever approach. She lifted the eldest child onto her husband's back, leaving Xia Zekai utterly exhausted. After 20 minutes of intermittent play, the girls reveled in joy while Xia Zekai was drenched in sweat, the faint scent of alcohol lingering about him. I can't go on any longer. I'm utterly spent. My knees ache, and my clothes feel sticky against my skin. I must take a shower and change, he declared, waving his hands in surrender. As he headed for the shower, Luo Xiyun busied herself fetching a basin of warm water from the heater, bringing it into the living room to help her daughters freshen up. Perhaps due to their extended afternoon slumber, the girls played until nearly 10 in the evening before finally settling down for the night. Xia Zekai reclined beside his wife, their bodies pressed together, sharing warmth. In a hushed tone, Luo Xiyun remarked, Zekai, tomorrow I will inform you about the whereabouts of their snacks, toys, clothing, and medicines. I shall also share some important notes. If you can remember them, I will report to the company on the 2nd of next month and resume my work. Xia Zekai was hardly in the mood to listen to such trivialities. He shook his head and murmured, "There's no rush, my dear. Are you feeling feverish? You seem a bit warm. Should I take your temperature? You scoundrel, where are you placing your hands?" Chapter 7. The trials of these years. Measuring temperature is a delicate task. If the positioning is incorrect, the thermometer may not be placed properly, resulting in an inaccurate reading. Furthermore, in the dead of night, amidst the darkness, Luo Xiyun occasionally twisted and turned, making it difficult for Xia Zekai to get an accurate measurement. After nearly an hour of effort, he finally managed to ascertain a correct figure, with the mercury in the thermometer surging beyond the limit. This endeavor had turned into quite a physical exertion. Luo Xiyun was likely experiencing a genuine fever, her body radiating heat and soon breaking into a sweat before drifting into slumber. After tending to their daughters, the two little ones, Xia Zekai reflected on the evening's technical mishaps and succumbed to sleep himself. He was utterly exhausted. After resigning from his job earlier in the day and spending hours playing with his daughters post-dinner, his body was weary. Coupled with the high-intensity labor of the past 2 nights, he felt his physical condition was deteriorating. At this rate of fatigue, he mused, in another decade or so, responding to the call for a 3rd child would indeed be a formidable challenge. Before drifting off, Xia Zekai silently encouraged himself, with no work obligations. He must engage in exercise to restore his health. This was his only path forward. If he wished to indulge in a life of ease, he must first ensure his core duties were fulfilled. After all, lacking a robust physique would surely render him inadequate. At dawn, Xia Zekai awoke to the cacophony of neighbors' cars, electric scooters, and the various clattering sounds in the hallway. Rubbing his eyes, he turned to see the 3 of them sprawled across the bed, still fast asleep. His second daughter, Tong Tong, had somehow flipped her position in the night, her head at one end and her feet at the other, clutching her mother's leg as she slept soundly, blissfully unaware. Xia Zekai feared that a simple movement from his wife might inadvertently crush their daughter. So he promptly lifted Tong Tong and placed her beside him before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Perhaps sensing his movements, Luo Xiyun opened her eyes momentarily as he exited the bedroom, then smiled softly before drifting back to sleep. The comfort of not having to go to work was truly delightful, with ample time at his disposal. Xia Zekai took advantage of the deep slumber of the 3 ladies to laboriously stew the ribs he had unearthed from the refrigerator. Approximately 40 minutes later, he added 2 fist-sized peeled potatoes, knowing that both his daughters adored the tender potato chunks in rib soup. "Oh, how delicious! Are you making ribs?" Luo Xiyun appeared in loose, comfortable pajamas, gliding into the kitchen and inhaling the savory aroma. Xia Zekai remarked, "Wife, your sense of smell is truly remarkable." "Well, I have been cooking for many years," Luo Xiyun replied without pride. She was puzzled. "Why are you stewing ribs so early in the morning? Isn't that rather troublesome?" Xia Zekai shrugged. "I need to nourish my body. If this continues, I fear I won't be able to keep up." In an instant, Luo Xiyun reacted, walking over and delivering a sharp slap to his back. "Bah!" To Xia Zekai, this slap was merely akin to a tickle. He remained utterly unfazed. "Are they still asleep?" "The ribs are nearly done simmering. I'll serve you a bowl shortly," he indicated towards the clay pot. Luo Xiyun, not one to be overly sentimental, nodded in agreement. "I'll freshen up first, and after we eat, I'll inform you where the girls' belongings are kept." By the time the 2 sisters, Yatu and Tong Tong, crawled out of bed, it was already past 9. The couple had finished their breakfast. Yatu quietly sat on the bed, dressing herself, though she often struggled to differentiate the front from the back and had a penchant for mismatching her shoes. Tong Tong, however, was quite the opposite. Standing on the bed with her bare bottom exposed, she wailed, "Mama, help me get dressed." Just as Luo Xiyun was about to explain to Xia Zekai where the girls' items were stored, she was interrupted by their cries. "You go ahead and serve them some food. I'll tidy them up," she instructed. Xia Zekai promptly complied. After the sisters dawdled over their meals for the better part of half an hour, Luo Xiyun managed to coax them into playing nearby, and she called Xia Zekai into the bedroom. Pointing to 2 colorful 4-layer plastic drawers in the southeast corner, she explained, "All the items in these cabinets belong to them. The one on the left is the eldest's, and the one on the right belongs to Tong Tong. You are aware of this, right?" Xia Zekai nodded. After all, the girls were already 3 years old, and if he were oblivious to this, he might as well leave. The first layer contains their toiletries, bath caps, towels, and drying racks. The second layer holds their lighter changeable clothing. The third layer is for thicker pants and coats. The bottom layer is filled with their little undergarments and socks. Zekai, when you change them, you must not mix them up. This is paramount. Satisfied that Xia Zekai had absorbed the information, she turned to the drawer cabinet at the foot of the bed and continued. The drawers on either side contain our belongings, while the cabinet at the foot holds their little items. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with them. Also, in that large wardrobe, the top layer on the right is for their seasonal clothing, the bottom layer is for what they currently wear, and the left side is ours. Don't confuse those with the storage under the bed in the guest room, which contains household tissues and their large packs of wet wipes. Xia Zekai felt overwhelmed. It seemed he was perpetually preoccupied with earning money, neglecting such matters. Is there anything else? He inquired. Hearing his wife elaborate on these domestic details, he realized how intricate they were, despite his usual disregard. Luo Xiyun nodded vigorously yes. Beside the built-in wardrobe in the guest room, there's an external 4-layer cabinet, she explained, pulling open each layer for him. The top 2 layers house their snacks, while the bottom 2 are filled with toys. Xia Zekai thought this must surely conclude the list. Luo Xiyun led him to the living room and pointed to the drawer beneath the coffee table, which contained the medications for the 2 young sisters. Zekai, you must remember that if they catch a cold, you can give them some acetaminophen and chlorpheniramine. If there is bronchial inflammation and you are uncertain, take them to the clinic at the back to let the doctor listen. For antibiotics, there are cephalosporins and azithromycin, but they should be consumed sparingly. If they have a fever, first try physical cooling. You know what that is, right? After Zekai nodded in agreement, Luo Xiyun continued. If physical cooling proves ineffective, you can try giving them ibuprofen. Avoid rushing to the hospital for blood tests and intravenous treatments. The less of that, the better. After absorbing her words, Zekai finally inquired. Wife, do you usually have so much on your plate? Is this considered much? I still have to wash their clothes and prepare meals when you're not around. If one falls ill while the other is being mischievous, I feel like pulling her over and giving her a good talking to. But it's futile. They are still so young and naive. Wife, you have worked hard all these years. Zekai's lips trembled for a moment before he uttered these words. Chapter 8. Seeking a benefactor. Stop being so sentimental, Zekai. Don't just say it. If you can take good care of them, I'll feel at ease going to work. Luo Xiyun still felt a tinge of worry in her heart. Zekai smirked. You really lack romance. It's just work. Not like I'm leaving the province or country for years on end. If I truly forget something, I'll just call you for clarification. Or you can remind me when you get home at night. This reasoning made sense to Luo Xiyun, and she ceased her nagging. In a short while, the sisters outside had begun to quarrel, and upon hearing the elders' wailing cries, the couple hurried out. Upon inquiry, they learned that the 2 had been fighting over a toy. Specifically, the elder was playing with a plush caterpillar toy, which the younger, Tong Tong, spotted and insisted on taking for herself. The girl was quite fond of such plush toys, having just gotten her hands on it, and was unwilling to let go. Thus, the sisters began their dispute. The elder, weaker in stature, was no match for the sturdier Tong Tong, who quickly overpowered her and snatched the plush caterpillar away, causing the elder to cry. Upon hearing this, Zekai looked at the pouting Tong Tong and said sternly, Tong Tong, you are such a troublemaker. Why can't you just let your sister have it? His tone was both firm and just. Luo Xiyun couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Just as she was about to chide him a little, Zekai's phone, tucked away in his pocket, rang. He pulled out the black Nokia 96 and saw the name Zhu Yuming flashing on the screen. Pondering what the man wanted, he swiped the screen with his thumb, revealing the textured keyboard below, and placed the phone to his ear. Hello, is this Manager Zhu? Do you need something from me? Yes, Manager Xia. This is Zhu Yuming. The voice on the other end responded cheerfully. He stated, Manager Xia, here's the situation. A couple of days ago, during our meal, you provided me with some samples of your company's additives. I took them back and conducted an experiment. The overall results were quite satisfactory, although a few minor adjustments are necessary. Oh, I see. Xia Zekai thought about informing him of his resignation, wishing to distance himself from such matters. However, before he could voice it, Zhu Yuming continued, Manager Xia, are you free today? Why don't you come over to my place? We can discuss how to proceed appropriately. Coincidentally, there's a peer from another waterproofing company coming over for a technical exchange this afternoon. I thought this would be an excellent opportunity for you to engage with potential clients and perhaps resolve any technical issues with your products. By the way, when you come, Don't worry about bringing anything substantial. Just a couple of bottles of wine and some cigarettes would suffice. My colleague enjoys Zhonghua cigarettes. Oh, and our company covers entertainment expenses. I'll treat you for lunch, and I'll handle the invoice, so you won't have to worry about that. Xia Zekai, having navigated through various social circles over the years, understood the underlying intent. It appeared that the client he previously sought to develop had approached Zhu Yuming for payment. Zhu Yuming's mention of wine, cigarettes, and treating for lunch was a clear indication that he intended to pass the bill on to Xia Zekai, who would be expected to pay, only for Zhu Yuming to later submit the invoice for reimbursement. Coughing lightly, Xia Zekai interrupted Zhu Yuming's ongoing remarks. Zhu Yuming, feeling a bit displeased, was about to respond when Xia Zekai preemptively declared, Zhu Yuming, my name is Xia Zekai, but don't mistake me for a pushover. You demand wine and cigarettes while blatantly asking for money. Do you believe I want to inform your bossy about this matter? Furthermore, I have resigned. Seek assistance from whomever you wish. Fool, I am no longer at your service. Goodbye. With that, Xia Zekai abruptly ended the call. Luo Xiyun nearby looked at him with concern. Zekai, who was that? Your attitude was quite harsh. Is that wise? Xia Zekai waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just a fool who takes himself too seriously, perhaps a bit daft from working too long. Noticing Luo Xiyun's puzzled expression, he continued, a few days ago, I attempted to market our products to their company. This fellow clearly isn't trustworthy. He insisted I treat him to dinner, which cost me quite a bit. He assumed I was an easy mark. He just called, claiming the samples I provided had issues, merely seeking to leverage me into treating him and his friend to dinner. If he dares to show his face again, I'll make sure he regrets it. Xia Zekai was resolute. He was no longer intimidated by anyone. He understood in his heart that someone like Zhu Yuming, who had become somewhat mentally unhinged while working at the factory, had seized the purchasing position and, accustomed to the flattery from other salespeople, was always scheming to gain personal benefits, unable to achieve any substantial success. Although his wife, Luo Xiyun, found her husband Xia Zekai's words to be exceedingly crude, for some inexplicable reason, she felt an extraordinary sense of security. Compared to his previous complaints about the arduousness of client visits, this was far more comforting. She chose to believe in him, no longer probing further into the matter. Well then, let us head to the hypermarket and buy some food to replenish the fridge. This sentiment resonated with him. In the following days, the couple decided to completely indulge themselves, taking their two distinctly different twin daughters on a whimsical exploration. They left their footprints in numerous shopping malls throughout Xiqing, though they often wandered more than they purchased. The outdoor chill rendered excursions impractical. During this time, Luo Xiyun also taught Xia Zekai how to measure the twins for shoes and clothing. Xia Zekai marveled at the new world he seemed to have discovered, delighting in the thought of diving deeper to witness even more beautiful vistas. Additionally, Xia Zekai reached out to his parents back home, discussing family matters. His mother incessantly urged him to dress warmly during winter, reminding him to wear thermal pants, cautioning that one would only realize the importance of health in old age. Such nagging had persisted for years, yet Xia Zekai did not feel a particular warmth towards it. He simply responded with a few acknowledgments, inquiring about his grandfather's well-being before ending the call. During the conversation, he refrained from mentioning his resignation, wishing to spare his parents any unnecessary worry. Without the burden of work obligations, he truly lost himself in the moment, and time flew by, with February slipping away unnoticed. Before long, it was March 1st, a Saturday. Luo Xiyun was to report back to the company the next day, and the girls, Yadu and Tong Tong, were set to begin kindergarten. Luo Xiyun felt a twinge of anxiety about whether her husband could safely deliver their daughters on his first day. So she began organizing their belongings for kindergarten early in the morning, bustling with activity. Zekai, these 2 tote bags contain the bedding and pillows for the girls at kindergarten. I've labeled them with their names using a permanent marker. Once you arrive, please inform their teacher to avoid any mix-up, she reiterated, rummaging through the luggage she had prepared days earlier. This was the bedding provided by the kindergarten, which she had filled with cotton herself. Xia Zekai nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, this is a minor detail, no issue at all. Also, when you take them to kindergarten, make sure to remind their teacher to seat them at the same table. Yada needs to drink plenty of water and eat well, otherwise, I worry her health may decline. She expressed, her concern evident. Xia Zekai was determined not to overlook this matter, nodding affirmatively. No problem, rest assured. There was something else, oh right. As the weather turns cold, be sure to inform the teacher clearly. When the two of them go out to play, they should wear thick coats. I have packed heavy clothing into both of their bags and included tissue paper to help wipe their noses. Luo Xiyun recalled one trivial matter after another. Her brow furrowed in worry that seemed insurmountable. For every minor concern she raised, Xia Zekai readily agreed. Eventually, he countered her. Wife, have you gathered everything you need for work tomorrow? Luo Xiyun shot him a glance. Do I need your reminder? I've already prepared everything in advance. By the time you mention it, it will be too late. Xia Zekai fell silent. On this day, Luo Xiyun wished for time to slow down, feeling there were still many things she had yet to explain to her husband. Unfortunately, time seemed to conspire against her, and by the time she was ready for bed, she felt the weekend had passed all too swiftly. That evening, the couple devised ways to lull their little friends to sleep early. In the dimly lit bedroom, Luo Xiyun leaned against Xia Zekai's chest, remaining silent. Xiyun, don't overthink it, just go to sleep. Tomorrow, you'll have to deal with those bothersome matters. And there will be plenty of worries then, Xia Zekai whispered. As for the household affairs and our daughters, you can rest assured that I will look after them. I would never let my little girl suffer. As he spoke, he gently patted her back with the hand that was wrapped around her shoulders, offering comfort. That night, nothing remarkable occurred, and the couple enjoyed a fitful slumber. The next day was Monday. Before 6 in the morning, Luo Xiyun awoke. Seeing her twin daughters still in deep slumber, she remembered that her husband, Xia Zekai, had gotten up in the night to tend to their needs. After dressing and washing up, she headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today's meal was simple. It consisted of a bowl of tomato and egg noodles for each of them. The girls attended Xiyun kindergarten, which provided 3 meals a day, along with an afternoon snack of milk, so there was no need to worry about their eating habits. She had even visited the kindergarten to check on the food, which was satisfactory overall. Just as Luo Xiyun placed the 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles on the coffee table in the living room, Xia Zekai was drawn by the enticing aroma. Upon seeing the uncomplicated bowls of noodles, he understood the age-old adage about talent. This was not mere hyperbole. His intermittent cooking experience over the years paled in comparison to his wife's culinary flair, leaving him to ponder whether he might retire from cooking altogether to avoid embarrassment. However, before he could voice this thought, Luo Xiyun remarked, Zekai, I'm full. After you finish eating, please wash the bowls and pot. All right, Xia Zekai replied, choosing not to mention his earlier musings about retiring from the kitchen. After Luo Xiyun entered the bedroom and woke the 2 young girls, she deftly braided their hair and felt an overwhelming urge to envelop them in additional layers of warm clothing. Once she completed her tasks, the clock had already struck 20 minutes past 7. A sense of urgency began to wash over her. Zekai, I must report to the company. If I don't leave now, I shall be late. When you take them, please remember to convey everything I told you to their teacher. All right, hurry along. I assure you it will be fine. Xia Zekai repeatedly reassured her. As they spoke, he pointed towards the shoe cabinet by the door. The car keys are there. You should go now. Don't rush on the road, and remember not to cut lanes. Your driving skills are still a bit lacking. Xia Zekai unabashedly belittled his wife's abilities. Are you looking for a fight? Luo Xiyun playfully scolded as she raised her hand to give him a playful slap, which he skillfully dodged. Seizing the moment while the girls were still in the bedroom gathering their belongings, Luo Xiyun hastily grabbed her bag and the car keys before making her exit. She feared that if she encountered the girls, she might not be able to leave. Indeed, not long after Luo Xiyun departed, Xia Zekai appeared at the bedroom door, hands full of their luggage, calling out, Yadu, Tong Tong, we're leaving. Daddy will take you to kindergarten. The quiet elder sister, Yatu, inquired, Daddy, where's Mommy? I want her to take me to kindergarten. No sooner had she spoken than the younger sister, Tong Tong, chimed in, I want Mommy to take me too. Xia Zekai felt a wave of panic. He had never encountered such a situation before and was unsure how to manage it. He took a deep breath, forcing a smile as he addressed the 2 girls, Yatu, Tong Tong. Mommy had to leave for something, but she will return shortly. However, we are running out of time, so let us head to kindergarten first. When you finish school this afternoon, Mommy will come to pick you up and see how much fun you had. How does that sound? Upon hearing her father's words, Yada pouted, her small, perfectly white teeth exposed as she bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears, ready to spill over. Tong Tong, on the other hand, was a bit more spirited. After calling for their mother several times without a response, her patience wore thin, and she began to shout, Daddy, if you buy me Daodu, I will go. What is Daodu? Xia Zekai was taken aback, utterly clueless. His wife had not mentioned anything about it. Tong Tong, in her impatience, explained, "Dowdu is just Dowdu. There are red ones and yellow ones. They are sweet and delicious." Listening to his daughter's description left Xia Zekai in a state of bewilderment. He desperately wanted to call his wife and ask what this elusive Dowdu was. But now was not the time. He needed to first ensure that Yadu and Tong Tong were safely delivered to kindergarten. Drawing on his experience in sales and persuasion, he concocted a plan. "Yatu, Tong Tong, let us make a deal. I will take you both to kindergarten, and if you behave and enjoy yourselves today, I promise to buy you Dowdu this afternoon. How does that sound?" He believed this enticing offer would win them over. But he underestimated the resolve of the two little ones. The demure girl shook her head resolutely, saying, "Daddy, I don't want to eat beans. I want mommy. I want mommy too." Tong Tong echoed her sentiments. Xia Zekai felt a wave of frustration wash over him, contemplating the challenges of parenting. Chapter 10. The Father's Disdain. Yet the innocence of children. After more than 20 minutes of coaxing, he realized that if they did not leave soon, the two little girls would be late on their very first day at kindergarten. Just then, his Nokia 96 in his pocket rang. He pulled it out to find it was his wife, Luo Xiyun, calling. "Hello, Zekai. Have you arrived at kindergarten? Are they behaving?" Luo Xiyun's voice came through the line. Xia Zekai glanced at his eldest daughter, whose eyes brimmed with tears, while the youngest squirmed restlessly on the floor. He pondered how best to respond. "Sweetheart, come here quickly. Your mommy wants to talk to you. She wants you to go to kindergarten first. She will come to find you there later." He devised a cunning plan to distract them. Luo Xiyun heard her husband's words and immediately understood that their daughters had not yet settled down. Concern washed over her as she glanced at the black and white wall bearing the name of Chiching Eaterly Company, the place where she was to begin her work, leaving her feeling somewhat lost about the future. "Mommy, where are you? I miss you so much," came the soft voice of her eldest, Xia Jingya, traveling through the invisible phone signal to Luo Xiyun. Xia Zekai lamented the poor quality of the network, wishing that a video call could resolve everything. "Daughter, listen to mommy. I have to take care of something right now, but I will come to pick you up from kindergarten this afternoon, all right?" Luo Xiyun gently reassured her. Previously, the eldest had been very reliant on her mother, and upon hearing her words, she chose to trust her unconditionally, responding with a hint of petulance. "Okay, mommy. But I really miss you." "Oh, mommy misses you too." Luo Xiyun nearly lost her composure, stifling a sob. "Sweetheart, please call for Tong Tong and go to kindergarten with your daddy," she concluded. The eldest, obedient as ever, immediately ceased her fussing at her mother's prompting and handed the phone to Xia Zekai, saying, "Daddy, I want to go to kindergarten to wait for mommy." Xia Zekai scratched his head, aware that opportunity waits for no one, and hurriedly seized the moment while his daughter was compliant. He inquired, "Xiyun, how as the summer sun shone brightly?" The second child, Xia Jitong, promptly supported herself with her small hands and stood up, her little face displaying an air of nonchalance. Xia Zekai was at a loss for words. His daughter seemed to have fully inherited the talent for performance. Upon exiting their home, the corridor felt pleasantly warm, but the moment he opened the unit door, a chilling gust of wind rushed in. Instinctively, Xia Zekai stepped sideways to shield the entrance, and the two little girls behind him were also caught in the cold breeze, exclaiming their discomfort. Xia Zekai hurriedly set down his bag and turned to check once more, ensuring that the cuffs of his daughter's clothing were properly tucked in. "Girls, hold hands and stay close behind Daddy. Jitong, hold on to my clothing and follow my lead. Do you remember?" "I remember," the elder daughter exclaimed loudly. The younger, Xia Jitong, was equally eager and echoed, "Daddy, I remember too. Let us go." Xiyun Kindergarten served as the affiliated preschool for the Xiyun community, conveniently situated to the south of their residence. However, reaching it required traversing the outer wall of the community, which was somewhat inconvenient. Consequently, residents had previously approached the kindergarten and property management to negotiate the opening of a gate in the southern wall for easier access. Yet, as the kindergarten was privately contracted, they were unwilling to pay the management fees, leaving the matter unresolved. Normally, the walk would take only a brief moment, but the two little ones moved at a sluggish pace, prompting Xia Zekai to glance back frequently to ensure they did not stumble. By the time they finally arrived at the kindergarten entrance, more than 10 minutes had elapsed. They were undoubtedly late, and Xia Zekai began to ponder how he would explain the delay to the teacher. Perhaps he could say that the second child had an upset stomach, causing them to linger at home, or that the eldest had woken feeling unwell and required medication. Xia Zekai's thoughts wandered as he considered which excuse would be most suitable. Upon turning the corner, he noticed a long queue forming outside the kindergarten, much like his own situation, with parents carrying bags while accompanied by children dressed in a variety of outfits. Curiously, he observed that the queue was predominantly comprised of elderly women or young mothers, with few men present, including himself. A sense of antiquated masculinity and reluctance to associate with the crowd bubbled up within him. This, however, spared him the trouble of concocting excuses. He merely called out to the girls to join him in the line. The registration process was tedious, followed by class assignments. The three of them slowly advanced through the queue, and when it was finally their turn, they were greeted by a woman in her 30s. Her round face framed by short hair, seated at a computer. With a smile, she introduced herself. I am Teacher Tian from Xiyun Kindergarten, responsible for registration and class assignments. May I ask who you are? Ah, hello, Teacher Tian. I am Xia Zekai, and these are my daughters, the elder Xia Jingya and the younger Xia Jitong. My wife has already registered them and paid the fees. I have brought them today for enrollment. Upon hearing this, Teacher Tian recalled the information and nodded. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember Xia Jingya and Xia Jitong, right? I recall their mother mentioning that they are fraternal twins. I even had a brief conversation with her last time. While speaking, Teacher Tian accessed the registration records for the girls on her computer and looked up to inquire. Is this Xia Jingya's father? Do you have the household registration book and identification card with you? By the way, why didn't their mother come? Upon hearing Teacher Tian's request for these documents, Xia Zekai quickly nodded. Yes, I have everything. Let me find them. He explained, my wife went to work today. It's her first day on the job, so she couldn't make it. I came to drop off the kids. As he searched for the items, he added, here they are. Teacher Tian, please take a look and see if these are correct. My wife reminded me to bring them all before she left. I packed everything in one bag. Mr. Xia, you are truly considerate towards your children, Teacher Tian remarked with a smile. Today, there aren't many fathers who have come to drop off their kids. Our kindergarten genuinely hopes that fathers can take a more active role in caring for their children. Joint parental involvement is beneficial for a child's development. Xia Zekai chuckled. Teacher Tian, you are absolutely right. By the way, what does Mr. Xia do for a living? Is it easy to take time off? She casually inquired. She had already taken the plastic bag containing the documents from Xia Zekai and extracted both his and his wife's identification cards and household registration book. When she opened the household registration book, she paused for a moment. Mr. Xia, you are not on the same household registration book. Well, my wife's and my household registrations are not from here. Before we met, I bought a house here for work purposes. Later, considering the convenience for the children's schooling, I had their mother transfer her household registration here, and the two children followed her registration, Xia Zekai clarified. Teacher Tian understood. Then you'll need to have their mother come in person. Here's the situation. Our high-tech zone offers a subsidy for eligible children attending kindergarten. But this financial aid is only available to local residents and requires the signature of the household registration holder. I see. Then I will have my wife come by to sign it another day. It won't delay anything, right? Xia Zekai had completely forgotten about this detail. The last time Luo Xiyun came to register the sisters, she had asked many questions. Teacher Tian nodded. That is fine, but next time, Mr. Xia will need to take a day off to accompany her for the signature. Otherwise, the documents submitted will not be recognized by the administrative office of the high-tech zone. All right, I'm not working at the moment, so I can come by to sign any time, Xia Zekai readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Teacher Tian, along with the line of older ladies and young mothers waiting to register behind her, was taken aback. Your wife is at work, and you're not working? What does that mean? Teacher Tian, well-versed in life's nuances, asked, Mr. Xia, are you self-employed, a sole proprietor? Xia Zekai is an exceptionally honest individual. He shook his head and said, not really. Primarily, my wife secured a high-paying job last month, earning more than I did previously. She encouraged me to resign and stay at home to take care of the children. I thought it was inconsequential. After all, who cares who looks after the kids? Even Teacher Tian found it difficult to comment. She initially believed that Xia Zekai had taken a leave of absence specifically to care for the children, considering him a role model among fathers, and felt that other fathers should learn from him. Little did she know that the reality was quite different. Indeed, his wife was genuinely working while this sloth had the audacity to claim he was raising the kids at home. However, such matters are personal, and she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After swiftly completing the registration information for the sisters, Xia Jingya and Xia Jidong, she informed Xia Zekai, Mr. Xia. They have been assigned to the mango class, located in the classroom on the far west side of the first floor of our teaching building, with the entrance facing east. You can take them directly to find Teacher Shi for their desk assignment. All right. Thank you, Teacher Tian, Xia Zekai replied, instructing the girls. Girls, remember to thank Teacher Tian. Thank you, Teacher Tian. The sisters chorused in unison. Once Xia Zekai picked up the luggage he had placed on the floor and exited with his daughters. A young mother in line behind them began to murmur. The two girls appear quite adorable, but how did they end up with such a father? Lazy and yet full of excuses, relying on his wife to earn a living. What could he possibly be thinking? I couldn't agree more. I thought my ears had deceived me. Why not do something productive at a young age? There's no need to stay at home. Surely, he doesn't have to be the one picking up and dropping off the kids. What about the grandparents? They could lend a hand. Oh, perhaps there are special circumstances in their family. Let us refrain from making baseless assumptions, Teacher Tian interjected. At that moment, she too held a negative opinion of Xia Zekai. But that did not justify the other parents discussing him freely. Moreover, those two lovely twin girls would be attending their kindergarten in the future. And there were many other children registering nearby. If anyone overheard, and it led to negative repercussions for the girls, she felt that would be a grave injustice. While parental laziness is one matter, the innocence of the children is paramount. Chapter 11. Whoever bullies your sister. You should strike back. Xiyun Kindergarten consists of a single 3-story teaching building, with classes for small, medium, and large children located on the first, second, and third floors, respectively. After Xia Zekai, along with the girls, descended from the second-floor registration area, they proceeded down the corridor on the first floor to the classroom at the far west end, where a freshly varnished wooden door bore a large yellow mango illustration, accompanied by the colorful, artistic lettering proclaiming mango class, making it easy to locate. A somewhat plump female teacher stood at the entrance of the mango class, of average height, around 1.6 meters, with an everyday appearance. Upon closer inspection, she had a few freckles and wore her hair in a ponytail. Upon seeing Xia Zekai carrying 2 standardized luggage bags issued by the kindergarten, accompanied by 2 sweet and adorable little girls, she hurriedly approached, greeting them with a smile. Hello, I am Shi Rui, the lead teacher of the mango class. May I inquire if you are here to enroll the children? Ah, you must be Teacher Shi. I didn't expect to meet the right person right away, Xia Zekai replied, genuinely pleased. He pointed at the twin girls. These 2 are my daughters. The slender one is the eldest, Xia Jingya, and the slightly plumper one is the second, Xia Jidong. I affectionately call them Yadu and Tong Tong. We just finished registering on the second floor, and Teacher Tian sent us to find you for assistance in arranging their seats. Shi Rui smiled and called out, Yatu, Tong Tong. The sisters looked at her with puzzled expressions, and she mentally noted the names of these delightful girls. Mr. Xia, please follow me. We need to label their luggage with their names. And then you can join our group chat. In the future, we can communicate any matters directly through the group. This familiar atmosphere reminded Xia Zekai of his early days at work, when someone would say, Hey, buddy, what's your WeChat? Let's add each other to the group for easier communication. How nostalgic. Regrettably, he had no idea where Zhang Xiaolong was hiding now. He himself was no longer in prime shape and couldn't reach out to Zhang. Upon entering the classroom with Shi Rui, they were met with a chorus of cries. The cacophony made Xia Zekai's head throb slightly, as his eldest unconsciously leaned against his leg, clutching his pants. He glanced down at Yadu, then surveyed the classroom, which contained a total of 15 low, long tables, each accommodating 2 to 3 children. At that moment, around 10 children were already seated, indicating they had arrived relatively early. Several of them were crying, but Xia Zekai was too concerned about his daughters to count them. Teacher Shi, here's the situation. My eldest is a bit shy and has some difficulty interacting at first. She also takes her time eating. Her younger sister, on the other hand, has a contrasting disposition. Would it be possible to seat them together so they can look out for one another? Xia Zekai recalled his wife's instructions. Given the environment, it would indeed be better for the sisters to sit together. Shi Rui observed the 2 little girls and pondered for a moment before nodding. That is no problem. We will wait until all the children have arrived before assigning seats, and I will ensure they are placed together. Thank you so much, Teacher Shi. I must insist on treating you to a meal sometime. Xia Zekai habitually employed his business acumen, knowing that such social niceties usually worked well. As expected, Shi Rui waved her hands in refusal, stating that it was unnecessary to be so formal, yet her tone and expression had grown noticeably warmer. After this matter was settled, Xia Zekai further requested Shi Rui to keep an extra eye on the two children, repeatedly emphasizing his intent to treat her to dinner. As the day progressed, more and more mothers, both elderly and young, arrived with their children to register. Among them, some were taken aback upon spotting Xia Zekai, their expressions shifting instantly as they pondered the unfortunate coincidence of encountering this sloth. Could it be that their children were in the same class as his? It is often said that like father, like son, parents serve as the primary educators of their offspring. With such a father, it was likely that his child was equally indolent. They resolved to clarify their preferences with the teacher, firmly insisting that their child must not be seated at the same table as his, lest undesirable habits be transmitted. Unbeknownst to Xia Zekai, there were those quietly disparaging him, even going so far as to belittle his daughter. Had he been aware of their thoughts, he would have surely reacted with indignation. Carelessly, he led his daughters, Yatu and Tong Tong, to an unoccupied table, urging them to sit comfortably. Following the instructions from Teacher Shi, he arranged their luggage alongside that of the other children. Yatu, Tong Tong, Daddy is leaving now. You must eat well while you're here, he added, gesturing towards Shi Rui. If you have a runny nose, need water, or require a trip to the restroom, just ask her for assistance. I shall take Teacher Shi out for a meal another day. Turning to his younger daughter, Xia Jitong, he advised, Tong Tong, your sister is gentle. If anyone bullies her, you must protect her. As for everything else, leave it to Daddy, understood? Humph, I'm quite formidable, the younger one declared, shaking her chubby little fist and scrunching her nose while giving a playful huff towards her father. Daddy, you must buy me some snacks. For the first time, Xia Zekai realized that his younger daughter, despite her penchant for mischief and food, possessed a resilient spirit that would shield her from being bullied. After ensuring his daughters were settled, he stood to leave. However, before he could step out of the classroom, he was met with Yada's wails. Daddy, Daddy, don't go. Daddy, I want Mommy. His footsteps faltered as he prepared to turn back, but Shi Rui, noticing his hesitation, shook her head gently. Mr. Xia, please go back for now. It's common for children on their first day to react this way. We have experience in handling such situations. Let them cry it out for a while, and we'll soothe them shortly. Grateful for her reassurance, Xia Zekai nodded earnestly. I leave everything in your capable hands, Teacher Shi. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Shi Rui replied confidently. Listening to his eldest daughter's heart-wrenching sobs, he caught the sound of his younger daughter, Tong Tong, cheerfully attempting to console her sister. Sister, why are you crying? Look, I'm not crying. With a wry smile, he steeled himself and exited the mango class. Yet, as he heard Yada's cries intensify upon his departure, a pang of anxiety gripped him. Leaning against the wall, he resolved to steal a glance at them later, unable to shake off his unease. Little did he know, this moment of concealment would unveil some dissonant sounds. Chapter 12. The Indolent Man as a Source of Domestic Instability. In the classroom of the mango class, Zhao Qingfu's mother, who had just accompanied her son for enrollment behind Xia Zekai, was addressing the class teacher, Shi Rui. Teacher Shi, I have but one request. Please do not seat my child at the same table as the child of that man who just left. Shi Rui understood she was referring to Xia Zekai and felt a pang of curiosity. Madam Zhao, may I inquire why that is? Zhao Qingfu's mother, Xiao Lingling, interjected. Teacher Shi, please do not take my words amiss. Just now, while registering on the second floor, I happened to be right behind him. Do you know what I overheard? What? Shi Rui wished to retort that it was hardly surprising she could hear anything from above while she was below. Oh, Teacher Shi, you cannot imagine. That man explicitly stated he was lazy, that he does not work at home while his wife toils to support him and their child. Tell me, how can such a person raise a child properly? Am I to allow my child to sit with his? She believed her assertion would enlighten Shi Rui. But to her dismay, the teacher did not blindly accept her one-sided account. Calmly, Shi Rui replied, Madam Zhao, I am merely a kindergarten teacher. I do not possess intimate knowledge of others' household circumstances, nor do I pry into them. Perhaps they have unspoken difficulties that we are unaware of. Rest assured, we will adhere strictly to the kindergarten's policy regarding seating arrangements. As she finished speaking, Xia Zekai, who had been lurking in a corner, intending to observe his daughter's behavior, stepped forward. His gaze was tinged with ire as he addressed Xiao Lingling. Madam, are you referring to me? As fellow parents, I implore you to consider your words and their impact on your child. Let us not instill negativity in our children, for it is a habit that is difficult to amend. With that, he departed, leaving behind a sense of clarity. Xiao Lingling, taken aback by his admonition, felt her anger surge. Once Xia Zekai was out of earshot, she was poised to unleash her fury. Shi Rui interjected, Madame Zhao, do you have any other concerns? How outrageous. Teacher, look at his attitude. What I just expressed. This man is indolent, allowing his wife to bear the burden of their livelihood. At his core, he is nothing but a good-for-nothing. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. However, Shi Rui pointed at a chubby little boy nearby, who was gazing up at them with an innocent smile. Madame Zhao, your son is watching you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingling inhaled deeply and turned to her son, whose eyes held a mix of confusion and joy. Gradually, her expression softened, regaining its previous tranquility. After leaving the mango class, Xia Zekai exited the kindergarten through the south gate. Once outside, he recalled something and contemplated calling his wife to inquire about the nature of the yellow and red sweet beans. However, his call was met with disconnection, and upon trying again, he faced the same result. Concluding that his wife was likely busy, he abandoned the idea of further calls and decided to stroll around the neighborhood, seeking suitable storefronts and potential business ventures. On the day of her resignation, Sun Hongli uttered a profound truth. A man must possess his own career. The question of profit is secondary, yet he must remain industrious. Otherwise, a man with idle hands may succumb to restless thoughts, his mind wandering, rendering him susceptible to the allure of beauty and temptation, potentially leading to indiscretions that could fracture the family unit. This marks the initial step towards domestic disintegration. Xia Zekai recognized that for the stability and unity of his family, he too must sacrifice fragments of his own time to seek out meaningful endeavors. Meanwhile, at Qiqing Aidli Company, after 8 o'clock, Luo Xiyun parked her car in a non-intrusive spot. After reporting her information to the security guard, she was escorted to the company's office area by a young security personnel. Despite his youth, he appeared somewhat reserved, seemingly shy, maintaining a lowered gaze throughout their interaction. The office, occupying a single floor, was connected to the factory workshops at the rear, adorned in a harmonious blend of red and white, with black square tiles affixed to the walls at a meter's height from the ground. Initially, the design felt awkward, yet with time, it revealed a certain aesthetic appeal. This establishment was a purely production-oriented factory specializing in bathroom ceramics, and Luo Xiyun had applied for the position of quality department manager. Having recently obtained her 6 Sigma Black Belt certification, she was prepared to take a chance, and against her expectations, she succeeded. As a newly established foreign enterprise in Qiqing, the company offered lucrative salaries, and Luo Xiyun's monthly income reached an impressive 12,500. After passing the company's preliminary selection, the general manager's second round, and the domestic division director's third round of video interviews, she finally secured the position. When Luo Xiyun received the notification of her successful interview, she found it utterly remarkable. When Xia Zekai called her, she was in conversation with Qi Jiahui, the general manager and factory director of Qiqing Aidli Company. Manager Luo, if you have an urgent matter, feel free to take the call. I am quite accommodating, Qi Jiahui remarked. Luo Xiyun was eager to answer the call, sensing it might pertain to her 2 daughters or perhaps an issue her husband could not resolve. The mere thought of it induced a headache. No trouble at all. Director Qi, please continue, Luo Xiyun replied. She understood that interrupting a conversation with the head of a factory to take a call would likely leave a poor impression, possibly leading to future complications. Very well, let us proceed. As I mentioned, our Aidli company is still in its infancy, and we have yet to commence formal production. Many aspects are still lacking, particularly in quality control and systems management, where I hope you will exert your utmost effort. I look forward to your positive contributions, Qi Jiahui expressed. Having self-studied quality management principles while preparing for her 6 Sigma Black Belt, Luo Xiyun nodded in acknowledgement of Qi Jiahui's expectations. This is certainly within my capabilities, Director Qi. I kindly ask for a little time. There is no need to rush. By the way, there is one more matter. In the future, any quality-related data that we disseminate from the Qiqing factory must be reviewed with me in advance. Manager Luo, let us prioritize the greater good. Qi Jiahui's words carried a pointed significance. As she uttered the phrase the greater good, Luo Xiyun momentarily appeared lost in thought. It seemed she had grasped why she had distinguished herself from the multitude of interview candidates. It likely had something to do with this. Chapter 13. The fragrance of roses arises from bitter cold compared to other candidates. Her most notable advantage lay in her previous work experience, which was entirely blank. However, What did that have to do with her current situation? Her primary objectives now were to earn a lucrative salary and to familiarize herself with the professional landscape, while simultaneously learning and understanding the relevant systems and work routines. If, on any given day, she found herself dissatisfied with her work, she could always seek employment elsewhere. Manager Chi, everything in the quality department starts anew. In the future, I may need to trouble you with various matters, and I hope you won't find it bothersome. I would greatly appreciate it if you could carve out some time amidst your busy schedule to offer guidance, Luo Xiyun humbly stated. Her words brought satisfaction to Xia Zekai. What she required was not a senior quality manager with exceptional skills in quality control and system management, but rather a compliant manager for the quality department. And Luo Xiyun precisely fit that criterion. Manager Luo, since you have just joined, feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. Let us communicate frequently and work together to develop Qiqing Aderly Company, limited into the finest factory within the Aderly family. Xia Zekai glanced at the wall clock and continued, Manager Luo, let's conclude today's meeting here. I will have my assistant Wang Di escort you to the quality department and then show you around the various sections of the factory. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Chi, Luo Xiyun replied courteously. Following Wang Di out of Xia Zekai's office. Wang Di was a tall woman, of average build, with short hair that conveyed a sense of efficiency and decisiveness. Once outside the general manager's office, Luo Xiyun said, Assistant Wang, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I need to make a quick phone call. Manager Luo, please do not mention it. Take your time. I shall wait for you, Wang Di replied. Luo Xiyun swiftly connected the call to Xia Zekai, relaying the details of her earlier conversation with the general manager, Xia Zekai, and inquiring if he had any urgent matters to discuss. Wife, our second child mentioned wanting to eat sweet beans. And there are some yellow and red items she referred to. What on earth is she talking about? Given her compliance, I will go buy some for her. Xia Zekai asked. Sweet beans? You must be referring to the crispy beans, which can be found at the bakery. Just look for a cake shop near our community. They will know, Luo Xiyun replied before hanging up and accompanying Wang Di into the workshop. Upon hearing his wife's mention of crispy beans, Xia Zekai committed the term to memory. Since there were no pressing projects at the moment, he decided to first locate a bakery to buy some treats for their daughter. After circling around from the kindergarten to the north, he spotted a bakery named Heartfelt Baking. Upon entering, he inquired, Excuse me, do you sell crispy beans? Yes, handsome. How many would you like? The shopkeeper, a woman, responded. The bakery was warm due to the heating, and the shopkeeper was dressed rather lightly. However, disregarding her, the pale hill revealed a deep crimson rose, swaying gracefully as she moved, captivating the attention of Xia Zekai. Her fair wrist bore a tattoo, the design of which resembled either letters or some esoteric script. Yet, what did all this have to do with Xia Zekai? His gaze subtly shifted from the rose to a box of crispy beans that the tattooed proprietress retrieved from a nearby wooden shelf. He reached out and accepted the transparent plastic box from her hand. Inspecting it closely, he turned it around, noting the vibrant hues of red, green, and yellow within, an array reminiscent of a traffic light. The kaleidoscope of colors instinctively led him to suspect that these treats might be unwholesome. As he contemplated opening the box, he noticed a heart-shaped label indicating it was a baked good, implying that he would need to purchase it in order to indulge his curiosity. The tattooed lady was quite astute. Boss, you made these yourselves, right? How much for a box? Are these colors derived from food dyes? Are there any additives? Xia Zekai blurted out, slightly flustered by his own inquiries. The tattooed proprietress regarded him with suspicion. While he appeared rather handsome, his question seemed deliberately provocative. 13 per box. Will you buy it or not? If not, kindly put it down, she replied. Sensing a hint of impatience in her tone, she added, These are quite fragile. One shake and they crumble, which means I won't be able to sell them. Boss, that's rather pricey. If I buy 2 boxes, could you offer a discount? Xia Zekai pondered, calculating in his mind the current prices. Indeed, these treats were expensive. To put it into perspective, ordinary factory workers in Qiqing earned barely over 1,000. While those in better public enterprises such as iron or coal mines managed to earn around 3,000. The income for the average person with a higher salary was even scarcer. The proprietress stated, We offer genuine raw materials. You get what you pay for, and thus, these are naturally not cheap. She continued, If you genuinely want to buy 2 boxes, I can offer you 11 per box. $10 then. Xia Zekai countered, dismissing her argument. Yet the tattooed lady was resolute. Deal. She emerged with 2 boxes of crispy beans in a plastic bag, and as she opened the door, a blast of cold air rushed in. Through the reflective glass door, Xia Zekai distinctly observed her tightening her jacket, the rose swaying more vigorously in the chilling breeze. Indeed, the fragrance of the rose emerged from its bitter cold, mingling with a hint of milk. Such a combination was sheer perfection. Upon exiting, Xia Zekai's mind was occupied with thoughts. He hastily opened one box and sampled a red crispy bean. After just a couple of chews, he spat it out. It was excessively sweet, causing him to nearly cough. There was no way he would believe it was free of saccharin. He then picked up a yellow one, remarking on its vibrant hue. Look at this color, so pure. To claim it has no color additives is simply implausible. He shook his head in disbelief, lamenting the waste of such a handsome appearance on such deceitful products. Glancing at the other box in the plastic bag, he frowned. Would he truly consider giving these to the girl and Tong Tong? Xia Zekai shook his head decisively, refusing to offer them any food. Yet, the dilemma remained. How to appease his second child? He understood that although Tong Tong, that little rascal, appeared mischievous, a child of just over 3 years possesses a keen intellect. If he didn't provide her with sweet treats this time, it would be rather difficult to win her favor in the future. Aimlessly wandering forward, he occasionally glanced at the plastic bag, each glimpse evoking a fleeting thought that eluded his grasp. Sweet peas. He murmured this name, and suddenly, another name flickered in his memory. Indeed, he could simply return home and prepare some melting beans for the little girl and Tong Tong. A realization dawned upon Xia Zekai. He muttered to himself, that woman had the audacity to suggest using powdered milk and eggs. In my case, I shall utilize real milk powder and eggs to create some delightful melting beans for my daughter to savor. While he lacked culinary expertise, his skills in baking were commendable, and he felt confident he could manage this task. Chapter 14. The crucial task of the first day at work, awaiting the end of the day at home. There was only one electric oven, and he lacked a mixer, spatula, whisk, weighing scale, and piping bags. Would he truly need to purchase an entire set of tools just to prepare some wholesome snacks for his daughter? And who could say how many times he'd actually used them after buying? Contemplating this, Xia Zekai, a man of action, resolved to act upon his idea without delay. He still had some milk powder at home, specifically the leftover 3-stage formula from his daughters, 2 cans that had gone untouched. Who knew the girls would suddenly refuse to drink it? This time, it could be put to good use. As for eggs, he had an ample supply. All he truly lacked was a set of utensils. He did not discard the 2 boxes of sweet peas he carried. Instead, he hoisted them in the plastic bag and stood by the roadside, hailing a taxi. Once inside, the driver inquired about his destination. Xia Zekai had no clear answer. So he replied, "Driver, I wish to buy a set of baking tools. Do you know where I might find them?" If even the taxi driver was unaware, he might as well return to the previous heartwarming bakery and sacrifice some dignity by asking the tattooed lady owner for directions. However, the driver's response dashed Xia Zekai's unsavory thoughts. If you truly seek such items, you'd be better off heading to Xiaowu. They sell everything there, and you'll easily find what you need. All right, let us go there, Xia Zekai agreed. After approximately 20 minutes, the taxi stopped in a convenient location near the southern gate of Xiaowu. Brother, we've arrived. You can ask someone for directions from here, the driver said. Seeking directions was a basic survival skill, and after paying the fare, Xia Zekai swiftly inquired about the information he sought at the entrance of Xiaowu. According to the kind lady he spoke to earlier, there were 3 shops located on the northwest corner of the 2nd floor. She assured him that he would easily find them with a little inquiry. Time was of the essence for Xia Zekai. After purchasing the necessary items, he needed to return home promptly to prepare the melting beans, as baking was a time-consuming affair. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he still had to pick up his 2 children from kindergarten, making his schedule exceedingly tight. At this moment, even the task of searching for street shops slipped from his mind. His priority was to take care of his daughter first. Acquiring these items was not particularly complex. An electric egg beater, which came with an additional mixing attachment, a silicone spatula, a box of piping bags, and a set of piping nozzles. As for the weighing scale, the moment the shopkeeper presented it, Xia Zekai recognized it as utterly useless. "How much do I owe you in total?" he inquired. "I have other matters to attend to and must leave in haste. If you could offer me a discounted price, I would take everything." After considerable deliberation, the shopkeeper finally gritted his teeth and settled on a price of 258 yuan. Although not cheap, given his urgent situation, Xia Zekai conceded, "Fine, let us go with that price." Could you also throw in 2 small plastic basins? He casually picked 2 blue basins from a stack at the shop entrance, not very large, with an opening of just over 20 centimeters. Sensing the shopkeeper's hesitation, he added, "To be frank, I don't have any spare basins at home for making cakes or pastries. If you don't give me one, I won't have any containers for the egg mixture or cream, rendering the other items useless. I might as well not purchase anything." Xia Zekai refrained from making a lowbrow remark about walking away if the price didn't suit him. He was too astute for that. He had accurately gauged the shopkeeper's predicament, observing the confusion in the older man's eyes as he wondered what this young man was up to. If all these items sold, the shopkeeper would earn a modest profit. A single plastic basin could sell for 6 or 7 yuan, and 2 would bring in over 10. This was the crux of his dilemma. After some contemplation, he figured that offering the basins could still yield him an extra few dozen yuan. Better to earn something than nothing at all. The reality was that these items weren't in high demand. Aside from cake shop owners, how many households would purchase such goods? The shopkeeper had realized he had ventured into the wrong business and had begun contemplating selling his shop to seek new opportunities. "All right, just take them quickly. This morning has been a waste of my time." The shopkeeper feigned impatience, as if he were incurring a significant loss to make a sale. If it were anyone else, they might feel guilty. However, Xia Zekai merely chuckled, paid without hesitation, and returned directly to Xiyun Garden with his spoils. Later, as he began to learn how to make these treats, driven by the immense pressure of entrepreneurship, he was fortunate to have a friend whose family specialized in cake baking, allowing him to learn the craft and relieve stress through this systematic process. He found some homemade yogurt in his fridge, had plenty of eggs and powdered milk, and starch was not lacking. The only ingredient missing was lemon to eliminate the fishy taste. "No matter," he mused. "Let us just make do with what we have for the first attempt. If it doesn't turn out well, I can always try again next time." As Xia Zekai busied himself preparing to make melt-in-your-mouth treats for his daughter, Luo Xiyun, who was reporting for duty at the company, also began her own bustling activities. The quality department's office is situated within the workshop of Steadily Company, Limited, located in the northern section of the facility. As a factory producing bathroom ceramics, the workshop tends to be rather warm due to the kiln operations. It is no exaggeration to say that while the winter chill envelopes the outside, the interior remains as warm as spring. Wang Di escorted Luo Xiyun on a brief tour, allowing her to meet various departments. After this introduction, she returned to the general office. Upon returning to her office, Luo Xiyun found that apart from herself, there were 2 other individuals in the quality department, a young man and a woman. The young man appeared to be somewhat naive, while the woman was in her 30s, creating a rather mismatched trio. Upon learning that Luo Xiyun had just assumed the role of quality department manager, Chen Wenxuan and Lu Jing felt a twinge of anxiety. Uncertain of their new leader's temperament and how amenable she might be, Lu Jing, perceptive and thoughtful, suggested to Chen Wenxuan, "Let us go give the manager a report and make an introduction. What do you think?" "Sure, whatever you say, Lu Jia," Chen Wenxuan replied, demonstrating his own cleverness despite his youth. Lu Jing shot him a glance, but led the way, knocking on Luo Xiyun's office door. "Come in." Luo Xiyun, who was familiarizing herself with her new surroundings and organizing some essential materials, was slightly puzzled by their entrance. As they engaged in conversation, a sense of familiarity gradually developed, and each left a distinct impression on Luo Xiyun. Lu Jing appeared mature and composed, methodical in her approach, while Chen Wenxuan exuded youthful vigor and was a blank slate, just what she needed at that moment. Luo Xiyun had been contemplating where to begin her work and how to organize the procedural aspects when Lu Jing fortuitously presented herself. Through Lu Jing's self-introduction, Luo Xiyun learned that she had been diligently compiling quality inspection procedures for bathroom ceramics obtained from Steadily Company, Limited's China headquarters. Perfect. Luo Xiyun chose not to address Lu Jing's subtle intentions outright. If Lu Jing proved competent and obedient, the prospect of future opportunities for her was not out of the question. For Luo Xiyun, it was not about who she employed, but rather their willingness to comply. Moreover, it was only her first day, and already there were 2 employees in the quality department. To assume there was no ulterior motive would be rather naive. In the ensuing hours, Luo Xiyun embarked on her first day of work, the essence of which revolved around the anticipation of clocking out. Besides that, she found herself with little else to occupy her time. Chapter 15. Speaking lies at the outset, the baking process demands a considerable amount of time. Xia Zekai neglected his lunch, busying himself for over 3 hours, and finally produced a large bag of mini dumpling-shaped melt-in-your-mouth treats. The most appealing aspect was the tiny pointed tail atop each mini dumpling, sure to entice any child's appetite. At that moment, the room was suffused with a blend of oily and milky aromas, along with a hint of smoke, leaving Xia Zekai permeated with the scent. Noticing there was still ample time before his daughter returned from school, he hurriedly took a quick shower, changed into fresh clothes, and tossed his soiled garments into the washing machine, adding a generous handful of detergent and a splash of laundry liquid to commence the washing cycle. Returning to the kitchen, the lingering scent of cooking oil had not yet dissipated entirely, though it had lessened significantly. Xia Zekai opened the kitchen window halfway and carefully packed the freshly made melt-in-your-mouth candies into a clean plastic bag. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved another bag to divide the batch into 2 portions. Noticing that the time was approaching, Xia Zekai picked up one of the smaller portions of candies and fetched 2 thick coats for the young ladies, prepared for any eventuality. Before stepping outside, he walked briskly, turning south as he exited the community gate, arriving within a few minutes. It seemed that many parents were picking up their children for the first time today. The cold winter air had already filled the area with people who were not the least bit concerned about arriving early and enduring the chill. Each one stood on tiptoe at the kindergarten entrance, straining to catch a glimpse inside. When someone's view was obstructed, a voice would call out from behind. "Could you please crouch down a bit? I can't see. Hey, what are you all doing? The children haven't even finished class yet. Your impatience is futile. Form a proper line and wait," bellowed the elderly security guard at the entrance. Xia Zekai was not particularly curious, although he had accompanied his daughters a few times. He had not spent much time doing so. Finding a sheltered spot away from the wind, he quietly positioned himself. At 3:50 p.m., noise began to emanate from the teaching building, the cheerful chatter of children growing louder. An elderly lady could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Hey, open the door. My grandson is about to come out." Her outburst was directed at the 2 security guards at the entrance, and the older guard responded, "Shouting won't change a thing. No one can open the door before the designated time. That's the rule." Upon hearing the word rule, Xia Zekai couldn't help but peek at him. His square face, stern and imposing, clearly indicated he was a man of principle. It is as it should be. Indulging such behavior is unwise, Xia Zekai mused inwardly. The final 10 minutes of waiting felt excruciatingly slow for the parents shivering at the entrance. Some, unable to bear the cold any longer, clasped their hands and stomped their feet vigorously, raining curses upon the 2 guards. Finally, the time arrived. The old guard shouted, "Those from the Guogua class, come forward to line up. Soon, the teachers inside will call your names, and each person will lead 1 child out. If anyone tries to take the wrong child, do not blame me for being unyielding. Indeed, this place requires such principled individuals," Xia Zekai thought, even considering inviting him to a meal one day. With his daughters in school, encountering such a responsible security guard was indeed a blessing. The cheerful noise from inside grew increasingly pronounced, easily audible from the entrance. No longer sheltering from the cold wind, Xia Zekai merged into the crowd, finding warmth in the gathering throng. Through the iron-barred gate, he could see the children from the Guogua class, hand in hand, bundled up snugly, approaching the entrance under the guidance of their teacher. "Has Hao Xiaoyu's parent arrived? Has Qi Yifeng's parent arrived?" The teachers inside began to call out names one by one, and at that moment, the parents at the entrance were the most anxious. Many murmured about not having seen their granddaughter yet, while another asked when their grandson would emerge. After a considerable wait, once all the children from Guogua's class had been picked up, the old security guard announced, "Parents of the Mango class, please form a line. Anyone who cuts in line will be remembered." In the past, such a figure would have been quite formidable. Xia Zekai followed the queue, not leading but still near the front. Before long, he heard teacher Shihui call out, "Is Xia Jingya's and Xia Jidong's parent here?" She had a vivid impression of the twins' father, particularly because of the commotion caused by Zhao Qingfu's mother. She didn't believe Zhao Qingfu's mother's words, but was curious who would come to pick them up that afternoon. As teacher Shihui pondered this, she heard a familiar voice. "Here, teacher Shi, I am here." Surprised, she replied, "It's you. So you truly aren't working anymore." "Indeed. I resigned at the end of last month." "What? Teacher Shi doesn't think I'm just idling at home, does she?" Xia Zekai chuckled. Teacher Shihui quickly waved her hand. "Not at all. The moment I heard Mr. Xia speak, I knew you were exceptional. Not working means you must have greater ambitions, perhaps aspiring to be your own boss. Before she could finish, the younger daughter, Xia Zekai, shouted, "Daddy, did you buy sweet beans for me?" "No, but I made some myself, and they are even tastier." Xia Zekai pulled out a plastic bag containing melt-in-your-mouth treats from his pocket. As he opened it, a rich, milky aroma wafted out. He grabbed a small handful and offered it to Teacher Sherhui. "Teacher, I just made these for the two of them today. You should try them. If they are good, I'll bring you more next time." While speaking, he didn't delay the others and quickly carried his daughters out. The younger one noticed the treats in her father's hand. Although they looked different from what she usually ate, the enticing scent was enough to entice her. "Daddy, give me the beans," she exclaimed, reaching out eagerly. Xia Zekai deftly lifted his hand to evade her grasp and, feigning sternness, said, "It's cold here. You can't just fill your belly with wind. Let us walk home first, and then you can have them." The elder daughter, Xia Jingya, chimed in, "Tong Tong, you're not being obedient. When mommy comes back, I'll tell her." Just then, she remembered something and looked around, not seeing the familiar figure. She asked her father, "Daddy, where's mommy?" "Well, your mother is at home waiting for you. I need to hurry to bring you back, dear. Let us move quickly. It's cold outside, and we don't want to keep mommy waiting anxiously," Xia Zekai replied. Upon hearing that mommy was at home, the little girl forgot everything else and quickly transformed into a little eager bee. Okay, Daddy, let us hurry home." The younger one, still thinking about the treats in her father's hand, nodded along. "Daddy, I want to go home and eat the beans." "All right then, let us consider it settled." Chapter 16. Does your family's steamed buns also come with packaging? Xia Zekai hastily tucked the remaining plastic bag containing dissolvable candies into his pocket, crouched down, and lifted his two daughters, rushing home. Among the crowd waiting to pick up their children, Zhao Qingfu's mother followed the line forward and spotted the scoundrel who had sprayed her in the morning. She also witnessed him handing something to her son's class teacher. Mr. Shi, though she harbored thoughts of revenge, she dared not speak out again, fearing that the ill-mannered Xia Zekai would retaliate in front of everyone, which would leave her at a significant disadvantage. After finally reaching the kindergarten gate, she noticed that Sherhui was still clutching a handful of pale candies, wondering if these were what that scoundrel had given her. With that thought in mind, she quickly inquired, "Mr. Shi, did that person give you these? What are they? I've never seen anything like them before." "I truly have no objections to him, but we should be cautious about consuming unidentified items, especially those without any packaging," Zhao Qingfu's mother, Xiao Lingling, remarked. "Do the buns your family steams come with packaging?" Sherhui retorted. Xiao Lingling watched as Sherhui picked up one of the candies and popped it into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. These are still warm and quite delicious," she said. The children in the mango class who had yet to be picked up immediately grew restless, clamoring, "Teacher, I want to eat. Teacher, me too, I want some." Their innocent minds were easily swayed, and one child reached out for a taste, prompting the rest to do the same. Fearing they might miss out, the children, having practiced their formation all afternoon, surrounded teacher Sherhui, including the little boy named Zhao Qingfu. Seeing this, Xiao Lingling's expression darkened, feeling more distressed than when Xia Zekai had sprayed her earlier. What pierced her heart further was when her son received a dissolvable candy. Anxious that it might be snatched away by the other children, he quickly shoved it into his mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious! So good! Mommy, please buy me some too." Xiao Lingling felt like she might bleed from frustration. Meanwhile, Xia Zekai sprinted home, cradling his two daughters. Within minutes, they arrived at their apartment, and without delay, he hurried upstairs. Upon entering their home, he barely had time to catch his breath when his eldest daughter, Xia Jingya, rushed in, calling out, "Mommy, where are you?" "I'm back." Xia Zekai felt a headache coming on. He had just been babbling nonsensically, and his wife was not home at all. Realizing this, he quickly shifted his focus, saying, "Sweetheart, take off your coat. It's too warm inside. You'll sweat and catch a cold. And then you'll have to get a shot." "What? A shot?" The eldest, upon hearing this, forgot about searching for her mother and hurriedly asked her father for assistance in removing her thick clothing, terrified of the prospect of an injection. The younger one, Tong Tong, though sturdier than her sister, also feared needles and quickly approached her father for help with her outfit. While he attended to them, the girl ventured into the bedroom but found no sign of her mother. She then opened the door to the spare room, only to discover it empty as well. Finally, she pushed open the bedroom door, realizing her mistake. It was just a modest two-bedroom apartment. "Dad, where's Mom? Why can't I find her?" The little girl spoke with a countenance poised to burst into tears. Summer Zekai's mind raced, and an idea sparked within him. When I went out to fetch you, your mother was still at home preparing a delicious meal for you. I suspect she knows how tiring your first day of school has been and has gone out to buy you some more treats, don't you think? The girl pouted, her disbelief evident. Summer Zekai nodded earnestly. It must be so, dear. When have I ever deceived you, right? If you doubt it, shall we call your mother and inquire about her whereabouts? All right. Summer Jingyao readily agreed. Summer Zekai noticed his daughter gazing intently at him, and he had no choice but to retrieve his Nokia 96 and make the call. As soon as the call connected, he switched the phone to speaker mode and hurriedly said, Wife, have you gone out to buy goodies for the girls? I just picked them up, and they haven't seen you. The little one is missing you. When will you return? Listening from the quality department office, Luo Xiyun instantly grasped the situation. Her husband was certainly concocting a tale to deceive their eldest. Yet, knowing he was lying, she played along. I stepped out to buy some meat for the girls. I'll be back shortly. In the meantime, let your dad entertain you, she reassured them. Upon hearing her mother's words, the little girl believed her immediately, her spirits lifting slightly as she called out, Mom, please come back quickly. All right, once I finish shopping, I'll return and bring you a big chicken leg. How does that sound? Luo Xiyun thought she would have to make a detour to the farmer's market after work. Before the eldest could respond, the youngest chimed in eagerly. Mom, I want pig trotters, and I want pork head meat, the fatty kind. Luo Xiyun's expression darkened. Qingtong, look at you. You're nearly a little piglet already. And you still crave more meat. This remark veered off topic, and Summer Zekai hurriedly exchanged a few words with her before ending the call. The youngest still had her mind on the treats in her father's pocket. Without any meat to eat, she asked her father for some snacks. Summer Zekai, nearly forgetting, quickly retrieved the melt-in-your-mouth candies from his pocket, only to find several had crumbled. Girls, hurry and taste these. They are made by your father with great care and took quite some time, he boasted. Unfortunately, the little girls, not fully comprehending his words, eagerly reached out to grab the treats. Each snatched a handful, but with their tiny hands, they managed to catch far less than they dropped. It was impossible for them to eat one by one. Both the demure girl and the mischievous Qingtong stuffed their mouths, quickly grabbing more, fearful that the other would snatch up their share. Their cheeks bulged, making their voices muffled and indistinct. Tong possessed a rather robust digestive capability. After vigorously swallowing the dissolvable candy in her mouth, she exuberantly exclaimed, Delicious, truly delightful. Daddy, is there more? This is far too little. It won't suffice for me and my sister to compete over. Xia Zekai, with a beaming smile, nodded with a touch of pride, declaring, There's still a large bag left. I've saved it for you both. My dear, would you like more? Yes, Daddy's cooking is the best. I adore it. She replied. Encountering something so delectable, her thoughts of her mother momentarily faded. However, one mustn't indulge excessively in such treats. She needed to save room for dinner. Feeding children snacks as their main meal would be detrimental to their health. Xia Zekai then portioned out another small bag for the sisters, saying, This packet is for you too. Savor it slowly. For today, this is all you shall have. The remainder will accompany you to kindergarten tomorrow. All right. Both girls nodded in agreement. Chapter 17. Luo Xiyun felt overlooked and hurt. At Qiqing Eatery Company, Luo Xiyun, who had just reported for her first day, busied herself amidst the hustle and bustle. As she finally reached the end of her workday, her thoughts turned to the two little ones, and she hurriedly gathered her belongings to leave. Upon exiting her office, she spotted her junior colleagues, Lu Jing and Chen Wenxuan, lingering outside. As she approached, Lu Jing stood and inquired, Manager Luo, do you have time this evening? Xiao Chun and I would like to treat you to dinner. Luo Xiyun was taken aback to find herself the recipient of a dinner invitation from her subordinates on her very first day back to work after several years. This was unexpected. She replied, Lu Jing, Xiao Chun, I have an urgent matter at home today, and I must return promptly. How about this? I will treat you both to dinner this Friday evening. Noticing the exchange of uncertain glances between Lu Jing and Chen Wenxuan, she quickly added, It's settled then. Friday night, I'll take care of it. With that, she hurriedly descended the stairs. In the quality department office, only Lu Jing and Chen Wenxuan remained, exchanging bemused looks. Chen Wenxuan remarked, Lu Jia, what shall we do now? What can we do? Just let it go. Xiao Chen, listen closely. The manager has invited us to dinner. Regardless of your plans this Friday, prioritize this invitation. Dining with the manager is of utmost importance. Whether or not you leave a favorable impression can directly influence your opportunities for promotions and raises in the future. Don't blame Luo Xiyun for not reminding you at a crucial moment, she emphasized. Chen Wenxuan fell silent, contemplating. Lu Jing continued, think carefully. This is our first meal with the manager. The initial impression holds significant weight. With Lu Jing's seasoned perspective, the fresh-faced Chen Wenxuan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, nodding pensively, though his thoughts remained unspoken. Luo Xiyun traversed from the quality department's office through the workshop to the parking lot, relieved not to have received any last-minute overtime notifications. She quickly drove away, mindful that it was peak rush hour. Although Qicheng was a small city at the tail end of the third tier, its status as a hub for chemical and heavy industries meant that private vehicles were abundant. Moreover, the roads in Qicheng have not been renovated in over a decade. They are excessively narrow and riddled with potholes, making it difficult to drive swiftly. Progress was slow, and with Luo Xiyun's driving skills being rather average. By the time she turned into the farmer's market to purchase chicken legs and pig trotters for her 2 daughters, it was already past 6 o'clock, and night had fallen. Ascending the stairs with the warm, fragrant food in hand, she opened the door to find her daughters, Yaotu and Tong Tong, each sprawled on the sofa, with a transparent plastic bag placed between them. Elder sister, it's your turn. You take one, and I'll take one. Whoever is dishonest is a little dog, declared the serious Tong Tong. Yaotu nodded, picking up a treat from the bag and slowly savoring it, her little face radiating delight. Dad's cooking is so delicious. I want more, but Dad said we can only have these. As she spoke, her expression soured, her face nearly pressed against the sofa. Luo Xiyun felt a pang of hurt. She had been home for merely 20 seconds, yet her usually affectionate daughters were ignoring her today. This stirred a bittersweet feeling within her, as if her daughters were growing up and would soon drift away. Yaotu, Tong Tong, come see what Mama brought you, she called out, shaking the plastic bag containing the chicken legs and pig trotters. The eldest, Xia Zekai, turned her head, seemingly just noticing her mother, her face lighting up with surprise. With a joyful cry, she leapt off the sofa, disregarding her shoes, and rushed towards Luo Xiyun in her socks. Mama, you're back. I missed you so much. As she spoke, she embraced her mother's leg, hanging on like a koala. Listening to her eldest daughter's heartfelt declaration, Luo Xiyun felt a swell of emotions. Just as she was lost in sentiment, she noticed something amiss. Where was the younger one? A glance back at the sofa revealed Tong Tong, her fair face now smeared with what looked like ink, having seized the opportunity to hoard the remaining treats from the plastic bag as soon as her sister dashed away. With both hands, she was stuffing as many treats as she could into her mouth, determined to consume them before her sister could reclaim any. As for their mother, Tong Tong was certain she would not escape, and there would be time to cozy up to her later. After all, the delectable treats would vanish in an instant. Yaotu, too, sensed the commotion. Upon seeing her sister ravenously devouring the treats, she erupted into a fit of cries. Releasing her hold on her mother, she dashed back towards the sofa, leading to a tug-of-war between the two sisters, where Yaotu ultimately managed to snatch a few. Luo Xiyun was puzzled. What could be so enticing that it captivated her daughters more than her presence? Placing the bag of cooked food on the coffee table, she slipped on her slippers and approached the sofa. Yaotu, what is this? Let Mama have a taste. Upon hearing her mother's request, Yaotu eagerly raised her small hand, presenting a treat to Luo Xiyun's lips. Mama, you try it. It's made by Dad, and it's really delicious. Tong Tong imitated her mother. Mom, here you go. Luo Xiyun felt a sense of satisfaction and smiled as she patted her daughters' little heads. I'll just have these two. You girls go ahead and eat. As she chewed the melt-in-your-mouth treats the girls had offered her, she savored the creamy flavor tinged with a hint of fishiness. She pondered how her husband had suddenly taken up this culinary endeavor when Xia Zekai emerged from the kitchen after a flurry of activity. Oh, Xiyun, you're back. I didn't hear you come in. Yes, I just arrived and saw your 2 daughters clamoring for snacks, ignoring me entirely. I thought I would see what deliciousness you had prepared. Luo Xiyun indicated the dwindling supply of treats in the plastic bag on the sofa. How did you come to make these? Oh, it's quite simple. I learned from my colleagues during a dull moment at work. There's a fixed recipe, an oven, and just a pair of hands to do the work, Xia Zekai replied nonchalantly. Luo Xiyun reflected on this and ceased her inquiries. Well done. These are far tastier than the ones I've bought for them before. They are on an entirely different level. Xia Zekai puffed up with pride. Of course, Xiyun, I assure you, I used only the finest ingredients for these treats. At this, He began counting on his fingers. The 2 tubs of formula milk the girls didn't finish, plus eggs, cornstarch, and old yogurt. I didn't cut corners like those cake shops. Goodness, that's quite an expense. Luo Xiyun teased. Xia Zekai chose to ignore her. All right, dinner is ready. And the braised ribs are almost done. Go wash your face quickly. We'll eat first. After dinner, Luo Xiyun began to inquire about the girls' experiences at kindergarten. The 2 toddlers, barely over 3 years old, struggled to articulate their day. One moment, they were excitedly discussing how their teacher taught them to line up for the restroom. And the next, they were sharing tales of their personal mishaps. Xia Zekai was rendered speechless, secretly relieved that dinner had concluded. Otherwise, the overwhelming sense might have made it difficult to eat. Did anyone bully you at kindergarten? He asked his eldest daughter. She shook her head. No. However, Tong Tong interjected eagerly. Daddy, someone pulled my sister's hair, and I pushed him. He cried. With that, her smooth chin lifted slightly, her small face radiating pride, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping for her father's praise. Xia Zekai did not disappoint. He affectionately ruffled her hair and commended her. Tong Tong, you did wonderfully. If anyone bullies your sister, you should handle it just like that, understood? Understood, Tong Tong replied eagerly. Luo Xiyun was somewhat exasperated, wondering why he chose to impart such lessons. The sisters had spent their first day at kindergarten, exhausting their energy, and not long after dinner, they began to feel sleepy. Luo Xiyun and Xia Zekai, each taking responsibility for one child, successfully lulled them to sleep before securely closing the master bedroom door and returning to the living room. Xia Zekai poured a glass of warm water for his wife, adding a spoonful of honey. Drink some water. You must be quite tired after your first day at the new job, he said. It's manageable, replied Luo Xiyun. The company is newly established, and with only 3 people in the quality department, everything must start from scratch. I'm gradually figuring things out, but it's actually quite beneficial. I don't have to worry about lacking work experience, and I can learn along the way. Xia Zekai pondered for a moment and realized she was right. As he contemplated, Luo Xiyun inquired, What have you been busy with today? Upon hearing her question, Xia Zekai puffed his chest with pride and replied, Not much, really. After dropping the kids off at kindergarten, I wandered around the neighborhood, intending to find a suitable shop to start something. I didn't find a store. But while buying some snacks for the girls, I noticed they were laden with additives. I couldn't possibly feed that to my daughter. So I decided to head to a nearby market and purchase some quality baking tools instead. I hadn't even asked about your day. And you've taken on this endeavor, Luo Xiyun remarked, puzzled. Is the threshold for entering the baking industry really that low? Your colleagues have merely shared recipes. And you can bake so well? Xia Zekai dismissed her concerns, believing that his newfound baking skills were undoubtedly a result of talent. Yet, he found her expressions, raising her eyebrows and occasionally frowning, quite charming. Unable to resist, he suggested, Darling, after a long day, you must be exhausted. During my university days, I learned traditional massage techniques from a martial arts classmate. How about I give you a relaxing massage to help you unwind? His gaze remained fixed on her loose-fitting nightgown, which he found exceptionally beautiful, rendering all others unworthy of his attention. With a playful smirk, Luo Xiyun gestured towards the guest room, saying, This one do. The sofa is too narrow. Let us go to that room. Xia Zekai thought to himself, my wife truly understands my heart. After a soothing massage, both succumbed to deep slumber, content and weary. In the middle of the night, Xia Zekai awoke to tend to the needs of the 2 girls. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Xiyun had also stirred. She smiled to see him bustling about before closing her eyes and drifting back to sleep. Previously, such matters had been her concern, but now she felt a genuine sense of trust, believing he could handle it. By dawn the next day, Xia Zekai awoke before 6, contemplating an early start to prepare breakfast. Turning to his side, he noticed that Luo Xiyun had already vacated her spot, rising even earlier than he. As he entered the kitchen, he found her busy at work. Hearing his approach, she turned and said, You've been up all night. You must not have rested well. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? I can't sleep anymore, she replied. Besides, I'm not tied to a strict work schedule during the day, so I might as well keep busy. Xia Zekai leaned in closer, inhaling the faint fragrance of his wife, which ignited the wildflowers of desire within him once more. Luo Xiyun seemed to sense this, and with a scoff, urged him, Hurry up and wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly. We still need to get the girls up, comb their hair, and dress them. With such tasks at hand, she felt the pressure mounting, fearing that the girls would cling to her upon waking, preventing her from leaving. She decided to rise even earlier that morning. Seizing the moment while the little ones remained asleep, she finished breakfast and, with her bag and car keys in hand, set out. She was no longer overly concerned about whether her husband could manage the children. Her primary focus was on her own responsibilities. It was no easy feat to support a family single-handedly, particularly when it encompassed 3 males. Her departure was graceful, yet it left Xia Zekai with a burdensome predicament. As anticipated, upon waking, the little girl immediately began searching for her mother. Not spotting Luo Xiyun, she grew anxious and was on the verge of tears. With no other option, Xia Zekai resorted to his persuasive tactics once more. Furthermore, he had divided the remaining melt-in-your-mouth snacks from yesterday into 2 portions, placing them into the girls' little backpacks for their kindergarten lunch. This clever arrangement allowed him to coax both the little girl and Tong Tong to the entrance of the kindergarten. Upon handing them over to Teacher Shi Rui, who was waiting at the door, Xia Zekai mentioned, "Teacher Shi, there's a large bag of melt-in-your-mouth snacks in the girls' backpacks. Could you please help distribute them among the classmates later?" Hearing him bring this up, Shi Rui casually inquired, "Mr. Xia, is it the same treat you gave me yesterday? If you don't mind, could you share how it's made?" "Ah, that's a lengthy story," Xia Zekai thought, responding, "If you're interested, I can prepare some more for you at home." "Mr. Xia, you've misunderstood. It's not for me. But I thought it might be nice for the children at our kindergarten," Shi Rui clarified, pointing to the stream of toddlers entering the school. "You see, after you left yesterday, I distributed the snacks you gave me, and the children went wild over them. Some even begged their mothers and grandparents to take them to buy more. I received several calls from parents inquiring where they could purchase them, as their children were crying at home." Shi Rui recounted the series of frantic calls she received the previous evening, feeling quite exasperated herself. Xia Zekai never anticipated such a stir over a mere snack. After all, if they didn't have that, they could eat something else. "Teacher Shi, I wouldn't mind sharing, but the key is in the proportions. It contains children's milk powder and yogurt. If not mixed properly, or if the timing is off, it can turn out quite unpalatable." "Is that so? I hadn't considered that, Mr. Xia. I apologize for the trouble," Shi Rui reflected, realizing the truth in his words. Cooking varies greatly. Some people can never seem to get it right, much like her own husband. With this thought, she dismissed her earlier curiosity about the recipe, recognizing her own naivety. Moreover, the addition of milk powder, costing around 200 per bucket, undoubtedly renders such expenses untenable for the kindergarten. Chapter 19. Gimmick. As he watched the 2 young girls hand in hand enter the teaching building, Xia Zekai released a sigh of relief. He greeted Shi Rui briefly before departing. The words Shi Rui had spoken earlier did not weigh heavily on his mind. He contemplated spending a couple of hours searching for suitable premises before deciding on which project to embark upon first. If he were unable to find anything, he would simply return home to prepare some snacks for his 2 daughters. He had resolved that, having assumed the title of a full-time father, he would embrace this role with flair, compelling his wife to sing his praises in submission. The thought alone was delightful. At the kindergarten in Xiyun community, it was customary for no children to arrive after 8:10, at which point all the teachers waiting at the entrance would also enter the building. When the time for the unified breakfast arrived, the children in the middle and upper classes fared reasonably well. However, a significant portion of the little ones in the newly admitted class had been fed by their parents or grandparents at home, as there were not enough teachers to attend to them at the kindergarten. During these moments, Shi Rui and her colleagues resembled soldiers preparing for battle. Fortunately, today was better than yesterday. After a day of adjustment, there were hardly any tears. Once breakfast was served at the long, narrow tables for the children, most of them recognized it was time to eat, though a few stubborn ones still required coaxing. The teachers patiently taught them to feed themselves time and again. By the time all the little ones had clamored about being full, more than half an hour had elapsed. The 3 teachers in the mango class, including Shi Rui, breathed a sigh of relief and began tidying up the spoons and bowls, wiping down the tables, engrossed in their tasks. The children in the classroom gathered together, chattering excitedly, each sharing their thoughts. Tong Tong, being restless, remembered the delicious treats in her backpack and could hardly wait. She took out her bag, but struggled to unzip it. Anxious, Tong Tong approached Shi Rui for assistance. "Teacher, I have tasty treats in my backpack, but I can't open it." Shi Rui recalled the instructions from Xia Zhidong's father and nodded. "All right, let me help you open it and see what deliciousness awaits." Hearing the teacher's response, Tong Tong, unaware of the teacher's intentions, proudly declared, Teacher, it's delicious beans that my daddy made for me and my sister. They're so good. Really? Tong Tong. Could you share some with the other children? Shi Rui casually inquired, not expecting a positive response. After all, her extensive experience in early childhood education had taught her that most children at this age are quite protective of their food. To her surprise, Tong Tong eagerly nodded. Sure. Whoever becomes my friend will get some. Shi Rui was speechless, taking a closer look at the little girl and thinking to herself, you may be small, but you certainly possess a clever mind. Your father must have taught you well. After she helped Tong Tong take out a large bag of dissolvable beans from her backpack, she spoke up, noting that many companions were eager to befriend Tong Tong. They readily agreed, fearing that if they delayed, they would miss out on the treats. The little girl also shared the dissolvable beans from her own backpack with her friends. Considering the contents of their small bags, it was evident that these 2 bags combined were insufficient for the 30 children in the mango class. Each child barely had a few bites before it was all gone. Some children, left without any to eat, began to wail, sitting on the ground and rolling about in tears, insisting on having the beans. Shiru and her 2 companions hurried to the logistics area to fetch yogurt, biscuits, and other snacks for the children. While some were distracted, a few stubborn ones remained inconsolable. This left Shiru at a loss. What to do? She was speechless, never anticipating that a mere sharing of snacks would lead to such a commotion among the little ones. It was unrealistic to rely on Mr. Xia to deliver more. After this round, what would happen next time? At that moment, Xia Zekai was unaware of the events unfolding in the mango class of the kindergarten. He was wandering around the community, searching for suitable street-front shops while contemplating his next steps. There were numerous tasks he could undertake, just as Sun Hongley suggested. He could emulate Li Jinxuan by sourcing goods from Samu and profit by selling them to clients. He indeed possessed resources in this regard. However, the potential clients in Qiqing had largely been tapped out, and acquiring new clients would necessitate venturing outside. His current situation did not permit such travels. Even though he was aware he could effortlessly earn several thousand yuan monthly, he was not inclined to pursue that avenue, returning to his old trade. But the world was only in the digital age, far from the 4.5 era, which significantly constrained his developmental prospects. After a thorough exploration around Xiyun Garden community, without finding a suitable location, Xia Zekai remained undeterred and continued to walk forward. 2 hours later, he decided to stop searching and head home to prepare some dissolvable beans for his daughter. Passing by a fruit shop at the entrance of the community, he went in to buy a red-fleshed dragon fruit, and then visited a vegetable shop to purchase 2 carrots, intending to extract their juice and blend it with the dissolvable beans to enhance their color. What do we call this? Pure and natural. While Xia Zekai busied himself at home, Luo Xiyun began her day at work. After familiarizing herself with the environment yesterday, she entered a working state today. Taking advantage of the fact that most areas of the factory were still under construction, she focused on establishing the relevant processes. Lacking substantial experience, she primarily referenced materials provided by the company's domestic headquarters. Lu Jing, who had previously worked in quality inspection, possessed practical operational skills in this area. Chen Wenxuan, on the other hand, had just graduated this year and was diligently following Lu Jing to learn the ropes. Luo Xiyun occasionally wandered into the workshop to observe the various processes. While not thoroughly knowledgeable, she felt confident when it came to formulating the relevant procedures. Upon returning from outside, Luo Xiyun had just removed her gray work attire and had yet to catch her breath when Lu Jing approached her, holding a bound document printed on A4 paper. Manager, do you have a moment? Could you assist me in reviewing this nonconformance control process? How should we establish the guidelines? Luo Xiyun lacked practical experience, yet she remained composed in the face of the request. Lu Jing, I have a small urgent matter at the moment. Please mark the areas of confusion for me and leave it on my desk. I will review it and provide guidance shortly. Lu Jing nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts. After all, the title of Quality Department Manager carried significant weight, and she privately knew that the manager had achieved 6 Sigma Black Belt certification, a remarkable feat in the industry. In the minds of most, one does not attain the position of department manager in a foreign enterprise without possessing substantial competence. However, Lu Jing had misjudged this time. Luo Xiyun was not merely a quality professional. Processes often share commonalities, and Luo Xiyun was not deterred by the prospect of being unable to resolve the issue. She could always search online for information, consult relevant literature, and integrate the factory's actual conditions. Eventually, A solution would materialize, provided she was granted a little time. Furthermore, if this attempt proved insufficient, the next iteration could be refined based on the existing framework. Perfection is seldom achieved in a single endeavor. Chapter 20. An unexpected business opportunity. After returning home in the morning, Xia Zekai remained occupied until after 1 in the afternoon, successfully baking a small basin of prepared raw materials. Today, he felt more adept than yesterday, resulting in a quicker overall progress and reduced time expenditure. Thanks to the addition of red flesh dragon fruit and carrots, Xia Zekai produced 3 distinct hues of melted candies: vibrant red, pale yellow, and creamy white. He spread the freshly baked candies out to cool, allowing them to achieve a crisp texture. Subsequently, he opened the kitchen window for ventilation before taking a shower, tossing his clothes into the washing machine. After bathing, he donned a fresh outfit, emanating a subtle scent of mint. Upon noticing the table adorned with tricolored candies, Xia Zekai was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. With nearly 2 hours remaining before he was to pick up his daughters at 4 o'clock, he contemplated indulging in a brief nap to rejuvenate before their arrival. Unfortunately, the fates conspired against him. While lying quietly on the sofa, his phone began to ring, playing the tune of the first snow of 2002. Xia Zekai stared at the Nokia 96 on the sofa, irritation bubbling within him as he contemplated smashing it. He muttered, "Couldn't you have waited an hour to ring? Had I known, I would have silenced you earlier." Leaning forward, he noticed the caller ID displayed kindergarten teacher Xia. His previous annoyance dissipated, and he hurriedly navigated around the coffee table to answer the call. "Hello, is this teacher Xia? Is there something concerning my daughters, Yaotu and Tongtong?" A hint of anxiety crept into Xia Zekai's voice. He pondered. After only their second day in kindergarten, it was unusual for the school to contact parents so soon. It is uncertain. Who knows the current state of kindergartens? "Mr. Xia, is it? I am Shiru. Do you have a moment? Please come to our kindergarten. There is something I would like to discuss with you." Shiru's voice echoed. Upon hearing her words, Xia Zekai's heart sank. What could they possibly be discussing? Being summoned 2 hours before school was out to speak with a parent could only mean trouble. "All right, I will be there shortly, within 10 minutes at most." Xia Zekai replied succinctly, hurriedly changing into his shoes, donning a thick coat, grabbing his keys, and rushing out the door. As he reached the entrance, he glanced back at the table where a thick layer of colorful melt-in-your-mouth candies lay. His eyes darted around, and he turned back to grab a clean plastic bag, filling it with a portion of the treats, thinking that regardless of what transpired, it would be wise to offer a package to the teacher as a gesture of goodwill. After all, they were homemade. Monetary value was irrelevant. It was the sentiment that mattered. 6 minutes later, Xia Zekai, having dashed down from the upper floors, finally arrived at the entrance of Xiyun Kindergarten, for minutes ahead of his expectation. He paused to catch his breath before adjusting his disheveled attire and sauntering toward the kindergarten entrance. It was still before dismissal time, and the main gate remained closed. The elderly security guard, warming himself in a small booth, spotted Xia Zekai and stepped out, inquiring through the barred iron gate, "What brings you here?" "Sir, I received a call from Teacher Shiru asking me to come," Xia Zekai responded. The security guard, clearly familiar with the situation, asked, "Are you Xia Zekai?" "Teacher Shiru just came by to greet me. You may enter, but please refrain from wandering around during class." As he spoke, he unlocked the heavy gate with his keys. "Rest assured, we certainly wouldn't want to disrupt the children's learning," Xia Zekai replied with a smile. Habitually, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, flicking the bottom to pop out 2 sticks, which he offered to the guard. "Sir, I haven't brought any fine cigarettes. Please accept one. Don't be picky." The security guard, evidently a seasoned smoker, glanced around instinctively, ensuring no one else was present, and cheerfully accepted. There are regulations against smoking in the kindergarten. Although this job pays little, it is quite easy. I can't even dare to carry cigarettes while on duty. I'll find a spot to enjoy a couple after my shift. Upon hearing this, Xia Zekai generously tossed the remaining half-pack into the guard's hands. "Then take these." "Sir, I'm planning to quit smoking soon. Discarding them feels wasteful. Please do me a favor." This isn't quite appropriate. The guard hesitated, feeling slightly embarrassed as he held the half-pack, unsure whether to keep it or not. "Sir, I must hurry to find Teacher Shiru. Let us have a proper chat later," Xia Zekai said astutely, swiftly making his way toward the classroom building. At the entrance of the mango class, Xia Zekai peeked inside and saw Shiru standing by the door. She turned and noticed him, quickly informing another tall, slender teacher in the classroom before rushing out. Mr. Xia Jingyao's father, you've arrived. Shiru greeted him with a warm smile. Xia Zekai pondered over the smile, concluding that things might not be too grim. He nodded and said, Teacher Shi, please enlighten me swiftly. Why the urgency in summoning me at this hour? Has something transpired with the girls, Yaotu and Tongtong? Shi Rui waved her hand. Mr. Xia, do not fret. Here is the matter. This morning, you filled the sisters' backpacks with those melt-in-your-mouth candies. And they shared them with the children in our class, who absolutely adored them. I did reserve a portion for the sisters, which was initially inconsequential. However, during lunch, little Xia Jitong requested some, leading to a commotion among the other children who were eager to snatch them away. In her haste, Xia Jitong accidentally pushed a little boy, who was understandably startled and began to cry. Thankfully, he merely tumbled onto his bottom without any injury. But do you know, Mr. Xia, that after Xia Jitong offered him a few candies, he ceased his tears? Your daughter is quite perceptive, Shi Rui exclaimed in admiration. Xia Zekai listened, his expression one of bewilderment. Are you certain there is nothing else? It isn't that my daughter engaged in a brawl and injured someone, is it? After a brief pause, he inquired, Teacher Shi, you called me here to discuss this? Oh, not at all. How forgetful of me, Shi Rui replied, a hint of embarrassment on her face. She quickly shifted to the matter at hand. Mr. Xia, do you sell those melt-in-your-mouth candies? Sell candies? Xia Zekai's thoughts momentarily faltered, sensing an oddity in the situation. Yet upon further reflection, he realized no one had explicitly stated that selling them was out of the question. Shi Rui, noting his inquiry, nodded in agreement. Yes. We would like to purchase some. To be candid, Teacher Shi, I haven't had any luck finding your kind of melt-in-your-mouth candies during my morning rounds at the kindergarten supply section. There were a few snacks that appeared similar. Yet they were far from the same flavor, excessively sweet, overly rich, and lacking in aroma. Many children found them unappetizing, Shi Rui chattered on. Once she paused, Xia Zekai interjected. However, Teacher Shi, the cost of producing these melt-in-your-mouth candies is quite substantial. He extended his finger, counting off, for instance. The 900-gram canister of milk powder that the girls consumed yielded only 2 bags, consuming a significant portion. Not to mention the eggs, vegetable oil, fruit juice for coloring. Along with water, electricity, and my labor cost, if we were to sell them, they would certainly not be inexpensive. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this purchase? Shi Rui nodded emphatically, bolstering her argument. I understand, Mr. Xia. You mentioned this before, and I spoke with our principal, who is keen on buying some. However, she is uncertain whether the children from other classes will enjoy them, so she doesn't plan to order in excess. Oh dear, I've been so engrossed in conversation with you. I almost forgot, Xia Zekai exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Shi Rui looked on, perplexed, wondering if he intended to harm himself. In the next moment, Xia Zekai retrieved the bag of tri-colored melt-in-your-mouth candies he had brought and offered it to Shi Rui. Teacher Shi, this is a new variety I crafted today. Please taste and let me know your thoughts. What a coincidence. It seems Mr. Xia is indeed a well-prepared individual. In her heart, Shiru initially wore a cheerful smile, but upon seeing the tricolor melt-in-your-mouth sweets presented by Xia Zekai, her brow furrowed instinctively as she inquired, Mr. Xia, are these truly melt-in-your-mouth sweets? You haven't added any artificial coloring, have you? If so, we certainly won't be purchasing them. No. These are specially made for our little girl and Tong. How could I possibly add such substances? Xia Zekai gently waved his hand, responding with a smile. Realizing the situation, Shiru pointed to the colors and asked, then what are these? Fruit and vegetable colors. Xia Zekai replied succinctly. Noticing Shiru's continued frown of confusion, he further elucidated, for instance. Watermelon juice is red, while most vegetable juices are predominantly green. Teacher Shi, do you understand? I can assure you, the melt-in-your-mouth sweets I have made, aside from the formula of the milk powder, are composed entirely of pure, natural, and unpolluted ingredients, with absolutely no additives. Xia Zekai's experience in business had taught him the importance of maintaining one's reputation, particularly during initial negotiations with clients, which necessitated presenting oneself in the best possible light. All right, I believe you. Mr. Xia, please do not be overly excited. How about this? I will taste them, and then you shall accompany me to the principal's office at our kindergarten. As she spoke, Shiru opened the tied plastic bag, delicately pinching a pale pink sweet between her thumb and forefinger, placing it in her mouth, followed by a larger red one. She chewed thoughtfully. savoring the familiar flavor that eluded her memory. Not pretending to know, she asked, what fruits or vegetables have been added? Red-fleshed dragon fruit and carrot. To be honest, that red-fleshed dragon fruit is quite expensive, around 7 or 8 yuan each. From 2 fist-sized dragon fruits, I only managed to extract this small amount of juice. And you can't see any of it in the sweets. Xia Zekai shook his head knowingly, seemingly relishing the moment, and sighed. Ah, too costly. Shiru ceased her inquiries and led the way, clutching the small bag of tricolor melt-in-your-mouth sweets, while Xia Zekai followed closely behind her. Hardly glancing at the nearby Tong Tong and the little girl, they ascended to the second floor together. Upon arrival, it dawned on him that they had returned to the same room he had visited yesterday to register his daughter. Could that slightly plump woman be the principal? Just as he pondered this, it was confirmed. Teacher Tian, I have brought the person. This Mr. Xia is the one who makes the melt-in-your-mouth sweets. Shiru introduced him to the principal. The title was quite amusing. Instead of being called principal, she was referred to as a teacher. Upon seeing Xia Zekai's face, Tianqing felt a sense of familiarity, and after a moment, she recalled, pointing at him. Oh, I didn't recognize you at first. You are the father who brought the 2 twin sisters to register yesterday. Indeed, it is I, Xia Zekai replied straightforwardly. Tianqing remarked. Your adorable daughters must be fraternal twins, right? My memory fails me. I cannot recall yesterday's events clearly. Immediately, Tianqing uttered a statement that left Xia Zekai quite astonished. Mr. Xia, I must first apologize to you. It was inappropriate of me to inquire about your work situation yesterday, as it is fundamentally a private matter for you. I regret that it caused you any trouble. As I heard from Teacher Shi, Xia Zekai dismissed the triviality of the matter, not allowing it to weigh on his mind. It was merely that inexplicable woman from yesterday, who had an inflated sense of self-worth, whom he had rebuffed on the spot. He believed he had done a service by helping her maintain a clear perspective. Teacher Tian, I truly did not take it to heart. Let us put this behind us. After a brief pause, he pointed at Shi Rui and continued, Teacher Shi just called me, expressing interest in purchasing the exclusive technology one utilized to create these melt-in-your-mouth candies. Look at this hype. It has now been labeled as exclusive technology. Tianqing readily acknowledged. That is indeed the case. Following suit, Shi Rui astutely placed the package that Xia Zekai had just given her in front of Tianqing, saying, Teacher Tian, this is what Mr. Xia just provided me. It is said to contain fruit juice for coloring, which alters the taste, yet it remains delicious. I will head down to attend to the students in the mango class. Teacher Tian, please discuss with Mr. Xia. She understood her role as a mere facilitator, a bridge, and felt that further involvement would be unnecessary. Once she departed, Tianqing gestured for Xia Zekai to take a seat across from her. Mr. Xia, how do you intend to market this snack? To be precise, while Shi Rui was an experienced educator, Tianqing was merely a businesswoman managing a kindergarten, focused solely on the childcare industry. In business discussions, she would not entertain emotions. Xia Zekai, however, adapted well to this dynamic. He did not provide a direct quote, but remarked, Teacher Tian, let us calculate together. With a large batch at hand, he noted that 300 grams of milk powder would be required, and a 900-gram canister of milk powder costs 200 yuan, alongside the need for several eggs and, of course, the expense of yogurt. I almost forgot to account for my labor costs and future rental expenses for a store, he added, counting on his fingers. Quickly realizing that 5 fingers were insufficient, Tianqing recognized that despite Xia Zekai's youthful and handsome visage, he was a seasoned player in the business arena. Someone who had navigated through many storms, to put it bluntly, a street-smart individual well-versed in the intricacies of commerce. She would wager that such a person could never rely on his wife for support. Perhaps he was merely jesting that day. Or perhaps he had recently resigned and was preparing to embark on his own venture. Chapter 22. The difficulties of entrepreneurship. Mr. Xia, you surely have ways to reduce costs. Tianqing stated directly after waiting for him to finish. I have many children here, but they are not all your own daughters. Xia Zekai was momentarily speechless. Her words were strikingly pragmatic. She was a perceptive individual, no wonder she could manage a kindergarten. Yet, he had no interest in engaging in such matters. To know that his daughter is also studying here, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will be here for the next 3 years. If a collaboration truly comes to fruition, he would inevitably be subjected to the diminished version of his confectionery. The mere thought of it made Xia Zekai feel as though he were committing an unforgivable sin. Teacher Tian, if that is your perspective, then perhaps it is best to forego this business altogether, Xia Zekai stated bluntly. Tian Qing was taken aback. Mr. Xia, we can discuss this matter at length. I believe exchanging the milk powder priced at over 200 per barrel for one costing over 100 should not pose an issue. And other costs can also be adjusted accordingly. I must first ensure the quality. Xia Zekai replied earnestly, fixating his gaze upon Tian Qing as he uttered those words. She scrutinized him for a full minute, causing Xia Zekai, a seasoned player, to feel slightly embarrassed. Finally, she said, "Very well, that reassures me. After all, these are children, and I cannot bear any mishaps." This stark contrast in demeanor might disconcert the average individual, yet Xia Zekai was no ordinary person. He thrived behind a faade and deemed this behavior entirely normal, trivial even. "Mr. Xia, please provide a quotation for us to deliberate upon, and should it be suitable, we shall procure from you moving forward." Xia Zekai nodded. "That is not an issue." Tian Qing then recalled something and inquired, "Mr. Xia, have you obtained a business license? Additionally, do you possess a food health certificate? These documents will be necessary once an agreement is reached." "I have them all," he replied nonchalantly, although he had yet to find an appropriate storefront, unable to produce such quantities at home. "I just need a bit of time." Though he had no certificates at all, he remained unfazed, spinning a tale that Tian Qing believed. "That is of no concern, but do endeavor to expedite the process. Shall we say 2 weeks? 2 weeks? It seemed that he would need to spend money on an agency to procure the necessary permits. Xia Zekai calculated in his mind before finally agreeing. "Very well. 2 weeks it is. I shall devote myself entirely to this." "Curious," Tian Qing asked, "what kind of storefront are you seeking? Preferably one along the street. If that proves elusive, a slightly inferior option would suffice. It need not be overly large, but cleanliness is paramount. I cannot simply settle for a rudimentary structure. After all, when you come to inspect the place, I would not want you to feel at ease." Xia Zekai articulated his thoughts with precision. Tian Qing found merit in his words, furrowing her brow before continuing. "Mr. Xia, I happen to know of a rather spacious garage for rent adjacent to our Xiyun community, in the Linao community. Would you be interested?" "A garage?" Xia Zekai exclaimed, astonished by the coincidence. Figures such as Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Jeff Bezos, and Larry Page all commenced their entrepreneurial journeys from garages. Could this be an omen of sorts? Xia Zekai felt a thrill of excitement. Teacher Tian is acquainted with him? I would be willing to take a look. In critical moments, Xia Zekai was not picky. If a suitable storefront eluded him, he could settle for a temporary solution and search for something better later. The individual in question is a parent of a child from our kindergarten. I recently overheard her discussing this matter. I will provide you with her number, and you can inquire further," Tian Qing said as she lowered her head to retrieve her phone, searching for the contact information. She ultimately provided Xia Zekai with a string of numbers. Xia Zekai, using his Nokia 96, entered a request to add her as a friend, under the nickname "My Heart Has Been Stolen." Although this moniker bore a hint of literary flair, it also evoked an air of a forlorn woman in a secluded chamber. Xia Zekai chose to overlook this implication. He noted in the friend request that he was referred by Teacher Tian from Xiyun Kindergarten, inquiring whether her garage was available for rent. After concluding this matter, Xia Zekai took his leave, as he needed to hasten to an agency to procure a business license and health certificate. Additionally, he had to discuss this unintentional entrepreneurial endeavor with his wife, analyzing its feasibility, ideally culminating in a report to facilitate future financing endeavors. This delay consumed over half an hour, and with just over an hour remaining until his daughter's school day concluded, Xia Zekai pondered the futility of accomplishing much in that time. Instead, he considered warming himself in a small building near the kindergarten, while engaging in light banter with the old security guard to foster goodwill. Previously, he had only come to escort his daughter to and from school, but after today, he might very well become the exclusive snack supplier for the kindergarten. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a good rapport with the security personnel. As he contemplated this, his Nokia 96 emitted a familiar alert, signaling a message. To his astonishment, "My Heart Has Been Stolen" had been verified and was inquiring when he could come by for a visit. Surprised by the promptness, Xia Zekai realized that the Linao community was merely a stone's throw away, the large complex across the street, home to thousands of households. With over an hour before his daughter's dismissal, a round trip would be sufficient. "I can come over now. Is that convenient for you?" "Which building?" he quickly replied, formulating his plan. My heart has been stolen sent back a clear message detailing her building number within the Lineo community. Without further ado, Xia Zekai set off. 10 minutes later, he found himself face to face with a slender woman clad in a long, knee-length black down coat, her shoulder-length black hair cascading loosely. The potent scent of her perfume was unmistakable even from a distance. He mused to himself. She looked presentable, yet the fragrance was overwhelmingly strong. His wife was far more appealing in her natural state. The woman introduced herself as Pan Xin, mentioning that she had purchased an apartment in another district and would be relocating there in June. Consequently, her current residence would be rented out, along with her garage. Xia Zekai thought to himself how shrewd she was. No wonder she was successful in her ventures. Upon inspecting the garage, he noted it was completely cleared out and evidently renovated. Adorned with white square tiles, covering approximately 30 square meters, it was quite spacious and, crucially, the price was significantly lower than typical storefronts in the area. It's 5,000 yuan a year. If you find it suitable, we can sign the contract now, and I'll hand you the keys, Pan Xin proposed. This price was markedly less than the usual 2,000 to 3,000 yuan for comparable properties, and after a moment's consideration, Xia Zekai decided against haggling over trivial details. Let us proceed with that. Let us sign, Xia Zekai affirmed. The key aspect of this community is its sheer size, with thousands of households and over 10,000 residents. Moreover, this neighborhood has a youthful demographic, indicating that most families are blessed with children. Once this novel venture hits the market, there is no need to actively seek out clientele, as the nearby Xiyun kindergarten can readily vouch for it. Chapter 23. All for the song of the newly freed serfs. Upon reflection, the garage within this small enclave is remarkably suitable, far superior to the street-level shops outside. After a little over half an hour, they had everything sorted. Upon learning that there was an automatic teller machine at the east entrance of Lineo community, Xia Zekai promptly escorted Pan Xin there, where she withdrew 5,000 yuan in cash to settle the rent on the spot. He is a man of decisive action. Once he has made up his mind, he acts without hesitation. Otherwise, overthinking can lead to self-doubt, resulting in stagnation. Once the transaction was complete, Xia Zekai quickly tucked the lease agreement and keys into his pocket and headed towards the kindergarten, as his daughter and Tong Tong would soon finish school. To his surprise, Pan Xin was also making her way in that direction. What a coincidence. My son attends Xiyun kindergarten as well, Pan Xin remarked. Her son is in the senior class and will graduate in June, after which he will transfer to a school near their newly purchased home in the city. Upon hearing this, Xia Zekai realized that she was already considering buying a property in a better educational district. I must act swiftly. He felt a sense of urgency. Men who are supported by women also possess a sense of pride. He needed to rise above his current circumstances and sing the song of the newly freed serfs. Otherwise, remaining submissive and enduring would eventually erode his confidence and well-being. Mr. Xia, I don't believe we've met before. Your daughter must have just started her first year, correct? At the kindergarten gate, with only a few people around, Pan Xin, seeking conversation, initiated small talk. Indeed, Miss Pan, you possess keen insight. Just yesterday was her first day. I thought since both my daughters are in school and my wife is at work, I might as well find something to occupy my time, Xia Zekai replied candidly. Given my current situation, working in a factory seems impractical. I can only venture into small business endeavors. From their brief interactions, he sensed that Pan Xin was not the aggressive woman he had previously encountered. True to his instincts, Pan Xin displayed no sign of discomfort. Instead, she smiled and praised him. Mr. Xia, you are truly remarkable, embarking on your entrepreneurial journey at such a young age. Your vision and decisiveness are commendable. I have faith in you. Ha, Miss Pan, I must say your discernment is exceptional. Xia Zekai replied earnestly. Initially, Pan Xin did not grasp his compliment. But once she did, she covered her mouth and chuckled. While his words were a clever way of praising himself, Pan Xin found him rather amusing instead of being offended. As the school day drew to a close, teachers from each class began organizing the students to don their thick jackets, pack their belongings, and check for any forgotten items. Proceeding to exit in order of the small, medium, and large classes. Students, gently pull the backpack of the child ahead of you and proceed slowly outside, maintaining order. Shiru called out commands as the tall, slender teacher led the way, guiding the 30 children of Mango class to form a long, orderly line. There he is. I see my grandson. I see you too, Dong Dong. I am here. The elderly women and young mothers waiting at the entrance became a flurry of excitement upon seeing their children emerge from the building. Maintaining a proper queue proved impossible, as a few oblivious parents seized the moment when the two security guards and other parents were distracted and cut in line. Those in front, unable to tolerate the disruption, quickly voiced their displeasure, but the intruders feigned ignorance, collecting their children and departing in silence. The anticipated argument never materialized, thus diminishing the amusement for those further back in line, who felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the lack of drama. As the line progressed, it finally became Xia Zekai's turn. He received both Yadu and Tong Tong from Shiru, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher Shi, for today. I will bring more treats for your class tomorrow." "You are too kind, Mr. Xia. The children simply adore the melt-in-your-mouth candies you make," Shiru replied with a smile. Xia Zekai waved goodbye to the old security guard and bent down to instruct the two little girls, Yadu, Tong Tong. "Say goodbye to your teacher and your grandpa." The sisters, well trained by their mother, Luo Xiyun, waved their tiny hands and obediently chimed, "Goodbye, teacher Shi. Goodbye, grandpa." This was a rather ordinary scene. Yet a noticeable contrast emerged when several other children, upon being picked up by their grandparents or young mothers, departed without uttering a single polite word. After leaving the kindergarten with their father, Yadu's adorable little head bobbed as she looked around, her cherubic face clouded with disappointment. "Dad, is Mom not coming again? Didn't you say this morning that she would pick me up today? How could you lie to me?" "Not at all. Your mother was at home with me this noon, preparing a delightful array of melt-in-your-mouth candies just for you too, in all sorts of colors. They are simply beautiful." Xia Zekai exaggerated his expressions and gestures, swiftly redirecting the attention of Yadu and Tong Tong. Tong Tong began to exuberantly plead, "Dad, let us hurry home. I want to eat those delicious candies. Let us go." Xia Zekai exclaimed in a whimsical tone, taking each girl by the hand as they ambled homeward. This time, he was in no rush. He would relish the prospect of strolling for 2 hours, hoping that by the time they returned, his wife might just be home. Unfortunately, Tong Tong was not having it. She remained preoccupied with thoughts of the delicious candies her father had just mentioned, anxiously tugging at his hand to move forward. Yado also wished to see if her mother was waiting for her at home. Left with no alternative, Xia Zekai acquiesced and followed them homeward. As he opened the door, grappling with how to explain to the girls why their mother was not at home, the moment they spotted the vibrant array of colorful candies scattered across the coffee table, their concerns vanished. They energetically shook their little backsides, unburdening themselves of their small backpacks, and without even changing their shoes or washing their hands, they lunged towards the table. Fortunately, Xia Zekai called out, "You two, stop right there. Wash your hands first, or you'll end up with bugs in your bellies, and then you'll need injections." "Oh, injections?" The girl elongated her tone, terrified of needles. Tong Tong blinked, wrestling with her thoughts. A glance at the candy and then down at her own little belly made her fear of the injection momentarily prevail, and she obediently followed her father to wash her hands. After Xia Zekai meticulously washed their hands and faces and helped them change out of their thick clothes, he finally granted them the freedom to roam. Chapter 24, Possessing What Others Lack, Earning Quick Money. Observing the girls devouring the colorful candy, Xia Zekai was alarmed. Had they not eaten for years, resulting in such voracity? Consuming even the finest treats in such a manner could lead to troubles. In the end, he divided the candy into 2 portions using a clean plastic bag, one smaller portion for the sisters to enjoy slowly, and a larger one for the kindergarten the next day, just to make a gesture. As for the remainder, it was of no concern. They could always make more tomorrow. On the second day of Luo Xiyun's job, she officially entered the work mode. The myriad of documents and processes gave her a headache, yet she persevered through it all. Whenever she encountered something unclear, she consulted various resources or made phone calls for clarification. By the end of the day, her mental state felt taut, leaving her particularly exhausted. Finally, after enduring until closing time, she drove back to her community, casually parking in an empty space. Upon lifting her gaze to the brightly lit window of Unit 201, thoughts of her precious little ones brightened her mood considerably. Rubbing her hands over her face to soften the tense muscles, she grasped her black handbag and headed home. She anticipated a warm welcome, imagining the scene where the sisters would cheerfully rush to her the moment she opened the door. However, this expectation shattered into fragments, as nothing of the sort occurred. Upon entering, she discovered the girls sitting on the sofa, enjoying some snacks. A closer look revealed they were indulging in the very dish prepared by her husband the previous day, albeit in different colors. Zekai, did you make this again today? Luo Xiyun called out towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Xia Zekai, clad in a checkered apron, wielded a spatula, diligently stir-frying chicken in a pan. With diced green peppers neatly arranged on the cutting board nearby, ready to be added to the dish shortly. Suddenly, the sound of his wife calling out caught his attention. Xiyun, you're back. Wash your face first. I'm frying chicken here and can't leave. We can talk later. It's been frying for nearly half an hour and is almost done. The chicken, sourced from a poultry farm, was raised on feed, resulting in tender meat that cooked quickly. Luo Xiyun did not rush to wash her face. Instead, she pushed open the kitchen door and glanced over. Zekai, not bad. This looks much better than your previous culinary attempts. Well, it's all right. I've learned from you, shadowing you every day. Even a fool can pick up a thing or two, Xia Zekai humbly replied. However, Luo Xiyun found the phrase shadowing you somewhat peculiar. She chose not to dwell on it and inquired, did you prepare the food for the girls as well? Xia Zekai nodded, yes. I couldn't find a suitable project this morning, so I returned early. While waiting, I made something for them. You haven't tasted the difference between this batch and yesterday's. Luo Xiyun extended her hands, fingers smeared with dark grease. Look, I've been in the workshop all day, studying various equipment and processes. I didn't even have time to wash my hands before coming back. How can I eat? Then hurry and wash your hands. This chicken will be ready to serve with the green peppers soon, Xia Zekai urged. 10 minutes later, he transferred the chicken from the frying pan into a stainless steel bowl, the green peppers beautifully adorning the dish. He then brought it to the tea table outside, where the girls eagerly clapped their hands in delight upon seeing the steaming chicken. They had waited a long time and were now sniffing the delicious aroma, drooling in anticipation. Daddy, the meat smells so good, the little girl exclaimed with squinted eyes. Tong Tong, full of excitement, reached out her tiny hands to grab a piece, but before her fingers could touch the chicken, the hot steam pushed her hand back. She dramatically covered her fingers, exclaiming, It's so hot. Daddy, so hot. Serves you right for being so impatient. Xia Zekai seized the moment to scold her. He then pointed at the large bowl of chicken with green peppers and added, This big bowl is not enough for you. But it really hurts. Tong Tong's eyes brimmed with tears, her little mouth pouting in a pitiful manner, feeling wronged as if her father no longer cared for her. Xia Zekai gently held her hand. Noticing a slight redness and swelling, he fetched a Yunnan Baiyao spray and applied it. In a short while, the discomfort subsided. You just had a minor reaction from the steam. During dinner, the two sisters each held a small bowl filled with carefully selected boneless chicken pieces, their hands and mouths smeared with grease. Seizing the opportunity amidst the meal, Xia Zekai recounted the achievements of the day, leaving Luo Xiyun utterly astonished. You've already secured the location? She asked in disbelief. Indeed, within the Linao community to the south, adjacent to the roadside near the north gate. There lies a spacious garage of over 30 square meters, ample for our needs. A rental fee of 5,000 yuan? Xia Zekai nodded, stating, it's merely 5,000 yuan for a whole year, exceedingly affordable. I've been searching for 2 days, and any shop along the street starts at 20,000, with most exceeding 30,000. This would amount to the rent of 5 or 6 years for us. Huh, is that how you calculate it? Luo Xiyun retorted sternly. In that remote corner of the community, come the time, you might not find a soul, not even a ghostly shadow. Let us see how you manage then. Luo Xiyun nagged him. Xia Zekai smiled faintly, unperturbed. Dear wife, allow me to finish. What is it? You are somewhat aware of the situation in Linao community, I presume. With nearly 50 buildings and thousands of households, housing over 10,000 residents, the demographic is predominantly youthful. Am I mistaken? He hinted at this point, and Luo Xiyun understood. Nodding in agreement. I see. The Linao community is significantly larger than ours, with many children, making it more suitable for you than the street shops. Exactly. Otherwise I would be foolish to casually throw away 5,000 yuan. Xia Zekai winked, his gaze laced with provocation. Luo Xiyun couldn't help but chuckle. Then recalled a crucial point. You must expedite the process of obtaining the business license and health certificate. Otherwise, operating without permits could land you in serious trouble. Certainly. I plan to seek out an intermediary tomorrow and pay them to assist. If we were to handle it ourselves, it might take us half a month to complete. Xia Zekai felt confident. He added, tomorrow afternoon, after dealing with the intermediary, I still need to scour the second-hand market for a suitable large oven. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiyun felt an inexplicable pang of sadness and instinctively remarked, "Why not buy a new one?" Xia Zekai immediately shook his head, looking at her. "Am I foolish? A new one costs tens of thousands, while a second-hand one might cost less than 10,000. Furthermore, this venture may not last long. It's merely a quick way to earn some money. Once others catch on and learn the ropes, it will be just as it is." Chapter 25. A sleepless night. How confident are you? After a while, Luo Xiyun inquired. Xia Zekai had just picked up a chicken head, placing it whole into his mouth. And after a few chews, he had reduced it to a pulp. Hearing his wife's question, he grunted, and within moments, he had separated the bone from the meat. Discarding the bones into the trash bin beside the coffee table, while still working to swallow the chicken meat, he extended 3 fingers. 30% confidence? Luo Xiyun frowned slightly, feeling it was rather insufficient. Finally swallowing the chicken meat, Xia Zekai took a sip of water to ease his throat, saying, "My dear, let me explain. Claiming a 60 or 70% confidence is pure nonsense. However, I at least possess a 30% confidence, which is sufficient. Otherwise, I wouldn't pursue this." "How so?" Luo Xiyun inquired, puzzled. "Is it truly that enticing?" Xia Zekai replied, "The primary ingredient in the melt-in-your-mouth beans I am preparing is milk powder, specifically 3-stage pure milk powder. This endeavor is primarily intended for children like them, akin to transforming infant formula into a solid beverage. Do you understand?" Luo Xiyun began to comprehend. Many children in this age group still consume formula, and they are particularly sensitive to its flavor. If you were to offer this to adults, few would find it appealing. Moreover, the product we have created is quite palatable. If, in due course, we manage to secure a supply contract with Xiyun Kindergarten, it would serve as a commendation for us, at least opening avenues in the markets of Xiyun Garden Community and Linao Community for the children there. Do you grasp this? Xia Zekai inquired. He did not regard the market's limitation to these 2 communities as trivial. After venturing out on his own post company, he realized a fundamental principle. Do not dismiss small business opportunities just because they seem insignificant. As long as they yield profit, they are worthwhile. He still holds this belief that one cannot earn the first 10,000 without first achieving the initial 1,000, an evidently simple truth, yet many aspire to leap directly into millions. In such scenarios, there is no proper path forward unless one resorts to fortuitous means, such as winning a lottery. My dear, do not underestimate Xiyun Kindergarten. I calculated that there are at least several hundred children in that institution, which represents a corresponding number of families. Furthermore, children tend to multiply opportunities. Xia Zekai further enlightened her. Luo Xiyun maintained a semblance of understanding yet remained perplexed, casting a playful glare at Xia Zekai. Look at your self-importance. What is so remarkable about that? In the end, who knows if you can even earn back your previous salary? Just as she uttered this, their second child, Tong Tong, interjected, "Mom and Dad, you're so annoying. Can you please stop talking while we eat?" Xia Zekai and Luo Xiyun exchanged glances, ultimately opting to respect their daughter's wishes. A lesson Luo Xiyun had imparted to them both. After dinner, Xia Zekai spent over an hour playing building blocks with the girls, while Luo Xiyun seized this rare moment to peruse various materials, seeking clarity on processes she had not grasped at the company earlier that day, rapidly absorbing new knowledge. By the time the girls were ready for bed, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, and after the day's exertions, Luo Xiyun felt weary. She initially intended to continue discussing their garage venture with her husband, Xia Zekai, but fatigue overtook her, and she fell asleep early. Uncharacteristically, Xia Zekai refrained from mischief. After tucking the 3 of them in with blankets, he closed the bedroom door and retreated to another room, armed with paper and pen, to draft plans for their store and its subsequent development. It is crucial not to lose sight of priorities. While this business must be pursued, the precondition is to ensure the well-being of the girls. If he focused solely on profits while neglecting them, then this endeavor would be futile. As he neared the end of his planning, Xia Zekai suddenly realized he was veering off course. This was unacceptable. He would not permit such a thing to transpire. He promptly turned to a fresh page in his notebook and began to restructure his timeline. As he wrote, he murmured to himself, at 7:30, I will take the girl and Tong Tong to kindergarten. At 8 o'clock, I will open the garage for business, beginning the preparation of ingredients and baking melt-in-your-mouth treats. At noon, I will take a break for lunch. At 1 o'clock p.m., I will resume work. At 3 o'clock p.m., I will deliver goods to the kindergarten and wait until 4 p.m. to pick up the girl and Tong Tong after school, then return home to play with them. After completing the schedule, Xia Zekai reviewed it and felt that this time management plan was exceptionally perfect, with every minute holding its own value. However, upon further inspection, he realized a crucial element was missing. There was no provision for procuring raw materials, nor was there a budget for this time. How could that possibly work? Without materials, how could one achieve anything? But if he were to follow this schedule, it seemed impossible for him to manage alone. Xia Zekai felt a pang of anxiety. He meticulously went through the plan again, only to discover that apart from allocating an hour for lunch and a nap, the remaining 7 hours were entirely dedicated to work. This was even busier than when he was employed at Sama Group. While working there, he was contributing to someone else's endeavors, occasionally indulging in leisure, playing games, or napping. Now that he was working for himself, how could he afford to slack off? Propping his chin on his hands, with his elbows resting on the computer desk, Xia Zekai occasionally blinked in the darkness, concealing his inner calculations from the world. Late into the night, after attending to the girl and Tong Tong, he finally lay down to sleep. On Wednesday morning, Xia Zekai struggled to open his eyes, his long-established biological clock failing to rouse him. Fortunately, Luo Xiyun came to call him for breakfast after preparing the meal. She noticed his bloodshot eyes and dark circles, resembling a panda. Witnessing this, she felt a surge of concern and asked, "Zekai, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You should see a doctor." Xia Zekai waved his hand and rubbed his tired eyes with his right hand. "I'm fine. I just spent last night planning the store and didn't rest well. Once I drop the girl and Tong Tong off at kindergarten, I'll come back and catch up on sleep. Are you really okay? Don't push yourself too hard. If you can't manage, I can take a day off and drop them off at kindergarten," Luo Xiyun replied, still worried. Xia Zekai swung his legs off the bed and stood up. Rubbing his face for a moment, he felt revitalized and smiled. "Wife, see? I'm feeling much better now." Hearing his nonchalant tone, Luo Xiyun couldn't help but feel tears welling up. She used to admire her husband for his abilities, noting that he earned more than most neighbors, but she had never considered the pressures he was under. Her voice trembled with emotion. "Zekai, why don't you just go to work? I'll resign. We don't need to run this store. I can take care of them at home. I can always find a job later when the girl and Tong Tong are in elementary school. What do you think?" Xia Zekai wore a mischievous grin, his tongue playfully swirling within his mouth as he moistened his chapped lips. With a quick bite, he tore away a piece of dead skin from his lip, inadvertently ripping the healthy skin beneath it. Ignoring the blood that seeped out, he chuckled, "Silly wife, what are you thinking? I'm truly fine. Now, let's finish our meal and leave. Otherwise, when they wake up, you won't be able to go anywhere." Chapter 26. What is the source of this confidence? "Are you really all right?" Luo Xiyun asked again, her concern evident. "Zekai, don't put on a brave face. It doesn't matter to me. Honestly, we can manage without changing houses. We've been living here for years, and I've grown accustomed to it. If we move, I might actually feel reluctant." Luo Xiyun desperately sought various reasons to convince herself, hoping to persuade her husband as well. Xia Zekai flashed a brighter smile. "Silly girl. With the quality of education at Erxiao, I wouldn't dream of sending our daughter and Tong Tong there. We definitely need to change our residence, preferably to a neighborhood with better educational standards." This was a matter deeply etched in his memory, one he later regretted, yet fortunately, their daughter and Tong Tong proved to be resilient. As they spoke, he wrapped his right arm around his wife's shoulders, drawing her close. The couple nestled together, Xia Zekai resting his chin on Luo Xiyun's soft, fluffy hair, inhaling the faint scent of mint. "With me around, you can focus on your work without worry. But you're so exhausted," Luo Xiyun whispered. Xia Zekai shrugged it off. "What does it matter? Men can endure a bit of fatigue. As long as I'm not dead, I'll keep going. Besides, you are my stronghold. With you by my side, I feel emboldened to take risks. Don't you think? If I were ever to lose everything, Xiyun, you must promise not to despise me for being broke. You'd have to support me for life." He jested, mocking himself. Luo Xiyun nuzzled against him, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Zekai, rest assured, we've weathered the toughest times together. I will never turn my back on you." With a lightheartedness that disregarded the two friends still sprawled across the bed, the couple shared a tender moment. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Xiyun soon realized that Xia Zekai's hand, which was draped over her shoulder, had begun to wander. With a swift motion, Luo Xiyun playfully swatted his hand away. "Get lost. I see you're feeling quite relaxed." After hastily finishing her meal, She seized her bag and car keys, eager to leave before her friends awoke. Just as she stepped out, she remembered something and turned back. Zekai, how about I don't drive today and leave the car for you? It would be convenient for you to handle the paperwork. Not necessary. You take the car. I want to be going far, and it's easier to take a taxi. Xia Zekai declined, considering the bitter cold. As a robust man, he could endure the chill, but his delicate wife would be uncomfortable in the frigid air. Once Luo Xiyun departed, Xia Zekai returned to the bedroom and gently roused each of their friends from sleep. Ignoring the two little ones tumbling on the bed, he seized one and commenced the task of dressing her and braiding her hair, working so diligently that beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The little girl, perhaps growing accustomed to her father's ministrations, did not inquire after her mother upon waking. "Daddy, will you carry me to kindergarten later? I don't want to walk. I'm so tired," she asked with a hint of coaxing as Xia Zekai styled her hair. Before he could respond, Tong Tong interjected, "Daddy, I want to be carried too. Or else I want to go." Xia Zekai felt a headache brewing. How did he end up with two such daughters, capable of exhausting him to the brink? Ultimately, regardless of the sisters' little tantrums, he did not acquiesce. "You two are nearly 4 years old. Still wanting to be carried? Aren't you ashamed?" Upon arriving at the kindergarten, Shi Rui and a dozen other teachers from different classes stood at the entrance, welcoming the children. The early March air was still brisk. Some clasped their hands together for warmth. Others stomped their feet to combat the chill, while a few exhaled warm breath into their palms. "Good morning, Teacher Shi," Xia Zekai greeted enthusiastically. The little girl and Tong Tong chimed in. "Good morning, teacher." "Oh, good morning to you as well." Shi Rui's not-so-pretty face lit up with a genuine smile, enhancing her charm significantly. As Shi Rui took the girl's hands to lead them inside, Xia Zekai called out, "Teacher Shi, here are those melt-in-your-mouth sweets I prepared yesterday. Please distribute them to the children." Shi Rui intended to express her gratitude when a few little ones spotted the tricolored sweets and began clamoring for them, some even shouting for a taste immediately. After handing over the bag of sweets, Xia Zekai departed, leaving the distribution to her. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and instructed, "Driver, please take me to a place where I can apply for an individual business license." "Sure thing, you've come to the right person. I know just the place," the taxi driver replied cheerfully. In just a few minutes, the taxi stopped in front of a storefront bearing the sign of Qianhui Investment Consulting. "You can handle it here. It's legitimate, not one of those shady agencies that overcharge you $200 or $300 but offer no peace of mind," the driver advised. Xia Zekai gave him a thumbs up, appreciating his straightforwardness. Inside Qianhui Investment Consulting, several individuals were busy at work. Upon Xia Zekai's entrance, a young man greeted him warmly. "Hello, brother. How can I assist you?" Without unnecessary pleasantries, Xia Zekai stated his purpose. The young man quickly understood and pulled out a business card. Handing it to Xia Zekai, "Brother Xia, my name is Zhang Su. From your description, it sounds like you want to start something akin to a bakery. You will need to apply for an individual business license, a tax registration certificate, and a health permit. By the way, have you obtained your health certificate yet?" "Not yet." Xia Zekai shook his head. Zhang Su was well aware. "Brother Xia, I will have everything sorted out for you within 2 weeks for 500 yuan. I'm in urgent need of it. If you can expedite the process within a week, I'll add another 500 yuan. Xia Zekai understood the stakes even better. One must be willing to spend money. If he refrained from spending, he could handle it himself. But the minimal costs would be overshadowed by the time wasted running from one place to another. The total might stretch to a month. Not to mention the time spent on errands. Xia Zekai had no time to spare. He preferred to invest money for efficiency. Zhang Su was taken aback by Xia Zekai's willingness to negotiate and even propose a price. His opinion of Xia Zekai rose significantly in that moment. He perceived him as a decisive individual capable of handling significant matters, unlike some others who approached them for assistance yet hesitated at their charges. "All right, Brother Xia is a straightforward person, and I want to beat around the bush. Let us sign a proxy agreement first, and please leave a copy of your ID. You can come by next week to collect your items." Zhang Su readily agreed. Xia Zekai reflected on the professionalism displayed. Despite the young man's age, he exuded confidence, indicating that he had solid connections. He glanced back at the modest but capable office of Qianhui Investment Consulting, pondering its background. Chapter 27. Brother Xia is an open-minded man at the entrance of Qianhui Investment Consulting. Zhang Su beamed as he bid farewell to Xia Zekai, personally hailing a taxi for him. "Brother Xia, If you encounter any difficult matters in the future, do come to me. I assure you, I will handle everything efficiently. The young man, Zhang Su, displayed remarkable openness. He refrained from making promises of greater discounts for future dealings, fully aware that someone like Xia Zekai prioritized efficiency above all else. Xia Zekai nodded with a smile. All right, Xiao Zhang, I will remember that. See you next week. Brother Xia, see you next week. Rest assured, I will complete everything promptly, Zhang Su emphasized once more. As Xia Zekai settled into the front passenger seat of the taxi, he instructed the driver, Sir, please take me to the largest second-hand market in the city. The taxi driver inquired, Young man, are you looking to buy a second-hand car or something else? I need to know the general idea. Xia Zekai slapped his thigh in realization. Oh dear. I forgot to clarify. I'm looking for a large second-hand oven, the kind used in bakeries or for making grilled goods. Do you know where I can find one? Just take me there. Upon hearing Xia Zekai's request, the taxi driver understood and replied, I know just the place. I'll take you to the Jinxiao second-hand market. They sell a variety of second-hand appliances and equipment there. Once you arrive, you can ask around. If you can't find it there, it would be even harder elsewhere. Sounds good. Let us go there, Xia Zekai agreed. Meanwhile, after watching the taxi drive away, Zhang Su stomped his cold feet and returned to the shop. A few individuals in the store quickly gathered around. One, slightly older and clad in a sleek black suit with pointed black leather shoes, smiled and praised him, saying, Xiao Zhang, you are impressive. You've only just started, and already you've made your mark. Your business acumen is certainly on par with your brother's. Brother Ma has high hopes for you. Another chimed in. Indeed, just look at how adept our brother Zhang was in handling matters earlier. Who could believe he has only recently embarked on this profession? The others joined in the compliments, to which Zhang Su humbly replied, It primarily stems from closely observing my brother and learning from the experience, along with the support of all you brothers. Without that, I would still be utterly clueless. A chubby young man among them squinted and remarked, Xiao Zhang, your humility is a flaw. In our line of work, confidence is paramount. If even we, who specialize in agency and investment consulting, lack conviction, how can we expect clients to trust us? At crucial moments, even if the odds seem insurmountable, you must believe in your capabilities. Zhang Su's demeanor turned serious, recognizing the wisdom in the advice. He quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, I will remember Brother Gao's counsel. At Xiyun Kindergarten, nearing 9 o'clock, Shi Rui had just finished serving breakfast to the 30 little ones in her class. She informed another tall and slender teacher named Han Yuding, Ting, please keep an eye on them for a moment. I need to visit Teacher Tian. All right, Shi Jia. Go ahead, Han Yuding replied readily. Shi Rui took the large bag of melt-in-your-mouth candies that Xia Zekai had given her that morning and, after a moment's thought, found another bag to set aside a quarter of the contents, handing it to Han Yuding. Ting, please distribute these to the children later. Han Yuding nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Shi Jia. You go take care of your business. In the office diagonally across from the staircase on the second floor, Tianqing was still busy calculating how many students the small class had enrolled this term and how much additional income it would generate, while also estimating the daily consumption for logistics and the teacher's salary expenditures. Before she could finish, Shi Rui entered with a bag in hand. Instinctively, she pressed the key combination on the keyboard, and an unrelated page appeared on the computer screen. Tianqing asked, Is it Teacher Shi? What brings you here? Shi Rui placed the bag of candies on Tianqing's desk. Teacher Tian, this was brought over by Mr. Xia this morning. He asked me to distribute it among the children in the mango class since we can't possibly consume this much. I kept a quarter for my class. Please see how to distribute the rest. Do the children really enjoy these so much? Tianqing inquired, scrutinizing the colorful candies in the plastic bag. She looked puzzled. I can't discern anything particularly special about them, though they are indeed tastier than the crispy candies sold at the bakery. Shi Rui was not offended by Tianqing's skepticism. She nodded and replied, The children in my class genuinely love them. Once I share a little, they eagerly snatch them up. You mentioned before that the filled cookies and crispy biscuits we purchased previously were not favored by the children, and they refused to eat them after the packaging was opened? Tianqing asked further. Shirley nodded, reflecting on her experience with Xiaohan. During their tidying, they discovered numerous individually wrapped cookies that were opened but left uneaten, resulting in significant waste. She inquired about the situation in other classes, and it appeared to be a widespread issue. Indeed, some teachers had provided her with similar feedback. Therefore, She resolved to refrain from purchasing those expensive cream-filled cookies and considered replacing them with these dissolvable snacks instead. This adjustment would effectively offset the procurement costs for refreshments, maintaining a balanced budget. Some may argue that having leftover snacks is beneficial, as the kindergarten is not prohibitive in providing food. However, the reality is that most of what the children did not consume went to waste, justifying a reduction in future allocations. The kindergarten's 3 meals, along with a snack and a fruit serving, were publicly announced in advance. Parents would observe these details when enrolling their children and were required to photograph and showcase what their children consumed daily. Only by ensuring these particulars were in order could parents be persuaded to willingly part with their money. If handled poorly, not only would financial contributions dwindle, but the kindergarten's reputation could suffer, ultimately hindering student recruitment and profitability. Moreover, it would be a grave mistake to underestimate the children's understanding. Their chatter at home could alert parents, who are often more attuned to their children's sentiments than anyone else. Should dissatisfaction arise among parents, they might unite, complicating matters for the kindergarten. Consequently, after discussing the dissolvable snacks with Shirley, she took it to heart. Later, she urged Shirley to promptly contact Mr. Xia to discuss the potential purchase of his dissolvable snacks. Mr. Xia, are you open to selling your formula? Teacher Tian, we still have a considerable supply of dissolvable snacks. I suggest you divide them into several portions and distribute them randomly among different classes to gauge the children's preferences, allowing for a comparative analysis, Shirley advised. Tianqing followed her suggestion and, during lunch, divided a pack of tricolored dissolvable snacks into 3 portions, randomly assigning them to classes from the small, medium, and large groups. The results were surprising. Feedback from the teachers revealed that children of all ages enjoyed the snacks, with some even crying out for more when they ran out. A few pieces remained on Tianqing's desk. She picked one up, savoring its flavor, which was indeed delightful. Suitable for all ages? She mused. She recognized a crucial point. Not only was the taste appealing, but the snacks were also easy to digest, dissolving effortlessly in the mouth. It felt akin to sipping a beverage, making it effortless for young children to enjoy. It seemed imperative to collaborate with Mr. Xia, and Tianqing began contemplating ways to further reduce costs. In the second-hand market of Jinxiao, Xia Zekai perused the aisles and ultimately discovered a suitable large commercial oven, which appeared to be in good condition, approximately 70% new. Although Xia Zekai lacked in-depth knowledge regarding the intricacies of commercial ovens, the absence of visible defects suggested that the previous owner had treated it with care, indicating no significant issues. Upon conversing with the shopkeeper, who could not recall where the oven had been sourced, he assured Xia Zekai of its functionality, even offering a full refund at the original price within a week should it prove unusable. The negotiation concluded with the owner initially pricing the second-hand equipment at 8,000 yuan. However, Xia Zekai successfully haggled it down to 6,300 yuan. This oven, had it not been for Xia Zekai's specific needs, would likely have remained unsold, as it was not an item that the average household would purchase merely to occupy space, rendering it virtually worthless as scrap metal. After finalizing the purchase, Xia Zekai also sought out a 3-wheeled motorcycle to transport the oven to the garage he rented in Linao community, paying 50 yuan for the service. He accompanied the motorcycle back, thereby saving on taxi fare, albeit sitting in the back of the vehicle left him freezing. Utilizing the equivalent of 3 cigarette packs, he enlisted the help of 2 additional individuals, along with the motorcycle driver, and together, the 4 of them successfully unloaded the oven from the vehicle and placed it in the garage. Once these tasks were completed, the morning had swiftly passed. Exhausted and sore, Xia Zekai's hands, unaccustomed to labor, bore 2 blisters, their translucent surfaces tempting him with the urge to prick them. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. Reflecting on his own physical frailty, at noon, Xia Zekai visited Hongyuan lamb soup restaurant, ordering a bowl of lamb offal soup, accompanied by 2 fire-baked buns, and topped with a spoonful of fried red chili powder infused with lamb fat. The vibrant red chili oil floated enticingly atop the soup, igniting an insatiable hunger in his empty stomach. In a display of gluttony, he persuaded the shopkeeper to serve him 3 additional bowls of soup, indulging himself for a mere total of 7 yuan, a true bargain that filled him with joy. Rubbing his distended belly in satisfaction, he strolled towards Xiyun Garden Community, intending to return home for a much-needed nap. However, before he could reach home, his Nokia 96, nestled in his pocket, rang. At the most inconvenient moment, someone was calling him. Xia Zekai felt irritation bubbling within him, especially as the call came from an unnamed number. Answering with a tone tinged with annoyance, he inquired, "Who is this?" Is this Mr. Xia? This is Tianqing. I need to discuss something with you. Do you have a moment?" Came the voice on the other end. Xia Zekai was taken aback to learn it was Director Tianqing reaching out. Suppressing the urge to express his frustration, he replied, "Sure, where shall we meet? If convenient, Mr. Xia, please come to my office. I will be waiting for you." Tianqing specified a location. After hanging up, Xia Zekai turned and took a detour directly to Xiyun Kindergarten. At the entrance of the kindergarten, he exchanged a few words with the old security guard, explaining that he had been summoned by Tianqing. As the old security guard opened the door for him, Xia Zekai inquired, already aware of the guard's name, Wang Deshan, a name imbued with a sense of nostalgia. "Old Wang, I shall step inside first. We can chat later," Xia Zekai said, plunging into the teaching building. Just as he was poised to ascend to the second floor, a voice called out to him, "Daddy, it's Daddy." Accompanied by the sound, a small figure bounded toward him like a playful koala, wrapping its arms around Xia Zekai's leg. "Tong Tong, what are you doing here?" Xia Zekai exclaimed, immediately chastising himself for the question. After all, both his daughters attended this school. Where else could they possibly be? Bending down, he scooped up his second daughter, Tong Tong, into his arms. "Daddy, did you come to find me? I'm so happy," Tong Tong exclaimed, genuinely thrilled, as she clasped her arms around her father's neck and planted a wet kiss on his cheek. Xia Zekai was equally elated. "Daddy came to see Teacher Tian." "Tong Tong, what are you doing here? Where's your sister?" "Oh, Daddy, you're so silly. I came out to pee. Sister is still sleeping. She's so lazy, like a pig." With her sister absent, Xia Jitong seized the opportunity to speak ill of her sibling. Xia Zekai mused to himself, "This little one is quite cunning. Tong Tong, have you finished? Once you're done, hurry back to sleep. Otherwise, your sister will have energy to play at night, and you won't, and Daddy won't play with you then." Xia Zekai coaxed her. The little girl took him seriously. With a quick exclamation, she wriggled out of his embrace and dashed toward the classroom, seeking her sister. Shi Rui appeared seemingly out of nowhere, witnessing the scene and smiling as she greeted him. "Mr. Xia, you're here again." "Ah, Teacher Shi, has Tong Tong been troublesome again?" Xia Zekai inquired, quickly deducing the situation. Shi Rui waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Children are like that. Entirely normal, just like the others." "Mr. Xia is here to see Teacher Tian, right? You should get to it." "Certainly. I'll make sure to treat Teacher Shi to a meal when I have the chance." Xia Zekai reiterated for the third time. In Teacher Tianqing's office, she had been awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Xia Zekai enter, she promptly stood up to pour him a glass of water. "Mr. Xia, I wish to discuss something with you," Tianqing said. "Teacher Tian, you're too courteous. Please feel free to speak. I will assist in any way I can," Xia Zekai replied with an open demeanor. Tianqing stated directly, "I wish to purchase your recipe. The recipe for the dissolvable beans. I understand this is your proprietary technology, and there is no other establishment capable of producing it. I assure you, I will offer a fair price." Chapter 29. The strength of women. Xia Zekai's expression remained composed. He did not react with astonishment at Tianqing's proposal to buy his recipe. Having weathered many storms, this was merely a trivial matter in comparison. After pondering for a moment, he feigned seriousness and asked, "Teacher Tian, are you certain you wish to proceed? You must already have an idea of the quality of the products produced from my recipe." Tianqing readily acknowledged, "Indeed, Mr. Xia is a considerate person. The children, regardless of their age, all delight in consuming them. To be honest, I enjoy them quite a bit myself, and I must express my gratitude to Mr. Xia for the delightful melt-in-your-mouth treats he provided us. This is a product suitable for all ages." Tianqing emphasized this point. Xia Zekai nodded in agreement. "So, will you still purchase the formula? Mr. Xia, please reintroduce yourself." Tianqing, who usually wore a cheerful expression, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "I am Tianqing, the principal of Xiyun Kindergarten. I am also a businesswoman, and ultimately, my goal is to generate profit. I must consider how to reduce the operating costs of the kindergarten. If we produce it ourselves, theoretically, it would be easier to control expenses. Only by making a profit can this kindergarten continue to operate." This was a candid truth, and Xia Zekai nodded in agreement. Teacher Tian is correct, but saving enough to cover the cost of the formula may take a year or more. Are you still planning to buy it? Tianqing affirmed, Of course, why wouldn't I? I am not establishing this kindergarten for just a year or two. Her reasoning was compelling, and Xia Zekai concurred with her perspective, saying, then make an offer. Tianqing was genuinely taken aback. She had envisioned this scenario, where Xia Zekai would undoubtedly respond with indignation and would not agree easily. They would exchange proposals and negotiate for numerous rounds, and in the end, she believed her extensive social experience would lead her to prevail. However, to her surprise, Xia Zekai did not intentionally make things difficult for her. He readily agreed to sell the formula. It felt almost too effortless, as if Xia Zekai had been waiting for her arrival all along, leaving her with an unsettling sense of having fallen into a trap. Xia Zekai, fully in command, observed Tianqing's astonished expression and chuckled. Teacher Tian seems quite surprised. Did you think I wouldn't sell the formula? Noticing her instinctive nod, he continued, that's quite normal. As you mentioned earlier, you are primarily a businesswoman. And I am too. Once we understand this, it becomes quite clear that whatever we pursue, as long as it is profitable, it suffices. Therefore, if your offer is too low, I certainly will not agree. At this juncture, Xia Zekai raised 2 fingers and added, moreover, I have 2 conditions for you, Teacher Tian. Please listen carefully before deciding whether to purchase my formula. Go ahead. Tianqing gestured for him to continue. Firstly, once you purchase the formula, you cannot transfer it to anyone else. Secondly, the formula can only be used internally within your kindergarten. You cannot produce it for sale externally. At this point, Xia Zekai pointed to himself, stating, after all, I have rented a space, purchased the oven equipment, and obtained a business license. I am preparing for a significant venture. If you were to sell it outside, wouldn't that create considerable trouble for me? Xia Zekai's expression was quite earnest. Yet Tianqing sensed that perhaps his sincerity was performative, more like a theatrical act for her benefit. Uncertain if this was merely her own perception, she acknowledged that certain fundamental principles must still be adhered to. Tianqing nodded solemnly, stating, this is only right. Moreover, there is an endless supply of money to be earned in this world. The profits I've garnered from running a kindergarten are already substantial, and there is no need for me to sacrifice my foundations for a trivial venture like selling your product. Not to mention, if I were to rent a storefront and hire a few more people, that would also entail expenses, and there is no guarantee of profitability in the end. Teacher Tian, a remarkable woman, was indeed impressive. Xia Zekai held her in high regard. After all, it takes a certain skill to operate a kindergarten as a woman, and without talent, one would not last long in such a business. When praised, Tianqing smiled radiantly. Well, I'm merely speaking the truth. Just look at the myriad of breakfast vendors on the streets. They all sell similar items, yet some manage to earn thousands, even tens of thousands a month, while others struggle to make a profit. She was exceptionally clear-headed. Mr. Xia, I am willing to offer you 20,000, with the assurance that this recipe will not be disclosed externally nor sold to others through my channels. What do you think of this price? 20,000. Xia Zekai immediately shook his head. That is too low. Tianqing remained unperturbed and inquired, then how much does Mr. Xia deem appropriate? Let us put it this way. Common roasted chicken and duck recipes are sold for upwards of 10 to 20,000. As Teacher Tian mentioned, this recipe is suitable for all ages and is my exclusive secret, known only to me. Once I sell it to you, there is a risk of leakage, which could potentially impact my business in the future. Xia Zekai asserted firmly, a lower price is unacceptable. Just 20,000. Does he think I lack experience? Since that is the case, I shall raise my offer to 40,000. Mr. Xia must understand that I am not purchasing this for profit, but rather to manage long-term costs. Beyond that, it becomes impractical, Tianqing explained. This was the truth, and Xia Zekai, upon reflection, nodded in agreement without hesitation. As Tianqing herself stated, her purpose for acquiring the recipe was distinct. Otherwise, Xia Zekai would have attempted to take advantage of her. Tianqing was meticulous and even drafted a contract, incorporating all the terms they had just discussed. She printed it out and placed it before Xia Zekai. After reviewing it thoroughly, he found no discrepancies, and both signed it with their fingerprints. Mr. Xia, please provide me with your account number so that I may transfer the funds, Tianqing said, swiftly retrieving an online banking security device from her desk drawer and exchanging it for the notebook on the table. Xia Zekai was genuinely taken aback by her promptness, finding her more decisive than 99% of men. Without hesitation, he recited his bank card number. After completing the transaction, Tianqing showed Xia Zekai the transfer amount and account number to confirm everything was correct. It's done, Tianqing declared. Xia Zekai's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw a notification from the bank confirming the deposit of 40,000. His previously strained bank balance suddenly felt more buoyant. Although he was still short of reaching six figures, this influx of funds alleviated some of his financial worries. In these times, one needs money for everything. A man without funds finds it hard to stand tall. He never anticipated that the very first sum of money he earned in this lifetime would come in such a manner. He felt somewhat helpless, indeed. A talented man cannot hide his brilliance, no matter where he goes. Chapter 30. My dear wife. Let me share something with you. Xia Zekai requested paper and pen from Tianqing and promptly inscribed the necessary raw materials for the formula on the sheet, meticulously annotating the required proportions beside each ingredient. Upon completing his writing, he habitually tapped the pen on the table twice and remarked, Teacher Tian, when you have some free time, I will come over personally for a hands-on teaching session. Tianqing scanned the list of raw materials. I have an oven, and I already possess eggs and cornstarch. However, I will need to purchase the milk powder and sufficient yogurt fresh, as well as the lemons. How about this? I will gather all the ingredients tomorrow, and if you have time, Mr. Xia, please do come by. She did not perceive the formula, purchased for 40,000 yuan, as overly simplistic. There is a saying, 100 books can be misinterpreted, but a single sentence can be genuinely imparted. Many formulas may not be complex, but they encapsulate years of accumulated experience, wisdom that is truly valuable. Even more invaluable is Xia Zekai's on-site instruction. After finalizing the arrangements, Xia Zekai prepared to take his leave, and Tianqing escorted him down from the second floor. Teacher Tian, please return to your tasks swiftly. I will sneak a glance at my daughters, Yaotu and Tong Tong, and then be on my way, Xia Zekai said. Upon hearing this, Tianqing smiled. Very well, I shall not see you off. Xia Zekai tiptoed to the mango class on the west side of the first floor, peering through the window. Inside, the long tables had been stacked against the wall, and the floor was covered with bedding, where 30 little ones were spread out in slumber. His gaze quickly settled on his two precious daughters, who were asleep in their familiar positions, one lying on her stomach, the other sprawled sideways. Shiru was bending down to carry the horizontally sleeping Tong Tong, while another tall teacher was busy attending to the rest of the children, clearly occupied. Seeing that Yaotu and Tong Tong were sleeping soundly, Xia Zekai refrained from disturbing them and tiptoed away. At the kindergarten entrance, he exchanged greetings with the old security guard, Wang Deshan. Old Wang, please keep an eye on my two daughters. I will treat you to a meal later. Wang Deshan shook his head. Oh, let us skip the meal. After living for so many years, do I really need your one meal? Xia Zekai thought he was showcasing his integrity, but to his surprise, the old man added, next time you come, bring me a box of good cigarettes. I can't smoke at home, and I have no money to buy them. So I'm counting on you. Xia Zekai was left speechless. The old fellow was quite shrewd. In the next moment, he replied, all right, since I'm feeling generous today, I'll bring you 2 boxes of Taishan tomorrow. What do you say? Taishan cigarettes cost 20 yuan a box, which is rather expensive compared to the prevalent income of over 1,000 yuan, bordering on luxurious. The old security guard, Wang Deshan, widened his eyes in surprise, instinctively swallowing hard. That's unnecessary. It's too expensive. That's settled then. I'm off. Please keep a close watch on my daughters and ensure they don't get hurt. Xia Zekai felt entirely justified in making his request this time. Upon returning home with a buoyant spirit, Xia Zekai contemplated the tasks yet to be accomplished. To his astonishment, he had effortlessly acquired a sum of 40,000 yuan. This venture proved to be remarkably lucrative. As for the notion that selling the formula would hinder his future earnings, Xia Zekai remained unconvinced. The concept of melt-in-your-mouth candies had originated elsewhere, and he merely capitalized on the current trend. In a few years, this product would likely saturate the market, with every cake shop boasting its own method of production. Seizing the opportunity while it remained exclusive would allow him to reap the rewards. Indeed, he realized that utilizing his intellect to generate income was far more effective. Previously, he had foolishly scoured the city in vain, attempting to promote his products. And after a month, his earnings barely exceeded 10,000 yuan. In contrast, he recalled the effortless charm of his acquaintances, Wang Liang, Li Jinchuan, and Yu Bo, who socialized and entertained clients with ease, while still managing to earn substantial sums. Even during a time when the average income in Qiqing barely reached 2,000 yuan, These individuals consistently surpassed the 10,000 yuan threshold. The disparity in their fortunes was simply unfathomable. He sighed, realizing he needed to pay a visit to Samu Group soon to inquire about the reimbursement documents and salary from the previous month. After all, those funds amounted to several thousand yuan, and he could not in good conscience allow such matters to go unaddressed. Despite having weathered many storms, the prospect of losing 40,000 yuan did not rattle him, yet he felt compelled to share this joy with his wife. Ideally, she would also bring him happiness, while understanding that a high-paying job did not equate to authority in their household. Upon entering the house, Xia Zekai removed his thick coat and hung it on the coat rack to his left. He slipped into his cotton slippers and made his way to the bedroom, where he reclined on the bed in a comfortable position before retrieving his phone to call his wife. At that moment, Luo Xiyun was engrossed in the production process alongside Lu Jing in the workshop, fully dedicated to her work and striving to excel in her role for the sake of potential salary increases. With the household now primarily reliant on her income, she had come to understand the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. When her phone vibrated, she recognized Xia Zekai's name and informed Lu Jing, "Lu Jing, please hold on. I need to take a call." "Of course, manager. I'll continue my work," Lu Jing replied. Luo Xiyun stepped aside to a quieter area and answered the phone. "Zekai, is there something you need?" "My dear wife, I have something to share." Xia Zekai contemplated how to phrase it, ultimately deciding on honesty. "I sold the formula for the melt-in-your-mouth candies." Luo Xiyun stared blankly ahead, rendered speechless, her thoughts a whirlwind of confusion. They had agreed to establish their own shop, the garage had been rented, and the lease paid for a year. Now, at this moment, he was telling her he had sold the formula. Was he jesting? "Zekai, do you feel overwhelmed with your work? If you are truly fatigued, take a moment to rest. You just resigned last month, and there is no rush to find a new project. My salary can cover the household expenses for now, so you can take your time," advised Luo Xiyun. Xia Zekai was taken aback. It seemed his wife had misunderstood him. "Dear, what are you thinking? Allow me to finish my explanation," he urged. Luo Xiyun fell silent, and Xia Zekai began recounting the events in detail. After he finished, Luo Xiyun was genuinely stunned. "Zekai, are you saying you sold the formula for 40,000 yuan and still plan to continue with the project?" "Of course. Otherwise, how would I support you and the children?" Xia Zekai replied with a sense of inevitability. While he jokingly mentioned relying on her, it was clear that he was not the type to do so by nature. In the next moment, with a playful grin, he asked, "Wife, having accomplished such a significant feat, don't you think I deserve a reward?" Luo Xiyun, still processing the information, was struck by the disparity. Her husband had earned 40,000 yuan simply by speaking, causing her to question whether her decision to work while he stayed home with the children was a miscalculation. Perhaps this was the turning point for him. The fleeting thought crossed her mind. Maybe she should return home to care for the kids instead. When she heard her husband seeking a reward, Luo Xiyun retorted, "What kind of reward do you have in mind?" "Whatever I say, you shall do," Xia Zekai teased. Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind, she instinctively responded, "All right, dear, how about I teach you a fun game tonight?" Xia Zekai winked, eagerly anticipating her reaction. "What game?" Luo Xiyun inquired. Xia Zekai, with a mischievous glint in his eye, replied, "Don't worry, it's quite simple. You shell the walnuts, and I will dig the pit." "Shelling walnuts? Digging pits?" Luo Xiyun asked, bewildered. "What do you mean? If you want walnuts, I can buy some after work. I'm not old, my mind is still sharp." "What walnuts?" "Never mind, we can talk about it when you get home tonight. I assure you, this game is incredibly entertaining," Xia Zekai insisted. Then he added, "All right, I just wanted to inform you about selling the formula. I'm feeling tired now, so I'll take a nap." After hanging up, Xia Zekai promptly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Luo Xiyun put her phone in her pocket, still feeling perplexed. What on earth? Shelling walnuts and digging pits? As she pondered, a sudden realization struck her, and her expression transformed. Unable to contain herself, she laughed and scolded, "That rascal. When he has time to spare, he only thinks of these nonsensical games. He really ought to tire himself out." Yet, truthfully, she found herself secretly hoping for the day to end sooner. Xia Zekai awoke from his nap around 3 in the afternoon, dressed leisurely, and made his way to the kindergarten gate to wait. As he arrived, he realized that his landlord, Pan Qin, had already come. Unlike yesterday, today she donned an over-the-knee, vibrant red, thick coat. Yet, Even this heavy garment could not conceal the graceful curves of her figure, which exuded sharpness and vitality. "Oh, isn't that Boss Xia? Here to pick up the child again today?" Pan Xin noticed him and greeted him warmly. Xia Zekai offered a somewhat perfunctory nod. "Yes, indeed. You're here quite early as well." Pan Xin responded with a simple explaining, "My child's father is working out of town, and I have little to occupy my time at home, so I've gotten into the habit of coming early. At the very least, I can find someone to converse with." The more he listened, the more he sensed an undertone of a despondent wife in her words. It reminded him of her social media nickname, "My heart has been stolen." Goodness, with her husband often away for work, it was clear that there were issues in their relationship. He thought it prudent to keep his distance, as she might very well be a pitfall to avoid. With this consideration in mind, Xia Zekai subtly retreated 10 centimeters, maintaining a safe distance. But the overwhelming scent of her perfume wafted toward him. Even without deliberately inhaling, he found the fragrance slightly overpowering. Pan Xin seemed to lead a life filled with ease. Unlike his own partner, who, out of necessity, toiled for their family's livelihood. How unfortunate it was for those living in poverty, with no solutions in sight, he mused. Pan Xin, however, did not take kindly to his thoughts. "Are you being sarcastic, Xia?" she inquired. "And please, don't call me MS. Pan, it sounds dreadful. The other day when I looked at your ID during the contract signing, I noticed you are a few years younger than me. I'll let you have this small advantage. Just call me Sister Pan, all right?" Xia Zekai thought to himself, "How old do you think I am? You don't seem to grasp that I have my own sense of judgment." He replied, "Sister Pan, what business does your family engage in? You must take your brother along to prosper someday. Otherwise, it's hard for me to hold my head high at home." He smiled. "A true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Calling you Sister 1T cost me much." Pan Xin burst into laughter. "Is that so? Brother Xia, don't spin fanciful tales. Given your abilities, even before your shop opens, I believe you will surely earn well once it does." "Whether I earn or not depends on Sister Pan's level of support," Xia Zekai remarked, gesturing between them. "That being said, since we are now siblings, could the rent be reduced a bit?" Pan Xin gave him a thumbs up. "All right, since Brother Xia has asked. I will reduce it by 100 yuan when we settle accounts next year." Upon hearing this, Xia Zekai felt a sense of disdain. It was clear that the rent would be raised first and then reduced by a nominal amount. He had seen through her intentions. Women. The two continued to chat aimlessly until the kindergarten dismissed, and the children from the mango class began to hold hands and walk toward the entrance. Shi Rui called out each child's name. "Are the parents of Zhao Qingfu here? How about Su Xiaowei? Summer Jingya, Summer Jitong, are your parents present?" Xia Zekai heard the names of his two precious daughters and hurriedly moved forward with the group, taking their little hands from Shi Rui. Finally, he allowed the girls to greet Shi Rui, Wang Deshun, Pan Xin, and others. Amidst the praises of how adorable the children were and how considerate they had become, they made their way towards the community. "Daddy, did you make us delicious dodo today?" the younger one, Tong Tong, inquired, lifting her little face. Xia Zekai shook his head, then raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes, gesturing with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Daddy has been quite busy today. I bought a very large oven. In a few days, I can bake you melt-in-your-mouth dodo and cookies. You'll have so much that you won't be able to finish them all." As soon as he finished speaking, Tong Tong's eyes widened, her delicate face glowing with joy. The elder daughter also stared at their father, seeking confirmation. Xia Zekai, realizing that he had some free time while his wife was delayed, decided to take the sisters out for a little adventure. With that thought, he paused and said, "Girls, Daddy is taking you to a fun place now." The elder daughter nodded gently, responding quietly. The younger one, Tong Tong, eagerly exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Daddy, hurry up and take us. I don't want to go home. It's so boring there." As they approached the entrance of the community, the trio turned back, following the brick path along the community wall heading southward. After about 10 minutes, Xia Zekai crossed the road, carrying the two little ones, and entered the Lin Ao community. The sisters rarely came to this area, and upon seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, they instinctively clung to Xia Zekai's leg. Tong Tong, being a bit braver, held on tightly to her father's pants with her chubby little hands, her eyes scanning the environment with caution, looking undeniably adorable. "Daddy, where are we?" the elder daughter whispered, a hint of panic in her voice. Xia Zekai gently patted their little heads and replied, "This is Lin Ao community. Daddy rented a place here, where I will bake delicious dodo for you in the future. What do you think?" The elder daughter furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, Daddy, why don't we make it at home? There's no room at home for the large oven Daddy just bought. It's too big. Now, let us go and take a look, Xia Zekai said, holding the little girl's hands as they headed towards the rented garage. This garage was located east of the north gate of Lin Ao community, situated on the main east-west thoroughfare within the community, merely over 30 meters from the northern entrance, making it an ideal location. Considering the average rental price for garages in the community was around 300 yuan per month, this prime location added an extra 100 yuan in value. Otherwise, it would have cost over 5,000 yuan a year. The sisters watched as their father unlocked the garage, revealing a freshly painted white roll-up door. He then pushed open the inner sliding door, and a large, square commercial oven came into view. The exterior is enveloped in a gleaming layer of stainless steel, and upon facing the entrance, one can observe 3 layers of drawer-like doors. The 2 little sisters, upon sighting it, immediately gasped in awe. Wow, Daddy, what is this? It's enormous. I know. This is what Daddy mentioned. Something that can roast a multitude of beans, isn't it, Daddy? The little girls chattered incessantly. Xia Zekai allowed the sisters to voice their opinions while he circled the garage for another look. There was a faucet at the entrance, and the garage was equipped with lights, albeit requiring minor adjustments for the plumbing and electrical work. I won't bother with the walls. I'll simply wallpaper them. It's cost-effective, convenient, and saves time. I'll inquire with old Xiao later when we return to the neighborhood. Xia Zekai contemplated. He then glanced up at the garage ceiling. It stood at a modest height of 25 meters, making it impractical for a drop ceiling. However, he could consider affixing wooden beams along the top and adding a layer of paneling for a cleaner appearance. That shall be the plan. Tomorrow, I will relay the requirements to old Xiao and see if he has any availability. The garage, though spacious, measured only around 30 square meters. The sisters circled around the commercial oven a few times, but once their initial excitement faded, they clung to their father's leg, refusing to budge. One of them persistently called for him to carry her, while the other mimicked her, sitting on the ground and refusing to get up. All right then, let us go, dear. We shall leave your sister here and not worry about her, Xia Zekai thought mischievously. He took the girl's hand and headed for the exit. As they approached the door, the realization that her father and sister were indeed leaving sent Tong Tong into a panic. She pushed herself up from the ground, disregarding the dust she had just settled into, and cried out while chasing after them. To the left was a vegetable vendor, an elderly woman with a head full of white hair. Upon seeing the 2 girls, her face lit up with genuine joy. Oh my, whose daughters are these? They are absolutely adorable. Xia Zekai relished such compliments. He introduced the children to the woman and quickly remarked, Grandma just praised you for your beauty. What did your mother teach you? Hello, Grandma. The 2 little ones chimed in unison, causing the elderly lady to chuckle heartily. She insisted on gifting them each a tomato, as large as her fists, from her stall. By the time the sisters ambled back home from Lin Ao community, it was already past 5 o'clock. Xia Zekai encouraged them to play independently while he prepared dinner in the kitchen. However, this time, the girl was not pleased. She insisted that her father play with her, and would not relent until he complied. Eventually, Xia Zekai, feeling defeated, decided to forego cooking. He had just earned some money and planned to celebrate with his family once his wife returned. Luo Xiyun arrived home just as the sky began to darken. Upon entering, she noticed her husband, Xia Zekai, kneeling on a foam mat, allowing the 2 girls to ride on his back. Any irritation she had felt earlier evaporated in an instant. Zekai, have you cooked? I'm famished after a tiring day at the workshop. Exchanged her slippers and, rather ungracefully, reclined on the sofa. Summer Zekai had only crawled forward a couple of steps when he elicited a fit of giggles from the 2 girls, with Tong Tong repeatedly exclaiming, Drive, Daddy, hurry up. Summer Zekai was not one to indulge her whims. He turned to his wife and remarked, Don't mention it. Just look at our daughters. They truly dote on me, refusing to let me step into the kitchen to cook. Hurry and wash your face. I plan to take you 3 to the Oasis Eco Park for a meal. He clicked his tongue, adding, Have you become so high and mighty now that you've earned some money? Otherwise, why don't you entertain them while I prepare dinner? Just a casual remark, said Luo Xiyun. Summer Zekai cast her a glance, too weary to engage further. Dear, wash your face quickly. I'll take the girls to the car to wait for you. He spoke of cooking yet remained glued to the sofa. Hardly the attitude of someone eager to prepare a meal. Tong Tong, hoping for her father's company and play, instantly brightened up at the mention of dining out. abandoning her games and insisting that daddy get her a new outfit. The Oasis Eco Park was the premier eco-hotel in Xicheng, adorned with artificial hills, flowing water, green bamboo, and an array of exotic flowers, creating a vibrant dining atmosphere. Now in its 4th year of operation, it still thrived with bustling business, and latecomers often faced long waits for a table. Fortunately, Xia Zekai's family arrived at a reasonable hour. He entrusted Luo Xiyun with watching the girls as he approached the front desk to reserve a bamboo pavilion room. Although modest in size, it radiated a warm and inviting ambience. "Girls, what dishes would you like to order?" he inquired, holding a thick menu after they settled in. The eldest daughter pondered for a moment before cheerfully declaring, "Daddy, I want sweet potatoes." Upon hearing her sister's choice, the younger Tong eagerly chimed in, "Daddy, I want that sour and sweet meat." My goodness, what a tall order. Xia Zekai was still trying to decipher the dishes when Luo Xiyun interjected. Tong is referring to the sweet and sour pork tenderloin. It was true that a mother knows her children best, despite having spent the past few days with the girls. Xia Zekai had yet to fully grasp their preferences. Having completed the children's orders, he turned to Luo Xiyun and asked, "Dear, shall I get you a kidney for nourishment?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xiyun recalled the game he mentioned during a phone call earlier that afternoon, her expression instantly darkening. She raised her hand in a mock gesture to strike. "Zekai, is your mouth itching for a reprimand? Come here, and I will give it a thorough massage." Though she jested, the fierce look on her face made Xia Zekai feel apprehensive. Chapter 33. Outwitted by his wife, Xia Zekai harbored mischievous intentions. After the server brought their ordered dishes, he persistently urged the girls to eat quickly, not dawdling himself. Luo Xiyun initially paid little attention, but soon recognized her husband's unusual behavior. "Zekai, what are you doing? Stop rushing them. You'll choke them. Relax, I know what I'm doing. It's chilly outside tonight. Let us finish our meal promptly and head home to warm up," Xia Zekai replied, his mouth filled with excuses. While dining, Luo Xiyun recalled a matter and said to Xia Zekai, "The night after tomorrow, I wish to invite 2 employees from my department for a meal. Will you be joining us?" Xia Zekai shook his head. "It's your department's first gathering. How can family members be included? If I attend, it might hinder your discussions about work. Perhaps it's best to skip this time. I can stay home to look after the girls," he suggested. "Why not wait until next month for an outdoor team-building event? We could all bring our families along, and I would bring the girls too." "All right, we shall see then," Luo Xiyun replied without pressing the issue. After returning from the Oasis Ecological Park, nearly 2 hours had passed. The main reason was that the girls were quite boisterous and hardly settled down to eat. In a moment of distraction, they dashed outside. Thus, Xia Zekai found himself chasing after them, while the 2 little girls frolicked ahead, causing a delay of more than half an hour. Upon arriving back at Qian Garden Community, the sisters, worn out from their antics, began to doze off. Xia Zekai and Luo Xiyun each took charge of one child, hastily helping them wash up while they still had the energy. However, just as they were finishing with the younger girl, she drooped her little head and fell asleep. Tong, on the other hand, managed to hold on long enough to brush her teeth, but was also exceedingly tired. Seeing his daughters so cooperative brought a smile to Xia Zekai's face, as he contemplated the ample time he would have to discuss the joys of new games with their mother afterward. In the bedroom, Luo Xiyun said to Xia Zekai, "Zekai, you go out first. I'll tuck them in. We don't want them rolling off the bed again." "All right, I'll take a shower first." "Hurry up," Xia Zekai replied, his tone becoming noticeably more cheerful. Luo Xiyun shot him a glance, continuing to tuck the blanket around Tong, then closed the bedroom door and locked it from the inside. "You scoundrel, always thinking about those ridiculous matters. You'll sleep on the couch tonight. May you freeze." Luo Xiyun gritted her teeth. She decided to forego brushing her teeth and simply go to bed, stating she would no longer attend to him. Earlier that afternoon, after receiving a teasing phone call from her husband, she contemplated how to teach him a lesson, resolving to leave him outside for the night to make him remember. After Xia Zekai finished washing up, he hurriedly emerged, only to find the living room empty and the master bedroom door closed. He even peeked into the guest room, but there was still no one. What is going on with her? Is she not done yet? Women are truly troublesome, he thought to himself, approaching the master bedroom door, attempting to turn the handle for a glance inside. To his surprise, the door was locked from the inside. "Hey, sweetheart, open the door. I need to discuss something with you," Xia Zekai called softly. Luo Xiyun's voice replied, "Whatever it is, we can talk about it tomorrow. I'm tired and going to sleep now. You can sleep on the sofa." But I still need to take the girls to the restroom tonight. He offered another excuse. Luo Xiyun remarked, I can manage on my own. You must be weary today, so rest well tonight. Then came the mention of the game. And we still had to crack walnuts. Little did he know that his mention of the subject was merely an invitation for provocation. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Xiyun's furious voice echoed from the bedroom. Get lost. Go entertain yourself. I see you are simply idling about. Unaware of how exhausted I am from a long day's work, I, Xia Zekai, was left dumbfounded, realizing that his wife had become quite astute, even employing tactics of her own. That night, the game I had longed for came to an abrupt halt, and in the end, I begrudgingly retreated to the guest room for the night. In the dead of night, out of habit, I arose to tend to my 2 daughters. But as I reached out to embrace them, I grasped nothing but air. It dawned on me that my wife had indeed outsmarted me, denying me entry to the master bedroom. That wretched woman, I swear, should I seize an opportunity, I shall give her a proper reckoning, I vowed in the darkness. After my musings, I lay back down, and soon, faint snores filled the room, enveloping the guest room in tranquility once more. By dawn, before 6 o'clock, I was awake, prepared to check on the girls' potty. Upon stepping out, I noticed the kitchen ablaze with light, the sound of a knife rhythmically chopping on the cutting board. This shattered my earlier thoughts of vengeance, vanishing the resolve I had to confront my wife. First, I gently opened the door to the master bedroom and glanced inside. My daughters, both nestled in slumber, appeared blissfully peaceful. After freshening up, I ventured into the kitchen where Luo Xiyun had already prepared breakfast, a small pot of vegetable dumpling soup, accompanied by a bowl of pickled vegetables mixed with vinegar and sesame oil. She had even garnished it with minced ginger and cilantro. The fragrant aroma of sesame oil entwined with the fresh scent of cilantro wafting through the air. This was my favorite flavor. After the meal, I eagerly took it upon myself to wash the dishes while Luo Xiyun washed her hands, grabbed her handbag and car keys, and departed. Rousing the girls and dressing them, as well as styling their hair, had become second nature to me. The eldest did not inquire about her mother's absence, as she had grown accustomed to mornings without her. The younger, Tong Tong, innocently asked, Dad, when will the delicious beans be ready? Initially, I was puzzled, but upon reflection, I understood her query. I chuckled and replied, just a few more days. They will be ready by the time your kindergarten holiday begins next week. Tong Tong began counting on her fingers. She could accurately count up to 10, a skill imparted by Luo Xiyun, with no credit to me. Before she could finish, the elder sister rolled her eyes and declared, Tong Tong is so silly. There are still 8 days left. With that, she gestured with her thumb and index finger, forming the shape of the number 8. The elder sister was a little prodigy in this regard, particularly sensitive to numbers, albeit somewhat timid and appearing fragile. In contrast, Tong Tong was a typical little girl, adorably plump, a trait that endeared her to many. After listening to her sister, Tong Tong's little face transformed into a frown. It's still such a long time, Daddy. I wish I could eat it today. Her thoughts were quite fanciful. After finishing her braids, Xia Zekai reassured her, All right, I promise you'll be able to eat it today, fresh from the pot. Chapter 34, Dedication and Deception Today. Xia Zekai had business at the kindergarten to provide on-site instruction to Tianqing on how to prepare melt-in-your-mouth sweets. He was not in a hurry when he left in the morning. After attending kindergarten for 3 days, Tong Tong had started to become somewhat lazy, dragging her feet and refusing to go. For her, it was far too tedious to merely sit in the classroom without any movement. Before long, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Ignoring the second child, who was rolling on the ground refusing to go to school, Xia Zekai picked one up in each arm and quickly made his way to the kindergarten. At the entrance, he greeted Wang Deshun as usual and let him take a look at Yadu and Tong Tong, as they would still need Wang to keep an eye on them. Strangely enough, while Tong Tong would cause a ruckus and roll around at home, she instantly transformed into a model student upon seeing teacher Shuru, obediently following her into the teaching building. Xia Zekai did not rush to leave. After informing Wang Deshun, he followed him into the kindergarten and headed directly to Tianqing's office on the 2nd floor. The door was ajar, and upon knocking and entering, Xia Zekai saw Tianqing wiping the table with a blue cloth. Upon noticing his arrival, she remarked, I knew Mr. Xia is someone who values punctuality. Xia Zekai chuckled softly, offering a courteous response. Throughout the morning, Xia Zekai diligently instructed the kitchen staff on how to prepare the ingredients for the melt-in-your-mouth sweets, detailing the proportions needed, the ideal size for the piping bag, and meticulously teaching every aspect. Tianqing observed closely. After all, she had invested a substantial sum of 40,000 yuan in the recipe, making it impossible for her to be indifferent. Before they knew it, the morning had slipped away. Xia Zekai demonstrated sufficient sincerity, patiently guiding the kitchen staff and reiterating instructions to Tianqing. However, it became evident that such intricate work was not something everyone could execute to perfection. Tianqing grasped this reality after tasting the sweets made by both Xia Zekai and their own efforts, clearly discerning the difference. Tianqing did not press him for an explanation nor scold the kitchen staff, recognizing their limitations. At the kindergarten entrance, Tianqing personally escorted Xia Zekai, who intended to leave. "Mr. Xia, you've been busy for half the day. Why not stay for a meal?" "Really, Teacher Tian. I have some urgent matters to attend to and must leave," he replied. "Well then, this collaboration has been quite pleasant, and I look forward to future endeavors," she said. "Teacher Tian, I too look forward to our next meeting," Xia Zekai said earnestly, shaking her hand before turning to walk towards the Lineo residential complex across the street. Tianqing squinted, watching his retreating figure, feeling that this young man was somewhat different. In the garage he rented, Xia Zekai had just called his neighbor, Xiao Xinggong, who resided in the same building, inviting him over for a visit. Xiao Xinggong was in the renovation business, working alongside his wife, both managing their own projects. There exists a craft wherein one lives neither extravagantly nor in want. While awaiting Xiao Xinggong's arrival, Xia Zekai remained unhurried, taking the opportunity to visit a nearby convenience store where he spent 2 yuan on 2 packets of baking soda, intending to dedicate some time to thoroughly clean the large oven, both inside and out. As he contemplated what additional supplies to procure, Xiao Xinggong, sporting a prominent bald head, approached him. Upon seeing Xia Zekai, he greeted him warmly. After Xia Zekai articulated his requirements, Xiao Xinggong nodded in agreement, saying, "Xia, your requests are quite simple. My wife and I can complete them within a day. Here's the deal. I'll handle both labor and materials for 500 yuan. If that suits you. I'll head out now to purchase the ceiling panels and wallpaper. Furthermore, the modifications for your plumbing and electrical work are minor. We merely need to replace the wiring with finer cables. For 500 yuan, my profit margin is rather slim. What do you think?" Xia Zekai had a clear understanding of the materials needed. 21 rolls of wallpaper would suffice, and they could likely find ceiling panels priced reasonably. However, he did not intend for this place to be a lifelong commitment. For now, it was sufficient to make do. "All right, I shall leave the rest to you, Brother Xiao," Xia Zekai replied. Xiao Xinggong nodded. "There's no time to begin today. I'll purchase the wallpaper and ceiling panels first, and we can commence work tomorrow. You can come by for inspection the day after, on Saturday." After saying this, he pointed to the commercial oven and inquired, "Will you be needing this cleaned as well? If so, I can take care of it for you." "Yes, please do. If you can manage it, that would be wonderful. It's not a significant task." "So no need for payment," Xiao Xinggong offered, extending a hand of goodwill. Subsequently, after handing over the keys to Xiao Xinggong, Xia Zekai shifted his focus to contemplating activities for the grand opening of his new store, as well as the packaging and pricing of the melt-in-your-mouth candies. Meanwhile, at Qiqing Eatery Company, Luo Xiyun was also busy, participating in a meeting, her first since joining the company. The meeting was presided over by the general manager, Qi Jiahui, and included participants from various departments: Hu Yaoming from the Equipment Engineering Department, Jing Yunlong from the Safety Administration Department, Huang Yizhong from Human Resources, Jiang Xiao from the Finance Department, Zhang Kainyan from the Supply Chain, and Luo Xiyun from the Quality Department. The conference room was modestly sized, with attendees seated around an oval conference table, eliminating any clear hierarchy. "Ladies and gentlemen, given our current progress, we can commence trial production by the end of this month. I want to elaborate further. This first endeavor must be executed flawlessly, and every department must ensure its utmost support for this initiative," Qi Jiahui stated, her voice soft yet resolute. Turning to a few individuals, she continued, "Manager Hu, please arrange for a comprehensive inspection of the kiln. I do not wish to hear about issues once we light it. Manager Huang, staffing is paramount for ensuring production. If the workshop lacks sufficient workers, our output will falter. You must prioritize this matter above all else. Manager Zhang, it is imperative that we maintain timely communication with our suppliers regarding raw materials and packaging supplies, ensuring that they can furnish us with substantial quantities of products at any moment. Should any supplier be unable to meet this requirement, we must swiftly seek alternatives." The progress of a Durley's development must not be hindered by trivial obstacles. If there are delays in this area, no explanations will be necessary. At this moment, Xi Zekai exuded an air of authority. Yunlong, as the company is newly established and many projects within the workshop remain under construction, your primary responsibility now is to ensure safety at all costs. This year marks a Durley's inaugural year of production, and we cannot afford any unforeseen safety incidents. Her gaze finally settled on Luo Xiyun, and after a moment of contemplation, she stated, Manager Luo, this year the company aims to compete for the Best New Factory Award from the A. Durley Group. The quality of our output is of paramount importance, and I hope you will ensure rigorous quality control. As we embark on our production journey, the initial stages of testing and adaptation will inevitably yield fluctuations in quality. However, I have faith that you will adeptly manage the overarching quality assurance, which is crucial for our pursuit of this accolade. Upon hearing her words, a thought flickered in Luo Xiyun's mind: to fabricate data. Chapter 35. I will deal with you later. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already 7 p.m. Xi Zekai invited all the department managers to dinner. Given her nature, the meal was rather efficient, and they dispersed shortly after 9 p.m. When Luo Xiyun returned home, both her daughter and Tong Tong were already asleep. Her husband, Xia Zekai, was seated on the sofa, hunched over the coffee table, engrossed in writing and drawing. Upon hearing her return, he placed his right index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture and pointed towards the master bedroom, saying, They're both asleep. Keep it down. He then softly inquired, Are you hungry? I made red date and goji berry porridge, still warm in the pot. Would you like me to serve you a bowl? Sure, she replied. After listening to their chatter all evening, she had hardly eaten anything. Luo Xiyun had abstained from alcohol, which had drawn some playful teasing from Xi Zekai about being tightly controlled by her husband. Luo Xiyun merely smiled and did not retort. While Xia Zekai went to serve her the porridge, she quietly slipped into the bedroom to change into her pajamas and wash her face. As she savored the porridge, she confided in Xia Zekai, Zekai, you wouldn't believe it. During the meeting today, CEO Qi nearly suggested that I falsify data. Having navigated the corporate arena for many years, Xia Zekai instantly grasped the situation and chuckled, shaking his head. As long as the overarching direction is correct, the details are trivial. In the workplace, you must follow directives from above. Just focus on your role. Your salary will remain intact. The company has its own plans, and CEO Qi has her objectives. As a newcomer, it's crucial not to create discord at pivotal moments. Luo Xiyun shot him a glance, imbued with myriad emotions that pierced Xia Zekai's heart. He then recounted his experiences from the day at the kindergarten and discussed the renovations of the garage. Luo Xiyun asked, Don't just busy yourself with renovations and permits. Have you decided on a name for the store? What about the trademark design? Which one? Xia Zekai countered. He remarked, If I don't choose an appropriate name for the shop, how can I proceed with the registration? Luo Xiyun became intrigued and inquired, What is the name of the shop? Jingtong Baking proudly announced, Xia Zekai. Upon hearing this name, Luo Xiyun was taken aback. What a ridiculous choice. Could a worse name possibly exist? Though she concealed her thoughts, she resolved that this time would have to suffice, as the decision was already made. In the future, if such an opportunity arose again, she would ensure her husband would not be the one to name it. She would rather spend money hiring a master to create a fitting name instead. This was a classic case of naming ineptitude. Xia Zekai could clearly perceive the fatigue etched on his wife's face. As soon as Luo Xiyun emerged from her shower, he earnestly began to massage her shoulders and limbs, helping her to relax. Unbeknownst to him, she soon drifted off to sleep, utterly exhausted from the day. Xia Zekai gently repositioned her, tucking her in snugly, and then lay down beside her, succumbing to slumber himself. The following morning, Xia Zekai woke slightly earlier than usual. He gently tapped Luo Xiyun twice. Sleepily, she murmured in response. He said, Wife, let's skip breakfast this morning. I'll go out to buy something. You can sleep a little longer. All right, came her weak reply, quickly followed by soft breathing as she returned to sleep. Stepping outside, he felt the chill of early March. Though it was no longer biting, a gust of wind prompted him to instinctively pull his neck into his collar. He strolled around the neighborhood shops, most of which were dining establishments. One sign caught his eye, proclaiming authentic Hejian donkey meat fire buns. After a moment's contemplation, he ordered 4 buns, 2 with green peppers and 2 without. Continuing onward, he visited his usual spot, Hanyuan Lamb Soup House, and requested a pound of the full lamb soup, sufficient for the 2 of them. Zhanggu, let's settle up, he called. The owner of the soup house, Xia Zekai, was a balding man in his 30s, not particularly tall but stout, weighing nearly 200 pounds. 25 per pound, but I'll give it to you for 23, Xia Zekai offered. Upon hearing this, Xia Zekai promptly produced his long black wallet and counted out 23 yuan, grumbling as he left. In this day and age, not having mobile payment is truly inconvenient. Xia Zekai, hearing this, instinctively asked, "Brother, what is mobile payment?" Xia Zekai paused, chuckled, and chose not to explain, simply walking away. Upon returning home, he found Luo Xiyun already awake, while their two little ones were still asleep. He entered, raising the full lamb soup and donkey meat buns in his hands, exclaiming, "Look at these wonderful treats, perfect while they're still warm. Hurry and get the bowls and plates." He poured the entire pound of lamb broth, simmered with bones, into a basin, serving a bowl for Luo Xiyun, and handed her the donkey meat bun without green peppers. "I got these from the shop to the north. Without green peppers for you. If you want, the other bag contains the spicy ones." Luo Xiyun accepted it, saying, "My mouth is on fire. I think I'll skip the spicy ones." Yet, when it came to the lamb soup, there was no sign of discomfort in her mouth. She devoured both buns and drank 2 bowls of the broth. After finishing, she placed the bowl on the table, grabbed her bag and car keys, and prepared to leave. Just before stepping out, she remarked to Xia Zekai, "You must refrain from buying this in the mornings. It's too heavy and difficult to digest." Her tone was laced with disdain. Xia Zekai gave her a thumbs up, provoking Luo Xiyun to raise her handbag, nearly hurling it at him. With a fierce gesture, she pointed at him, saying, "Don't you dare be ungrateful. I will deal with you when I return tonight." She was formidable. At the moment the door closed, Xia Zekai called out, "Don't drink in the evening. If you do, call me, and I will come to fetch you." Luo Xiyun retorted, "What are you talking about? Besides, I'm allergic to alcohol. You should wish me well instead." As time passed beyond 7 o'clock, Xia Zekai went to rouse the 2 little girls still lost in slumber. "Oh, Dad, you are so annoying. I'm exhausted and want to sleep more. I refuse to go to kindergarten. It's so bothersome." The girls, Yao and Tong Tong, expressed their dissatisfaction almost in unison, then turned over, attempting to return to sleep. However, the little ones were no match for their father's tactics. Xia Zekai braided Yao's hair into 2 little pigtails and styled the chubby-faced Tong Tong's hair into a bun. "Yao, Tong Tong, your mother has plans tonight and may return late. We want to wait for her to have dinner. What do you girls want to eat?" Xia Zekai posed a question that seemed nearly impossible to answer. Both girls looked up at him in bewilderment. Yao, with a hint of grievance, pouted, "Dad, I don't know what I want to eat." Tong Tong, a typical little foodie, although lacking in academic prowess, had a clear opinion on food. "Dad, I want pineapple rice and chicken." No sooner had she spoken than Yao, lacking resolve, chimed in, "Dad, I also want pineapple rice." "All right, since you both enjoy it, I will take you to Walmart tonight, and after we've had our fun, we'll have pineapple rice." Xia Zekai responded, relieved to finally have an answer. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, he, as usual, handed Yao and Tong Tong's small hands to Shi Rui, preparing to bid farewell to his daughters. Shi Rui called out to him, "Mr. Xia, we will organize a parent-child activity next week. Will you have time to participate?" It was a question that seemed somewhat redundant. Without inquiring about the specific day, Xia Zekai readily agreed. Currently, his most abundant resource was leisure time. "I will definitely be available. Just let me know in advance, teacher Shi." "All right, Xia Jingya, Xia Jitong, say goodbye to your father," Shi Rui instructed. "Goodbye, Dad." Yao obediently waved. "Don't forget to take me to play." Tong Tong was a bit more exuberant. After leaving Qiyun kindergarten, Xia Zekai decided to check on his shop. Xiao Xing'an was already industriously at work early in the morning. The garage floor was covered with a layer of plastic sheeting, and his clumsy large oven was tightly wrapped in plastic. "You're here early, Xiao Gu," Xia Zekai remarked. Xiao Xing'an, who was securing wooden beams to the ceiling of the garage, glanced down at him and continued working. "Xia, I was idle, so I thought I'd come over early. I first secured the wooden beams, and you should assess the quality of the boards on the ground. Typically, they sell for over 50 yuan per square meter. But after conversing amiably with them, I managed to negotiate a price of 38. Xia Zekai nodded, crouched down for a closer inspection, and found the quality to be mediocre. Even at 38, there seemed to be a considerable markup. However, his expectations were modest, and he smiled reassuringly, saying, with brother Xiao overseeing the work, "I am certainly at ease. Xia, you should hurry outside. There's too much dust accumulating in here. When your sister-in-law arrives, we'll begin smoothing the walls and then apply the wallpaper, Xiaoxing remarked. Xia Zekai inquired, shouldn't we first address the plumbing and electrical work? Xiaoxing responded nonchalantly. Of course, we can handle that without delaying the wall preparation. We'll finish everything today. Xia Zekai decided not to dwell on it. As he prepared to leave, he said, Brother Xiao, you take care of things here. I have some other matters to attend to and will head to the market for a while. All right, go ahead and keep busy. Xiaoxing continued his work without interruption. Xia Zekai walked away from the garage, intending to exit through the east gate of the Linao community to catch a bus into the city, where he planned to order a batch of packaging boxes. Before he reached the bus stop, his phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was from his second brother. Seeing those two characters brought a wave of nostalgia over Xia Zekai. Since returning, he had not been in touch with his brothers, which made him feel a twinge of shame. In the next moment, he answered the call, exclaiming, Brother, what prompted you to call me? Zekai, it has been nearly 2 months since we last spoke. How have you been? Is the account development going smoothly? Inquired Xia Yunhui, his second cousin from his paternal uncle's side. He had an elder cousin named Xia Yunfei, who worked in freight transport. Is your money sufficient for your expenses? If not, please let me know, Xia Yunhui advised. Such a commonplace inquiry nearly brought tears to Xia Zekai's eyes. Brother, rest assured. My salary and commissions last month amounted to around 8,000. That sounds a bit tight, considering you still have a mortgage to pay and 2 children. At least Tong Tong and the little girl have stopped needing formula, Xia Yunhui noted, recalling something. Zekai, when you have the time, do come over. Your sister-in-law has sorted out Amy's old clothes. Since Amy has grown chubby, she can no longer wear them. You can take them back for the little girl and Tong Tong. I'll come by another day to pick them up, Xia Zekai replied. Xia Yunhui added, also, we haven't tea gathered since the new year. I was thinking we should take some time to reunite. I understand you often travel for work, but I wanted to check with you first. Are you going anywhere soon? Brother, I have no trips planned. I'm available whenever you need me, Xia Zekai assured him. He had yet to disclose to his family that he had resigned from his job. He was now home caring for the children while his wife worked, and he worried that this might cause concern among his relatives. Moreover, his small shop was still in the preparatory phase, and the specifics of its operation remained uncertain. So he chose not to mention it. Unbeknownst to Xia Yunhui, he felt reassured by his cousin's response. Then I will contact your elder brother and the others. We won't delay any longer. Let's plan for these next few days. Indeed, there is another matter to discuss. Next month marks the Qingming festival, and your company will likely be on holiday. At that time, we can return home together to pay our respects at grandmother's grave and visit grandfather as well. Just as he was about to end the call, Xia Yunhui mentioned something else. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Zekai agreed. All right. After the brothers hung up, Xia Zekai stared absently at his now black-screened phone, his heart filled with myriad emotions. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts. He walked to the bus stop and waited for 5 minutes, yet no bus arrived. It was quite peculiar. With no other options, Xia Zekai now firmly believed in the adage that time is money. He spotted a blue and white taxi approaching from a distance and quickly raised his hand to hail it. Excuse me, could you please take me to a place that specializes in packaging boxes? Xia Zekai reverted to his usual method of seeking assistance. This approach indeed proved effective. The taxi driver, appearing to be of similar age, possessed far greater knowledge of the city than Xia Zekai. After winding through several turns, the driver finally halted the vehicle and pointed to an alley ahead, saying, Young man, walk down that alley, and at the end, you will find a shop that makes packaging boxes. They have all sorts. You can take a look for yourself. Trusting his words, Xia Zekai paid the fare and proceeded into the alley. Upon reaching the end, he found a large gate wide open, though there were no signs indicating any establishment. Peering through the entrance, he observed the yard filled with numerous bags of fertilizer. A quick glance revealed that within these bags lay stacks of plastic bags of various sizes, some transparent, others adorned with printed designs. As he casually inspected several open bags, he discovered a white plastic bag imprinted with the words De Run Fa, a well-known supermarket chain renowned for its affordability in Qiqing. To his surprise, he realized these shopping bags originated from this very place. What an impressive business operation, Xia Zekai mused inwardly. By now, he was certain of one thing. The taxi driver had not deceived him. Is anyone there? Is the owner at home? After standing in the yard for a while, without anyone greeting him, Xia Zekai raised his voice. Eventually, An elderly man with a head full of gray hair emerged from the building. He glanced at Xia Zekai and said, "So, you're the one calling out. What kind of bags do you need? I have everything. Feel free to take a look." The man spoke straightforwardly, without a hint of pretense. Xia Zekai appreciated such candidness. It suggested a simple nature, likely free of malice. "Boss, I would like to produce a batch of packaging boxes." Xia Zekai articulated his requirements. The elderly man immediately understood. Responding, "I can do that, but the prices are not cheap." "All right, could you show me a sample first? If I find something I like, we can sign a contract immediately." To his surprise, the old man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for samples. I have all kinds in my shop. Come inside and take a look. If you find something suitable, let me know the quantity, and I will give you a price." Xia Zekai was taken aback. This old man was refreshingly forthright. Upon entering the abode of the elderly man, Xia Zekai realized he had underestimated this seemingly unassuming figure. Outside, the yard was cluttered with an array of fertilizer bags filled with plastic, but inside, the space was brimming with large snakeskin bags containing an assortment of boxes of various sizes. "We have every kind of box you might need here, including disposable cups and paper cups. Feel free to choose what suits you best, and let me know your preferences." The old man spoke plainly. Xia Zekai nodded, eschewing any pretense as he scanned the options before him, in search of 3 distinct boxes which would correspond to 3 different price tiers. After a thorough examination, he selected a paper cup akin to those used by KFC for chilled cola, a hard plastic box with a diameter of 10 centimeters, which featured a straightforward snap-on lid. Finally, he chose a 15-centimeter diameter hard plastic box, distinguished by its screw-on lid. This slight variation elevated its perceived value. "Boss, these are the 3 models I have chosen. Could you calculate the prices for me?" He called the old man over and placed the selected packaging boxes before him. The old man glanced over them and inquired, "Will you be needing any printing on the boxes?" "We can imprint our store logo and name. It's quite simple. If the pricing is agreeable, I'll provide you with the details shortly." "How many units do you anticipate moving in a month?" Finding the question somewhat vague, the old man pressed further. "Can you manage around 2,000 units monthly?" Xia Zekai pondered, calculating that the total for the 3 selections would amount to 6,000 units, averaging 200 per day. Though uncertain of his sales capability, he remained resolute. "It's feasible." "All right then," the old man continued, "for the paper cups, I can offer you 30 yuan for 200 units. The 10-centimeter plastic box will be 35 yuan for 200 units, and the 15-centimeter box, which is a touch more intricate, I can offer at a minimum of 45 yuan for 150 units. These are my lowest prices. With your volume, I cannot afford to lower them further." Xia Zekai calculated the cost per packaging box to be between 0.15 and 0.30 yuan, which seemed somewhat steep. "This price is a bit high. Yet I am just starting out and dealing with a smaller volume. Should my next purchase involve a larger quantity, how much of a discount could you provide then?" he inquired, not dwelling on the minutiae, as business is fundamentally about negotiation. The old man responded straightforwardly, "If you commit to buying over 10,000 units at once, I can offer you an additional 20% discount. Any further reduction, and I would not be able to make a profit." His business philosophy was clearly one of low prices and high volume. "Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement." Xia Zekai decided against seeking a second supplier, fully aware that their costs would likely be even lower. A single injection molding machine could suffice for such tasks. And as he had sold those plastic pellets the previous month, he understood that the cost per product was just a few cents when spread across a ton of materials. Fortunately, environmental regulations had yet to be enforced. Otherwise, the prices of cardboard and raw materials for injection molding would skyrocket, turning packaging costs into a significant issue. After finalizing the contract, as Xia Zekai prepared to leave, the old man called out to him, "Aren't you making a purchase today?" Xia Zekai scratched his head, pondering the straightforwardness of the old man. "Boss, I took a taxi here today. Even if I buy it, it's cumbersome to carry." Before he could finish his sentence, the old man interrupted, "No worries, I can deliver it to you, free of charge." "Wonderful." Xia Zekai couldn't help but exclaim, impressed by the old man's efficiency. Having reached this stage, he promptly placed an order for 2,000 units each of 3 different items, totaling 1,350 yuan. There was certainly a profit to be made. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't be so generous with his offer. Xia Zekai requested that their shop name and contact number be printed on the items, while the trademark would be finalized later. "All right, it will take some time to print. I'll arrange for some overtime. If you're free tomorrow, I'll deliver it to you, the old man said, calculating logistics. Where should I deliver it? Xia Zekai considered that 6,000 boxes of 3 different specifications would require considerable space. The garage would not suffice, but his apartment building had a 12-square-meter storage room. He finally replied, "Deliver it to Xiyun Garden Community, Building 14. Call me when you arrive." With that, the matter was settled. This small alley, situated in the bustling city center, belonged to Qiqing District and was one of the older single-story buildings. Notifications had already been issued regarding upcoming development plans. Nearby were Likun Mall and Qiqing Shopping Center. And if one walked further west, they would find Inswa Shopping Center and Jindi Shopping Plaza. Xia Zekai also needed to purchase Stage 3 milk powder, a key ingredient for melt-in-the-mouth snacks. He decided against sourcing yogurt separately, as Qiqing had its own fresh milk processing plant. He would arrange for bulk deliveries from the dairy supplier at a lower cost. After circling several malls, he discovered that the price of Stage 3 milk powder was not particularly favorable. After some contemplation, he refrained from making an immediate purchase and resolved to seek out a milk powder supplier. If that failed, he could always browse Taobao upon returning home. Operating a small business meant that expenses were ubiquitous. Thus, it was prudent to save wherever possible while ensuring quality. At Qiqing Attery Company, Limited, the management had recently concluded a meeting, and the office appeared markedly different that day, exhibiting signs of meticulous cleaning. Luo Xiyun arrived at the office with her bag and noticed Lu Jing already present, busily wiping the table with a brown cloth. Upon seeing her, Lu Jing greeted, "Manager." "Good morning." "Good morning, Lu Jing. You're quite early today," Luo Xiyun replied with a smile. Lu Jing beamed back. "I had nothing much to do at home, so I thought I'd come in to tidy up a bit. If any new employees arrive during the recruitment later, at least it will look presentable." This thoughtful gesture enhanced Luo Xiyun's impression of her. "I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. Don't forget," she reminded. "Understood." Lu Jing saluted playfully. Chapter 38. The pragmatic second son Chen Wenxuan arrived a few minutes later. As a newcomer to the workforce, he was still unfamiliar with many things. Yet he had a keen eye. After setting down his belongings, he joined Lu Jing in tidying up the space. A day swiftly passed amidst the busyness. On this particular day, Luo Xiyun interviewed 7 candidates for the quality department inspector positions, but after her evaluations, she retained only 2. In her view, it was imperative to select the best, especially since the company held recruitment fairs weekly. Before she realized it, the workday came to its end. Luo Xiyun had already changed into her casual attire, ready to depart at any moment. Exiting the office, she called out to Lu Jing and Chen Wenxuan. "Lu Jing, Xiao Chen, how did you both arrive?" Lu Jing stood up and replied, "Manager, I took the bus." Chen Wenxuan added, "Manager, I rode my electric scooter." "Then I shall drive you both." "Xiao Chen, you needn't ride your scooter." Before they could respond, she inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "Manager, we're easygoing. Anything will do," Lu Jing and Chen Wenxuan replied, still a bit shy after only a week of interaction with their manager. Luo Xiyun understood their sentiments and proposed, "How about we go to Walmart for a Brazilian barbecue buffet?" "That sounds wonderful." At present, other buffets in Qiqing charged exorbitant prices of 29, 39, or even 49 yuan per person, while Walmart's Brazilian barbecue had reached an average expenditure of 59 yuan, firmly placing it among the elite in the locality. Lu Jing and Chen Wenxuan, who usually refrained from indulging in such meals, were quite pleased to hear that their manager wished to treat them there. When the time came, the two changed their clothes and followed Luo Xiyun outside. Upon seeing the 3-box Ford Focus that Luo Xiyun drove, envy gleamed in their eyes. "Manager, this car must cost over 100,000, right?" Chen Wenxuan asked, as he had a keen interest in cars and recognized this model. Aware that the new car's price was over 120,000 yuan. With his current base salary, overtime pay, and allowances, he barely took home over 1,700 yuan, making it utterly unattainable for him. Moreover, even if he managed to purchase a car, he wouldn't be able to afford the fuel. Luo Xiyun took her seat in the driver's cabin, and after ensuring Lu Jing and Chen Wenxuan were settled in the back, she started the vehicle and casually remarked, "I'm not very familiar with this new car. It's actually a second-hand one bought by my husband, and isn't as expensive as you think." Luo Xiyun was not particularly old. In fact, she could be considered a peer of Lu Jing. As the trio chatted, they drove towards Walmart. Meanwhile, after exiting the shopping mall, Xia Zekai had failed to locate a suitable supplier for baby formula. After a long afternoon of searching, he realized that it was nearly time for his daughters to be dismissed from school. With little time left to continue his search, he hurriedly hailed a taxi to pick them up from kindergarten, then took them home to wash their little faces and change into clean clothes. Xia Zekai also packed ample wet wipes and tissues, filled a thermos with warm water, and once everything was ready, he set out with his daughters. "Daddy, can I play for a while before we eat?" Tong calculated her own little plan. Xia Zekai nodded. "Once we arrive, shall we first ride the carousel? Or would you prefer the children's playground and sliding down the slide?" After contemplating for a moment, Tong was still uncertain about what to play. The little girl nodded enthusiastically. "The carousel? Yes. I want to play." "All right." Summer Zekai agreed readily. The journey from Xiyun Garden to the Walmart located in the heart of Qiqing City was not particularly long. It took merely a 10-minute taxi ride to arrive. After paying the fare, Summer Zekai hurried the two girls into the supermarket. However, as soon as they stepped out of the taxi, he regretted it. The day's highest temperature was only 10 degrees, and it was already beginning to drop. It was quite cold. At this temperature, playing on the outdoor carousel and in the children's playground was simply out of the question. As the little girl passed by the carousel, she turned back to gaze longingly at it while her father pulled her into the supermarket, her lips pouting in disappointment. "Daddy, the carousel is right there," she whined, her voice tinged with tears. Summer Zekai sighed. "I know, sweetheart, but it's far too cold outside. If you go out to play, you'll turn into a little popsicle and shatter." The little girl wrapped her tiny arms around herself, her face displaying a look of fear. Tong cast a disdainful glance at her father and then rolled her eyes at her sister. "Sister, you're so silly. Daddy's just a big bad guy trying to scare you. But if you go out, you'll catch a cold and need an injection, just like Hanmei did." This remark was incomprehensible to outsiders, yet old Xia understood it perfectly. As Summer Zekai listened to his second daughter besmirching him, he raised his large hand and playfully swatted her backside. "Ah!" Tong squealed, covering her little behind with her hands, glaring at her father with a promise of revenge through her eyes. Summer Zekai paid her no mind and turned to their eldest. "Sweetheart, let's go see if there's anything else to play with." Okay. The little girl bounced eagerly behind her father, but after a few steps, she turned back to see her sister had not moved. Tong, hurry up," she called out. "Oh, coming." Tong, ever sensible, set aside her little tantrum and raced after her sister. On the first floor of Walmart, next to the escalator leading to the second floor, there was a small children's playground. Unlike conventional playgrounds filled with slides, ball pits, and sand-digging games, this one featured only a trampoline, surrounded by a protective netting. Adjacent to the trampoline was a sand-digging game where children could control a construction vehicle with a remote, allowing them to dig for sand and various treasures, transporting their finds from one end to a fort located at the other end. Summer Zekai initially intended to guide the girls to play the sand-digging game, but unexpectedly, Tong pointed at the trampoline and refused to budge. "Daddy, I want to play on this. I want to jump high," she exclaimed, bouncing in place. The little girl blinked a few times and then echoed, "Daddy, I want to jump high too." "Jump high, you say?" Summer Zekai asked incredulously. The little girl nodded vigorously. "I want to play. But dear, won't you cry later?" he inquired, knowing her timid nature. She was hardly the type suited for such an activity. "Indeed, I am more formidable than Tong. Do not weep, Tong, for I shall not shed tears either." The little girl remained unconvinced. Tong promptly retorted, "Sister is a crybaby, boo-hoo." "You are the real crybaby," the little one countered. Xia Zekai felt a headache coming on. Since it was already spoken, they might as well play. Chapter 39. The Audacious One and the Timorous Mouse. He approached the proprietor to inquire about the charges, which were 10 yuan per person for a 15-minute session. Xia Zekai paid the fee and began to queue with his two daughters. Ahead of them were 3 children, and he anticipated a lengthy wait. However, to his surprise, 2 of the 3 children soon began to cry, insisting they would not continue. Thus, it was not long before it was the turn of the little girl and Tong. The little girl, who had previously boasted of her bravery, faltered when her moment arrived, while their second child eagerly shouted to go next upon seeing the vacant elastic rope. "Daddy, I am so brave." "Sister is not," Tong exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to elevate her own stature while belittling her sister. The trampoline operator securely fastened her safety harness and remarked, "All right, you truly are a brave little girl." Humph. The not yet 4-year-old Xia Jitong could hardly bear the praise, her nostrils flaring with pride. Xia Zekai watched, perspiration forming on his brow, He felt a twinge of weakness in his own legs, pondering the audacity of his second child. This temperament must surely be inherited from her mother. The little girl clutched her father's clothing tightly, and upon noticing, Xia Zekai saw that her palms were slick with sweat. After several confirmations, the operator tugged firmly on the elastic rope tethering Tong Tong, then pulled back slightly before releasing it, sending Xia Zitong soaring into the air like a cannonball. She reached a certain height before rebounding back down. Throughout this exhilarating experience, Xia Zekai was consumed with anxiety, fearing the safety harness might suddenly loosen, the elastic rope snap, or the trampoline support structure collapse. His mind raced with worries, yet Tong Tong reveled in the thrill, emitting delighted sounds that bore no semblance to fear. Seeing her sister's joy, the little girl grew envious and tugged at her father's sleeve, declaring, "Daddy, I want to go up and play too." "Are you certain? I have already paid. And if you go up, you must play for the full 15 minutes. The little girl nodded emphatically yes. Before long, another spot became available, and Xia Zekai, disregarding the audacity of his second child, lifted the little girl to stand in position. The operator came over to secure her safety harness. Just as he was about to pull down on the elastic rope as before, the little girl protested, shouting, "I want daddy, I want daddy." The operator appeared taken aback. It was evident that the little girl was frightened. Xia Zekai reassured the operator, "Please keep an eye on my little one while I tend to this one. All right. We can take it slowly at first to help her acclimate, then gradually increase the intensity," the operator advised. "Very well." Xia Zekai responded with a soft acknowledgement, gradually pulling down the rubber band. Despite its slenderness, comparable only to the thickness of a pinky finger, the tension was formidable, requiring considerable effort to stretch. The girl, bound by her safety harness, began to feel trepidation as her father exerted force downward. She repeatedly cried out, "Daddy, please go slower. Daddy, please go slower. Slow down." Even before the descent commenced, her anguished cries unsettled Xia Zekai. He quickly reassured her, all right, dear, if you're frightened, we can stop." However, the mischievous Tong Tong, engrossed in play, chimed in, "Sister is a crybaby. Sister is a coward." The troublesome younger sibling added fuel to the fire, and unfortunately, the sister fell prey to the teasing. I'm not scared," the girl retorted, her defiance bubbling to the surface. "Daddy, let me go up quickly." Just 2 minutes later, a piercing wail shattered the air. "Wah, Daddy, I want to come down. I'm scared. Please stop. Daddy, I want to get down. I don't want to play anymore." Despite her tender age, her voice rang out loud and clear, drawing the attention of those around, who turned to see what had transpired. Xia Zekai felt a surge of panic and swiftly grasped the rubber band, halting its rebound until the tension dissipated and the girl paused midair. He began to gently soothe his daughter. Once her feet touched the ground, she immediately nestled into her father's embrace, her little body trembling, her small hands clutching his clothing tightly. She wished to descend, but the safety harness remained fastened. With her limited strength, she could not unfasten it, and she cried out, "Daddy, please help me. I'm scared." "Don't worry, sweetie, Daddy is here. I'll unfasten it for you." Xia Zekai continued to pat her back soothingly. Perhaps his comforting words or the security of his presence assuaged her fears, for after a while, her tears subsided, though her eyes were still glistening with moisture, a few droplets trailing down her cheeks. Her little nose quivered, clearly still shaken. At that moment, Luo Xiyun drove to Walmart with her subordinates, Lu Jing and Chen Wenxuan, and parked on the top floor. After descending from the 4th floor via the elevator, they turned and made their way to the entrance of the Brazilian barbecue restaurant on the south side of the 2nd floor. Arriving early, they noted a queue of about 10 people, which was manageable. Luo Xiyun approached the reception to collect a number tag, turning back to inform Lu Jing and Chen Wenxuan. "We'll have to wait a bit." "Manager, there's no rush. You can sit down while I wait," Chen Wenxuan replied, finally demonstrating some cleverness. Lu Jing beamed at him, pleased that her guidance had not been in vain. The boy was indeed showing improvement and potential. Leaning against the railing, Lu Jing looked down, realizing they were directly above the children's play area on the 1st floor. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze fell upon the trampoline, where a crowd had gathered, and her attention was drawn to Tong Tong, who was energetically bouncing away. At this moment, Tong Tong was increasingly engrossed in her play. This little girl, self-taught and full of energy, no longer required her father's assistance to gain momentum. As she tumbled down, she vigorously pushed off the trampoline with her little legs, propelling herself into the air once more. She was entirely oblivious to the notion of stopping for a meal. Observing a group gathered around her sister, with their father by her side, she pouted and shouted, "Sister, I'm better than you. You're just a coward." This child was relentless in her teasing. Had it not been for the trampoline, she would have surely invoked her sister's authority to counter her. But at this moment, her sister's stature had diminished, leaving her unable to assert herself. After a brief respite, children tend to have short memories, and Tong Tong was soon rejuvenated. With her hands tugging at her eyelids and cheeks, she made a silly face, repeatedly sticking out her tongue and spitting playfully. Xia Zekai, sweating from the exertion, after calming her down, inquired if she wished to continue playing. The little one shook her head vigorously, insisting that her father quickly lift her off the trampoline. She was resolute in her refusal to return. "Tong Tong, have you had enough fun? If so, it's time to eat. Don't you want to have pineapple rice?" Xia Zekai turned to the still hovering Tong Tong, coaxing her gently. He was genuinely exasperated, wondering how he ended up with such a daughter, for the differences in temperament between the two sisters were stark. "I don't want to eat. I want to play." Tong Tong adamantly refused to come down. The owner, well-meaning, suggested, "You could extend your daughter's playtime. After all, you are family." At that moment, Xia Zekai felt an urge to reprimand him. He muttered to himself, "Can't you see? I'm not interested in playing anymore." On the second floor, Lu Jing's gaze followed Tong Tong as she bounced up and down, admiring the fearless little girl. She mused that if she were to join in, she would likely find herself unable to continue playing, unlike this bold little one. "Manager, look at that little girl. She's incredibly brave. She will surely achieve great things in the future." Lu Jing, adhering to the principle of sharing good things, called over Luo Xiyun, who was sitting against the wall. "Who is it? Let me see." Luo Xiyun was genuinely curious, pondering just how bold a little girl could be. Could she possibly be braver than her own second child? She recalled how Tong Tong had once bared her teeth at a puppy, truly wondering what had crossed her mind at that moment. Standing by the railing, with her hand resting on it, Luo Xiyun followed Lu Jing's pointing finger and was taken aback. Tong Tong. That's Tong Tong. How did she get here?" Luo Xiyun felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Her gaze then shifted, and she soon spotted her husband, Xia Zekai, along with their eldest daughter nestled in his embrace. "What are they doing here?" Luo Xiyun pondered, bewildered. Noticing Luo Xiyun's unusual reaction, Lu Jing instinctively asked, "Manager, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" "That brave little girl you mentioned is my daughter. You all wait here. I need to go downstairs," Luo Xiyun replied. As she hurried down the elevator to the first floor, Lu Jing was left astonished. Meanwhile, Chun Wenxuan, who was waiting in line for his turn, was equally perplexed by the coincidence. Do not speak of the two of them. When Xia Zekai beheld his wife unexpectedly materialize before him, he was rendered speechless. "Wife, did you not mention treating your colleagues to a meal? Surely you did not choose Walmart." The sheer absurdity of this coincidence made Xia Zekai feel as though he might vomit. Mama. The little girl, upon catching sight of Luo Xiyun, disregarded the reason for her mother's presence and eagerly dashed into her embrace. Over there, Tong Tong was thoroughly engrossed in play, initially wishing to continue her frolic. But upon seeing her mother, the little girl, brave as she was, recognized that at this moment, her mother was of utmost importance. She extended her tiny arms and called out, Mama, I no longer wish to play." With both the little girl and Tong Tong present, what was intended to be the inaugural team-building dinner for the quality department of Qiqing Early Company Limited ultimately failed to achieve its intended purpose. At this juncture, Xia Zekai refrained from insisting on anything extravagant for dinner, opting instead to accompany his wife into the Hambawade buffet restaurant. The two little ones were exceedingly mischievous upon entering. They paid no heed to dining and instead ran amok, compelling Xia Zekai and Luo Xiyun to allocate more attention to their antics, anxious to avert any minor mishaps. Lu Jing and Chun Wenxuan also recognized the challenges presented by the children but refrained from voicing their concerns, particularly as these two were indeed the manager's daughters. Initially, Luo Xiyun intended to treat the two of them to a meal, hoping to foster conversation and mutual understanding, which would facilitate her future work arrangements within the company. However, with the unexpected addition of Xia Zekai and his daughters, this plan was rendered futile. After the meal, as Xia Zekai took the wheel, Luo Xiyun suggested they first drop Lu Jing and Chun Wenxuan home. The two women, now attuned to the dynamics, understood that this was not the opportune moment for conversation. They had noticed that the manager's daughters were beginning to succumb to sleep. On the drive home from Walmart, Xia Zekai was behind the wheel while Luo Xiyun tended to the little ones in the back. Puzzled, she inquired, Zekai, why did you go to Walmart? What? Do you think I was idly following you? We arrived first, Xia Zekai declared with solemnity, inciting Luo Xiyun's playful ire. By the time they reached home, the little girl was so drowsy she could barely keep her eyes open, while the younger one kept rubbing her eyes and repeatedly lamenting, I am so sleepy. I want to sleep. Tong Tong was not in a much better state either. After settling the two girls, Xia Zekai and Luo Xiyun completed their evening routines and gradually retreated to their bedroom to sleep. In the middle of the night, after tending to the sleeping girls, he comfortably nestled against his wife, succumbing to slumber. Even as the fresh, subtle scent of her mint-infused body wash and shampoo tantalized his senses. Xia Zekai merely adjusted his hand slightly to find a suitable position beneath his head, feeling too languid to even move his fingers. The following morning, the family of four slumbered until after 8 o'clock, only then beginning to awaken. Xia Zekai, yawning lazily, dressed himself and announced to Luo Xiyun and their daughters, You all may continue resting. I shall prepare some breakfast. Father, I desire to indulge in black sesame porridge. Father, I wish to savor millet congee, sweetened, please. The little girl and Tong Tong expressed their preferences, and a breakfast discussion turned into a disagreement. Xia Zekai felt that something was amiss and turned his gaze towards Luo Xiyun, who had remained silent, inquiring, My dear, what would you like to eat? I don't want anything. I simply wish to sleep, Luo Xiyun replied languidly. Accustomed to the rhythm of caring for the children at home, where she could doze off whenever fatigue struck. Recently, however, she had been leaving early and returning late, wholly engrossed in her work during the day, unable to rest even when weary. Now, finally having a moment to relax, she hoped to catch up on her sleep. Upon hearing her mother express a desire to continue resting, the eldest child, who relied heavily on her mother, snuggled up beside Luo Xiyun, sprawled her limbs, and declared, Father, I won't eat either. I want to sleep with mother. I won't eat either. I want to sleep with mother too, Tong Tong chimed in, wrapping her arms around her mother's arm and draping her legs over her. The two little ones, once well-behaved, transformed into mischievous rascals, making it impossible for Luo Xiyun to enjoy a peaceful nap, compelling her to rise. Meanwhile, Xia Zekai busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a pot of millet congee, instinctively adding goji berries and red dates for his wife's nourishment. Thus began another warm and lively Saturday. Chapter 41. Is online shopping reliable? Mother, please give me a piece of fatty meat, Tong Tong exclaimed, pointing at the plate of pork belly as she relished the fatty portions. The eldest daughter, feeling discontented, chimed in, Father, I want fatty meat too. Xia Zekai, chuckling, served a piece to the little girl as well. He rarely worried about their mealtime, but he was increasingly concerned about the eldest, who seemed unable to gain weight, while the youngest was thriving. At this rate, she might need to consider a diet later. What a conundrum. As they neared the end of the meal, Luo Xiyun inquired, Zekai, what are our plans for today? It's quite chilly today. I just went outside to take out the trash and nearly froze. If we're going out, it will have to be indoors. Let me think. Xia Zekai gazed at the ceiling, deep in thought. However, the current Qi city was still in the midst of construction, with Yintai City laying its foundation, and Wangxiangui still comprised of old houses. The recent demolition notice had just been issued, and Wanda had yet to pay attention to this small city. Where should they go? Perhaps we could visit the ancient town of Zhoutsuan or explore the residence of Liaozhai. As for hiking and water activities, now is certainly not the time. If all else fails, I can take you to enjoy some authentic Shandong cuisine. Xia Zekai suggested several places in rapid succession. Luo Xiyun looked at the girls and asked, Where would you like to go? I don't know. The little girl replied. Tong Tong, brimming with excitement, stood up and exclaimed, Mother, let us go jump high. I love playing that. Xia Zekai and Luo Xiyun exchanged a glance, sharing a moment of silent understanding. As Xia Zekai was washing the dishes, still undecided about their outing, he received a call from Xiao Xinggong. Xia, I've tidied up the garage. Do you have time to come and take a look? Xiao Xinggong said on the other end, implying that after inspecting it, they should settle the bill. Xia Zekai pondered that this matter was indeed important and decided to make the trip. Brother Xiao, wait for me for half an hour. Let's meet at the garage, he said. After finishing the dishes, he quickly wiped his hands dry with a few sheets of paper and informed Luo Xiyun, My dear, don't rush to think about where to go next. You have some free time, so change your clothes and accompany me to Linao Community to check on the renovation. Brother Xiao is done. Luo Xiyun asked in surprise. Xia Zekai nodded. Old Xiao just called. It's all finished. Let's go take a look, and if everything is satisfactory, we can settle the payment. All right then, this is important. We can always find a place to have fun afterward. Luo Xiyun expressed her full support for her husband's first venture. After dressing their daughter and Tong Tong, who had no say in the matter, they descended from the upper floor. Initially intending to walk, Xia Zekai reconsidered and suggested, let's drive. After we finish, we can stroll around the city or, if time permits, explore the food street. Sounds good. Luo Xiyun agreed. They drove directly into the Linao community through the north gate, turned east, and parked in no time. Is it here? Luo Xiyun inquired. As it was her first visit, and she had no idea which garage her husband had rented. However, before Xia Zekai could respond, she noticed Xiao Xingong emerging from one of the garages. Xiao Xia, you arrived quite promptly, Xiao Xingong greeted, recognizing Xia Zekai's vehicle. Xia Zekai smiled in return, Brother Xiao. You came even earlier. You truly completed the work in one day. Indeed, not long after you left yesterday, your sister-in-law arrived. We worked straight until after 7 in the evening, Xiao Xingong casually remarked. Luo Xiyun, dressed in light blue jeans and a long black down jacket, interjected, Brother Xiao. You've worked hard. Why didn't sister-in-law come? We should invite her over to our house another day. Absolutely, I will make sure to visit. Xiao Xingong replied with a smile. The garage had been simply decorated. The ceiling featured white panels adorned with floral designs, while the walls were lined with soft yellow wallpaper, creating a distinctly different ambience from before. The electrical and plumbing systems had also been slightly modified, particularly the wiring, which had been upgraded to accommodate the high power demands of a commercial-grade oven. A separate meter had been installed for electricity, facilitating future billing for Panqin, a task completed via phone call to her. The second-hand large oven he purchased had been cleaned and now gleamed anew, leaving him quite satisfied. Brother Xiao, it looks great. I appreciate your efforts, Xia Zekai remarked. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiyun took out her wallet, counted out 2,000 yuan, and handed it directly to Xiao Xingong. Habitually wiping his hands on his clothing, he accepted the money, saying, as long as Brother Xia is satisfied, I will gladly accept it. Indeed, it's quite good, Xia Zekai affirmed. After receiving the payment, Xiao Xingong chatted with the couple for a while before taking his leave. Meanwhile, their daughter and Tong Tong began to circle around the oven with excitement. Luo Xiyun earnestly circled the garage, stepping out to glance left and right. She inquired, Zekai, can this place truly work? Based on what you say, would I deceive you? We shall know the outcome by next week, replied Xia Zekai. The garage renovations were complete. Essential equipment acquired, and even the packaging boxes were ordered. The only matter unresolved was the milk powder and yogurt. Oh, I nearly forgot. We still haven't finalized the milk powder, Xia Zekai informed his wife. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiyun shot him a glance. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I happen to know someone who might be able to resolve this. Who? Xia Zekai instinctively asked. I was planning to purchase it on Taobao. It's cheaper there. Is that advisable? Online purchases can be rather unreliable. Clothes and shoes are one thing, but food items like milk powder should preferably be bought in person. It's too risky when you can't see or touch them, Luo Xiyun chided. Xia Zekai thought to himself, you certainly have the audacity to say that. In a few years, you'll be the one purchasing all sorts of food and necessities online. He wisely chose not to pursue this topic and suggested, let us go take a look. All right, we can conveniently stop by the Carrefour, Luo Xiyun replied. Carrefour? She nodded. Yes, it's south the same place where that lady bought milk powder for Yadu and Tong Tong. I've been sourcing it from her in bulk. She has connections and can offer significant discounts. Plus, buying in larger quantities often comes with perks, like free toys. Xia Zekai felt a bit embarrassed. He was unaware of all this, and the more he learned, the more he realized how inadequate he had been as a father. Yatu and Tong Tong initially hesitated to leave, but upon hearing their mother mention a trip to the supermarket, their eyes widened with excitement. I want candy lollipops, Yadu exclaimed. I want some too. And I want to buy toys. The younger Tong Tong chimed in, her voice booming. Chapter 42. Major client Lin Ao community wasn't too far from Carrefour. The drive took merely 15 minutes. It was Saturday, and given the limited shopping malls in Qiqing, Carrefour's parking lot was already full. As the cars ahead inched forward, Xia Zekai skillfully maneuvered and secured a parking spot. The couple each carried Yadu and Tong Tong out of the car, and the girls instantly sprang to life, eager to run. However, Xia Zekai swiftly caught them, one in each hand. Yatu, Tong Tong, if you run off again, I'll have to discipline you. he warned with a stern expression. Yato complied for a moment, but Tong Tong remained undeterred, lifting her little face defiantly. Daddy, go ahead and try. I'll call Grandma to come and scold you. Xia Zekai felt a surge of frustration, thinking about where she had learned such defiance. Luo Xiyun's expression darkened. Tong Tong, if you don't behave, I'll discipline you right now. Her words clearly held more weight than Xia Zekai's, no matter how mischievous Tong Tong was. She dared not oppose her mother and obediently took her mother's and sister's hands as they made their way into the supermarket. On the other side, Xia Zekai held the elder brother's hand, while the girl and Tong Tong clasped hands, forming a line of 4. The first floor featured shops selling clothing, shoes, and gold and silver jewelry, with a portion dedicated to the supermarket at the far west end. They took the elevator directly to the second floor. Luo Xiyun led the way, stating, Sister Lu Fong is over in the infant supplies section. Let us head straight there to find her. Coincidentally, Lu Fong was on duty, and upon spotting Luo Xiyun, she approached with a smile. Oh, isn't this Xiyun? You look quite different now. Haha, Sister Lu, I'm here to get some formula again. Luo Xiyun replied. Xia Zekai had met Lu Fong a couple of times when he was merely picking up formula for his wife. So they were not well acquainted, just a brief encounter to collect the formula and leave. Unlike his wife, who had formed a friendship with Lu Fong over their shared purchases. After Luo Xiyun explained the situation, Lu Fong was taken aback. She had not expected that the Luo Xiyun she hadn't seen for some time had actually taken a position in a foreign enterprise's management. It sounded rather implausible. She had heard Luo Xiyun mention that Xia Zekai had a decent income, but she was surprised to learn that this man had willingly resigned to assume the responsibilities of caring for their children. Now that the child was in school, it was essential for this brother to venture out and earn a living. I truly admire you, Xia brother. You're quite commendable. I must assist you with this. Here's the deal. I can connect you with suppliers for Abbott, Wyeth, Mead Johnson, Domex, and Infamil, as well as Astellas. Oh, and there's also Nestle. But that one tends to be pricier. Sister Lu, please tell me about the prices of these brands. If I purchase in bulk, how much of a discount can I expect? Xia Zekai inquired directly. These brands were quite popular in the market with a significant reputation. Seeing that they were getting down to business, Luo Xiyun informed her husband and Lu Fong. Zekai, Sister Lu, you continue your discussion. I'll take the girls around to shop for a bit. All right, go ahead. I'll call you once we're done, Xia Zekai replied with a nod. Lu Fong continued. Xia brother, I won't sugarcoat it. Brands like Abbott, Wyeth, Mead Johnson, and Astellas are quite reputable, and their prices are fairly transparent. However, if you are indeed purchasing in volume, I can inquire with them to secure the best possible price for you, including gifts. Sister Lu, let us skip the gifts. I don't need them. However, if they have promotional items available when I open my small shop next week, a few samples would be appreciated, Xia Zekai remarked. Lu Fong chuckled. Xia brother, you really know how to talk. She then proceeded to outline the prices for the various stages of formula. The prices for Abbott, Wyeth, and Astellas were comparable, with a 900 gram can generally costing around 130 yuan. Infamil was slightly more expensive, hovering around 150 yuan. Sister Lu, I'm not well versed in these matters. Could you help me determine which option is most suitable and offers the lowest price? Xia Zekai asked, with a serious expression. Lu Fong inquired, Xia brother, could you tell me how much you would use in a day? I need to provide an approximate figure to the suppliers for them to quote accordingly. Sister Lu, my shop will not open until next week, and I cannot definitively say how much we will sell. However, in the initial phase, we should at least manage 3 to 5 barrels a day. If sales increase significantly later, it is hard to predict. Lu Fong was genuinely astonished. Could it be a jest, 3 to 5 barrels a day? She scrutinized Xia Zekai, hoping to discern some hint of insincerity in his expression, yet she failed. His eyes remained unwaveringly steady. Very well then, since this product can be stored, I shall calculate based on 5 barrels a day, which amounts to 150 barrels a month. Goodness. Lu Fong was taken aback. That is indeed a considerable quantity. This qualifies as a major client. If the operation proceeds smoothly, a substantial commission could be hers. Calculating at 130 yuan per barrel, this order totals nearly 20,000 yuan. Moreover, with a discount of 10 yuan per barrel, that adds up to several thousand. As Lu Fong and Xia Zekai discussed the bulk pricing of infant formula, Luo Xiyun was pushing a shopping cart, with her daughter and Tong Tong nestled within. The trio meandered aimlessly through the supermarket. Occasionally, upon spotting a snack they fancied, Luo Xiyun would toss a couple of packets into the cart. If either girl expressed a preference, she would select a little for them, ultimately purchasing some daily necessities and personal care items. Before Xia Zekai had the chance to call her, Luo Xiyun decided to steer the cart towards the infant section to search for him. Just then, her phone rang. She promptly answered. Zekai, have you finished your discussion? I was just about to come find you. Yes, where are you? Stay put. I will come to you, Xia Zekai replied. Following Luo Xiyun's directions, he found her in the personal care section. Upon seeing him, the little girl immediately stood up in the cart, extending her tiny hands towards her father for a hug. And Tongtong mimicked her actions. In a moment of exasperation, Xia Zekai playfully smacked the second child's bottom. Tongtong, behave yourself. If you keep this up, I'll have to discipline you. Mommy, Daddy hit me. You should punish him. Tongtong promptly complained to her mother. Luo Xiyun couldn't help but laugh, though she feigned seriousness as she scolded Xia Zekai, then turned to Tongtong. Tongtong, see how I just reprimanded your father? Let us not hit him anymore, all right? Very well. This time I shall let him off, Tongtong replied with a serious tone. Chapter 43. Women. The couple was amused by the antics of their second child. Luo Xiyun laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Once she regained her composure, Xia Zekai informed her, I have ordered 2 types. Domex Stage 3, 900 grams. And Wyeth Stage 4, 900 grams. The Domex is a bit pricier. Sister Lu said she would first communicate with the supplier and then get back to me. The Wyeth Stage 4 can be procured for just over 100 yuan. Luo Xiyun appeared perplexed. Zekai, weren't you buying Stage 3 formula? Why have you opted for Stage 4 instead? I must insist, please do not complicate matters. Rest assured, my primary audience consists of children who have just begun their journey in kindergarten. This 4-stage formula milk powder is ample for their needs, should it be for younger children. I shall offer them the 3-stage variant of the raw materials. I will separate them accordingly, thus establishing various price tiers. Perfect. Xia Zekai's confidence grew increasingly robust. Have you completed your shopping? Xia Zekai glanced at the shopping cart, which was already half full, with his 2 daughters buried beneath an avalanche of snacks. Luo Xiyun replied with a nod. We are nearly done, just waiting for you, so we can head to the first floor to purchase some soy sauce and vinegar. Shall we buy some meat? It seems we don't have much left at home, Xia Zekai reminded her, having been the primary cook lately and thus aware of their supplies. Then let's get some, Luo Xiyun agreed. Xia Zekai, with perceptive understanding, took over the shopping cart, and the family of 4 descended the elevator from the 2nd floor to the 1st. The little girls, upon spotting a variety of enticing fruits at the elevator entrance, halted in their tracks, with one raising her hand and calling out to her father, Daddy, I want to eat watermelon. Daddy, watermelon. The word watermelon often tripped her tongue. Meanwhile, Tongtong's gaze fell upon a cantaloupe nearby as she exclaimed, Daddy, melon. One cannot deny that raising 2 children is indeed a costly endeavor. Xia Zekai meandered with his daughters while Luo Xiyun ventured to the fresh produce section to purchase meat. She also picked up some spare ribs and chicken wings, intending to prepare braised ribs and cola chicken wings at home to celebrate her completion of a week at work. After finishing their shopping, they proceeded directly to the checkout and exited the hypermarket. With some leisure time on their hands, they strolled through the food street, primarily for Luo Xiyun to acquire a few seasonal garments for the girls. Winter had silently departed, making way for the arrival of spring, and the little ones had grown taller since last year, rendering their previous clothes and shoes ill-fitting. It was imperative to procure new attire. Finding a suitable spot, they parked the car and secured it. The couple ambled down the street, each carrying a daughter. Upon entering the children's clothing store, Xia Zekai recalled something and said to Luo Xiyun, Xiyun, my brother called me yesterday, mentioning that my sister-in-law has sorted out the clothes that Amy can no longer wear. She suggested we find a time to collect them and see if there are any suitable outfits for the girls. Luo Xiyun did not express disdain. They had previously received quite a few items. After all, they were all family. Moreover, children grow swiftly, and their clothing needs are not particularly finicky. However, Xia Zekai's remark elicited a playful glare from her as she retorted, Why didn't you mention this sooner? What if I end up buying a whole bunch of clothes? Wouldn't that be a waste of money? Xia Zekai wisely chose not to respond. Luo Xiyun initially intended to purchase several outfits for the girls, but due to this unforeseen factor mentioned by her husband, she ultimately decided to buy only one outfit for each sister, planning to assess her niece Amy's old clothes upon their retrieval before making any further decisions. Zekai, when will you visit my brother? Luo Xiyun inquired, adding a reminder. Make sure you don't go empty-handed. Remember to bring something back. Do you really need to remind me? Of course, I will buy something, Xia Zekai replied, somewhat exasperated. He said, the second brother suggests that since we haven't gathered since the new year, we should take this opportunity to meet up. He was the first to call me yesterday, concerned about my recent business trip plans. Only after I confirmed my schedule did he reach out to the others. Luo Xiyun sighed, acknowledging the thoroughness of the second brother's consideration. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Let us go. Having just made a small fortune, I'll take you to the Ginza shopping mall to buy you a couple of outfits. It's important to dress well for work. Xia Zekai led the way outside. Luo Xiyun followed, exclaiming, why Ginza? Everything is exorbitantly priced there. Do you have any idea how hard I work overtime to earn a little? Xia Zekai was taken aback, wondering, is this really you, my wife? You weren't like this before. He decided to appeal to her emotions and reason with her about workplace attire. My dear, you must reconsider. You are now a department manager at a foreign enterprise, earning over 10,000 a month. Wearing clothes that cost merely a few dozen yuan is rather unrefined. Xia Zekai implored her. We ought to possess at least one or two respectable outfits. Though the garments at Ginza are pricey, they are branded, well-crafted, and worthy of being worn outside. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiyun was somewhat tempted and said, shall we go take a look? Certainly. Xia Zekai affirmed confidently. The Chi City Ginza and the food street are neighbors. Merely over 100 meters apart, accessible by a shortcut. As they entered the Ginza Mall, where prices started at several hundred yuan and 1,000 became the norm, Luo Xiyun hesitated again, feeling it was too extravagant. Xia Zekai, however, had no such reservations. With the prospect of earning more in the future, 1,000 yuan outfit was hardly a concern. Observing his wife lingering before a particular outfit for quite some time, he called over a sales attendant. Excuse me, could you bring that outfit in a different size for my wife to try on? When the garment was presented, Luo Xiyun asked, are we really buying this? Of course. Hurry and try it on. If it fits, I'll pay for it, Xia Zekai urged. What kind of person am I? A woman who earns money to support the family cannot lack a sense of style. I can get by at home in a couple of casual outfits. But you must maintain an image. After all, you are a senior manager at a foreign company. Besides, I just earned 40,000. What is wrong with buying you a piece of clothing? Before Luo Xiyun could finish trying on the outfit, Xia Zekai's phone rang again. He gently released the girl's hand, saying, sweetheart, I need to take this call. It was the second brother, Xia Hui, on the line. Zekai, shall we gather for lunch tomorrow? Absolutely. I was just pondering where to go for some fun. Dining sounds delightful. Sure, brother. Xia Zekai readily agreed. Just then, Luo Xiyun emerged in her new outfit, striking a pose and asking, Zekai, do you think it looks good? Huh, women, you weren't like this just a moment ago. It looks fantastic. My wife looks beautiful in anything she wears, but this outfit accentuates your figure, highlights your beauty, and enhances your elegance. Xia Zekai replied effortlessly. Upon hearing this, the nearby waitstaff chuckled, feeling a twinge of envy. Just look at that husband of hers, his words as sweet as honey. When will her own partner learn to be so clever? Truly, men are not all created equal. Chapter 44. An unashamed life after settling the bill and emerging from the Ginza Mall with her newly purchased garments. Luo Xiyun wore a radiant smile that captivated Xia Zekai. Zekai, what would you like to eat for lunch? It's on me. Luo Xiyun's voice was impossibly gentle. She added, if you prefer not to dine out, I can cook at home. Xia Zekai chuckled internally. Even spouses require romance, especially after having children. One should not assume that everything becomes trivial. Indeed, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. See how effective this is. Occasionally changing the approach is far superior to mere superficial conversation. Dear, let us not rush into discussing lunch just yet. I received a call from my brother while you were trying on clothes. He mentioned that he and the eldest brother have arranged a gathering for tomorrow afternoon. This is fine with you, right? Xia Zekai recalled to inform her. Luo Xiyun nodded. That's merely a matter for tomorrow. I'm not going to work, so I'll certainly have time. Let us finalize our lunch plans first. Ultimately, they decided to dine at home. Luo Xiyun prepared 6 delectable dishes, each a feast for the eyes and palate. Her culinary skills were exceptional, rivaling those of any top chef. Xia Zekai praised her cooking profusely, while the girls, Yadu and Tong Tong, each clutched a small bowl, their faces smeared with oil and rice. After a morning of play, the duo grew weary and soon clamored for a nap post-meal. Xia Zekai gently laid them in bed, covered them with a light blanket, and then closed the bedroom door behind him. Luo Xiyun was on the sofa, massaging her shoulders. Noticing this, Xia Zekai inquired, "Are your shoulders sore?" "A bit," she sighed. Concerned, Xia Zekai urged, "Lie down on the bed. Allow me to massage your shoulders." "All right," she readily agreed. However, the massage turned into quite the endeavor. Lasting over an hour, Xia Zekai emerged fatigued, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He mused, "I hadn't realized how worn out I was. At merely 28, I should be in better shape. I need to exercise more." The couple dressed without any sense of modesty. Xia Zekai intended to return to the living room to review their purchase expenses, while Luo Xiyun, feeling languid, reclined onto the bed, eager for sleep. In the face of comparison, Xia Zekai found himself reluctant to move, and as they chatted, they both drifted off to slumber. In the master bedroom, Yatu and Tong Tong were asleep, until at some point, Yatu, in a fit of urgency, dashed to the adjacent room, flinging open the door with a loud bang, exclaiming, "Mommy, I need to pee." The sudden noise startled the slumbering couple. Fortunately, there were no inappropriate scenes. Xia Zekai quickly slipped on his slippers. "Yatu, come on. Let us hurry to the bathroom, or you'll wet your pants." As the two departed, Luo Xiyun exhaled a sigh of relief in the guest room, gently patting her chest and reflecting on the danger she had just faced. It then dawned on her that her second child was also fast asleep, and she wondered about her current state. Promptly slipping on her slippers, she made her way to the master bedroom, only to find Tong Tong sprawled on the bed, her little round backside jutting up as she slept soundly, completely undisturbed by her sister's earlier noisy entrance. Glancing at the wall clock, she realized it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. They had indeed overslept, and a restful night was now out of the question. That evening, Luo Xiyun took to the kitchen, reheating the leftovers from lunch and preparing a seafood dumpling soup. The two little ones, brimming with energy, played until nearly 11 o'clock before contemplating sleep. On the weekend, the family of 4 once again overslept. Xia Zekai was roused from his slumber by the persistent buzzing of his phone. Grabbing it, he noticed an unfamiliar number and, without hesitation, ended the call. Yet, the caller was undeterred and rang him again. Pondering who could be so oblivious, Xia Zekai answered, only to be greeted with the inquiry if he was Boss Xia, as the caller had come to deliver his packaging boxes. Taken aback, Xia Zekai momentarily paused, recalling that he had indeed ordered a batch of 6,000 boxes in 3 different specifications. "Who is it?" Luo Xiyun, still dreaming, inquired. Xia Zekai informed her, "The packaging boxes have arrived. I'll go check it out. You all sleep a little longer. I'll grab some breakfast on my way back, so you needn't rise early to cook." Luo Xiyun offered no objection. In just 10 minutes, Xia Zekai swiftly dressed and descended from the upper floor. At the eastern end of their building, he spotted an elderly man with white hair riding a tricycle, the same one he had encountered on Friday. Together, they unloaded all the packaging boxes into the storage room. Even when stacked tightly, the 6,000 boxes occupied a significant portion of the space, leaving little room for anything else. Xia Zekai counted out 350 yuan and handed it to the elderly man. "Boss Xia, here is my business card. I apologize for my hasty departure last time. I hope you won't hold it against me," the old man remarked. Xia Zekai accepted the card and noted the name, Lu Qinghua, a traditional name, reflective of his era. "Lao Lu, let us keep in touch. I may place larger orders in the future," Xia Zekai suggested amicably. After unloading all the boxes, Lu Qinghua, his smile unwavering, nodded in agreement. "Certainly. If you order more, I can offer you a discount. Until next time, Boss Xia." Once Lu Qinghua departed, Xia Zekai tidied up the storage room before stepping outside the community to procure a few breakfast items. The 3 ladies remained blissfully unaware of the morning's happenings. By the time breakfast was finished, it was already 10 o'clock. Second brother called him, stating that he had reserved a room at Shangshan Fong for lunch, instructing them to proceed directly with their family of 4. Luo Xiyun was preoccupied with braiding her daughter's hair when she noticed her husband, after hanging up the phone, and inquired, "Was that second brother? Has the place been booked?" "Yes, it's at Shangshan Fong. I will gather the other things for the girls. And once you finish braiding, we can head over," replied Xia Zekai. Luo Xiyun responded affirmatively, "All right," although she hastily styled the hair of her daughter and her friend. By the time she finished and washed her face, half an hour had already slipped by. As they set out from home, it was nearly 11 o'clock, perfectly aligned with the rush for lunch. Chapter 45. Have you secured an exit? At the intersection of Central Avenue and Annan Road in Qiqing, There lies a restaurant specializing in Shandong cuisine, known as Shangshanfang. The dishes are authentically prepared, and the owner possesses a remarkable knack for hospitality. Regardless of who dines there, the bill often sees a few coins discreetly rounded down, providing a modest discount that, over time, has cultivated a particularly favorable perception among patrons. Dining here transcends mere sustenance. It evokes a sense of comfort and respect, resulting in a plethora of returning customers and increasingly flourishing business. As Xia Zekai arrived with his wife and 2 daughters, finding a parking spot became a challenge. After circling the eastern and southern sides of the restaurant, they finally squeezed into a space just vacated by another vehicle. "Let us hurry. Big brother and the others might have already arrived," Xia Zekai urged, cradling the plump Tong-Tong. While Luo Xiyun held their daughter close, the couple walked side by side towards the restaurant's entrance. Interestingly, unlike other restaurants with entrances facing directly south, north, east, or west, Shangshanfang's entrance is oriented towards the northwest, a positioning that somehow feels quite pleasing to the eye rather than jarring. "Brother, sister-in-law, you've arrived." Big brother Xia Yunfei stood outside the restaurant, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing his cousin's family, he greeted them with a smile, opening his arms to embrace Tong-Tong and the girl. "Tong-Tong, little girl, do you remember your uncle?" The girl nodded innocently. "I remember. Good afternoon, uncle." "Good afternoon," Tong-Tong echoed enthusiastically. Such simplicity amused Xia Yunfei, who reached into his pockets and eventually produced a few pieces of candy from his back pocket, sharing them equally between the 2 girls. "Little girl, Tong-Tong, you can have one a day. Too many will cause cavities, and then it will hurt a lot. Remember?" "Uncle, I want to eat it." Tong-Tong quickly returned the candy to Xia Yunfei's hand, her eyes lingering on the sweets, yet fearful of the potential pain. Xia Yunfei paused, then chuckled. "Oh dear, I scared Tong-Tong. I misspoke. 1 candy a day is perfectly fine." "Really?" Tong-Tong asked, half convinced, hesitant to trust her uncle's words. Luo Xiyun chimed in quickly. "Take it, but don't eat too much." "Okay." Only then did Tong-Tong joyfully accept the candy once more. The young girl was not particularly fond of sweets. She handed the candy in her hand directly to her father. With her slightly squinted eyes, she gazed at the wooden water wheel in front of the Shangshanfang Hotel, where the flowing water struck the wooden blades, producing a creaking sound that captured her attention. Today, there were quite a few people present. Her elder brother and sister-in-law had brought their daughter, while her second brother and sister-in-law arrived with their 2 children. And her cousin's family of 3 also joined them. Xia Zekai had a younger brother, Xia Zejiang, who was still in college in Jiqing and would not graduate until next year. His brother was the most academically accomplished among the Xia family, attending a prestigious 985-211 university. "Brother, oh my sister-in-law is becoming increasingly beautiful," cousin Zhao Yin remarked, her eyes narrowing into a smile as she looked at Luo Xiyun. Sister-in-law Li Aijuan also gave her a serious glance, nodding in agreement. "What Yin said is indeed true. Xiaofei, don't you think Xiyun is even more beautiful now?" Luo Xiyun, flattered by the praise, blushed deeply and felt a bit shy. "Sister-in-law, are you teasing me? I'm almost 30. I've never heard of anyone growing more at this age." The second sister-in-law scrutinized her closely, frowning as she said, "There is indeed something different about you. I can't quite articulate it, but it's a very unique aura." The women conversed while tending to the children nearby, while Xia Zekai, his elder brother, second brother, and cousin's husband, Qi Lisan, gathered together to discuss their respective circumstances after the new year. The elder brother remarked, "This year, logistics and freight transport have become noticeably difficult. There are more truck drivers, and the competition is fiercer. Some unscrupulous individuals are undercutting the freight rates. What used to be an 800 yuan charge is now being driven down to 600. I wonder if they can even cover their fuel and vehicle maintenance costs. It's quite frustrating." The second brother, who worked as a freight logistics intermediary, responded, "Brother, this is quite normal. You can't keep dwelling on this. If one person doesn't enter the market today, another will tomorrow. It's just a matter of time. I suggest you consider upgrading your vehicle. That 4-meter-2 truck is too small. You really ought to switch to a 13-meter one, with a larger truck for long-distance runs. You could earn back your investment in no time." Cousin's husband, a chef at a modest restaurant, had a fairly stable income, earning over 4,000 yuan a month, with occasional bonuses from purchasing ingredients. In these times in Jiqing, he certainly belonged to the high-income group, although he was not well versed in freight logistics. He nodded in agreement with the second brother's rationale. Elder brother Xia Yunfei replied, I understand that, but I just bought that 4-meter 2 truck a few years ago. Selling it now wouldn't yield much. I haven't made a profit. I'd have to invest a substantial amount to buy a 13-meter truck. Which doesn't seem reasonable at all. Brother, you still aren't listening to me. Let me explain. Small trucks like yours will increasingly lose their competitive edge. They can only transport goods within the city, earning a mere 1 or 200 yuan, which hardly justifies the time wasted. Xia Yunfei, having witnessed much, analyzed the situation thoroughly, striking right at the core of the issue. Xia Zekai was acutely aware that his elder brother's words rang true. In a few years, competition within the logistics industry would become increasingly fierce. To sustain a long-term presence in this field, it was imperative to ensure one possessed sufficient competitiveness. As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Thus, a large truck was an absolute necessity. Moments later, he remarked, Elder brother, I may not be well versed in freight transport, but a small vehicle simply cannot carry much. In this day and age, it's the long-haul trucks that truly bring in the profits. However, each trip may take a week or so, and this is something you must discuss thoroughly with my sister-in-law. Xia Zekai emphasized this point, recognizing that his elder brother was a devoted family man, not as broad-minded or shrewd as their second brother, who tended to think ahead. I'll confer with your sister-in-law and get back to you, Xia Yunfei replied, ultimately without a resolution. The family's livelihood relied solely on his income, and casually spending over 200,000 to acquire a new vehicle was a burden he could scarcely bear. If profits were made, it would be well and good. However, if losses were incurred, Xia Yunfei had long anticipated such an outcome. His intention today was to guide his elder brother toward making a decisive choice with the help of his cousin and cousin-in-law, but given the current situation, it was evident that this endeavor had failed. Undeterred, he shifted the topic. Now that everyone is here, I'll have the waiter serve the dishes. At that moment, He毅然suddenly grinned and said, Brother Hui, I know the head chef, old Zhang, here at this restaurant. We trained together in the past. I'll go have a word with him and ask him to add a couple more dishes. This was quite the business acumen. None of the ordered dishes had even been served yet he was already requesting additional ones from the chef. Xia Yunfei attempted to intervene, but he could not withstand He毅ran's robust strength, and ultimately, he was unable to stop him. This incident caused quite a stir. Xia Yunfei muttered to himself as the three brothers discussed their plans for returning home to pay respects at their grandmother's grave during the Qingming festival next month. Elder brother Xia Yunfei said, Zekai, Zhejiang must return as well. Elder brother, given the significance of this matter, he must indeed return. I'll call him tonight to remind him. If he dares not come back, I'll break his legs, Xia Zekai asserted with the authority befitting an elder brother. Once the waiter began serving the dishes, Xia Yunfei opened a bottle of local liquor known as Ban Tao Jing, which, while not a prestigious wine, sold reasonably well within Jidong province and was recognized by the locals. Xia Yunfei remarked, We're usually busy, but this time, since Zekai isn't on a business trip, it's a rare occasion for us all to gather. Let us indulge a little today. Indeed, it's no trouble. I'm not driving today. Just treating myself to a day of rest, elder brother Xia Yunfei nodded, passing his cup forward. Meanwhile, the women, engaged in conversation, joined them with the children. 8 adults and 6 children filled the space quite snugly. He毅ran, being a chef himself, enjoyed his liquor. He seized the bottle from the second brother and filled the glasses of the second brother, Zekai, and himself in turn. Finally, he lifted his glass to savor the aroma, exclaiming, This wine, priced over 100 a bottle, is indeed exceptional. The second brother smirked and retorted, All right then, if good wine can't silence you, I'll just switch it for a bottle of erguo too. Drink, we must drink, He毅ran declared. The fruit juice they were drinking, from the familiar brand Huiyuan, caught Xia Zekai's attention, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Alas, it seemed destined to fade into obscurity over time, and he found himself powerless to alter the intricate complexities of the situation, far beyond his capacity to resolve, even during his most illustrious moments in his previous life. After the brothers had shared 2 rounds of drinks, the eldest, Xia Yunfei, broached a subject. Yin, how is your brother Peng Peng faring these days? Oh, he is doing all right, I suppose. He is still working with machine tools in Jincheng, earning around 3,000 a month, which isn't insignificant. However, the housing prices there are exorbitant. The last time we spoke, He mentioned he was contemplating leaving that job to explore opportunities here in Qiqing, Zhao Yin replied. The second brother, Xia Zekai, nodded in agreement, saying, it's tough to find work anywhere. But if he comes to Qiqing, we can certainly lend a hand. If anything arises, just give us a shout, and we'll tackle it together. It's far better than him wandering alone out there. Yes, that's the idea. I'll give him a call later to see how he is doing, Zhao Yin affirmed. At that moment, Qi Lisan interjected, if Peng Peng comes, rest assured, as your brother-in-law, I'll ensure he never goes hungry. Our home is always open to him. He'll have a place to sleep. Xia Yunfei shook his head. Lisan, your intentions are commendable, but we mustn't coddle him. He is young and needs to face challenges to grow stronger. The server then brought forth 2 more dishes, fried meat and tofu boxes. To be honest, Xia Zekai held little affection for the tofu boxes. He had yet to experience their culinary appeal, perhaps due to a lack of a skilled chef. The 6 children, each with a piece of fried meat in hand, savored their meal, their competitive spirit evident as they relished every bite, far exceeding what they would consume alone at home. Zekai, how have you been lately? I've noticed the prices of chemical raw materials have been climbing this year, and I've heard the market supply is quite tight, Xia Yunhui inquired. I'm managing well. Xia Zekai initially contemplated revealing that he had resigned, but, after much deliberation, chose to withhold that information to spare his brothers any unnecessary worry. He thought it prudent to wait until his small business was up and running, earning a profit before sharing the news. Luo Xiyun, too, refrained from mentioning her new job, feeling that some matters were best kept private. As the drinks flowed, both Qi Lisan and Xia Zekai had flushed faces, and emboldened by the alcohol, Qi Lisan exclaimed, Eldest brother, second brother, Kai, I need your counsel on something. Speak, the eldest responded. Xia Yunhui and Xia Zekai turned their attention to him. Zhao Yin suddenly interjected, Brothers, please advise him. Old Qi is contemplating leaving this restaurant to start his own venture, a lamb soup shop. I've told him it's too unstable. Especially since I'm out of work, and with Ming Ming needing to attend school and our mortgage to pay, the expenses are mounting. It's better to remain steady here, where the salary is reliable and nothing gets delayed. But he refuses to listen. Her complaints were abundant, yet her underlying concern for the future was palpable. In essence, the sentiment was clear. The lament of financial struggles weighed heavily on them all, and Xia Zekai resonated deeply with her plight. Elder brother Xia Yunfei is engaged in freight transport, while the second brother Xia Yuhui runs a freight agency, both undertaking their ventures independently. They are acutely aware of the challenges inherent in their enterprises. To speak boldly, they have carved out a niche for themselves, consistently earning a stable income month after month. However, the realm of catering is an entirely different beast. Renting a space requires financial outlay, equipping the kitchen with pots and pans incurs costs, and the procurement of various raw materials demands expenditure. The question of profitability remains an enigma. Upon hearing his wife's words, Qi Lisan's emotions surged. Yin Yin, I'm merely trying to earn a bit more. Look at my current job. While the salary is steady, it only increases by a mere 100 yuan annually. What can one achieve with that? Ming Ming still needs to attend training classes, and neither of you has insurance. There are numerous expenses looming. I'm simply seeking another avenue to earn a little extra. Elder brother, with his left hand's index finger and thumb extended, propped his chin and pondered for a moment before asking, Lisan, have you thought this through? Is the store selected? Is the money prepared? Also, let me say something harsh as your elder brother. Have you left yourself an escape route? Have you considered what to do if things go awry? He continued, Lisan, we come from a humble background. Our parents toiled in the fields and are now too old to assist us. In critical moments, we must rely on ourselves. The second brother remained silent. Such matters are not open for discussion. It was evident that cousin-in-law Qi Lisan had become obstinate, impervious to persuasion. Xia Zekai interjected. Make sure you are well prepared before proceeding. Consider not only yourself, but also Ming Ming, and that is all I will say. He, too, had embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, and refrained from mentioning it earlier out of concern that it might cause undue worry among his brothers, who might inadvertently inform their parents, increasing their anxiety. In the ensuing days, aside from the matter of cousin-in-law Qi Lisan's entrepreneurial aspirations, the brothers enjoyed their time together, drinking merrily while the 6 children were thoroughly satisfied with their meals. After feasting, the children frolicked energetically. Luo Xiyun and the others trailed behind, anxious to prevent any accidents, realizing how exhausting it can be to watch over children. Once the brothers had gathered and consumed copious amounts of alcohol, Their conversations grew increasingly slurred, extending until after 2 in the afternoon when the children began to show signs of fatigue, prompting the conclusion of their gathering. As they prepared to leave, Xia Zekai remarked, "Yin Yin, when Peng Peng arrives, just let me know. I'll treat everyone to a gathering." "Brother, how can you treat? If anyone is to treat, it should be me," He毅然retorted, shaking his head and burping slightly, deliberately correcting the notion. In truth, he was 3 years older than Xia Zekai, yet in the presence of his wife, age was inconsequential. He still had to address him as brother. Xia Zekai did not contest this, nodding in agreement. "All right, then you can treat. Is that settled?" With a chuckle, He毅然smiled, and the 4 families parted ways. On the journey home, Luo Xiyun drove, while Xia Zekai accompanied his 2 daughters in the back seat. However, both girls wrinkled their noses in distaste, recoiling with expressions of disgust. "Daddy smells so bad, worse than stinky," one daughter exclaimed. "EW." The other, Tong Tong, covered her mouth and made a gagging gesture. The 2 daughters successfully amused their mother, inciting a flustered Xia Zekai to contemplate a reprimanding slap for them. How could children, still under 4 years of age, possess such theatrical talent? It remained a mystery from whom they had learned such mischievousness. Time slipped away in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The span of 2 days vanished in the blink of an eye. Apart from the routine of picking up and dropping off his daughters, Xia Zekai busied himself with his small shop. The renovations had been completed, and during the daylight hours, he scoured the second-hand market to procure a set of tables and chairs. He also visited a specialized shelving store, acquiring 2 sets of 2-meter-long, 1.8-meter-high modular racks to be placed against the side walls of the garage, which would eventually hold the packaged products. Moreover, he commissioned an advertising company to create a lightbox sign, spending 300 yuan on a design that was quite straightforward, simply inscribed with the 4 characters Jingtong Bakery in a prominent font. The logo depicted a pair of mischievous and charming twin sisters, their gazes locked in a playful standoff, one wielding a knife-shaped fish, while the other brandished a blunted wooden knife, embodying the spirit of a duel. This illustration vividly captured the essence of childhood mischief and cuteness. Once the advertising company delivered and installed the lightbox, Xia Zekai connected the power supply to observe the effect, which was indeed remarkable. Not only did he appreciate it, but also his neighbors praised it, each remarking that it was far superior to their own lackluster signs, contemplating whether they should also have theirs revamped. Xia Zekai, however, remained unconcerned with their thoughts. He proceeded to purchase a new mixer specifically for blending the raw materials. At this juncture, the Jingtong Bakery was nearly ready for operation, awaiting only the assistance of Qianhui Investment Consulting to finalize the necessary permits. He called Zhang Su to inquire about the progress, and Zhang informed him that they would need a couple more days. This pace was quite reasonable, especially since there was no immediate urgency to supply the kindergarten. Xia Zekai thought that a slight delay would be inconsequential. On Tuesday afternoon, as the clock approached 4, Xia Zekai, as usual, positioned himself outside Xiyun Kindergarten, where he was joined by his landlord, Pan Xin. Upon seeing Xia Zekai, Pan Xin's face brightened with a noticeable smile. "Brother Xia, it's been a few days. Your shop has its sign up now. Are you about to open? Have you chosen an auspicious day?" "No. It's just a small venture, not a grand enterprise that requires selecting a date. I'm merely waiting for the paperwork to come through. We can celebrate the opening with firecrackers," Xia Zekai replied. Pan Xin immediately countered, "Oh, Brother Xia, that's rather dismissive. You must set a date. I insist on sending over a flower basket for your grand opening." Xia Zekai waved his hand in refusal. "Sister Pan, there's truly no need. Why should you spend your money? If you feel compelled to contribute, perhaps you could deduct it from my rent." "All right then, I'll deduct a dime. Next year, I'll charge you a dime less in rent. How's that for sincerity?" Pan Xin teased with a cheerful laugh, causing her whole body to shake with mirth. Xia Zekai suddenly felt a bit dizzy and quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. This woman was too enchanting. He must avoid excessive interaction to prevent any unintended entanglement. As the appointed time arrived, Xia Zekai gazed upon the children emerging hand in hand from the teaching building, a beaming smile gracing his face. Among the cluster of children, he spotted Yaotu and Tong Tong. Under the guidance of teacher Shiru, the 2 little ones were particularly well-behaved, queuing up, a stark contrast to their unruly demeanor at home. It was evident that they were formidable characters in their own right, but when outside, they resembled 2 shy individuals, too timid to utter a word. After receiving Yaotu and Tong Tong from Shiru, he prepared to escort them as usual, only to be halted by her voice. Mr. Xia, our kindergarten will be hosting a parent-child activity tomorrow afternoon. Do you have time? Shiru inquired, having already relayed this information to other parents multiple times. Xia Zekai nodded eagerly. Tomorrow is the parent meeting, so it's no problem, teacher sure. Is there anything I need to prepare? No need for preparation. But Teacher Tian asked me to check if you are available tomorrow morning. If you are, could you come by to lend a hand? Shiru replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Zekai agreed. Upon returning home, he informed Luo Xiyun about the upcoming parent meeting for Yaotu and Tong Tong. Luo Xiyun expressed her curiosity. They've only been there for a week, and already a parent meeting? Oh my goodness. Xia Zekai nodded. Indeed, Xiyun. Are you free to attend tomorrow? If not, I will go alone. With a sigh, Luo Xiyun responded, I wish I could go, but tomorrow all management at the company is conducting a safety inspection. Mr. Chi said this is the first inspection and no one from management can take leave. Ah, understood. Then I shall attend this parent meeting in your stead. Xia Zekai feigned disappointment for Luo Xiyun, secretly hoping she would not attend, as it would diminish his own opportunity. To console her for missing the first parent meeting of Yaotu and Tong Tong, he took the three of them out for dinner that evening, attempting to make amends. Chapter 47. This fee is worth it. On Wednesday morning, as was his custom, Xia Zekai brought Yaotu and Tong Tong to the kindergarten. After they followed teacher Shiru into the building, he exchanged greetings with the old security guard, Wang Deshan, and while no one was watching, discreetly slipped a pack of cigarettes into Wang's coat pocket. Old Wang, I need to find teacher Tianqing, so I want to chat with you today. Take care, Xia Zekai said, executing his actions with practiced ease before heading upstairs. Wang Deshan, seizing the moment alone, took a look at the pack, White King cigarettes. This young Xia. I must remind him not to do this again. Nevertheless, a smile adorned Wang's face. In the small room on the second floor facing the staircase, teacher Tianqing was engrossed in her computer screen when she noticed Xia Zekai's arrival and set her work aside. Mr. Xia, I apologize for making you come here again. Not at all, teacher Tian. Did teacher sure send word for me? Xia Zekai inquired directly. Tianqing indeed felt a bit awkward. She said, this afternoon, we intend to hold a parent-child activity for the little ones in this year's class, primarily to enhance proper communication between parents and children. We need to prepare some snacks in advance. Mr. Xia's melt-in-your-mouth treats are quite popular among the children, but the cook at our kindergarten is somewhat lacking in this regard. I was wondering if I could trouble Mr. Xia for a favor. Upon hearing this, Xia Zekai quickly grasped her intention. You would like me to assist in preparing some of those treats this morning, correct? Yes, exactly that, Mr. Xia. Just let me know the amount. And we will compensate you for your time, Tianqing added. Upon hearing her words, Xia Zekai waved his hand dismissively. Oh, is that all? It's just a small matter, teacher Tian. Please don't mention any compensation. I have no other commitments today, so why don't we get started right away? He thought to himself that this was a fortuitous opportunity to promote his soon-to-open shop. Tianqing was not in a rush. No hurry, Mr. Xia. You haven't had breakfast yet, so you might as well try our kindergarten-esque breakfast. Xia Zekai, feeling quite hungry, accepted without hesitation. The breakfast consisted of seaweed egg drop soup, meat-stuffed pancakes, and 2 eggs. Upon seeing the meal, Xia Zekai's impression of the kindergarten improved significantly. With such culinary standards, an 800 monthly fee was truly worth it. After finishing breakfast, Xia Zekai began his work, dedicating the entire morning to it. He had his own calculations in mind. Thus, he exerted 120% of his effort while preparing the treats. However, he noticed a concern while working. Although the formula milk powder used by the kindergarten seemed of good quality, its price appeared rather low. This realization came after he had taken the time to research various brands of milk powder over the past few days. By noon, Xia Zekai managed to stay for lunch at the kindergarten as well. He wondered whether it was because of his presence or if the kindergarten's food standards were genuinely high. The midday meal included braised pork with tofu and cabbage, along with steamed, vibrant red shrimp, and the staple was scallion pancakes, all of which looked exceedingly appetizing. He pondered, if the standards remain this high, how could the kindergarten turn a profit? However, he also considered that the children were quite young and could hardly eat much. Moreover, the portion of pork served to him was rather generous. One could easily deduce that the quantity in the children's bowls would be significantly less. 2 or 3 pieces for a child would be quite commendable. Simultaneously, while Xia Zekai was busy assisting Qiyun kindergarten with the snack preparations, Chi Eatery Company commenced its first comprehensive safety inspection since its establishment. Xia Zekai aimed to identify any potential safety hazards before the company officially commenced production, to avoid any complications once operations began. Sun Ming, who was responsible for overseeing safety at Chi Eatery Company, directly reported to the manager of the Safety Administration Department, Jing Yunlong. Given the nature of the company, fire safety had always been a priority. After Assistant Wang Di called the roll, General Manager Xia Zekai remarked, "Everyone is here, let us proceed. We shall inspect the safety conditions of the company from south to north." Without hesitation, Xia Zekai set off, her demeanor resolute and unyielding. The first stop was the molding workshop. Initially, her expression was relaxed, but as they continued, the smile faded, replaced by a gaze so cold it sent shivers down one's spine. The multitude of tangled wires strewn across the floor alone signaled a grave concern for safety. Nevertheless, Xia Zekai maintained her composure, completing the inspection of the warehouse, the final segment. It was clear to everyone present that the safety conditions in the workshop were far worse than anticipated. Even those lacking expertise could sense the lurking dangers that could easily lead to calamity. Standing at the warehouse entrance for a full 2 minutes, the biting cold wind served to sharpen her focus and clarity, while the others braved the chill alongside her. "Director Sun, I recall you have experience in fire safety. Apart from Manager Jing, you are the most knowledgeable among us. Please share your observations," Xia Zekai instructed. Director Sun did not hesitate, stating, "General Manager Qi, esteemed leaders, safety is paramount, and fire safety is of utmost importance. Our company, Chi Eatery Company, operates within a semi-enclosed workshop environment. Should an unfortunate incident occur, such as a fire, given the current disarray of items, I doubt that most individuals would be able to escape. In truth, many may not realize that the flames of a fire are not the most frightening aspect. Rather, what concerns me deeply is that through our recent inspection and brief inquiries, I discovered that many colleagues across various departments lack basic awareness of fire safety protocols. Fire extinguishers were obstructed, leaving us unable to access them in a critical moment. The absence of proper piping means that not all extinguishers are available, raising the question of how we would combat a fire if it were to ignite. Most alarmingly, the primary safety doors were secured with wire, violating essential regulations. After Director Sun concluded, Xia Zekai turned her attention to the safety manager, Jing Yunlong. "Manager Jing, what is your perspective on this safety inspection?" Jing Yunlong replied, "General Manager Qi, Director Sun has already highlighted a crucial aspect. Yet we must not overlook the chaotic arrangement of items on site. During the inspection, I noticed numerous safety hazards, improperly connected wiring, exposed screws, and nails scattered across the floor. As the factory is still in its infancy, we are starting from scratch, lacking a comprehensive understanding of safety protocols. At this juncture, we can only gradually explore and refine our practices. General Manager, my next step is to have Supervisor Sun conduct cyclical training on safety materials for each department. Additionally, our Safety Administration Department will consider assigning personnel to enhance patrols throughout the workshop, ensuring that any violations of company safety regulations are addressed immediately," Jing Yunlong proposed. Upon hearing his remarks, Xia Zekai nodded with satisfaction. "I hope to see results swiftly, rather than perfunctory responses from your end." Upon her utterance, several department heads averted their gazes, for the words were indeed difficult to articulate. Xia Zekai continued, stating that both Manager Jing and Director Sun had previously mentioned the disarray of items within the workshop. "I trust that all have observed this. In the initial phase, I can accept such an outcome. However, moving forward, each department must organize the site accordingly. Should a safety incident arise due to this negligence, the respective area will bear full responsibility, and in severe cases, one must vacate their position. Manager Luo, the standards for site designation, positioning, and line marking must be established by your quality department. Please draft a protocol, agree upon the standards, and disseminate it throughout the company for strict adherence." Luo Xiyun was taken aback by the enormity of the task assigned during this safety inspection, but nodded in agreement, affirming, "I shall attend to it immediately." "Very well. I expect to see preliminary results within a week." With that, Xia Zekai departed hastily. "How unfortunate," Jing Yunlong muttered, as today a safety inspection fell under his purview. Luo Xiyun remarked, "Manager Jing, let us proceed as discussed. Expedite arrangements for thorough inspections, and address any issues with strict governance." "Indeed," Jing Yunlong replied, turning to Sun Ming. Director Sun, you shall oversee this matter. Report any issues to me promptly. Understood, Sun Ming affirmed, tightening his fist, his heart brimming with determination. Chapter 48. Nutrient-rich foods. On March 11th, at precisely 1 p.m., the classrooms of the kindergarten's first floor erupted in joyous commotion. Parents, grandparents, and various relatives could be heard calling out. With 9 classes totaling over 200 children, the sight of familiar adults in the classroom sent the little ones into a frenzy, rendering the teachers' voices nearly ineffective. In the mango class, Shi Rui observed the scene with a headache. Having experienced this chaos numerous times, it always felt overwhelming. Dear parents, please help your children settle down. This tactic proved effective. For while children may disregard their teachers, they tend to heed their parents. As anticipated, the classroom quieted almost instantly. Shi Rui introduced herself and briefly outlined the day's parent-child activities. Given the cold weather, outdoor activities were omitted, allowing the elderly caregivers to breathe a sigh of relief, as they would struggle to keep pace with energetic children outdoors. Xia Zekai stood against the western wall of the classroom, with his daughter and Tong Tong each seated beside him. Tong Tong, upon spotting her father, beamed with delight and leaned in close, whispering, "Daddy, I just ate several pieces of meat." "Is that so? How many pieces did you eat?" Xia Zekai inquired with a subtle smile. Tong Tong furrowed her brow, beginning to count on her little fingers to ascertain the exact number. After much effort, she still could not arrive at a clear total, prompting the impatient Yada beside her to exclaim disdainfully, "Oh dear, you're so slow. You ate a total of 4 pieces. I gave you one." "Ah, it was 4 pieces. Daddy, I ate 4 pieces of meat," Tong Tong exclaimed, her understanding dawning, her joy evident. When this little one is in high spirits, her voice becomes quite loud. Shi Rui's voice then resounded. "Little friend Xia Jidong, please be quiet and listen to the teacher. Hold your tongue for now." "Oh," Tong Tong replied, pouting her little lips into silence. Xia Zekai watched the second child in their family struggling, and he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. According to Shi Rui, the entire parent-child activity was divided into 3 segments. The first segment involved adults and children collaboratively creating a painting, symbolizing teamwork. The second segment required adults and children to craft a handmade item together, which essentially echoed the first segment's intent of fostering interaction between parents and their little ones. The third segment provided an opportunity for children to experience the meals and snacks served at kindergarten, which, in simpler terms, was merely a means for the kindergarten to ensure parents would willingly pay for their services. Given their tender age of 3 or 4, the entire parent-child activity was designed with simplicity in mind. Take the painting, for instance. The kindergarten had already prepared various sheets adorned with sketched outlines of animals and plants, allowing adults and children to simply fill in the colors. The only criterion for coloring was personal satisfaction. Anything that appeared visually pleasing was acceptable, and color choices were left entirely to their imagination. The crafting segment was slightly more intricate, requiring adults and children to utilize a discarded disposable cup to create a decorative item, with no rigid guidelines on the design. "Children and parents, let us commence," Shi Rui announced. As soon as she finished speaking, she and another teacher, Han Yuding, began distributing the sketched sheets. Each child received their own watercolor pens, and one by one, they excitedly stood to collect their sheets from the teachers, expressing their gratitude before eagerly removing the caps of their pens to get started. Xia Zekai cast a deliberate glance and noted that the sheets received by the little girl and Tong Tong featured identical designs: a patch of land, with a flower in the center, a tree beside it, and clusters of grass at the roots of both. Was this to convey a vibrant, flourishing scene of colors? Once Shi Rui and her colleague had handed out all the sheets, she clapped her hands and declared, "All right, now let all the little ones and your adults ignite your creativity and see how you can make it more beautiful with colors." Some children disregarded the adults' guidance entirely, seizing their sheets and wildly scribbling with their palms gripping the pens. Having only attended kindergarten for 9 days, most children had not undergone any preparatory training at home, and their attempts to color within the lines of the flowers and trees were rather dismal, with colored pens marking the tables as well. The little girl and Tong Tong fared slightly better, primarily due to Luo Xiyun's earlier instruction at home on various topics, such as coloring with watercolor pens and simple English words. Xia Zekai observed as the little girl and Tong Tong meticulously followed the lines with their colors before transitioning into a flurry of strokes. In contrast, He noticed a nearby boy had splattered watercolor all over the table. A sense of accomplishment, mingled with a hint of guilt, filled his heart. After all, the artistic foundation of the little girl and Tong Tong had nothing to do with him. This event poses no difficulty for any age group, as it lacks a definitive answer. Xia Zekai initially hoped to earn some accolades through the artistic prowess of the two young girls, but it was evident that no selections would be made. Half an hour later, regardless of the quality of their artwork, this round was essentially concluded, with teacher Shi offering praise to each participant. Subsequently, the children proudly displayed their masterpieces while Shi captured a group photograph with them and their parents. Once the photo session concluded, some children made their way to the restroom. The two girls, Yadu and Tong Tong, were thoroughly engrossed, playing with the new paper cups that teacher Shi had just distributed, their little mouths chattering excitedly about their ideas. Yadu suggested transforming hers into a tiger, while Tong Tong pondered how she could turn her cup into food, as she was feeling quite peckish. "Daddy, I'm so hungry," Tong Tong lamented. "Tong Tong, tell Daddy, do you usually get enough to eat at kindergarten?" Xia Zekai inquired. It seemed peculiar that his daughter was already hungry at just past 2 o'clock. Tong Tong nodded. "I eat a lot, but now I want some delicious snacks and fruit." Oh, now it made sense. Xia Zekai sighed in relief, contemplating whether to ask teacher Shi when they would begin serving fruit and snacks. However, it soon became unnecessary, as the kindergarten had clearly considered everything. Teacher Shi approached with a large stainless steel basin, while her colleague Han Yuding followed closely behind with a slightly smaller basin. Xia Zekai glanced over and saw that the larger basin contained the melt-in-your-mouth snacks he had diligently prepared that morning. Once the treats and fruit were served, the children's attention shifted entirely to the melt-in-your-mouth snacks, their eager eyes fixated upon them. Teacher Shi was quite generous, while her colleague distributed the snacks and fruit platters to each table of children and parents. She stood at the center of the classroom providing an introduction. From 2:30 to 3:30 every afternoon is our snack time at the kindergarten. Since last week, we have replaced the previous cream-filled biscuits and milk biscuits with these melt-in-your-mouth snacks. This is a highly nutritious food made primarily from infant formula milk powder, yogurt, and eggs. It not only replenishes various trace elements essential for children, but also aids in their gastrointestinal digestion. We have prepared an ample supply of these snacks and fruits for everyone to enjoy. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, this delightful snack was personally developed by Mr. Xia Zekai, the father of our classmates Xia Jingya and Xia Jikatong. Chapter 49. Darling, keep going. After the parent-child activity at Xiyun Kindergarten concluded, all the attending parents remembered one particular snack, colloquially known as melt-in-your-mouth snacks. Subsequently, news spread from the Mango class that the creator of this delightful treat was indeed the parent of 2 children from that class. And a dedicated store selling these snacks would open in Lineo community this coming Friday. Following the event, many were eager to learn more about this Xia Zekai, particularly curious about how he managed to introduce freshly made snacks to the kindergarten. Although I did not ascertain the results, a favorable impression was left, as the delivery of snacks attested to its cleanliness. Approaching midday on Thursday, at the entrance of the Jingtong Bakery garage shop in the Lineo community, a red motor tricycle was unloading goods, with the recipient being Xia Zekai. "Boss Xia, there are a total of 25 boxes of milk powder, 10 boxes of Su Mei Zi and 15 boxes of Wei Shi. Please count them. And if everything is in order, kindly sign here, so I can submit the delivery," said Song Jingwo, the delivery man, as he swiftly unloaded the 25 boxes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xia Zekai did not assume an air of superiority. He meticulously counted the boxes. "All correct. Thank you, master. No problem. Just call me next time you need anything," Song Jingwo replied with a smile before riding off on his tricycle. Leaving Xia Zekai to transport the 25 boxes into the garage, he then proceeded to unpack and arrange the milk powder on the left side of a shelf. The 2-meter-long, 4-tiered shelf stood 1.8 meters high, completely filled with milk powder, leaving several boxes still unopened on the floor. An elderly lady passing by, driven by curiosity, glanced at the sign and then at the shelves brimming with milk powder, perplexed. "Boss, do you sell milk powder?" This was theoretically the first customer. Xia Zekai greeted her with a warm smile. "Auntie, not exactly. I specialize in melt-in-the-mouth snacks, using formula milk powder as the main ingredient. We do not deceive. It's genuine raw material. Most importantly, children love it and it aids digestion." "Melt-in-the-mouth snacks? That sounds familiar." The elderly lady squinted her eyes, pondering. Is there a child from your family attending the kindergarten across the street? Xia Zekai inquired. Yes, my eldest grandson is there. How did you know? Do you recognize me? The elderly lady leaned forward, scrutinizing Xia Zekai, though she had no recollection of him. I don't know you, but my melt-in-the-mouth snacks are currently the main afternoon treat at the kindergarten. Your grandchild must have mentioned it, Xia Zekai explained. Oh, I see. So it's you. The elderly lady exclaimed, recalling something. How much do you sell these melt-in-the-mouth snacks for? I would like to buy some. She expressed her intent to procure some for her grandson. Pointing to another empty shelf, Xia Zekai replied, Auntie, I am just here to receive stock today. I officially open tomorrow. Perhaps you could come by then? That works too, the elderly lady agreed before departing. Xia Zekai continued with his tasks, but soon found himself frequently approached by others inquiring about the milk powder. Given that Lin Ao community is a vast residential area with thousands of households, most of which harbor at least one child, the demand for milk powder was substantial. Xia Zekai explained repeatedly, and as he did, news of his unique melt-in-the-mouth snacks began to spread. Engrossed in his work, time flew by, and only when he glanced at his phone did he realize it was nearly 3 o'clock. Rushing to complete the remaining tasks, he washed his hands and locked the shop door, for he needed to pick up his daughter and Tong Tong from school. Father, today I accomplished something remarkable. I managed to use the toilet all by myself without any accidents. The little girl felt a sense of pride, having not sought assistance from her teacher. Tong Tong huffed. I can also use the toilet by myself. The two girls were clearly in a playful competition. Xia Zekai gently patted their little heads and took them for a stroll around the community before returning home. In the living room, while preparing diced fruit for the sisters, Xia Zekai asked, Tong Tong, your sister can count to 100. How far can you count? To his surprise, Tong Tong turned her little face away and replied, I can't. Xia Zekai was at a loss for words. The second child made a compelling point. He tapped the back of the fruit knife on the table twice and said, Tong Tong, that's not acceptable. If you can't even count, how will you manage in the future? After dinner, I will teach you. I won't learn, Tong Tong declared defiantly. Xia Zekai was tempted to scold her, but then an idea struck him. If you refuse to learn, then tomorrow I will take your sister to sell things and leave you behind. Sell things? Tong Tong was confused. She asked, Father, what does selling things mean? This question left Xia Zekai momentarily speechless. He racked his brain, attempting various explanations, but with each attempt, Tong Tong became even more bewildered, ultimately getting him tangled in his own words. Meanwhile, the little girl went to the next room and brought out her toy shopping cart, asking, Father, is it like this when I sell eggplants, yellow squash, and tomatoes? Yes, that's right. You are quite clever, Xia Zekai praised her without reservation. Now understanding, Tong Tong realized that this was just a game she often played with her sister. In the next moment, she raised her hand and exclaimed, Father, I can do it too. Eggs, mangoes, tomatoes, selling them for 8 yuan a pound. Seeing the younger girl shout with such enthusiasm, Xia Zekai was utterly astonished. This girl was truly talented. She might not grasp counting yet, but she already knew how to set a price. Could it be that she had an innate knack for business? When Luo Xiyun returned home, she noticed her husband engrossed in play with their 2 daughters in the living room. She approached and glanced over, asking, Zekai, what are you all doing? Mommy, we are selling things. Daddy said he would take us to sell delicious snacks, Tong Tong eagerly explained before her sister could speak. Luo Xiyun finally realized what was happening and slapped her forehead in realization. Oh dear, I completely lost track of time. I forgot that your bakery opens tomorrow. Zekai, can you manage? If not, I'll call President Xi to request a day off. No need, I can handle it. Don't worry, Xia Zekai assured her confidently. Waving his hand, Luo Xiyun felt a twinge of guilt. She had forgotten about her husband's first venture. On Friday, the sun shone brightly, the sky a clear blue. It was a perfect day. Luo Xiyun prepared a sumptuous breakfast, taking her time this time. Watching Xia Zekai finish the last spoonful of lean meat porridge, she reminded him once more, Zekai, if you find it overwhelming, just call me, and I will take off right away. Stop worrying and hurry along. You'll be late, Xia Zekai said, handing her the bag and car keys. At the entrance, as Xia Zekai watched his wife leave, he was unexpectedly embraced by Luo Xiyun, who whispered in his ear, Hubby, do your best. A soft kiss left on Xia Zekai's cheek infused him with a newfound vigor, akin to receiving a tenfold boost of motivation. He intended to reward his wife with love in return, yet Luo Xiyun dashed away, leaving behind a faint trace of minty fragrance. Daddy, remember to take me to sell things. On their way to kindergarten, his daughter gazed at him with innocent eyes, repeatedly reminding him, fearful that he might forget. Tong Tong, running ahead, quickly turned back upon hearing her sister mention the matter. Me too. Daddy, I want to sell things as well. Xia Zekai looked at his second daughter with disdain. Tong Tong, you can't even count. If I let you sell things, I'd surely incur losses. You can't go. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. I don't like you. Tong Tong huffed, turning away to run ahead, pretending to ignore her father. However, after a few steps, she paused, glanced back at him, and noticing he was not calling her, she continued her sprint forward. Xia Zekai, observing his daughter's cunning ways, couldn't help but admire. The second one is quite the drama queen. Though young, she's remarkably astute. When she grows up, she'll certainly know how to navigate life. As mid-March arrived, temperatures began to rise, ushering in warmth. The kindergarten's entrance, flanked by teachers welcoming the children, saw them shed their bulky outerwear for snug sweaters or slightly thicker layers, topped with light coats, creating a pleasing visual effect. In this moment, they regained their essence, becoming youthful and lively once more. Yet, it was still not the best season. Summer would bring a dazzling tenderness. After entrusting his daughters to teacher Shirue, Xia Zekai watched them enter the classroom before exhaling a sigh of relief. He exchanged greetings with the security guard Wang Deshun at the entrance and headed straight to the Lin Ao community across the street. He was eager to open his shop, ready to set off a few firecrackers as a symbolic gesture. Alas, managing alone in a modest garage shop felt rather humble, yet it marked a new beginning. Entering through the north gate, he turned east and walked 20 meters until he spotted a familiar face, momentarily taken aback. Sister Pan, what are you doing here? Standing at the entrance of his Jing Tong bakery, Pan Xin, dressed in a similarly stylish manner, was clearly waiting for him. Upon seeing him, she pointed to the two large flower baskets beside her. I've been waiting for you. What were you thinking? Brother Xia, you're quite inconsiderate. If I hadn't heard from others, I wouldn't have known your shop was opening today. And you didn't even send a flower basket. Are you thinking I'm an ungrateful wretch? With that, she shot him a mock glare. Xia Zekai quickly shook his head in clarification. How could that be? Am I really that kind of person? As he spoke, Xia Zekai stepped forward a few paces, unlocked the garage's rolling door with his key, and subsequently opened the inner sliding door, inviting Pan Xin inside. Pan Xin was taken aback upon seeing the shelves to her right brimming with powdered milk. Xia, are you suddenly venturing into the milk powder business? Or is this all for making melt-in-the-mouth treats? Xia Zekai nodded. Indeed, it's for making those treats. I didn't realize Sister Pan was aware of my melt-in-the-mouth delicacies. It seems they have gained some fame, so I need not worry about sales. Nonsense. If you can't sell your goods, who will I turn to for rent next year? Pan Xin teased, glancing at the shelves piled high with milk powder before eyeing the unopened boxes on the floor. You don't mean to say all of this is milk powder, do you? Yes, I purchased over 16,000 yuan worth of milk powder, intending it to last a month. The yogurt will be delivered shortly, along with eggs and cornstarch. Sister Pan, I've already spent over 30,000 yuan just on these raw materials, Xia Zekai lamented, his expression one of exasperation. However, he had chosen the wrong audience for his complaints. Pan Xin was not one to indulge in such tales. Wow, Xia, it seems you're on the path to fortune. If you transform these materials into products, you could easily achieve at least double the profit. Xia Zekai realized that this woman was quite astute. One could not afford to speak too freely with her lest she uncover all his secrets. He retorted, unless you're willing to lend me that much money, don't hold your breath. Humph, a man's words are but tricks to deceive women. Xia, you're not being very straightforward. Not a word of truth from you. Pan Xin shot back disdainfully. With little time to spare, Xia Zekai called the yogurt supplier to expedite the delivery. He also stopped by an elderly woman selling vegetables and eggs nearby, purchasing 2 baskets of eggs and paying without hesitation. Eggs are not significantly cheaper even when bought wholesale, so he figured it wiser to do a favor. With all other raw materials acquired, everything was in place. Once the yogurt arrived, Xia Zekai began mixing the ingredients in the appropriate proportions. Pan Xin lingered, and Xia Zekai made no effort to shoo her away. He was indifferent to keeping the raw material process a secret. Some things rely heavily on experience, not merely observation. With nothing else to occupy her, Pan Xin found herself intrigued by the process of making melt-in-the-mouth treats and watched intently. When she saw Xia Zekai open 3 large containers of milk powder and pour them directly into the mixing basin, She was profoundly shocked. She calculated in her mind that those 3 tubs of Wyeth milk powder must cost over 400 yuan, and with the yogurt, eggs, and various other expenses, the total cost surely exceeded 600 yuan, not even accounting for labor, rent, or equipment depreciation. At that moment, Pan Qin grasped why Xia Zekai had been emphasizing his high costs. "Xia, you truly are investing a significant amount," Pan Qin remarked. Xia Zekai, masked and gloved, did not respond with pride. "In business, we lack the support of influential connections. We must rely on integrity. Otherwise, if rumors of deceit spread, we might as well cease operations altogether. Brother Xia, may I take a few photographs? I will upload them to my space later. I have quite a number of friends there." The mention of space caused Xia Zekai to pause momentarily, a fleeting spark of realization flickering in his mind. Yet he could not grasp it fully. Pan Qin nodded and continued, "Indeed, Brother Xia, do not doubt it. My space enjoys high traffic. If you agree, I can take several more photos for you. Perhaps someone will be interested in purchasing your products, which could at least provide a pathway for sales. Otherwise, selling solely in this community has its limitations. No matter how much you sell, there is always a ceiling." Pan Qin added, her long fingers adorned with manicured nails brushing aside her bangs. "Furthermore, are you familiar with setting up an online store? I find Taobao quite intriguing. I have personally bought numerous clothes and shoes there, as well as some food items. You might consider applying for a shop. After all, it caters to customers nationwide. If your products can indeed penetrate the market, you could find yourself truly prosperous, far beyond what Linao community can offer." Chapter 51. Grand opening. There is a saying that habit can be quite a formidable force, and Xia Zekai was no exception. Pan Qin's words suddenly awakened Xia Zekai's dulled thoughts. He had been trapped in a mindset from a bygone era, neglecting the advantages that even the current age possesses. The online shopping model that emerged in 2003 through Taobao gradually gained acceptance among the masses after 6 years of development. "Pan Jia, you are absolutely right. I owe you my gratitude. When my brother returns, my wife and I will treat you and your family to a meal," Xia Zekai expressed. Pan Qin shot him a glance. "There is no sincerity in that. Do you think I'm so easily swayed by a mere meal, Brother Xia? Hurry up and bake some melt-in-your-mouth beans. I'll take 2 boxes for my son." "All right, Pan Jia, please take a seat and rest for a while. This batch will take about an hour," Xia Zekai replied. While Xia Zekai busied himself, Pan Qin refrained from interrupting him, instead capturing moments with her small camera. It was unclear what she was thinking. Even when delivering a floral arrangement for the grand opening, she felt compelled to bring her camera. As moments passed, curious onlookers gathered at the entrance of the Jingtong bakery, drawn by the fresh remnants of firecrackers. Xia Zekai prepared the melt-in-your-mouth beans openly, having no intention of concealing his process. Nearby, 3 empty milk powder cans rested on a table, while the trash bin overflowed with eggshells. The mixture in the large bowl, having been thoroughly blended, emanated a fragrant milky aroma, leaving spectators in no doubt that the quality was indeed authentic. "My goodness, he truly uses milk powder. I thought he was just boasting when I saw him yesterday. I assumed he was merely using it as a guise to sell milk powder. Is this product expensive? After seeing this, I genuinely wish to buy some for my granddaughter. This is indeed the shop that makes melt-in-your-mouth beans, right? My son mentioned they eat this at kindergarten in the afternoons. He absolutely loves it. I've scoured several cake shops without success. I have indeed heard that this is a unique skill of theirs, even supplied to the kindergarten, making it unavailable elsewhere. Yes. I attended a parent-teacher meeting the day before yesterday, and the kindergarten teacher mentioned that this delicacy could provide children with trace elements and aid digestion. I was inclined to purchase some, but the kindergarten doesn't sell to outsiders. I had to call my daughter-in-law to inform her." As time progressed, more and more spectators gathered outside the Jingtong baking shop, intrigued by the live demonstration of snack preparation, a novelty for them. I watched as Xia Zekai mixed a bowl of ingredients, skillfully using a piping bag to create various attractive shapes before placing them in the oven. He then took a larger bowl to prepare melt-in-your-mouth treats, primarily made from Dumex milk powder. This time, his work was under the watchful eyes of a larger audience. The crowd observed as he juiced several red-fleshed dragon fruits and added the vibrant juice to the mixture, transforming it from white to a bright red. At this moment, some in the crowd remained puzzled by his actions, and a bold woman inquired about his methods. Xia Zekai turned to her, explaining, "It's for coloring. This way, I achieve a beautiful red hue, and it also imparts a hint of dragon fruit fragrance." Moreover, unlike others who skimp on costs by using artificial coloring, which is quite deceptive, I prefer to utilize natural ingredients. Pan Qian, seated nearby, began snapping photos with her compact camera, capturing the moment of Xia Zekai's coloring technique. Today was indeed an eye-opener. I never imagined snacks could be crafted in such a manner, with colors adjusted so creatively. The colors and aroma were visually appealing, and she resolved to indulge in a couple of boxes for herself before attending to her son. Among the onlookers, some murmured, "This must be quite expensive." "Oh, dear sister, can we refrain from such remarks? Just look at the quality of the ingredients the young man is using. Let us not forget that Dumex milk powder costs nearly 200 per can, with yogurt being poured in by the kilogram, not to mention those eggs. Would you dare to consume such quantities regularly? While other places may offer cheaper options, do you know how many eggs they actually include? And whether they genuinely use milk powder?" I merely pointed this out, yet it sparked further chatter. Surely, I understand that quality comes at a price, and I intend to make a purchase shortly. Initially, preparing this delicacy is time-consuming, as baking requires patience. Some attendees had other commitments, having enjoyed the spectacle but unable to wait any longer, choosing to return later. Most elderly women residing in this community had little to occupy their day aside from picking up children and grocery shopping. They could afford to linger, gathering outside the small shop. They observed as Xia Zekai checked the oven every 10 minutes, adjusting the positions of the trays filled with melt-in-your-mouth treats. An hour later, a rich aroma of milk wafted throughout the shop, drawing in curious passers-by who came to discover the source of the delightful scent. They soon realized that there truly are still individuals dedicated to authenticity in their craft. After the first batch was baked, the remaining items were placed in the oven. Xia Zekai, not bothering to package them, directly set a tray of melt-in-your-mouth treats on the table at the entrance. Everyone must be eager. This tray is complimentary for you to sample. If you find it satisfactory, feel free to purchase. Upon hearing this, those gathered at the entrance hesitated to indulge, pondering whether to buy after tasting. Some were merely spectators, observing the raw ingredients, aware that such delicacies would not come cheap. They were reluctant to splurge on such pricey snacks. Pan Qian, a shrewd individual, grasped the situation and requested a disposable glove from Xia Zekai. She seized a few treats and popped them into her mouth. After a few chews, the confection melted away, and she found herself enamored with the taste. Delicious, truly delightful. If you all aren't eating, I shall devour them all. With the first brave soul taking action, the rest succumbed to the herd mentality. Although the tray seemed plentiful, the crowd at the entrance was substantial, and soon enough, the treats were snatched away. Those who missed out resorted to acquiring some from others. This delicacy, made from pure milk powder, yogurt, and eggs, was sure to please children and the elderly alike, especially for the elderly with digestive issues, who often struggled to swallow regular meals. These treats were remarkably easy to digest. Among the crowd, several elderly individuals expressed a desire for more, only to find the complimentary tray already depleted. "Boss, how much do they cost? I'd like to buy some," inquired a well-dressed elderly lady, clearly from a well-off background, perhaps with a substantial pension. Xia Zekai smiled at her. "Auntie, please hold on while I package these." "Sure, take your time. I have plenty of it." He then produced 3 types of packaging boxes, similar in size to the paper cups used for serving cola at KFC, featuring the logo of Jingtong Bakery along with his name and phone number, straightforward and clear. "This box is 5 yuan," Xia Zekai announced. After assembling 8 boxes, the tray was empty. With no time to waste, he switched to a medium-sized box for the next batch, managing to fill only 4 boxes. The last one not quite full. "See, we are honest here. This transparent box is 10 yuan each, and it's more economical for larger quantities." In plain view of all, there was no hint of underhanded dealings. The crowd pondered the pricing. While it was neither excessively high nor particularly low, the availability of options was reassuring. "Boss, I'll take a 5 yuan box. I'll have a 5 yuan box as well. I want a 10 yuan box." Just after opening, in mere moments, the freshly packaged trays were completely snatched up. Xia Zekai had no choice but to continue packaging, while Pan Qian kept a watchful eye, occasionally snapping photos of the eager customers, capturing the genuine essence of the bustling scene, devoid of any trickery or deceit. Xia Zekai discerned that the 10 yuan boxes were indeed scarce, while the 5 yuan small packages were in high demand. As he repackaged, he deliberately filled more of the smaller boxes. In the recent batch of 6 trays, after discarding the one he had given away for free, He had filled 3 trays with small packages and 2 trays with 10 yuan boxes. Pan Xin, astute as ever, calculated the potential earnings from these 5 trays. There were 24 small packages and 8 large ones. If all were sold, it would yield a handsome sum of 200 yuan. Was that a lot? Quite the contrary. Furthermore, he noted that the bowl of mixed ingredients could yield 3 more rounds, revealing even greater profit margins. It seemed he had underestimated the potential. The profit exceeded mere doubling. Yet, observing Xia Zekai's industriousness, Pan Xin realized that this endeavor was genuinely lucrative, yet she lacked the inclination to partake. The hustle was too demanding, and she had no time to spare. Xia Zekai, engrossed in his work, had no moment to ponder such matters. He was busy arranging the mixed ingredients onto the baking trays while simultaneously monitoring the oven and sealing packages, leaving no time for distractions. Pan Xin noticed his fervent busyness and, without bothering to chat, took 2 large boxes, leaving 20 yuan behind, ignoring his calls for her to take the money, and departed. Brother Xia, it's all arduous work. Don't play the grand wolf. Just take the money and keep at it, she remarked. Xia Zekai shook his head in reflection. Realizing his initial judgment of her may have been flawed, she was indeed a commendable woman. However, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts as he resumed his hectic pace. Pan Xin had calculated well. He had baked 4 rounds from the first batch of mixed ingredients, replenishing with 2 trays from the second batch, totaling 22 ordinary trays and 2 colorful ones enhanced with dragon fruit juice. Ultimately, he packaged a total of 112 small boxes and 28 medium boxes, adhering to a 3-to-1 ratio. The remaining mixed ingredients from the second batch conveniently filled 2 ovens, yielding 14 trays. This batch, made with Dumex milk powder and dragon fruit for coloring, was packed in the largest boxes, yielding only 3 boxes per tray, and ultimately amounted to 50 boxes. He contemplated presenting this as a signature item of the shop, pricing it at 15 yuan per box. He resolutely refused to sell it for less, as that would lead to losses. In his words, raw materials were inexpensive these days, but skilled labor was invaluable. Once he concluded his bustling tasks and noticed a lull in customers, Xia Zekai cleaned his tools, covered them with a clean cloth, and set them aside for the next day. No sooner had he settled down than his stomach began to grumble. Checking his phone, he realized it was already past 2 o'clock, and he had yet to have lunch. In the midst of his earlier busyness, he had not felt hunger, but now, the pangs were quite uncomfortable. Noticing the sparse foot traffic at this hour, he decided to close up for a meal before heading to the kindergarten to pick up his daughter and Tong Tong, hoping to sell more during the school dismissal. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. Seeing Zhang Su's name, he quickly answered. "Xia, where are you?" Zhang Su inquired. Xia Zekai provided him with the address, and within a matter of minutes, Zhang Su arrived driving a white Jetta. Upon encountering Xia Zekai, he promptly retrieved the freshly obtained documents from a brown paper bag and handed them to him. "Brother Xia, here are your business license, health certificate, sanitation permit, and tax registration certificate. Please check to ensure everything is in order." After a brief pause, he added somewhat sheepishly, "I sincerely apologize for the delay in getting these to you. I hope it hasn't caused you any inconvenience." Xia Zekai, unfazed, replied that if he had taken care of it himself, it would have taken even longer. "Not at all. As a matter of fact, I just opened my shop this morning, risking an inspection for operating without a license," he joked, causing Zhang Su to feel even more awkward. In a spontaneous gesture, he handed Zhang Su a box of freshly made melt-in-your-mouth sweets priced at 10 yuan. "Xiao Zhang, these are freshly made. You must try them." Zhang Su hesitated, insisting, "Brother Xia, I cannot accept these for free. How much do they cost? I'll buy them." However, Xia Zekai waved him off, saying, "Just take them. It's not a big deal for me." Ultimately, Zhang Su accepted the gift, postponing his indulgence until after a brief conversation with Xia Zekai before departing. After Zhang Su left, Xia Zekai lowered the roll-up door. Halfway down, he felt something was amiss and went back inside to find a piece of paper. He wrote that he would be closing to pick up his child from school and would resume business at 4:20 p.m. Securing the note with transparent tape on the door. Perfect. The first day of opening was no small feat and deserved celebration. Though there were no patrons to cheer him on, Xia Zekai found contentment in his own company. He ordered 2 generous servings of donkey meat pancakes, generously filled with donkey meat and green peppers, before heading to Hongyuan lamb soup to order a large bowl of lamb soup. The owner, Zhang Kai, inquired if he had struck it rich. Xia Zekai merely smiled, choosing not to respond. He understood the wisdom of conducting business with flair while maintaining a low profile in personal affairs. After satiating his hunger, he made his way towards the kindergarten. It was only after getting to know Pan Xin that he realized she always arrived quite early, leading him to believe that her daily routine revolved around little more than eating, sleeping, and ferrying her son to and from school. "Sister Pan, you're here early," he remarked. "Well, I can't just sit at home all day. It would be quite dull. Coming out allows me to breathe some fresh air," she replied. Xia Zekai sensed an underlying meaning in her words, but he knew better than to interfere in her personal matters. Pan Xin continued, "Brother Xia, your melt-in-your-mouth sweets are truly delicious. I inadvertently finished off the 2 boxes I had this morning. I'll swing by your place later to pick up 2 more. Goodness. Sister Pan, what are you doing all day at home? Just making a mess?" Xia Zekai playfully teased, reverting to his mischievous nature. Infuriated, Pan Xin raised her foot as if to kick him, but Xia Zekai swiftly evaded her. She then picked up a small stone from the ground to throw at him. After picking up her daughter and Tong Tong, the little girl eagerly reminded her father to take her to sell sweets, chattering excitedly about it. Xia Zekai pointed to Pan Xin and said, "We'll all go together once your aunt picks up your brother." Both children obediently greeted her with a cheerful hello, Auntie. Pan Xin's son, Chu Fanchao, was a chubby little fellow, already sporting a beer belly at such a tender age. Indeed, a unique character. "Sister Pan, your son should watch his diet. He is quite young for that," Xia Zekai suggested. Pan Xin cast a glance at Xia Zekai, remarking, "If even his father pays him no mind, what necessity is there for you to intervene?" Indeed, this woman was rather audacious, leaving Xia Zekai at a loss for words. Chapter 53. Trouble from impulsive hands on the very day of its opening. With a price of 15 yuan for 1 box and 25 for 2, Xia Zekai tirelessly shouted, "Come and get them. You'll want 2 boxes, right? Here you go." Fortunately, he had packaged all the melt-in-your-mouth treats earlier that day. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed. Sold. Delicious treats at just 5 yuan a box. Come get your melt-in-your-mouth snacks. Only 10 yuan a box. The girls, Yadu and Tong Tong, energetically shouted to assist their father in selling the goods. Instead of feeling vexed, they reveled in the excitement, especially when they witnessed real grandmothers and aunts inquiring about prices and handing them money to purchase the snacks. Their joy was palpable, almost making them leap with delight. After a bustling half-hour, amidst the throng of children, a total of 190 boxes of the delectable treats were nearly sold out. Xia Zekai noticed something quite intriguing. The contrasting dynamics of Yadu and Tong Tong, with their differing energies, attracted many customers. Particularly, parents picking up their children from school observed other kids relishing their treats. For those who had yet to indulge, the sight ignited their desires, leading them to throw tantrums when their parents refused to buy. Customers felt reassured when they saw Yadu and Tong Tong each clutching a box of treats while simultaneously eating and promoting them. It is a common understanding that vendors of snacks typically refrain from consuming their own products. However, this particular vendor allowed his daughters to indulge, showcasing his confidence in the quality of his goods, which in turn instilled greater trust among potential buyers. This served as the finest example. As the clock approached 5:30, after over an hour of sales, Xia Zekai noticed only 1 box priced at 15 yuan remained, and foot traffic dwindled as most patrons returned home to prepare dinner. He contemplated not selling the last box, deciding instead to reward Yadu and Tong Tong for their efforts by bringing it home for them to enjoy. "Yatu, Tong Tong, wait a moment while I put the money away, and then we shall head home," Xia Zekai said. Yadu responded affirmatively, "Okay." Meanwhile, Tong Tong, undeterred by the circumstances, continued to bounce about, shouting, "Come get your delicious melt-in-your-mouth treats. Only 10 yuan a box." This was a lesson imparted by their father. After nearly an hour of relentless practice, they had reached a level of proficiency that allowed the phrases to flow effortlessly. At that moment, an elderly lady approached, holding her granddaughter's hand, inquiring, "Excuse me, boss, do you have any of those melt-in-your-mouth treats left? I would like to buy a box." Noticing a customer, Xia Zekai paused his counting. "I'm sorry, ma, we've sold out for today. Perhaps you could come back tomorrow? I want it. Grandma, I want to eat the treats." The little girl protested, her disappointment manifesting in loud wails, her expression suggesting she might burst into tears at any moment. Children, after all, are not known for their reasoned arguments. The elderly lady responded, "Boss, do you truly have none left? I didn't bring money with me. I went home to fetch it." Just then, Her gaze fell upon a box still on the shelf, prompting her to ask, "What about that one box? Is it not for sale?" Xia Zekai turned his head to see the box of treats he intended to leave for the girls. He explained the situation. Yet Tong Tong decided to oppose him. "I don't want it anymore, Grandma. It's 10 yuan a box." "Oh dear." Xia Zekai slapped his forehead in disbelief. This extravagant daughter had cost him a loss of 5 yuan on that box, rendering his efforts futile. Considering it was the last box, he chose not to correct her. The elderly lady paid for the box of melt-in-your-mouth snacks and took her granddaughter's hand as they walked away. This delay meant it was already past 5:30. Xia Zekai had no time to count the money. He stuffed today's earnings into a black bag, zipped it up, cleared the table, and locked the door. "Girls, let us go home for dinner." "Oh, dinner. I want to tell Mom that I helped Dad sell things today," the little girl exclaimed joyfully as she hopped along. Serendipitously, upon returning to Building 14 of their residential complex, they spotted Luo Xiyun parking downstairs. Upon seeing her mother emerge from the car, the little girl excitedly broke free from her father's grasp and ran towards her. "Mommy! Mommy!" Tong Tong was not to be outdone, following closely behind with her chubby little legs. In an instant, Xia Zekai found himself abandoned by the two sisters, pondering whether to approach them for comfort. "Didn't TU open today?" Luo Xiyun questioned, puzzled. "Surely it can't be a rescheduling?" Xia Zekai felt a surge of frustration. How could she think they would reschedule? "We sold out early, and this bag contains all of today's revenue. It's too cold outside. Let us discuss it indoors." He patted the black bag, indicating to her to use her better judgment. Luo Xiyun, still bewildered, continued to prattle. "Zekai, how many boxes did you sell today? Did you sell out so quickly? I hope you at least made back your costs." Xia Zekai, feeling dejected, thought it absurd that she would question him. She needed a lesson. As he watched his wife ascend the stairs, holding the girl's hands, he was struck by the sight of her swaying figure. In a sudden burst of impulse, he dashed forward and delivered a sharp slap that echoed in the hallway. After achieving his aim, Xia Zekai turned and sprinted down the stairs. Behind him, Luo Xiyun's furious voice reverberated. "Xia Zekai, you scoundrel, come back here. I'll make you regret it." There was no turning back now. She was still fuming. Xia Zekai contemplated where to hide until her anger subsided. Who was she to repeatedly doubt her husband's capabilities? It was well-deserved. He couldn't help but smirk at her ample dairy. He lingered outside until 7 o'clock, the night having fallen and temperatures plummeting. He had been warm while working during the day, but now, with the temperature in single digits, he had to return home. Gritting his teeth, he approached the door and fumbled with his keys, turning them twice, only to be met with silence. To his dismay, the deadbolt was locked tight. Left with no options, he knocked fervently on the door. "Wife, open up, I'm freezing." One shout proved ineffective. He called again, this time eliciting a response. "Daddy, Mommy says you deserve to freeze." Tong Tong's mischievous voice echoed back. Xia Zekai felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he stared at the closed security door. His eyes wide with disbelief. He realized that this situation could not persist. Being locked outside was utterly embarrassing. Inside the house, a voice echoed, "Tong Tong, it's freezing outside. Poor Daddy, please open the door for him." Upon hearing his eldest child's voice, Xia Zekai's heart warmed, and he awaited eagerly. However, 10 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of movement. Then, he overheard a conversation that sent him into despair. "I can't open it," his daughter lamented. "Neither can I." "Perhaps we should just ignore Daddy," replied Tong Tong. "Oh, then let us go find Mommy." Xia Zekai pressed his ear against the door, but silence reigned within. "Wife, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please open the door." His voice echoed through the corridor. Chapter 54. A man, if not exhausted, will continue to strive. With a click, the locked security door swung open. Luo Xiyun stood at the threshold, her expression stern and her gaze fierce, glaring at Xia Zekai. "Hurry inside. You truly have no shame." "Hey, my dear wife. I simply slipped up," Xia Zekai responded cheekily. The intensity of her glare intensified, causing him to shiver. With a stern demeanor, she asked, "Are you coming in or not? If not, I shall close the door." "Of course, I must come in," he conceded. In. He nodded, closing his eyes and stepping inside. The sound of the door shutting behind him startled his heart, but after a moment, nothing further occurred. Luo Xiyun, growing impatient, remarked, "What's this? You think you're the boss now? You expect me to treat you to a meal and feed you like a child?" Only then did Xia Zekai notice the tea table in the living room, adorned with 2 dishes, a bowl of congee, and a small bamboo basket filled with white steamed buns. Wife, get lost, hurry up and eat. After a long day, you're not dead yet, Luo Xiyun retorted, her tone laced with playful mockery. And if they're essay next time, I'll chop off your hands. As she spoke, a hint of laughter danced in her eyes. Xia Zekai realized that she had deliberately put him in this predicament. Their daughter and Tong Tong were utterly exhausted. They had played for only a short while before succumbing to sleep around 8 o'clock. After taking a shower, he returned to find his wife counting money on the sofa. Beside her was his black bag. Is all this what you earned today? Xia Zekai asked, astonished. She held several neatly arranged 100 yuan bills, with a pile of loose change and crumpled notes scattered on the table. Xia Zekai smiled. Indeed, my dear wife. I am quite impressive, aren't I? You earned all this in just one day? Luo Xiyun still found it hard to believe. Wasn't he today the grand opening? How did you make so much? Xia Zekai waved his hand, saying, Wife, if you keep doubting your husband, do you believe I won't spank you? This time, Luo Xiyun ignored him, still grappling with the astonishing ease of earning money through business. Zekai, do you have any idea how much this is? She inquired. Xia Zekai scratched his head. I didn't count carefully, perhaps a little over 1,000. 1,545 yuan. I counted it twice, she replied, taking a deep breath afterward. She was not unfamiliar with money. Her family had savings amounting to several tens of thousands, with a substantial portion in her possession. Currently, her monthly salary exceeded 10,000, surpassing what her husband used to earn during his employment. And her income was stable, a stark contrast to her husband's fluctuating earnings of 9,000 one month and 7,000 the next. Initially, she felt a sense of pride, believing in her own capabilities and vowing to support the household. However, as she gazed at the meager pile of less than 2,000, a sense of disarray crept into her heart, making her feel somewhat inadequate in her role. If her husband continued on this path, their monthly revenue would be less than 50,000. Was that even feasible? Xia Zekai laughed heartily. This is just a small sum, my dear. Just wait and see. You will certainly earn more in the future. Let me tell you, this is merely the appetizer. Your husband will undoubtedly earn much more. Xia Zekai felt a swell of confidence. Once Luo Xiyun regained her composure, she patted the sofa beside her, inviting him to sit down. Come here and tell me how you managed to earn this. Her curiosity was piqued. Xia Zekai patiently recounted the events of the day. After listening, Luo Xiyun fell silent for a moment, then gestured. So, you're selling the small boxes for 5 yuan, the medium boxes for 10, and the large boxes for 15. After a brief pause, she muttered to herself, and within a minute, her brow furrowed as she remarked, the numbers don't add up. According to what you said, it should be 1,590 yuan. How come there is a discrepancy of 45 yuan? Did I miscount? I counted twice. Xia Zekai was taken aback, utterly bewildered. His wife possessed such remarkable skills. Luo Xiyun was teasing him, and after Xia Zekai playfully tickled her underarm, she instinctively curled up and nestled into his embrace, exclaiming, I surrender. This was quite an exhilarating moment. Xia Zekai, captivated by his wife's playful demeanor, had no intention of letting her off easily. Aren't you the capable one? Do you still want to cut off my fingers? That night, Xia Zekai lost count of how many times he had playfully tickled her. If he truly followed her logic of punishment, he would be utterly shattered, with not a single intact part left. Tomorrow was Saturday, and Luo Xiyun had a 2-day weekend ahead of her, while the young girls, Yaotong and Tong Tong, were also resting. However, Xia Zekai was now a man of business. He could not afford to be lazy. Reflecting on how everything had sold out yesterday, and with Saturday upon him, he felt compelled to work doubly hard. Fortunately, his wife would be home to take care of the children. Otherwise, the money would just sit there, untapped. Wife, I'm heading to the shop. Please prepare something for the girls later. At barely past 5 in the morning, Xia Zekai rose early. Luo Xiyun murmured drowsily, but soon fell silent again. She was exhausted and needed ample sleep to recuperate. Xia Zekai made his way downstairs, first visiting the basement to retrieve 3 times the number of small packaging boxes and a few additional medium and large ones. Observing the suddenly deflated woven bag of packaging boxes, Xia Zekai thought to himself, I should find a moment this evening to call Boss Lu and have him deliver more small boxes. As for the other 2 sizes, they were depleting at a slower rate. He would assess the situation before making further decisions. The doors opened just after 5:30, and by 6, the hustle and bustle had commenced. Following the experience from the previous day, Xia Zekai meticulously measured and combined 3 barrels of Wyeth stage, 4 formula milk powder with other ingredients in precise proportions and sequences, creating a generous bowl of mixture. After sending the first batch of melt-in-your-mouth treats into the oven, he turned his attention to preparing a second batch, this time using fruit-flavored demizi. Having only just opened the previous day, he decided to start with a single dragon fruit for coloring, planning to gradually introduce new flavors over time to entice customers. By around 8:30 in the morning, he had successfully baked 2 batches of 12 trays of the standard treats, and customers began to trickle in sporadically. When Luo Xiyun arrived with her daughter and her friend Tong Tong, it was already past 9, and Xia Zekai was on the verge of pulling out his third batch from the oven. Seizing a moment of respite, he was busy packaging the finished treats when the 2 children bounced in excitedly. "Daddy, I want to sell treats," exclaimed his daughter, while Tong Tong chimed in, "Daddy, I also want to sell treats. I'm so amazing." Observing the already packaged treats on the table, Luo Xiyun noticed a substantial amount still left in the bowl and offered, "Zekai, let me help with the packaging." "No need, my dear. Please go buy us some breakfast first. Get 2 large servings of donkey meat buns with extra chili, and a cup of freshly ground soy milk. I'm starving." Xia Zekai replied without looking up. Luo Xiyun's expression froze upon hearing this. "Zekai, haven't you eaten yet?" "Not yet. While I have the energy in the morning, I want to maximize productivity. There's no time for meals," he retorted. At that moment, Luo Xiyun felt a pang of concern for him. "Zekai, I've started earning money too. Do you really need to work this hard?" Xia Zekai, however, held a different perspective. With pride, he declared, "A man should work hard. I will earn enough money so that when we buy a new house, we won't need a mortgage. We'll pay in full." 10 minutes later, Luo Xiyun returned with the donkey meat buns. Xia Zekai, famished, paused his packaging to devour the food. "Wife, just fill the small packages. I'll eat a couple of bites first," he instructed. As it was her first time handling the treats, Luo Xiyun found them quite delicate. A bit too much pressure resulted in a soft crack, causing the treat to crumble. Fortunately, she quickly became adept after a few attempts, feeling a sense of pride in her newfound skill. In just a few minutes, Xia Zekai polished off 2 buns and a cup of freshly ground peanut soy milk. He said to Luo Xiyun, "Continue packaging. I'll finish the remaining mixture and get it baking. Otherwise, I might get too busy later." "Focus on your tasks. I can manage here," Luo Xiyun replied. The children chimed in, "And us too." Their innocent enthusiasm filled the air. Children, by nature, struggle to remain indoors. After 9, as the sun rose higher, the weather outside warmed, leading to an influx of children playing in the community. While they might not grasp much, they certainly remembered the joys of food and toys. Yesterday, after finishing the melt-in-your-mouth snacks, the child was already yearning for more today, tugging at the adult's hand and clamoring for another purchase. Adults, especially those who have become parents, tend to exhibit a common flaw. They are often frugal with themselves, yet exceedingly generous towards their children. Although these snacks are not particularly inexpensive when a child desires them, they are readily bought. Upon noticing the increasingly warm temperatures, Luo Xiyun observed an uptick in customers. Initially, most were elderly individuals who would purchase a couple of boxes for 5 yuan each, consuming one on the spot while saving the other for later. As time passed, young mothers, having awakened from their slumber, began to arrive with their children, typically opting for the medium and large-sized packages. Hearing that buying 2 large packages came with a 5 yuan discount, they would unhesitatingly purchase 2. However, the batches of melt-in-your-mouth snacks infused with dragon fruit juice had only just come out of the oven, causing some customers to grow impatient. They opted to take 2 medium-sized boxes home to sample, promising to return if they found them delectable. After 11 a.m., noticing the growing number of patrons, Xia Zekai saw that many were particularly interested in the freshly made dragon fruit juice snacks. However, he had followed yesterday's routine when preparing the snacks that morning, leading to a technical oversight that resulted in an insufficient supply of the dragon fruit-infused variety. As the mixing bowl grew emptier, Xia Zekai decided to prioritize the production of the popular snacks over the regular ones. He worked tirelessly until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when most children had been called home by their parents for meals and rest, allowing him a brief respite. Yatu and Tong Tong, who had been bustling about since morning, were now both exhausted and drowsy, their little heads bobbing like pecking birds. Xia Zekai suggested to his wife, "Xiyun, why don't you take them back to rest? There aren't too many customers at this hour, and I can manage on my own for a while." Luo Xiyun was still somewhat apprehensive. Noticing Xia Zekai's chapped lips, Her concern deepened. Look at your lips, they're peeling. Remember to drink more water. All right, don't worry. I'll keep it in mind. He replied with a radiant smile before returning to his work. Luo Xiyun murmured to herself, what good is remembering if he still forgets to drink water? She then took Yadu and Tongtong home to rest. With the shop now quiet, Xia Zekai found solace in the tranquility. Listening to music, he continued the rhythmic task of filling the baking trays with the melt-in-your-mouth snacks. Having honed his skills from the start, he was now confident enough to create beautifully shaped snacks even with his eyes closed. Due to high market demand, he temporarily adjusted his plan, increasing the quantity of milk powder to 5 cans and adding 2 more cans of Wyeth Stage 4 formula milk powder for the snacks, effectively doubling yesterday's production. It was a laborious task, and Xia Zekai had even developed the skill to hold his bladder effectively. By mid-afternoon, as the children awoke from their post-lunch slumber, the bustling atmosphere of Xia Zekai's Quiet Pine Bakery returned once again. The Linao community boasts over 50 buildings and thousands of households. In this bustling environment, Xia Zekai's Jingtong Bakery can only produce a mere 400 boxes of goods in a day, a quantity far from sufficient to meet the demand. As he juggled selling products and collecting payments, he simultaneously monitored the oven and adorned the delicate melt-in-your-mouth treats, leaving him in a state of perpetual busyness. Fortunately, Luo Xiyun arrived around 4 o'clock with the girls, which provided him with a much-needed respite. Beginning his day at 5:30 in the morning and laboring until 6 in the evening, the moment he closed the roll-up door, his legs, numb from standing all day, succumbed to weakness. Without the support of the wall, he collapsed onto the ground, startling Luo Xiyun. The girls, unaware of their father's plight, were frightened and burst into tears. The elderly woman from the adjacent vegetable store and a man selling mobile phones rushed over to assist him. Xia Zekai waved them off, assuring them, I'm fine, just a bit numb from standing too long. I'll sit here for a moment. You both go ahead with your work. Xia, are you truly all right? The elderly woman expressed her concern. The mobile phone vendor urged him, Brother, is it really worth pushing yourself to this extent? You shouldn't overexert yourself. Don't worry. Auntie, I'm genuinely fine. Xia Zekai replied with a grin, revealing his broad front teeth. Luo Xiyun's tears brimmed in her eyes, but were swiftly wiped away. Darling, if you truly care for us, you must not continue like this. I permit you to work a maximum of 8 hours a day. Otherwise, we might as well close the shop, she declared resolutely. She had come to a realization, while the previous day's earnings of 1,545 yuan brought her joy. Her husband's well-being weighed heavily on her mind. This was a life exchanged for money, something she would rather forego. She would prefer to keep their home intact. In her heart, she vowed not to squander any more time. She needed to work diligently, strive for achievements, seek promotions, and aspire for a higher salary. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, a gray haze obscured the stars for most of the evening. That night, Xia Zekai devoured a large bowl of ribs, neglecting to count his earnings before retreating to the secondary bedroom, where he fell into a deep slumber. Luo Xiyun watched as he collapsed onto the bed, resembling a heap of limp flesh, and soon the rhythmic sound of his snoring filled the room, causing her heart to ache. After soothing the girls to sleep, she entered the secondary bedroom to massage Xia Zekai's arms and legs, applying all her strength to ease the tension in his shoulders. Sleep well, my love. Try not to wake up early tomorrow, she whispered. Unfortunately, the room was filled only with the melodic cadence of his snoring, creating a monotonous lullaby. Chapter 56. Journal of Space in the Dead of Night. Xia Zekai awoke to a cramp in his leg. He let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hunched over, clenching his fist to pound on his cramping calf. Thud, thud, his fist struck flesh. When that proved ineffective, he resorted to vigorously kneading the muscle in his calf, ultimately gritting his teeth to straighten his toes, which finally alleviated the discomfort. He believed he had remained silent. But the sudden commotion was enough to catch Luo Xiyun's attention from the master bedroom. The door to the guest room creaked open, followed by a soft click as the light switch was flipped, illuminating the cool-toned round lamp. Zekai, what's wrong? Luo Xiyun exclaimed, noticing her husband drenched in sweat and looking pale, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. My leg is cramping. Damn it, it hurts. Xia Zekai gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. This elicited a chuckle from Luo Xiyun, who shot him a playful glare. You made such a racket getting up. I thought something had happened. You nearly scared me to death. Still in pain? She asked, sitting on the edge of the bed, pressing on his cramping leg and gently manipulating his toes. The pain had subsided, but her ministrations only made it worse, causing him to grimace. "Be gentle, you're killing me." He thought about giving her a playful slap, feeling she was deliberately making things difficult. Luo Xiyun suggested, "Why don't you take the day off today? Just rest. If you keep talking nonsense, I swear I'll smack you. How can we just stop a business that earns money? I've figured it out. We can only rely on the weekends. If you stubbornly refuse to go today, the customers won't take you seriously." Xia Zekai retorted, "What time is it? I was in agony just now." "It's almost 4, Luo Xiyun replied. "You fell asleep right after dinner yesterday. You must be exhausted." Xia Zekai shot her a disbelieving look. "Exhausted? I could easily play with you for another hour. Want to test that?" Such a provocative remark made him deserving of a playful reprimand. Yet Luo Xiyun couldn't bear to scold him. "Wife, how much did we earn yesterday after all that effort?" Xia Zekai suddenly recalled, inquiring. After finishing her evening routine, Luo Xiyun hadn't had the energy to count the money, and upon hearing her husband's question, she looked equally puzzled. "I don't know either. Just go to sleep, and we can discuss it later." It was true. The money was already in their pocket, and as long as they didn't spend it, it wouldn't vanish. Once the pain in his leg subsided, drowsiness returned, and he laid his head on the pillow, drifting off to sleep shortly after. Luo Xiyun contemplated making him a nourishing goji berry and red date porridge to replenish his energy, while she also took the opportunity to count yesterday's earnings. After tallying the amount, she couldn't help but be astonished. 3060, that's quite a sum. Lost in thought, she realized that their revenue for 2 days had reached 4,600 yuan. If this continued, she mused, it might not take long to equal her salary. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Am I working for a fake foreign company? It said that foreign firms offer high salaries? Xia Zekai's nap was brief. He woke again around 5. As he attempted to rise, he nearly stumbled to the floor. The cramping in his right leg still ached, and any pressure on the ground sent sharp pains shooting through him. What the hell? Can I really be deficient in calcium? Or did I overdo it in the past few days? Xia Zekai pondered. As he limped out of the guest room, he spotted his wife sitting on the sofa, pen and paper in hand, engrossed in her writing. "Zekai, why don't you sleep a bit longer?" Setting down her pen, she had yet to finish her thoughts when she noticed that Xia Zekai's leg was acting up. "What's wrong? Does it still hurt? Just walk around a bit. It will ease up. For now, I'll wash up and then get busy." Xia Zekai tiptoed toward the bathroom. Luo Xiyun opened her mouth, intending to offer him advice. But the words caught in her throat. She had never understood, and still didn't comprehend why men were so relentless in their pursuits. She proceeded to the kitchen, ladling out 2 bowls of red date and goji berry porridge, and placed a bowl of leftover ribs from the previous night on the coffee table. Upon Xia Zekai's emergence, Luo Xiyun insisted he eat before heading out. After their meal, Xia Zekai, keys in hand, stepped outside, turning back with a playful smile. "Wife, could you grab me a couple of bottles of calcium tablets on your way? Am I lacking calcium? You just devoured ribs last night. You're not lacking anything. You're merely tired. If you had listened to me, you wouldn't be worn out." Luo Xiyun muttered. Xia Zekai chuckled, dismissing her concerns. "I'll be fine once I get used to it. I'll cut back by half an hour today, and from tomorrow, it won't be so exhausting." As Xia Zekai embarked on another busy day, in a certain building of Lin Ao community, a chubby boy named Chu Fan Chao was in the bathroom, taking care of his business. Once finished, he shouted, "Mom, I'm done. Wipe me." Pan Xin, hearing her son's call, quickly put aside her work to attend to him. As Xia Zekai had remarked, her son was quite portly, and at his age, he struggled with such tasks. Once cleaned up, Pan Xin seriously addressed him. "Son, you need to lose some weight. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with you." "But I'm hungry." Chu Fan Chao protested, feeling wronged. He believed he had merely eaten his fill, not overindulged. Pan Xin recognized the validity of Xia Zekai's words. She could no longer indulge her son. "You simply eat too much. You're in the big class now and still can't wipe yourself. Are you expecting me to come to your elementary school to do it for you? How embarrassing would that be?" "I had to hold it in until I got home," Chu Fan Chao replied defiantly. Pan Xin was left speechless. Her son had a point. If they were on a farm, he would be bringing home organic fertilizer without a thought of waste. Yet the more he reasoned, the more resolute she became. "No, you must lose weight. Starting today, I will control your portions, and you will join me for morning runs." "Mom, I don't love you anymore. I'll tell Dad you won't let me eat," Chu Fan Chao retorted, showing his cleverness. But this time, it wouldn't work. Pan Qin was determined. Your father's words won't sway me. If he dares to defend you, I'll give him a good talking to. Now, go play. I have work to do. Returning to her desk, the screen displayed her social media page. She was editing text and uploading carefully selected images. One photo depicted Xia Zekai pouring formula into a basin, flanked by 2 empty formula containers. Another captured him pouring freshly pressed dragon fruit juice into a bowl. A third showcased customers eagerly purchasing items. Every photograph, regardless of which one it is taken from a lateral view of Xia Zekai, a perspective that truly encapsulates his endeavors. The text unfolds as follows. On a certain date, I stumbled upon a quaint little shop named Jingtong Bakery. The proprietor, a remarkably young gentleman, is quite handsome and possesses excellent communication skills, yet he is grounded in reality. After observing him for quite some time, I finally grasped the essence of the phrase genuine quality. This reflection leads me to conclude that this piece resembles a spatial diary, albeit not entirely so. It feels more akin to a meticulously crafted promotional narrative. Pan Qin completed the editing in one breath and promptly disseminated it. Chapter 57. Once I've saved enough money, I too shall purchase a property in a desirable school district. By the way, I need to remind Brother Xia to buy a couple of boxes of melt-in-your-mouth candy. I feel like my chronic constipation has improved significantly. Pan Qin mused to herself. With a sense of purpose ignited within her, she sprang into action. Chuan. Let's go to your Uncle Xia's to buy some melt-in-your-mouth candy. Upon hearing the promise of a treat, the chubby little boy, Chu Fan Chuan, instantly brightened up. Great. Let us hurry, Mama. Mama, I want that red one, Chu Fan Chuan exclaimed, his mouth watering at the thought of the delectable treat. Pan Qin replied, this is the last time I'll buy it for you. Next time, absolutely no more. It's a waste of money and adds unnecessary weight. She led her son around the back of the building towards the garage, only to discover a crowd gathered at the entrance. Brother Xia has struck gold this time. Surely, he would be able to raise the rent next year. Pan Qin felt no envy. Everyone has their own fortune. For her, fortune lay in writing, which earned her a decent income with far less effort. Boss, I'll take 2 boxes of the 15 yuan ones. Is there a discount? Yes. The discount lasts until next Friday. I want 3 of the 5 yuan ones. Boss, here's your money. All right. Madam, please take care, and we welcome you back. Chubby girl, could you please fetch a 5 yuan box for the ante? I'm not a chubby girl. My name is Tong Tong. Just as Pan Qin reached the doorway, she overheard Tong Tong's dissatisfied retort, prompting a smile to spread across her face. Upon turning to face the interior, Pan Qin noticed a woman dressed in a homely manner, bustling about energetically, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with customers. When children clamored for melt-in-your-mouth candy, she would promptly scoop some from a nearby bowl, sharing unboxed treats with the eager little ones, effortlessly giving away 10 yuan's worth. Is this Brother Xia's wife? No wonder he works so hard. She is wonderful. A tinge of envy flickered in Pan Qin's eyes. Unlike her own husband, who spent 20 days a month on business trips, stationed at various offices, earning a substantial income, yet unable to assist at home when needed. Only she understood her own struggles. Sister, what would you like to purchase? Luo Xiyun looked up to see Pan Qin, who was holding the hand of her plump little boy, whose eyes widened at the sight of the red melt-in-your-mouth candy. Nearby, a girl noticed Pan Qin and cheerfully called out, Auntie, good morning. Ah, good morning, dear. Good morning, Tong Tong. Pan Qin replied with a beaming smile. She continued, you must be the sister-in-law. You are truly lovely, far more so than your sister. Brother Xia is indeed fortunate. In the midst of delicately arranging melted beans onto baking trays, Xia Zekai heard a commotion and turned around with a smile. Sister Pan has arrived. I'm quite busy here, so please take a seat for a moment. He then introduced his wife, Luo Xiyun, saying, Dear, this is our landlord. You may call her Sister Pan. With that introduction, Luo Xiyun and Pan Qin quickly established a rapport, aided by the presence of children, dissolving any initial awkwardness. Luo Xiyun scooped another batch of melted beans, placed them into a new plastic bag, and handed it to Chu Fan Chow. Here you go, little Chow, enjoy. Thank you, Auntie. As Luo Xiyun conversed with Pan Qin, she seamlessly attended to customers, demonstrating her efficiency and ensuring no task was neglected. After completing another batch of baking, Xia Zekai took a moment to rest, removing his mask and gulping down some water. Sister Pan, is your husband home? If he is, I'd like to invite you both to dinner tonight. Oh, he won't be back until next week. Let's not dwell on him. Brother Xia, I'm here to inform you that I've shared the details of your little shop on my social media. You have my contact. Take a look later. I anticipate some positive results, so keep an eye on it. All right. Thank you, Sister Pan. Xia Zekai turned to his wife. Xiyun, please bring Sister Pan 2 large boxes. No charge. As Pan Xin was leaving, she tossed the prepared 25 yuan onto the shop's table, not looking back as she took her son's hand and departed. Luo Xiyun hurried after her, insisting that Pan Xin return the money, stating that without payment, she couldn't take the 2 boxes of melted beans. Zekai. This sister is quite amusing, Luo Xiyun remarked with a smile. Xia Zekai nodded in agreement. Indeed, I initially misunderstood her. Sister Pan possesses keen insight and sharp judgment. She recently purchased a property in a prime educational district. It's bound to be a lucrative investment. Darling, once I've earned enough, we should also seek a good location for an educational property. Easy now, let's take it one step at a time. You were exhausted just yesterday. I'm concerned that if we rush into buying a house, you might wear yourself out before we even secure it, Luo Xiyun retorted playfully. Time slipped away unnoticed as the couple remained engrossed in their tasks, losing track of the hours. Luo Xiyun became almost numb to the act of collecting payments, aware that today was not much different from yesterday in terms of business. Meanwhile, Xia Zekai, after 2 days of intense work, felt the strain in his hands from the continuous pressing of melted beans, resulting in many being less than perfectly round. Despite promising himself to wrap up early, he found himself unable to stop amidst the busy atmosphere. Money flowed in as effortlessly as if it were being picked off the ground, even astonishing the elderly woman selling vegetables next door. She had witnessed people queuing to purchase goods before, but that was in a supermarket, not in a small shop within a garage of a residential complex. Yet, she felt no envy, as the high-foot traffic at Xia Zekai's shop often led customers to visit her stall afterward for their vegetable needs. It wasn't until after 5 in the afternoon, when the temperature began to drop and children were called home for dinner, that Xia Zekai finally paused his work. He was preparing to wash the baking tray, mixer, and bowl before leaving when Luo Xiyun directly snatched the brush from him, saying, "All right, you go sit over there for a while. I can handle this." Xia Zekai, not one to be overly sentimental, was fully aware that his cramped right leg had yet to recover properly. He had been enduring the discomfort. But now that there was no more work to be done, the tension within him began to dissipate, making it increasingly difficult for him to hold on. "Yatu, Tong Tong. Come here. Daddy has something to ask you." Xia Zekai beckoned to the 2 little girls. Yada tilted her head, curious. "Daddy, what is it?" "You can ask. What do you and your sister want for dinner tonight?" Upon hearing the mention of food, Tong Tong perked up. "Daddy, I want to eat chicken." Yatu, lacking decisiveness regarding meals, nodded along. "Daddy, I want chicken too." Xia Zekai smiled and replied, "All right then, when we leave, Daddy will buy you roasted chicken." Luo Xiyun interjected, "Why buy roasted chicken? Who knows what kind of seasoning they put in it? You take them home to play first. I will go to the market and buy a freshly slaughtered chicken to cook stir-fried chicken for you." Xia Zekai paused for a moment before responding. "But you've been tired all day." Luo Xiyun shook her head. "It's fine. I'll just collect some money and pack it up. It's not that exhausting. You need not worry about dinner. This is how it will be." Chapter 58. Space Drainage. Luo Xiyun's culinary skills were beyond reproach. When the green pepper stir-fried chicken was served in a soup bowl, both Yadu and Tong Tong's eyes sparkled with delight. Yadu exclaimed, "Daddy, get me a small chair." Tong Tong was even more anxious. "Daddy, where's my mat? Where's my small bowl?" Xia Zekai promptly arranged the leather mats on the table to prevent grease from staining the surface, placing forks and small bowls for the 2 girls. To his surprise, Luo Xiyun even fetched a bottle of beer for Xia Zekai, inquiring if he would like some. Do you have red wine? You should have a little too." Xia Zekai countered. Luo Xiyun readily agreed, saying, "I'll go get it." The couple each took a glass, and she prepared a cup of fruit juice for Yadu and Tong Tong. "Cheers, Daddy, Mommy," Tong Tong said cheerfully, raising her small cup. Yada mimicked her, and the family joyfully enjoyed a delightful dinner together. After the meal, Yata clamored to watch cartoons. Upon hearing her sister express the desire to watch cartoons, Tong Tong chimed in, "Daddy, I want to watch Doraemon." "Nobita, Nobita?" Yada nodded in agreement. I want to watch too." Xia Zekai and Luo Xiyun did not prohibit the 2 from watching cartoons, but insisted they clarify first. "Yadu, Tong Tong, how long do you plan to watch?" Tong Tong scratched her head, pondering for a moment before extending a tiny hand. "I want to watch for 10 minutes." "Silly, one little hand is 5, Xia Zekai corrected her. Daddy has told you several times, yet you still can't remember. All you know is eating. You're gaining weight, but not wisdom. Remarkably, Tong Tong understood this. Quickly turning her head to retort, Daddy, you don't have a brain. Haha, Zekai, are you stunned? Luo Xiyun laughed triumphantly. Xia Zekai dismissed her with a wave. Look at you being all smug. This must be your teaching. It's not what mommy taught me. I learned it myself. Tong Tong indeed possesses a commendable sense of responsibility, readily shouldering the burden. Meanwhile, the girl extended a single finger and asked, Daddy, may I watch for a little while? Mommy, can I watch for a bit? Luo Xiyun nodded in acquiescence. Go ahead, go ahead. Thank you, Mommy. The girl joyfully dashed off to retrieve the remote control. Seizing the moment of tranquility, Xia Zekai ventured into the guest room, powered on the computer, and skillfully logged into his account, eager to peruse Pan Qin's latest entries. Luo Xiyun followed him in, inquiring, Zekai, what are you looking at? Sister Pan's space. She mentioned writing an article to promote her little store, so I wanted to see how it turned out. Xia Zekai replied, deftly typing in a 16-digit password before clicking to log in. Observing his dexterity, Luo Xiyun was quite astonished. Zekai, how come you're so adept at typing now? Weren't you always a one-finger typist? Xia Zekai shrugged. Come on, is it not permissible for me to practice in secret? His reasoning was sound, and Luo Xiyun dismissed it from her mind. Upon logging in, Xia Zekai located Pan Qin's profile and entered her space. Luo Xiyun glanced at the screen. My heart has been stolen. Zekai, is this Sister Pan's account? Indeed. Look, there are her photos here. Xia Zekai understood why his wife was so surprised and murmured, Wife, you have no idea. When I first saw this nickname, I thought I had stumbled upon a heartbroken woman. While he was lost in thought, Xia Zekai opened the first entry on Pan Qin's space. On this date, I discovered a quaint little shop named Jingtong Baking. The proprietor is a young gentleman, quite handsome, easy to converse with, and genuinely sincere. I observed him for quite some time before truly grasping the essence of authenticity. To understand his material costs, I specifically researched the current prices of milk powder. For instance, the Wyeth Stage 4 formula milk powder he uses costs 119 yuan for a 900-gram can, while the Dumex Stage 3 formula milk powder is even pricier at 134 yuan per can. His production of melt-in-your-mouth treats for the day must exceed 800 yuan if calculated at regular prices. I have never seen a small vendor willing to incur such substantial costs. Is he not concerned about recouping his investment? As he continued scrolling, the entry was accompanied by 3 side-profile photos of him. Xia Zekai grew dissatisfied. He previously remarked on my handsomeness, yet he cannot even provide a frontal photo. Luo Xiyun playfully smacked his back. What is it? Do you wish to promote yourself and seek a new spouse? Nonsense. Are you feeling mischievous again, looking for a scolding? Xia Zekai retorted. The couple continued reading until they reached the end, where 2 sets of numbers appeared. One indicated 357 views, and the other revealed over 700 likes. Below that were comments, a fish flying in the sky. Oh dear, Sister Qin has gone all out again. Where did she attract this advertisement from? Surely she has profited once more. But what exactly are these melt-in-your-mouth treats? They look quite delectable. My heart blooms solely for you. Whether Sister Qin is being flirty, I cannot say, but the one upstairs must surely be feeling restless. Xinyue, the mother, expressed her desire to purchase something for her child, requesting the address from Qinjie. Another mother, who identified herself as the mother of 2 chubby kids, inquired whether the product truly aids in providing trace elements for children and if it genuinely assists in digestion. As her son's stool had been excessively dry and he was reluctant to consume formula milk, which troubled her greatly. Below, comments continued, with Xia Zekai and Luo Xiyun exchanging glances, both sensing an unfolding situation. Luo Xiyun remarked, Zekai, it appears that Sister Pan operates a prominent account, and she hasn't even asked you for advertising fees. We owe her a significant favor. Xia Zekai shrugged. I had no idea she was involved in this. Let's address it later. Remember your promise to treat her to a meal. Don't forget, Luo Xiyun emphasized. Xia Zekai was unlikely to forget. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, as if grappling with an unresolved thought. Luo Xiyun chose not to disturb him, but after a moment, Xia Zekai slapped his forehead and pointed at the blog post, exclaiming, Wife, I have an idea. Do tell. She replied, I'm thinking of opening a Taobao store. Xia Zekai casually shared his thoughts. He recounted how Sister Pan had visited their shop and mentioned that the sales of the small store had limitations, suggesting they consider a Taobao store to reach customers nationwide. And then, Luo Xiyun prompted. Xia Zekai continued. I had that notion at the time, but my considerations were incomplete. After reading Sister Pan's blog, it all became clear. We could start the Taobao store. It's fine if sales are slow at first. We'll focus on managing the small shop well. The online aspect can wait. And in time, we can use this product to drive traffic to the online store. He was referring to the blog post. After he finished speaking, Luo Xiyun frowned. You plan to ask Sister Pan for advertising, but I've heard such ads can be quite expensive, running into thousands. Will we earn it back? Xia Zekai shot her an incredulous look. Who said anything about asking her for ads? I intend to write my own blog posts to drive traffic myself. We'll just keep the online store running slowly and steadily. I'll start working on this tomorrow. As soon as he finished, Luo Xiyun regarded him with skepticism. Slightly furrowing her brow, will you manage that? How dare you doubt me? I'll deal with you later, but I'm confident it can work. Xia Zekai recalled certain things, certain that this venture would succeed. If executed well, it might even yield some advertising revenue. In that case, without stepping out of the house, he could earn money while spending quality time with his daughter and Tong Tong, embodying the true essence of a stay-at-home father. Chapter 59. Can a man really hold in his urine until death? Look at you. When did a rough man start dabbling in literary pursuits? Don't let anyone hear of it. They'd laugh until their teeth fell out. Luo Xiyun remained unconvinced, yet found herself facing consequences. With a sharp sound, Luo Xiyun received a playful smack on her backside, immediately retaliating, leading to a playful scuffle between the couple in the second bedroom. Amid their playful chaos, after a sip of red wine, Luo Xiyun's flushed face grew even redder. Let go of me, she exclaimed, her eyes slightly dazed. Tong Tong, seemingly alerted by the commotion, called out, Mom, what's wrong? Nothing, just watch your cartoons. Luo Xiyun quickly reassured. As she spoke, her hand rested upon Xia Zekai's ear. If you don't let go, I shall tear your ear off. Xia Zekai quickly released his grip. I'll deal with you tonight. Get lost, don't just talk big. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Luo Xiyun, perhaps under the influence of alcohol, was particularly bold that evening. Xia Zekai, unable to withstand her bravado, sought a change of subject. Wife, how much did we earn today? I haven't counted yet. Wait a moment while I fetch the bag to tally it. Luo Xiyun exited, but soon returned with a black bag filled with money. Xia Zekai, intrigued, joined her in counting. Together, they counted and concluded that they had over 500 yuan, which was an increase of more than 400 yuan compared to the previous day. Did we miscalculate? How could it be more than yesterday? Luo Xiyun scratched her head in confusion. I recounted, and there's no mistake. It must be related to the adjustments I made today in our plan, particularly with the increased production of the fruit juice-infused melt-in-your-mouth treats, he explained. The price is high, and so is the profit. We managed to earn significantly more in the same amount of time. My dear, I've realized we should produce more of this kind. Look at how pleased you are. Luo Xiyun scoffed. She then recalled a question she had been meaning to ask. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, with such high earnings, what is the cost involved? Is it really as high as Sister Pan mentioned? She was genuinely curious. Xia Zekai elaborated. You know the milk powder. Wyeth Stage 4 is priced at 105 yuan per can, while Dumex Stage 3 is 120 yuan per can, both sourced from Lufang. However, this price is still high. I need to find other suppliers. Luo Xiyun showed little interest, dismissing him with a pout. Who cares about that? If you had the capability, you would directly procure from the manufacturers. That would be much cheaper. Xia Zekai chose not to argue, continuing, starting tomorrow, I plan to use 3 cans of each, which means the daily cost for milk powder alone will be 675 yuan. Adding in other miscellaneous expenses, the total cost should be around 800 yuan. If we can sell all the treats made that day. He adeptly created a table on his computer, inputting various data, and calculated, we should achieve a daily turnover of approximately 800 yuan, allowing for a profit of around 1,000 yuan. A profit exceeding 100%? How astonishing! Luo Xiyun exclaimed, taken aback by the figures. Xia Zekai shrugged, indifferent. More than 100%? You should know there are many items with profits of 7 to 8 times, even more than 10 times. We are not exactly raking in riches here. Given Luo Xiyun's repeated doubts about his capabilities, that night, after their daughter Qi Xiaoming had fallen asleep, Xia Zekai took the opportunity to have a heartfelt conversation with his wife. Just as they finished, Xia Zekai experienced a sudden cramp in his right leg, causing him to writhe in pain. Damn it, I need to exercise restraint, he muttered before bed. Luo Xiyun retorted, You deserve it. In the southern part of Qiqing, there lies a neighborhood named Nanyuan Community, where He毅然and Zhao Yin reside. Within their home, He毅然and Zhao Yin sat on opposite ends of a sofa, a table before them laden with 3 dishes and 2 empty beer bottles. Their daughter, Qi Xiaoming, had already gone to bed. Tipsy, He毅然remarked, "Yin Yin, why is it so hard for me to convey to you the purpose of my endeavors?" As he spoke, his fingers instinctively drummed on the table, producing a rhythmic thud. "I am doing this to earn a bit more money, to ensure you and our daughter can live a better life." Zhao Yin understood this, yet she harbored her own concerns. "He毅然, I know, but I have to look after Meng Meng and cannot work. You're out there on your own, and your income is unstable. We have to pay the mortgage every month. 800 yuan is not a trivial amount, but what if you don't earn enough?" He毅然bristled at her words, his neck taut, his tone somewhat sharp. "How can it not be profitable? After all, I've been a chef for over a decade. If I'm venturing into this mutton soup business, rest assured, I've thoroughly researched the project. Yin Yin, I promise it will be profitable." Though He毅然felt a surge of frustration, he knew better than to unleash it on his wife. Zhao Yin, however, felt helpless. But what if? He毅ran's brows knitted tightly together, 3 deep lines forming on his forehead. "Yin Yin, I simply don't understand why you always have to think of the worst-case scenario. Can't you hope for something good? He毅ran, this isn't merely a matter of hope, it's reality. The mortgage must be repaid. Meng Meng has tuition fees every month, and we have living expenses. You're earning well now, and we can tighten our belts for these 2 years. Once Meng Meng starts elementary school, I will look for a job, and then our lives will improve." Zhao Yin expressed her thoughts firmly. He毅ran found it impossible to communicate with his wife. He felt stifled, a pent-up frustration simmering within him, and finally stood up, saying, "Enough, I won't argue with you anymore. Just focus on your job. 4,000 yuan a month is a stable income. What else is there to do?" Overwhelmed by heat, he decided to step outside for some fresh air, instructing her to sleep early, assuring her he would take care of the dishes upon his return. Feeling particularly weighed down, He毅ran grabbed his keys, slipped on his shoes, and left the house. Zhao Yin sat on the sofa, her gaze vacant. The thought of their fixed expenses filled her with a sense of helplessness. Life was undeniably challenging. There was a sentiment she had yet to voice. It wasn't just her husband who felt exhausted. She too was equally drained. The path ahead seemed uncertain, devoid of a bright future. "He毅ran, I want you to succeed on your own, but you have already failed twice. We cannot bear that loss again. Do you truly understand?" Zhao Yin murmured to herself. Finally, she buried her face in her hands, resting it between her knees, releasing muffled sobs of despair. She was utterly fatigued. As He毅ran stepped out into the night air, the cold breeze sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to instinctively tighten his coat. The chill sharpened his thoughts. He muttered to himself, "No matter what, even if Yin Yin disagrees, I must venture out on my own. I'm still young. I can't just idle away in a restaurant. Surely, I can earn more than this 4,000 yuan salary." He considered negotiating the rent to be paid quarterly or, if necessary, semi-annually. He would find a place near the labor market where rents wouldn't be exorbitant, and the clientele would be plentiful. Other expenses would be manageable. Since he couldn't reason with Yin Yin about finances, he resolved to use his credit card. Damn it, a man should never let life stifle him. I've never believed in fate. I must carve out my own success. On this particular evening, a muffled howl echoed from a corner of the Nanyuan community, startling some who were peacefully slumbering. Who on earth is making such a ruckus? The next moment, the atmosphere of Nanyuan transformed into a lively scene. Chapter 60. The initial success of attraction in the days that followed, Xia Zekai's life settled into a steady routine. Each morning, he would assist the young girls in dressing and braiding their hair before escorting them to kindergarten. Once he had completed his morning tasks, he would head directly to his small shop in the garage of the Lineo community to commence business. He prepared a modest quantity of 6 barrels of milk powder each day, progressing at a leisurely pace without hindrance to his responsibilities. Initially, he harbored concerns about selling out. But after 3 days, he realized his apprehensions were unfounded as demand consistently exceeded supply, with customers requesting larger quantities. Managing the shop alone proved to be somewhat challenging, and he occasionally contemplated purchasing an additional oven. However, acquiring the oven was the easy part. His production capacity had reached its limits. Expanding his workforce seemed impractical under the current circumstances. Upon returning home in the evening, he would engage in playful activities with the girls. Once they had settled down for the night, Xia Zekai would not retire to bed but instead took on another task, documenting the day's events with the girls in the form of a journal, crafting amusing anecdotes, and occasionally including photos of their delightful frolics, which he subsequently shared in his online log. At first, only family members, friends, and former colleagues took notice, offering their likes and support. However, as he continued to post daily, the majority of his friends and family gradually lost interest, with only a handful occasionally clicking the like button. Yet, as time elapsed, a few strangers began to take interest, adding him and occasionally engaging with his entries. At this juncture, Xia Zekai had yet to establish a Taobao store or publicize his Jingtong baking shop to drive traffic. He understood that his online journaling was primarily about gradually attracting attention and cultivating an audience, with any promotional efforts to be considered later once a sufficient level of engagement had been achieved. In essence, he believed that the time for such endeavors had not yet arrived and that one should not act in haste. He also pondered whether to capitalize on Pan Xin's popularity for his own gain, but out of respect for her kindness towards him, Xia Zekai refrained from such unscrupulous actions. On Thursday morning, Luo Xiyun departed for work as usual. Xia Zekai got the girls ready, dressing them and braiding their hair. Suddenly, he noticed that Tong Tong had begun to cough unexpectedly. At first, he paid little mind, but as he prepared to leave, he heard her cough again, this time more clearly. "Tong Tong, are you feeling unwell?" Xia Zekai inquired with concern. Tong Tong, appearing somewhat lethargic, nodded weakly. "Daddy, I feel a bit dizzy." Deciding against leaving, Xia Zekai wiped his hand on his clothing to warm it slightly before placing it on her forehead, finding that she had no fever. "All right, Tong Tong, open your mouth. Let me take a look," he said, recalling that this was the peak season for hand, foot, and mouth disease, especially for those kindergarten children. They know nothing and may unknowingly come into contact with various things. Xia Zekai carefully examined his daughter's mouth and found no signs of sores. Still feeling uneasy, he fetched a flashlight to take another look, confirming there were indeed no abnormalities. He then remarked, "It's nothing serious. But let us drop your sister off at kindergarten first, and then I will take you to the clinic for a checkup. Will I need an injection?" Tong Tong's voice quivered, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear and resistance. Xia Zekai shook his head. "An injection may not be necessary. Perhaps just a bit of medicine will suffice." The little girl beside him queried, "Daddy, is Tong Tong not going to kindergarten today?" "I don't want to go either." Xia Zekai was at a loss. He first called Teacher Shirwei to explain the situation, unwilling to delay any further. He promptly took the two sisters to the nearby clinic. Dr. Chiao conducted a thorough examination and, fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. He informed Xia Zekai, as spring transitions to summer, the weather tends to be dry. Children must drink plenty of water during this time, as they are more susceptible to colds and coughs. Moreover, this is a peak season for hand-foot-mouth disease. Vigilance is essential. "Thank you, Dr. Chiao, for your concern. I will certainly be attentive," Xia Zekai replied. Previously, whenever his daughter fell ill, it was his wife who took care of her, leaving him inexperienced. He inquired, "Dr. Chiao, do you think we should procure any medication?" With a smile, Dr. Chiao responded, "No medication is required. Simply remember to ensure she drinks plenty of water. Parents should refrain from hastily medicating their children. It is not beneficial." Xia Zekai earnestly absorbed the advice. Upon exiting the clinic, the three of them walked towards the kindergarten, with him specifically reminding the two girls, "My dear Tong Tong, make sure to drink plenty of water at kindergarten. If you feel thirsty, ask Teacher Shi for some, understood?" "Got it, Daddy, I will remember," they chorused. "Very good. Now let us go. Once the weather warms up, I will take you both to the Jiqing Zoo for a visit," Xia Zekai declared. The mention of the zoo filled the sisters with delight. The little girl kept exclaiming her desire to see the great tiger and the hippopotamus. Tong Tong, placing her hands by her mouth, let out a few roars and coughed, yet remained excited, exclaiming, "Daddy, I am a great lion, and I shall devour you." "Teacher Shi, Tong Tong has a bit of a cough. Please take special care and ensure she drinks enough water." "Rest assured, Mr. Xia, I won't forget. The weather is quite dry, and many children are coughing. We will manage it well," Teacher Shirwei reassured him, showcasing her ample experience as a kindergarten teacher. After bidding farewell to them, Xia Zekai exchanged a few words with the old security guard, Wang Deshan. "Old Wang, I apologize. I was preoccupied with taking care of Tong Tong's health today and forgot to bring you a pack of cigarettes." "Don't worry about that. I'm not relying solely on that pack of cigarettes. Go on and attend to your matters, Wang Deshun replied. As Xia Zekai arrived at the Jingtong bakery, he noticed 5 relatively young women standing at the entrance. Without giving it much thought, he casually opened the rolling shutter door and began his day's work with practiced ease. Boss, you must be the owner, right? Do you specialize in melt-in-your-mouth beans? Inquired one of the slightly plump women. Xia Zekai nodded, his hands continuing their task as he swiftly peeled open the lid of a bucket of Dumex formula milk powder. He proceeded to open 2 more buckets, pouring one into the mixing bowl. To his astonishment, he was indeed using formula milk powder. He had thought Xinjia was merely jesting. Indeed, I saw it too. Dumex Stage 3, over 130 per bucket. He truly is generous, one of the onlookers remarked. It was well worth the wait. This proprietor was commendable, and she planned to purchase a few boxes to share with her family. Xia Zekai overheard their chatter and furrowed his brow slightly, before realizing the context. Intrigued, he inquired, "Did you all come here after reading Panjia's blog?" "Oh, you know about it," replied a slender woman with a smile, her joy heightened. "I've been following Xinjia's posts, and it was her sharing that drew me here. By the way, how do you know Xinjia?" "She is my landlord, you see. This garage is rented from her," Xia Zekai casually replied. A few days prior, Xia Zekai had been monitoring this situation, unaware that anyone would actually arrive. To his surprise, several visitors came today, particularly those with notable purchasing power. 5 women spent over an hour in Xia Zekai's shop, watching as he juiced red-fleshed dragon fruit and mixed it into the batter. He filled the prepared mixture into baking trays and placed them into the oven, retrieving them an hour later to reveal vibrant red jelly beans. They also witnessed him opening 3 buckets of Wyeth formula milk powder to create a transparent jelly bean. "Boss Xia, you are exceedingly generous. May I take a photo to share on my social media?" The slender woman was the first to ask. Upon his consent, the other 4 eagerly joined in, some using low-resolution phones while others wielded compact digital cameras. Xia Zekai felt pleased. This was free promotion. Though 5 spectators seemed modest, they represented a multitude of social circles. Each woman departed with 4 boxes of jelly beans infused with dragon fruit juice. And Xia Zekai offered them a discount, 50 yuan for 4 boxes. Currently, the average monthly salary for workers in Qiqing was around 1,500 yuan. Yet they found the price reasonable and expected. They had witnessed him lavishly adding formula milk powder, eggs, and freshly delivered yogurt into the mixing bowl without hesitation. These 20 boxes constituted nearly 1/6 of the day's production. Seeing that it was not yet peak time, Xia Zekai hurriedly mixed another batch with Dumex milk powder. Around 3 in the afternoon, after completing his tasks, Xia Zekai closed the shop and headed to the kindergarten to pick up his 2 daughters. He encountered Pan Xin there and warmly greeted her. "Good afternoon, Panjia." "Oh, isn't this our boss, Xia? You look destined for success. Congratulations," Pan Xin exclaimed. "I saw several friends sharing your store on social media. This marks a significant step beyond Lin Ao community. How wonderful." Pan Xin expressed her genuine happiness for him. Xia Zekai repeatedly conveyed his gratitude in response. "Sister Pan, last week you mentioned that Big Brother would return this week, either on Saturday or over the weekend. I would like to treat you all to a meal." Xia Zekai inquired further about this matter. Pan Xin replied, "Let us say Saturday evening. You go ahead with your tasks. We are not in a hurry." She did not hesitate, feeling that Xia Zekai was a commendable individual, and deepening their acquaintance would be quite beneficial. "All right then, let us meet at the Oasis Ecological Park. Their dishes are quite delightful," Xia Zekai informed her. Pan Xin refrained from further formalities and nodded in agreement. After picking up the girls, he took the time to ask them about their hydration. Indeed, Tongtong's cough had diminished significantly, only occasionally surfacing. Xia Zekai felt a wave of relief and expressed his gratitude towards teacher Shi Rui. Upon arriving at the small shop, he settled the girls down, each with a bowl of dissolvable beans to enjoy. "Dad, can I help you sell the beans?" Tongtong asked. Xia Zekai shook his head. "Not today. You and your sister need to rest, or you might end up coughing again." Tongtong shook her head, disappointment flickering in her eyes. "But I want to help you sell the beans." "Why not?" Xia Zekai, curious, inquired. Tongtong responded, "Mom says Dad works very hard, and I want to assist you." A wave of emotion washed over Xia Zekai, prompting him to hastily grab a tissue to dab his eyes. One corner of the tissue had become damp, but he paid it no mind and tossed it into the wastebasket. After washing his hands, he resumed his tasks. The younger sister chimed in, "Dad, I'm not coughing. Can I help you sell the beans tomorrow?" Of course, if you both drink plenty of water, you can sell the beans, Xia Zekai replied, his spirits soaring with excitement. Upon hearing their father's approval, the two sisters eagerly nodded. Yes, we will definitely drink more water. In a couple of days. I'll take you both out for some delicious food, Xia Zekai promised. As kindergarten dismissal approached, customers began to flock in, familiar faces becoming increasingly prominent. Xia Zekai was left with the repetitive motions of collecting money and restocking goods. Before 5:30, all the inventory for the day had been sold out, leaving a tinge of regret for those who missed out. An elderly lady remarked, "Boss, make sure to prepare more tomorrow. It's not like you're not earning. This is hardly enough to sell." "Apologies, dear aunt. It's just that the children need supervision, and I must keep them company," Xia Zekai explained, gesturing towards the well-behaved sisters engrossed in play. The elderly lady appeared puzzled and asked, "What about their mother? Doesn't she take care of them?" "Of course she does. But she has gone to work. We three rely on her salary," Xia Zekai replied cheerfully, unbothered. The elderly lady chuckled, "You're quite amusing. All right. I'll come early tomorrow. Otherwise, my grandson will cause a ruckus." "Absolutely. I'll make sure to set aside a few boxes for you," Xia Zekai assured her, enjoying the light conversation. Later that evening, Xia Zekai relayed Tongtong's cough to his wife, Luo Xiyun. With her experience, she listened attentively and said, "No worries. She has just been drinking less water. Zekai, please don't give her unnecessary medication. If you're unsure, just give me a call." She spoke in perfect unison with Dr. Chiao, and a twinge of guilt washed over Xia Zekai. His daughter was already 3 years old, and he felt woefully inadequate as a father, utterly clueless. As the girl and Tongtong grew older, his relevance would diminish further. After dinner, the couple engaged in conversation, during which Xia Zekai mentioned Panshin's fan club and her intention to buy melt-in-your-mouth candies. Luo Xiyun showed genuine interest. "That's impressive, Zekai. How is your journal coming along? How many people are reading it now?" Xia Zekai chuckled lightly. "I've only been writing for a few days, including the views from you all. The total is barely under 100, and there are still some waiting," he replied. Luo Xiyun, understanding the dynamics, encouraged him like one would a child. "Well, keep writing. I have faith in you." Xia Zekai merely scoffed. Just then, his phone rang, and assuming it was a call, he pulled it out only to find a text from the agricultural bank, reminding him that his loan repayment was due. "Oh dear. I've been so busy these past few days that I completely forgot tomorrow is the mortgage payment deadline. I must not let that slip my mind," he exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Luo Xiyun was equally surprised by how quickly the month had passed. "Our company has announced the holiday schedule for next month. We have 3 days off for tomb sweeping day. You should take a few days off then too," she suggested. "All right, I'll need to make a trip home to visit Grandpa," Xia Zekai replied, recalling that this plan had been made during a previous meal with his second brother, as the three of them were to return together. Chapter 62. Recruitment advertisement. Speaking of which, his younger brother Xia Zhixiang had not contacted him lately, prompting Xia Zekai to voice his displeasure. "Zhixiang is such a rascal. He doesn't even bother to call his older brother. And you dare complain? Why don't you call him and check in?" Luo Xiyun, as the sister-in-law, expressed her disdain for Xia Zekai's attitude. Ignoring her retort, he shifted the discussion. "Darling, I'm considering hiring someone else. What do you think? Is that wise? You've only been at it for a little over half a month. Hiring someone would mean paying them over 1,000 yuan. Can you afford that?" Luo Xiyun countered. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Zekai insisted, "Of course, I can manage it. Just think about our trip back home for tomb sweeping day, while I'm away. Hiring someone will ensure the operation continues smoothly for those 3 days, and with an extra pair of hands, we can increase production and purchases. How could we not profit from that?" "But wouldn't your formula be exposed then?" Luo Xiyun inquired. Xia Zekai laughed. "I mix ingredients right under everyone's noses every day. Do you think it hasn't been revealed already? But so what? We are in business. Our trade relies on integrity. You need to adopt a broader perspective. You're clever, but mark my words, there will come a time when you regret this," Luo Xiyun retorted. Xia Zekai smiled. "Xiyun, let me ask you something. On the streets, at night markets, there are countless stalls selling stir-fried dishes and snacks, many of which are quite profitable. Have you ever seen them worry?" Luo Xiyun fell into deep thought, remaining silent. It was a simple truth, yet many failed to grasp it. After a while, she decided to cease her pondering and shook her head. "Forget it. I won't concern myself with this. You handle it as you see fit. Indeed, I shall begin the recruitment process, provided that suitable candidates can be found. Initially, I intend to proceed with caution. However, once the overarching direction stabilizes, I will contemplate the acquisition of additional equipment. After all, should the online store achieve success, an increase in production will inevitably become necessary, a step that must be taken sooner or later. Xia Zekai possesses his own vision. When the store is small, one must rely on oneself. When it expands, it becomes a collective effort, thus allowing him to liberate himself from the current predicament of exhausting his days in this modest 30-square-meter garage shop, which is, in the grand scheme, not a worthwhile endeavor. Nevertheless, prior to that, he will not blindly succumb to folly, believing himself to be omnipotent. On Friday morning, the Detian agency, situated along the eastern edge of the north gate of Lin Ao community, posted a new recruitment notice. The content of the announcement read, Jingtong Bakery is seeking to hire one employee due to production demands. The primary responsibility will involve baking, with training provided on-site. A health certification is required for employment. Applicants should be aged between 20 to 35 years, with no restrictions on gender or educational background. The salary starts at 1,200 yuan, with no insurance provided at this time. However, as the small shop grows, the possibility of contributing to employee insurance cannot be ruled out. Interested candidates should contact Fu Yang. Just look at how even a small shop, renting a garage for business, is expanding its workforce, offering salaries that are not inferior to ours. What are we even striving for? Inside the Detian agency, female agent Galina, having just put up the recruitment notice, began to voice her grievances. To put it simply, her base salary is merely 1,000 yuan, supplemented by a commission. Yet, in this industry, the overall market is currently in a downturn, making it quite challenging. Originally, the Detian agency solely dealt with second-hand property transactions, but later expanded into talent recruitment to sustain revenue. Well then, what kind of work are you doing compared to what they are doing? If you believe you can handle it, why not apply to Boss Xia? Fu Yang, reclining in his swivel chair with his feet resting on the desk, hands clasped behind his head, replied nonchalantly, I have observed the situation. The oven in that little garage operates all day long. Even in March, it feels warm. Imagine how hot it will be in 2 months. And the labor intensity is substantial, standing for an entire day, while the small boss works tirelessly without breaks. Do you think he would allow you to rest? Can you endure that? Ugh. And they don't even permit a few grumbles. I simply cannot handle that job, and yet you claim to be more justified than Boss Xia in terms of earnings. Galina retorted. Fu Yang chose not to engage in further argument, stating, Galina, your perspective is rather unconstructive. Never mind, I won't dwell on this with you. I'm stepping out for a bit to view some properties. On the first day of recruitment, there was no response. The arduous nature of the work at Jingtong Bakery was well known among the local community. Even though they recognized the shop's profitability, they were unwilling to apply. Moreover, the recruitment notice explicitly stated that no insurance would be provided, and the salary was meager, with the stipulated age range of 20 to 35 years being the prime earning years. Who in their right mind would choose to work under such conditions? On Saturday morning, Xia Zekai arrived at the shop early, having skipped breakfast, and began to juggle various tasks. Around 8 o'clock, Luo Xiyun arrived with her daughter and Tong Tong. The two sisters had refrained from assisting their father with sales for 2 days, but upon their arrival today, they exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. Tong Tong, bold and spirited, stood at the entrance and shouted, selling delicious beans, just 5 yuan a box. Meanwhile, the shy little girl timidly inquired, Grandma, would you like to buy some? The elderly lady had initially come to purchase this treat for her grandchildren, and enchanted by the cuteness of the 2 little ones, she found it hard to refuse. Originally intending to buy just 1 box, she ended up purchasing 2. The little girl received 10 yuan and immediately handed it to Luo Xiyun, exclaiming, Mama, I earned 10 yuan. Oh, what a wonderful girl. Luo Xiyun praised her, gently stroking her eldest child's head in encouragement. Tong Tong, feeling left out, bounced around, shouting, Mama, don't forget about me. Yes, yes, Tong Tong has contributed too. She is also wonderful. Xia Zekai, busy placing trays into the oven, turned around to commend her. Hee. Tong Tong giggled, reveling in the simplicity of a child's world. Later that evening, they had planned to dine with the Pan family. To prevent them from waiting too long, Xia Zekai decided to close up shop around 4 o'clock. Some customers were a bit displeased, but Xia Zekai patiently explained the situation and quickly sold the remaining products. After rolling down the shutter, he remarked to Luo Xiyun, Dear, if we hired someone, We could continue selling until 7 or 8 o'clock and make quite a profit. You have a point. By the way, how is the recruitment going? Any news? Luo Xiyun inquired. Xia Zekai shook his head. I just submitted the application to the agency 2 days ago. It's too soon for results. Oh, let us hurry home and change our clothes so we don't keep Sister Pan waiting, Luo Xiyun urged. Meanwhile, at Pan Qian's home, aside from her and her son Chu Fanchao, a balding middle-aged man was lounging on the sofa watching television. This was Pan Qian's husband, Chu Liangping, who worked in medical device sales and spent 20 days a month stationed at a remote office, leaving no time to assist at home, much to Pan Qian's chagrin. As 5 o'clock approached, Pan Qian said, Liangping, stop watching TV, quickly wash your face and change your clothes. Tonight, Brother Xia is treating us to dinner. Is he the young man renting our garage? Chu Liangping asked. Pan Qian nodded and urged him once more. Chu Liangping grimaced. I was hoping to come home for a good rest. I haven't even touched the bed, and now I have to run errands. But dining at the Oasis Ecological Park wouldn't be too bad, he added with a smile. At the same time, Xia Zekai's family of 4 had already arrived at the Oasis Ecological Park. He first reserved a room at the front desk, a quaint antique-style room in the Plum Blossom Hall, accommodating 10 people, situated in a spacious courtyard reminiscent of ancient architectural styles. Once everything was arranged, he called Pan Qian to inform her of the location. The Linao community was only 5 minutes away, and soon a Nissan Tina pulled up, with Pan Qian and her chubby son disembarking from the back seat. Luo Xiyun had already approached Pan Qian for a chat. After the elegant vehicle came to a halt, the balding Chu Liangping descended from the driver's seat. Pan Qian facilitated introductions between the parties, and Xia Zekai, with an air of familiarity, greeted, Brother Chu. Good evening. Chu Liangping was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such warmth from the young proprietor renting their garage. Good evening, Brother Xia. Chu Liangping, embodying the qualities of an exemplary business professional, returned the greeting. Brother Chu, let us head inside. We await you and Sister Pan to order. Tonight, let us indulge in a few drinks, Xia Zekai beckoned, leading the way. The two families strolled towards the Meihua Hall, flanked by bamboo that delighted the children. The chubby Chu Fanchao, emboldened by his height, occasionally grasped the bamboo stalks and shook them vigorously, while the girls, including Yadu and Tong Tong, busied themselves plucking bamboo leaves. As they walked, Xia Zekai suddenly remarked, Brother Chu, you may not know this, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chu Liangping, a seasoned business elite, pondered how this young man's audacity might rival his own. What do you mean, Brother Xia? Chu Liangping inquired. With a grin, Xia Zekai replied, Brother Chu, your hairstyle mirrors that of my father-in-law. Including Luo Xiyun and Pan Qian, the others were momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend Xia Zekai's statement. He continued, you are all exceptionally clever. With a burst of laughter, Pan Qian finally understood and chuckled heartily. Luo Xiyun, suppressing her laughter to avoid embarrassing Chu Liangping, found it increasingly difficult to contain herself. Chu Liangping soon grasped the joke and, pointing at Xia Zekai, laughed, Brother Xia, your wit is relentless. All right, tonight we must share a few more drinks. Ordering was an art form, and despite Chu Liangping's reluctance, it was ultimately Luo Xiyun who urged Pan Qian to select some favored dishes. The drink of choice was the local specialty, a robust liquor known as Bantao Jing, as premium brands like Mutai and Wuliangye were deemed unsatisfactory. Brother Xia, do share about your past. I find your eloquence surpasses even my own in the realm of business. It is truly remarkable. Chu Liangping expressed his admiration. Just like you, Brother Chu. I too was once in sales, though I merely sold chemical additives. Far from your esteemed position, Xia Zekai chuckled. Indeed, you possess a gift for gab. It would be a pity not to pursue a career in business, Chu Liangping remarked. Xia Zekai, unperturbed, responded, we are all on different paths. I relish my current situation, as I can stay home daily to be with my wife and children, cherishing moments with Yadu and Tong Tong. However, I acknowledge that my circumstances do not rival yours. Chu Liangping, reflecting on Xia Zekai's words, felt a twinge of nostalgia. While he earned more, he often found himself separated from his family. Pan Qian, touched by the sentiment, fell into a contemplative silence. Sensing the shift in mood, Luo Xiyun quickly redirected the conversation towards the children. This tactic proved effective. Pan Qian and Chu Liangping began discussing children. After consuming more than half a bottle of white liquor, The two men became increasingly animated in their conversation. Xia Zekai recalled something. Sister Pan, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Are you working on a major account for your space? Pan Xin nodded, not denying it. What is it to you? Do you want to learn from me? She already had Xia Zekai's account and had seen him writing logs in his space, but from her perspective, Xia's writing seemed rather juvenile, lacking focus and coherence, failing to resonate with readers. However, Xia Zekai had a different view. Sister Pan, I'm just starting to explore this path. I'll take my time to practice before seeking your guidance later. If you explain it to me now, I'm completely in the dark and understand nothing. Xia Zekai spoke earnestly. This was the truth, and Pan Xin understood, so she let the matter go. Continuing her discussion on parenting with Luo Xiyun, Chu Liangping called out to Xia Zekai, Brother Xia, come, let us have another drink. I'll point you toward a profitable opportunity. What opportunity? Xia Zekai inquired, but drinking took precedence. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Chu Liangping asked, Brother Xia, do you know about stocks? Xia Zekai nodded. He knew a bit, but did not trade. Aware of last year's stock market crash that had driven many to despair, Chu Liangping stated, as long as you know, we can talk. Do you trade stocks, Brother Xia? Xia Zekai shook his head. I don't trade. He had heard many tales from the stock market, but had never participated. Sensing Xia Zekai's resolute stance, Chu Liangping felt fortunate to have found someone with whom he could share a drink, deciding he must persuade him earnestly. Brother Xia, let me tell you, trading stocks can be quite lucrative. How about this? I'll recommend a stock to you. I'm about 60% sure it will rise, but first, you must hold on to it. Chu Liangping reiterated. Xia Zekai thought to himself that it seemed Chu would not relent until he spoke. Brother Chu, go ahead. I'm listening. Chu Liangping gulped down his drink and pointed to his cup. Look, this is the treasure, nothing less than the divine liquor. Pay attention to Guizhou Matai. I dare say it will surely rise. Chapter 64. That was a spell. The mention of Guizhou Matai from Chu Liangping's lips became a spell for Xia Zekai. He found his meal lacking flavor thereafter. Why? Even if he didn't trade stocks, he had heard numerous legends about this divine stock. Matai surged later, skyrocketing in value, ultimately surpassing industrial and commercial bank, becoming the highest valued stock. Astonishing. Pan Xin overheard this and frowned disapprovingly. Liangping, how can you still not change your ways? You're boasting about your lackluster trading skills again. Do you even have an inkling of how much you've lost? Moreover, I've suspended your account. Pan Xin was quite adamant and domineering on this matter. Chu Liangping fell silent, feeling dejected. He continued to drink with Xia Zekai, seemingly finding some solace in their camaraderie. After dinner, as the two families dispersed, Luo Xiyun drove, while Xia Zekai pondered, should he buy or not? He couldn't recall other stocks, but this particular one lingered in his mind. Ultimately, he decided to purchase, albeit not excessively. It would serve as a fixed deposit, and he would withdraw it when it appreciated to the level he remembered, not a penny more. His wife and children were just as indifferent. Was he really concerned that the stock market would shift because of his few thousand yuan? Absurd. The weekend was busy, leaving Xia Zekai no time to rest. Luo Xiyun assisted until noon, but he insisted she take their daughter and Tong out for some leisure. Since last week, the three of them had been engaged in selling melt-in-your-mouth candies, the whole family working together. What a sight. However, after Luo Xiyun left, Xia Zekai found himself overwhelmed. Fortunately, most customers were regulars, self-sufficiently paying and placing their money in a box before taking their candies. This arrangement allowed him to focus solely on roasting and packaging the candies, simplifying his responsibilities. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. Hiring help was imperative. On Monday morning, while dropping off their daughter and Tong at school, teacher Shi Rui handed him a note detailing the management and meal fees due next month. 600 yuan for the two, a sum not negligible. For an average family, that would be an entire month's salary just for preschool fees. The note contained a bank account number for the transfer. So Xia Zekai took advantage of the moment to send the money and then headed to his small shop. On the way, he contemplated acquiring a laptop for the store. Online banking transactions would be much more convenient. Upon reaching the shop, he began his routine work. The morning was relatively calm, and he hurriedly completed the day's quota. After packaging everything, he noticed a significant depletion of milk powder on the shelves, and the stock underneath was already opened. Supplies were running low. It's being used up quickly, far exceeding my projections. I need to procure more milk powder, he remarked. Additionally, they were low on packaging boxes, so he decided to call Boss Lu to order another batch. With that thought, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Luo Xiyun's number, requesting 4,000 small boxes, 2,000 medium boxes, and 3,000 large boxes. Luo Xiyun was taken aback. He never expected the young proprietor would resume placing orders so soon. This was truly a lucrative venture. Boss Xia, if you order 1,000 more to make it a total of 10,000, I can give you an extra 10 discount, he proposed. Then I'll take an additional 500 of both the small and large sizes, Xia Zekai replied, satisfied, as he quickly devised a revised plan. Over the past 2 weeks, he had indeed noticed that the small size and those infused with dragon fruit juice were selling exceptionally well, while the medium size seemed to lack appeal. After concluding the packaging box discussion, Xia Zekai proceeded to call Lu Fong. Sister Lu, I have come to seek more formula milk from you. After Xia Zekai finished speaking, Lu Fong on the other end was taken aback. Xia, have you consumed all the 150 barrels from last time? It has only been half a month. Well, not all of it has been used, but I have nearly exhausted it, with only around 40 barrels remaining, which one tea lasts a week. Sister Lu, given my consumption rate, I need you to offer me a discount. Xia Zekai stated plainly. He hadn't anticipated such a high consumption. Aside from the first 2 days of using 5 barrels daily, he had used 6 barrels each day from Monday to Friday and on weekends. The consumption doubled to 12 barrels, quite overwhelming. However, on the flip side, selling more translates to greater profit. Lu Fong was at a loss for words. She had initially thought that the young man taking 150 barrels a month was remarkable, never expecting it would be insufficient for his needs. What on earth was he using the milk for? A milk bath, perhaps? The image was too delightful for Lu Fong to contemplate. Brother Xia, please give me a definitive answer. How much will you be consuming in a month now? Lu Fong inquired. Xia Zekai calculated and responded, I wouldn't dare claim too much. But with both Wyeth and Domex, 120 barrels might be a bit short. Sister Lu, let us calculate it as 130 barrels. Altogether, that approaches 300 barrels. A figure that has nearly doubled compared to the previous cycle. How much time has passed since then? I will inquire and see how much of a discount I can extend to you, Lu Fong said. Xia Zekai nodded and stated, Sister Lu, I must mention that my future demand will be even greater. Please provide the best price possible. If it's agreeable, we will continue our collaboration. If not, I will seek alternatives. This was reasonable. Although Lu Fong felt a twinge of discomfort, it was human nature, and she acquiesced. Such a significant client must not be lost. As the days of late March grew warmer, pedestrians on the streets began to reveal their figures more prominently. Li Mumu had just returned from a job interview in the industrial park, having carried his meticulously prepared resume only to find no suitable opportunity. The most critical factor was his age. At 39, he was nearing the age of 50 next year, and he had been turned away by several companies for various reasons. Initially, he was unaware of the underlying cause and even doubted his own capabilities until a recruiter inadvertently stated, You are a bit older. We are currently only hiring those under 35. With that, Li Mumu understood everything. He ceased his search and left the industrial park in disappointment. Thinking of the financial demands of his children's education and his wife's eager gaze, he felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. Igniting a fire of frustration within, he was tempted to throw his resume into the nearest trash can, but he had invested money in it. Damn it, what a load of nonsense. Li Mumu seethed with indignation and helplessness. Chapter 65, Boss, do you have a microwave? As he walked slowly, he unknowingly found himself on Chi Wang Road. Having walked all morning, he was now hungry, regardless of whether he had found work. He decided to first grab a bite to eat. Li Mum carried merely a handful of coins. Yet he could not bring himself to indulge in a bowl of lamb soup or a serving of noodles. Ultimately, he spent 1 yuan on 4 steamed buns. Foregoing even a side of pickles, he sought out a secluded spot, seated himself on the ground, and consumed his meager meal in solitude. Once finished, he found himself choking, prompting him to spend another yuan on a bottle of mineral water. At that moment, he was reluctant to return home, not wanting to face the disappointed gazes of his wife and child. In a state of numbness, he continued to wander aimlessly. Suddenly, he retraced his steps, his gaze fixated on a piece of paper affixed to the blackboard at the entrance. Fortuitously, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern it. Otherwise, he might have overlooked it entirely. Raising his head, he noted the sign that read Detian Agency, a flicker of hope igniting within him as he hurried inside to inquire. Excuse me, I would like to ask about the job posting at your entrance. Is it still available? Li Mum inquired. The owner, Galina, was engrossed in trimming her nails with a pair of scissors, shaping them with the rough edge. Upon hearing his question, she nodded. Yes, we are still hiring. Are you interested in applying? I would like to know more. Is the location far? Li Mum responded, his heart lifting at the prospect of employment. Galina stood and gestured towards the back, saying, it's located right behind in that small community. It involves working with snacks. All the salary and employment conditions are written on the paper. There is no insurance, so see if it suits you. Li Mum turned back to scrutinize the job listing more closely, only to be struck by a glaring stipulation, the requirement of being between the ages of 20 and 35. Even the factories had never been so explicit. His heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. Is finding a job truly this arduous? I am nearing 40, yet I am in my prime, the most vigorous phase of life. I will undoubtedly work diligently, despite being a tad older. What of it? Just because I am older? A sense of helplessness washed over Li Mum as he felt ostracized by society. He struggled to break through the barriers before him, yet the resistance was overwhelming. The wind blew directly against him, thwarting any advance, and instead pushing him further back. Miss, I am merely 3 years older. It's just 3 years. Truly, I can show you my ID. Please, consider my application and see if I might be suitable, Li Mum stated, his voice tinged with urgency. Galina sensed his anxiety, but reminded him, Sir, please remain calm. I am but an intermediary, merely aiding others in finding employment. I cannot influence these conditions. What then? I visited several factories in the industrial park this morning, and none would hire someone older. Miss, have I offended someone? I simply wish to find work to provide a meal for my family. Have I erred in this? Li Mum's emotions surged, teetering on the edge of despair. Galina recognized the gravity of the situation and felt somewhat cornered. She had not anticipated such a development, yet she had no solutions to offer. Just then, Pyong returned from outside, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Noticing the additional presence in the shop, he asked, Lena, is this gentleman looking to buy a house? What kind of house can I buy when I don't even have a job? I simply want to find work to support my family. Yet every factory I approach imposes age restrictions, rejecting me without a second thought, lamented Li Mumu, burdened by sorrow and helplessness. Observing a job listing in their vicinity, he contemplated inquiring, only to find that it too had age limitations. I am merely 38 years old, still brimming with vigor. Who dares to claim I am incapable of working? Li Mumu yearned to express his frustration, but refrained from doing so. With a sigh, Fu Yang pinched the cigarette between his fingers and exhaled a heavy plume of smoke. Brother, do not despair. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Perhaps you should continue searching patiently. Surely there exist opportunities that do not impose age restrictions. However, such encouragement seemed futile, and Li Mumu was on the verge of a breakdown. Hai Lina called Fu Yang aside, and they engaged in a hushed conversation, the content of which remained unknown. Eventually, Fu Yang furrowed his brow and nodded in apparent agreement with Hai Lina's perspective. Let us proceed as such. You can take him to see Boss Xia. Whether it works out is up to him. If not, we shall seek other options, Fu Yang stated. Hai Lina approached Li Mumu. Brother, let us go. I will take you over to have a look. The outcome shall be yours to discuss. Li Mumu was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, a rare smile gracing his face. He expressed profound gratitude to Hai Lina and Fu Yang, and then inquired, my friends, is there a place to wash my face? I appear quite unkempt. Ah, yes, brother, there is a place for that at the back, Fu Yang chuckled, squinting as he watched Li Mumu's departing figure. Feeling a sense of unease, as Li Mumu followed Hai Lina away, Fu Yang reflected, this is what it means to be a man who supports a family. Life is indeed arduous. What will I become in a few years? In the quaint bakery garage, Xia Zekai was immersed in his tasks. For him, time held its greatest significance in ensuring that he could deliver his daughters to kindergarten by 8 in the morning and retrieve them by 4 in the afternoon. His life otherwise revolved around monotonous routines. Boss Xia, there is a candidate here. Do you have a moment? Hai Lina called out upon her arrival. At this hour, most have gone home for lunch, so there aren't many around, Xia Zekai replied, nodding at the mention of a job seeker. All right, please wait a couple of minutes while I place these trays in the oven. Then I shall have him wait. I'll head back for now, Hai Lina said, turning to inform Li Mumu before she departed. Xia Zekai soon completed his tasks and turned to see Li Mumu standing awkwardly at the door. Come in, brother. Have a seat, he beckoned. Li Mumu entered the shop cautiously, selecting a stool with care, anxious not to err in any manner. Noticing his nervousness, Xia Zekai asked, "Do you have a resume? I would like to take a look." Yes, yes. Li Mumu promptly retrieved his resume, which Xia Zekai perused quickly. "Oh, you're 38 years old," Xia Zekai remarked casually, causing Li Mumu's heart to sink. He hurriedly replied, "Boss, please rest assured. Though I may be a bit older, I am fully capable of working hard. I am not afraid of labor. Dear brother, please do not be anxious. Let me clarify that I harbor no prejudice against age. Rather, the nature of my work is quite arduous. I stand for 10 hours each day. Although I am not yet 30, there are times when I find it overwhelming." Xia Zekai elucidated. Li Mumu discerned the sincerity in Xia Zekai's words and replied, "Boss, how about this? You could reduce my salary a bit, since you offer 1,200. Would 1,000 be acceptable? I assure you, I am truly capable." He reiterated his plea multiple times, as those 200 yuan were of utmost importance to him. Xia Zekai did not outright refuse. Instead, he inquired, "Where are you from? Is it nearby? I begin my preparations early in the morning, around 6. Will you be able to make it?" "Yes, absolutely. I reside near Ancient Community and can ride my electric bike over in half an hour, no problem at all." Li Mumu quickly affirmed, anxious that Xia Zekai might decline. "My goodness, that is quite a distance. I don't provide meals here. Are you sure you can manage?" Xia Zekai remarked, recognizing the location. Li Mumu nodded confidently, "No worries. If I'm late even once, you can deduct my pay. I won't complain." "Very well then. If you are willing, come for 2 days of trial. By the way, do you have any other requests?" Xia Zekai pondered for a moment before agreeing, deciding to observe Li Mumu's performance first. Upon hearing this outcome, Li Mumu felt an overwhelming sense of joy and expressed his gratitude profusely. When Xia Zekai inquired about his requests, Li Mumu hesitated momentarily before asking, "Boss, do you have a microwave here?" "Indeed," Xia Zekai answered firmly. In reality, there was no microwave at the Jingtong bakery, but acquiring one would not be a significant expense, and it might prove useful someday. Li Mumu nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "Boss, when do we receive our wages?" "On the 2nd. I need to calculate last month's earnings by the 1st. If I finish early, I can pay you on the 1st. Otherwise, it may be delayed by a day," Xia Zekai explained. Li Mumu was astonished by this response. In Qi City, most companies withheld wages for a month or even 2. He never expected that this modest establishment not only paid promptly, but did so within the first 2 days of the following month. His elation was palpable. "Boss, I have no further questions. I am very satisfied. Do you have any other engagements this afternoon?" Xia Zekai then inquired. Li Mumu instinctively shook his head. "Boss, I have nothing planned. My morning job search was unsuccessful, and I had intended to wander until nightfall before returning home." He dreaded the thought of witnessing the repeated disappointment in his wife and children's eyes. The pressure weighed heavily on him. However, the interview at Jingtong Bakery had exceeded his expectations, and he was now eager to rush home with good news for his wife. While the salary was modest, it was still income, and with diligence, the prospect of a future raise remained. "If you have no other plans, why not start working here this afternoon? I will calculate half a day's pay for you. By the way, you don't have a health certificate yet, do you?" Li Mumu shook his head, anxiety creeping into his heart as he wondered if his employer might use this excuse to dismiss him. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Zekai was entirely oblivious to his inner turmoil and stated directly, "It's perfectly fine if you haven't. I'll find someone to accompany you to the hospital for a checkup. If all goes well, he can swiftly assist you in obtaining your health certificate. It may cost a bit, but it's efficient." Upon hearing this, Li Mumu instinctively shook his head. "Boss, I can manage it on my own." Xia Zekai anticipated his thoughts, reassuring him, "The expense will be covered by the shop. You needn't concern yourself with it." After saying this, he made a call to Zhang Su, articulating his request. Zhang Su readily agreed, expressing his fondness for the straightforward nature of Xia Zekai. He informed him that it would take 3 days and cost 200 yuan. With the transaction settled, everything was in order. In the time that followed, Li Mumu displayed exceptional diligence, eager to pick up even the smallest scrap of paper from the floor, striving to showcase his best qualities in hopes of earning his boss's approval. He understood that while the interview had gone smoothly, securing this job was a hard-won opportunity that he must cherish. "Oldly, may I pose a personal question?" "You are free to decline," Xia Zekai remarked as they worked in the shop, now accompanied by others, and he transformed into quite the chatterbox. Boss, feel free to ask. Why do you go by Li Mumu? It's rather peculiar, Xia Zekai inquired idly. Li Mumu, unfazed, replied earnestly, I have asked my parents about it. They told me I was originally supposed to be named Li Lin, as two woods make a forest. However, during the registration of identities in our village, there were few literate officials. A village clerk mistakenly recorded my name as Mumu. My parents, also illiterate, couldn't discern the difference, so it ended up on my ID as such. I have grown accustomed to it now. Xia Zekai expressed his indignation towards the careless village clerk responsible for this error, yet Li Mumu remained indifferent, choosing not to dwell on matters of little consequence. Later that afternoon, when the shop was quiet, Xia Zekai began to teach Li Mumu how to assemble the meringue in the baking tray, discovering that he was quite a quick learner with a deft touch. Curiosity piqued. Xia Zekai asked, boldly, have you ever worked in pastry? Boss, I have not worked in pastry, but I have cooked before and can manage the heat. Li Mumu replied, what other skills do you possess? Why have you struggled to find work? I have a diverse skill set. I can weld, repair, and cook. I simply have a rather forthright temperament and cannot tolerate certain injustices. As the clock approached 5:30, the small bakery, Jingtong, routinely emptied its goods and closed its doors. Boss, I shall take my leave now. I will arrive tomorrow around 5, Li Mumu said, bidding farewell to Xia Zekai as he took his bag, with Xia Zekai handing him a set of keys and a packet of unused resumes. As he departed, his steps were notably light, and his silhouette exuded a sense of strength, embodying the responsibilities of both a son and a husband. Xia Zekai held the hands of his two daughters and said, girls, let us not head home just yet. Come with me for a moment. Daddy, are you going to buy us something delicious? Tongtong asked, raising her little head. The meringue was delightful, but eating it every day had begun to lose its charm for her. Xia Zekai pondered for a moment and replied, sure, what would you like to eat? The girl eagerly interjected, Daddy, I want chicken legs and pig's trotters. I want some too. Tongtong chimed in anxiously. The three men exited the north gate of the Linao community and turned east, unwittingly arriving at the entrance of the Detian agency. Manager Fu, Manager Gao, we have a guest. Xia Zekai bellowed. Fu Yang quickly stood up to greet him, exclaiming, oh, Boss Xia, please don't shout like that. You're giving me the chills. What brings you here at this hour? Gao Lina had already gone to fetch her snacks to entertain the girl and Tongtong. What else? I'm here to settle the bill, Xia Zekai declared, pulling out a handful of cash from the black bag slung over his shoulder, counting out 500 yuan and handing it to Fu Yang. Here, this is the referral fee for your recruitment, as we previously agreed. Half of the monthly salary, and Li Mumu's final negotiated salary is 1,000 yuan. Ah, Boss Xia. We were just joking about that. You really don't have to bring this, Fu Yang protested, starting to push the money back. Xia Zekai shook his head resolutely. Manager Fu, this money was agreed upon, and you must accept it. Otherwise, we shall part ways, and I will no longer seek your assistance. He pressed the money onto the computer desk in the office, calmly stating, this is the rule. At Xiyun Garden Community, Xia Zekai relayed the details of the recruitment and the payment of the agency fee to Luo Xiyun. Otherwise, the day's revenue would inexplicably be short by 500 yuan, which would be difficult to explain. Luo Xiyun was not particularly interested in the monetary aspect. It was a simple business transaction. She inquired, Zekai, what did the person you hired want with a microwave? Besides, we don't have one in the store. Why did you deceive him? Xia Zekai, not wanting to look at her, replied, foolish. He wants to bring his own meals and heat them up. Would you prefer to gnaw on cold steamed buns on a chilly day? Without waiting for Luo Xiyun's glare, he continued, who said we don't have a microwave? I'll buy one after dinner tonight. I'll start bringing my meals from home too. Every little bit saved counts. Chapter 67. A soldier for the one who knows him. That evening, after dinner, Xia Zekai stepped out and spent over 500 yuan on a microwave. This was akin to having just hired someone and, before they even began working, already incurring the cost of a month's salary. Luo Xiyun scoffed at him. Such a ridiculous move. Xia Zekai retorted, whether I'm ridiculous or not, you know it well. That night, he endured yet another beating, each punch landing squarely. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the East District of Qiqing, the Ginkgo community comprised buildings from the 1990s, characterized by red bricks and cement, with white plaster inside. Each building had only one unit, housing 3 families in total. Li Mumu resided in the east unit of Building 4 on the 3rd floor. With a modest area of just over 60 square meters, including a living room with an awkward corner. After returning from the Jingtong bakery, he joyfully exclaimed to his wife, Huang shuang shuang, shuang shuang, I found a job. I even started working today for half a day. Huang shuang shuang was quite elated and inquired, Is that so? At last, you are back to work. By the way, what is your salary? Our family is eagerly awaiting your earnings for sustenance. Li Mumu, with a slight chuckle, replied. The boss mentioned that the internship salary is 1,000. After the internship period, the salary will be adjusted based on performance. Rest assured, shuang shuang. I will strive to perform well and aim for a substantial raise upon becoming a permanent employee, Li Mumu assured her. Although he was somewhat older, he was far from foolish. In fact, in certain matters, his mind was quite agile, particularly when it came to this benevolent fib. Yet he also possessed a stubbornness that was unyielding. He was uncertain whether Xia Zekai would indeed raise his salary later or if it would only be an annual increment. But he figured it wise to placate his wife first. A harmonious home would undoubtedly fuel his motivation to earn. Otherwise, amidst daily quarrels, who could focus on work and earning? Huang shuang shuang, albeit slightly disappointed, brightened upon hearing about the potential salary increase after becoming permanent. Well, that's acceptable. The internship salary may be modest, but what if the raise is substantial once you transition? This exemplified a classic case of self-soothing. Li Mumu felt compelled to offer his wife an even more potent dose of reassurance. He excitedly declared, Shuang shuang, here we do not withhold salaries at all. The latest by the 2nd of next month, you will receive the payment. Observing the surprise etched on his wife's face filled Li Mumu with pride and satisfaction. The following morning, shortly after 5 o'clock, Li Mumu rose, completing his morning routine in under 5 minutes. He procured a clean plastic bag from the kitchen to pack 2 large steamed buns, along with 2 sizable buns filled with cabbage and vermicelli that his wife had prepared, before donning his thick clothing and heading out. The end of March brought with it a burgeoning sense of spring, the temperatures gradually warming, though the early morning chill lingered. Fortunately, his electric scooter was equipped with a windbreak, and he hunched over as he hurried to the Linneo community. Arriving just past 5:40, he used the key Xia Zekai had provided him to enter. Upon seeing the milk powder on the shelf against the wall, he was momentarily taken aback. He had no knowledge of how to prepare it. He contemplated calling his boss, but hesitated, fearing he might disturb Xia Zekai's rest if he was still asleep. Ultimately, he refrained from making the call. In the quietude, he decided to heat the buns and dumplings in the microwave for breakfast first. However, after searching high and low, he found no microwave, nor even a trace of one. Is the boss deceiving me? A sudden thought crossed Li Mumu's mind, accompanied by an undercurrent of disappointment. If he had been misled about such a trivial matter, how could he trust that his boss spoke any truth? In an instant, the joy of securing employment faded, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. With these mixed emotions, Li Mumu waited until shortly after 7:50 when Xia Zekai arrived, breathless and struggling with a large cardboard box. Upon spotting Li Mumu, he called out, Laoli, come help me. I didn't realize it last night, but this microwave is incredibly heavy. The mention of the microwave jolted Li Mumu from his reverie. He quickly rose to take it from Xia Zekai's hands, carefully placing it on the ground. As Xia Zekai extracted a brand new microwave oven, still encased in plastic, from the cardboard box, a surge of profound emotion, akin to that of a soldier willing to sacrifice for a comrade, welled up within the heart of this 39-year-old middle-aged man. Boss, is this new? He inquired, his voice trembling. Xia Zekai nodded and replied, Indeed, I purchased it just last night. Oldly, don't overthink it. Previously, I would merely grab a bite from a small shop by myself, but from now on, it will be just the 2 of us in the store. I figured I should bring my own food. We can save quite a bit just on meals. He patted the microwave beside him, declaring, This is indispensable. After toiling away for a living, one must allow oneself a warm meal. Boss, you are truly a good person. You will be rewarded for your kindness. Li Mumu exclaimed. Having truly endured the trials of life, he suddenly comprehended the respect that Xia Zekai had consistently shown him. In that moment, Li Mumu thought to himself that as long as the boss did not dismiss him, he would continue working diligently. Thank you, boss, Li Mumu expressed gratefully. Xia Zekai waved his hand dismissively. Come now, don't be so sentimental. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Go ahead and see if this microwave works well. Listen, Oldly, take a good look. If there's a problem, I'll smash this microwave right at the entrance of that shop. Xia Zekai said. The microwave functioned flawlessly, heating food quickly. Xia Zekai mentioned that he had rushed out that morning and hadn't had a chance to eat, even stealing one of Li Mumu's vegetarian buns. After finishing, he continued to praise his wife's exceptional culinary skills. As the day progressed, the two men fell into a rhythm of bustling activity. Xia Zekai meticulously instructed him on how to mix the ingredients, emphasizing the precise measurements required. At noon, Xia Zekai ventured to Hongyuan Lamb Soup Restaurant to procure 2 generous portions of lamb offal soup, along with 6 meat-filled pastries. Upon returning to the shop, he handed 1 portion to Li Mumu, who appeared momentarily dazed. Xia Zekai chuckled, "I had your lunch this morning, so I owe you one. But don't get used to this. Starting tomorrow, I'll be bringing my own meals." Li Mumu nodded, understanding without the need for further words. In the afternoon, Xia Zekai continued to train Li Mumu. "Old Li, let me tell you, the most crucial aspect of our dissolved beans is the ratio of ingredients. If any proportion is off, the flavor will be lost. There are only a few raw materials. You must memorize them well. Old Li, in a moment, you'll mix a batch of milk powder for the ingredients to practice. I can't afford to let you take 10 or 8 days to familiarize yourself. You must learn today. Your technique has improved, but the patterns you're producing are incorrect. Relax the tension in your wrists and fingers. Old Li, how come you're so slow? You're my top apprentice. I'm counting on you to train new employees in the future. Start over and ensure it's not a hodgepodge. This time it's properly flavored. Old Li, taste it. Isn't it better than the last batch?" The last day of March passed swiftly as Xia Zekai tirelessly trained Li Mumu, repeating his instructions with unwavering patience. A new month has commenced, with temperatures rising a few degrees, and young ladies in long skirts begin to grace the streets. The young men, too, are brimming with vitality as they showcase themselves. After a couple of days, Lu Fong finally responded to Xia Zekai. "Brother Xia, do you have a moment? I'd like to bring someone over to meet you," she said over the phone. Xia Zekai, without hesitation, agreed. Regardless of who it was, as long as a more favorable price was offered, he was content. As fate would have it, Luo Xiyun had also delivered 10,000 packaging boxes to him. 4, 500 small boxes, 3, 500 large boxes, and 2,000 medium boxes. A portion was unloaded in the garage, while the remainder found its way into Xia Zekai's basement. Once the task was completed, Luo Xiyun calculated the total to be 424 yuan, but after discounts, he settled for 300 yuan, which Xia Zekai promptly paid. Operating on a modest scale, they were acutely aware of each other's challenges. The discount offered by Luo Xiyun was generous, and Xia Zekai understood the elder's intentions. As long as there were no significant changes, they could maintain their amicable working relationship. After bidding farewell to Luo Xiyun, Xia Zekai strolled back to his small shop, only to find the plump Lu Fong had already arrived, accompanied by a tall, slender man in a suit. Sister Lu, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. I was unloading goods." Xia Zekai greeted Lu Fong with a broad smile. Lu Fong, genuinely astonished, remarked, "Who would have thought that an inconspicuous person could achieve such prosperity?" She gestured towards Li Mumu, saying, "This gentleman just informed me that. Brother Xia, I won't speak in vague terms. I cannot offer much discount for your volume. This is Jiang Lei, the agent for the Dumex brand in Jiqing. He also sells Wyeth products. I've brought him directly to you for a discussion." Upon hearing Lu Fong's introduction, Xia Zekai understood the situation. Jiang Lei was likely a provincial agent for Dumex, but he was uncertain whether he was the owner or merely a sales representative. "Manager Jiang, greetings. I apologize for the cramped conditions here. It's quite warm, and we lack seating. How about we find a restaurant where we can dine and converse?" Xia Zekai proposed. "Sister Lu, do you have any other plans today? You should join us." Both Lu Fong and Jiang Lei readily agreed, genuinely wishing to establish a partnership with Xia Zekai. Without a doubt, Xia Zekai's purchasing volume was nearly equivalent to that of a city-level agent, and what was more significant was his rapid consumption, which could potentially lead to compounded growth. Currently, he managed to handle 6 barrels a day, doubling this on weekends, raising the question of further expansion. Jiang Lei was well aware of the necessity to secure Xia Zekai's collaboration. Additionally, he was intrigued by the dissolvable beans, wondering how such a product could consume such a large quantity of milk powder. What piqued his curiosity even further was the fact that Jiqing, a more developed city than Qiqing, had yet to witness the emergence of this product. Xia Zekai believed that when discussing business, one should avoid subpar establishments. The best nearby option was the Oasis Ecological Park. He decided to take both of them in Jiang Lei's Passat to that venue. "Mr. Jiang, if I may ask, Is this product something you developed yourself? Jiang Lei inquired. He said, I have been selling milk powder for many years and have represented numerous brands. Yet this is the first time I have encountered a client like you. Xia Zekai understood in his heart that this person was also a businessman. He nodded and replied, This is something I developed myself. My daughters no longer consume milk powder, so I thought it would be a shame to waste what remains. After considerable research, I came up with this product. Impressive. Jiang Lei genuinely admired him. During the meal, Xia Zekai shared with Jiang Lei details about his daily production of melt-in-your-mouth beans, milk powder consumption, as well as his future development plans and anticipated growth in consumption. He was clearly indicating that his milk powder purchases would increase, and he was willing to buy from Jiang Lei, but he expected a more favorable price. Xia Zekai stepped out to order dishes, deliberately giving Jiang Lei some space to contemplate. After waiting a while, he returned to the room. Jiang Lei presented the latest offer. Boss Xia, I can give you an additional discount of 5 yuan per can on Dumex and Wyeth milk powder. What do you think? If I lower it any further, I would be practically giving it away. Having heard such sales tactics numerous times, Xia Zekai was skeptical. Just then, the waiter brought in the dishes they had ordered. Xia Zekai did not respond to Jiang Lei's proposal, but instead encouraged Lu Fang and Jiang Lei to start eating first. Jiang Lei felt helpless. He thought to himself, this young businessman seems quite shrewd and difficult to approach. He decided to suppress his urge to hastily close the deal, and the two of them shared a bottle of liquor. Jiang Lei resolved that if necessary, he would stay another day and return to Jiqing the following day. As they drank, the conversation flowed more smoothly, and they engaged in several rounds of dialogue. Meanwhile, Lu Fang remained silent, eating her meal. After a round of negotiations, Dumex's price dropped by another 10 yuan, bringing it to 105 yuan per can, while Wyeth's price also decreased by 10 yuan, now at 90 yuan per can. In Jiang Lei's words, this was purely a loss leader strategy to forge a friendship with Xia Zekai. Boss Xia, to be candid, the moment I saw you, I sensed that you would undoubtedly achieve even greater success in the future. With the alcohol taking effect, the two began to exchange flattering remarks about each other's businesses. They were so caught up in their banter that even Lu Fang found it unbearable. She thought to herself that if this continued, they would soon become the wealthiest individuals in China, and they should exercise some caution. In the kindergarten of Xiyun community, after nap time, Shi Rui and Han Yuding woke each child one by one. Taking advantage of the warm weather this year, they organized a small outdoor exercise activity. Children, next, let's go outside and play with Teacher Tingting, shall we? Shi Rui's voice was exceedingly gentle. The children in the mango class chorused, yes, with an abundance of enthusiasm. The game was called Crawl Through the Tunnel. In the kindergarten's courtyard, several yellow foam rods had been arranged to form a series of arches, with interlocking foam panels laid on the ground. The rules of the game were simple. The children would line up and crawl under the arches, then return to the starting point to queue again. This activity was designed to enhance the children's ability to coordinate their hands and feet. They were merely a group of toddlers, just over 3 years old, and too complex a game would not suit them. Children, let us begin with Wang Zihan and form a line to pass through, shall we? Shi Rui exclaimed. All right. The children eagerly lined up, joyfully making their way forward. However, when it was Yada's turn, a small mishap occurred. Due to her frail constitution, she climbed slowly, causing a little boy behind her to become impatient. With a slight temper, he pushed Yadu, sending her tumbling to the ground, much to his delight. Yada lay on the ground for a moment, stunned, before bursting into tears. Before teacher Shi Rui could rush over to comfort her, another unexpected event unfolded. How dare you hit my sister? I will hit you. The plump Tong Tong sprang up from the ground like a young calf, charging towards the little boy. With a resounding thud, the once smug boy fell to the ground. Tong Tong did not relent. She kicked him squarely in the backside, declaring, "That's what you get for bullying my sister." The fierce display of Tong Tong's combativeness solidified her position as the leader of the mango class, causing the other children to flee in fear. Soon, the kindergarten courtyard was filled with an even louder wail. Shi Rui felt overwhelmed, and Han Yuding, disregarding the other children, hurried to pull Tong Tong aside as she prepared to kick again, shielding the little boy and soothing him to stop his crying. "Fuxing, don't cry. The teacher will get you a lollipop soon." Yet, the boy continued to sob uncontrollably. Tong Tong, unfazed, ran to her sister, proudly exclaiming, "Sister, I hit him. I'm so strong." "Yes." Yada nodded through her tears, feeling less wronged. Shi Rui was truly at her wit's end. "Tong Tong, Why are you bullying the other children? What did the teacher say? Unperturbed, Tong Tong stubbornly turned her head aside. I don't care. Daddy said if anyone bullies my sister, I should hit them. Shi Rui felt exasperated. What kind of upbringing was Mr. Xia providing? At that moment, Yatu, with a look of distress, said, Teacher, Fuxing pushed me and made me fall. It hurts. She reached down to cover her knee. This revelation alarmed Shi Rui. While children often play rough, any injury could lead to a significant uproar from parents. She quickly rolled up Yata's pant leg to inspect, noticing a reddish mark on her knee, clearly a result of the fall. Now that both children were victims, Shi Rui found herself at a loss for words. She could not simply reprimand Fuxing or Tong Tong. Contacting the parents was not an option. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Oasis Eco Park Hotel, Xia Zekai, Jiang Lei, and Lu Fong were chatting and laughing as they exited, with Jiang Lei having paid the bill in advance while using the restroom, prompting a round of playful complaints from Xia Zekai. Manager Jiang, since you have come to my territory, why are you still being so polite? It's rather distant, isn't it? Xia Zekai muttered. Jiang Lei replied, Oh, it's merely a meal. What does it matter? Boss Xia, let's finalize this. I will arrange the shipment as soon as I return. All right, still 6 barrels per box, right? Start with 25 boxes of each for easy calculations, Xia Zekai proclaimed, extending his 5 fingers in a grand gesture. The combined order of 600 barrels, valued at 29,250 yuan, left Jiang Lei exceedingly pleased. This order brimmed with sincerity. Typically, municipal agents do not procure such quantities at once. Manager Jiang, rest assured, payment will be made immediately upon delivery. Xia Zekai was about to finish when his Nokia 96, nestled in his pocket, rang. Reluctant to answer, he glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Shi Rui. He quickly accepted the call. Mr. Xia, could you come to the kindergarten? Little Xia Jitong got into a scuffle. Shi Rui spoke swiftly. Before she could elaborate, Xia Zekai interjected, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, he turned to Jiang Lei and Lu Fong, saying, Manager Jiang, Sister Lu, I sincerely apologize, but my daughter has encountered a minor situation at the kindergarten, and I must hurry over. I cannot stay any longer. No problem. Boss Xia, you go ahead with your business. Both Jiang Lei and Lu Fong reassured him. Having arrived in Jiang Lei's car, Xia Zekai found himself in a predicament. Both he and Jiang Lei had consumed alcohol, and Lu Fong could not drive. Standing at the entrance of the Oasis Ecological Park, he was unable to hail a taxi, growing increasingly anxious. Ultimately, he decided to run there directly. After 20 minutes of breathless sprinting, he arrived at the kindergarten. The old security guard, Wang Deshun, noticed him approaching and felt a twinge of guilt, quickly opening the door. Xiao Xia, I truly apologize. I was too far away at the time to react. He felt remorseful for not having been there to assist Xia Zekai, especially after the cigarettes Xia gifted him. Old Wang, children will be children. It's not your fault. I must see what is happening, Xia Zekai replied. Wang Deshun called after him. They are in Teacher Tian's office on the 2nd floor. Thanks. Xia Zekai dashed up the stairs, barely catching his breath when he spotted a girl hiding behind Shi Rui and Xia Jitong in Teacher Tian's office. Another figure was shouting, Look at what they did to my son. He's all bruised and crying so hard. These 2 kids, she doesn't even look like a girl. How could she be so cruel? Where are her parents? I need to speak with them. The furious, bearded middle-aged man was none other than the father of the boy, Fuxing, who had been beaten. He was short, with dark skin and a robust build, appearing quite intimidating. Fuxing's father, let me repeat, speak courteously. We are here to discuss matters. Not to frighten the children, Shi Rui stood her ground, defiantly facing the imposing figure. Frightened? Nonsense. I haven't even questioned how you are fit to be a teacher. Just look at what she has done to my son, Fuxing's father retorted. As the conversation unfolded, Father Fuxing's temper flared. He pointed a finger at Shiru, asserting, Step aside. Since her parents are indifferent, I shall take matters into my own hands. Just try me. At that crucial moment, Xia Zekai finally arrived. Though his eyes burned with intensity, his expression remained composed, with a hint of wildness lurking beneath as he fixed his gaze on the scowling Father Fuxing. Dare you lay a finger on them? Father Fuxing, taken aback, felt a twinge of apprehension. Xia Zekai towered over him, his muscular build imposing. Dad, Fuxing hit me. My leg is all red. Tong Tong quickly darted behind Xia Zekai. Dad, he hit my sister. I gave him a beating. I'm so strong. She beamed with pride, eager to win her father's approval, hoping he might reward her with a treat. Upon hearing the words of his second child, Xia Zekai smiled broadly. Tong Tong, you are wonderful. If anyone bullies your sister, you must retaliate. Leave the rest to your father. He then knelt to roll up the eldest's pant leg. Observing the reddened skin on her knee, suppressing the fire within, he calmly addressed Shiru. Teacher Sure, could you please explain what transpired? Of course. Shiru glanced between the two men, one furious and the other calm, and recounted the events that had occurred. After she finished, Xia Zekai maintained his tranquil demeanor as he regarded Father Fuxing. Did you hear that? Your son instigated this. What do you propose? Shall we step outside the kindergarten for a little practice? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Tianqing's office, noticing a sturdy wooden mop handle behind the door. Without hesitation, he retrieved it, turning to Father Fuxing and asking, Are you coming? An air of silence enveloped the room. His actions, undeniably brash, belied the fierce affection he harbored for his daughter. When his little one faced injustice, he silently exuded a formidable presence, instilling fear in Father Fuxing, who, seemingly intimidating, retreated without uttering another word, taking the child with him. This was truly a display of abject fear. Before departing, he informed Teacher Shiru that he would be requesting a week's leave for his son, Fuxing. Tianqing and Shiru exchanged glances, unsure how to assess the situation. Teacher Tian, Teacher Sure, children can indeed be mischievous and troublesome, Xia Zekai remarked, observing the retreating figure of Father Fuxing, too apathetic to offer further commentary. Shiru felt a whirlwind of emotions. She had never anticipated that Mr. Xia, who appeared quite gentle, could unleash such ferocity when provoked. Could it be that a cornered rabbit bites? Mr. Xia, it's nothing. This is our responsibility. However, I do believe you ought to maintain a suitable paternal image in front of the children. Additionally, fighting is never ideal, as it may lead to further complications. You may wish to have a word with young Xia Jidong upon your return. Shiru's admonition was delicately phrased. Xia Zekai nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Teacher Sure, I will certainly educate her properly. Classmates should support one another. How could they resort to violence so readily? Such behavior is utterly devoid of sincerity. Both Tianqing and Shiru could discern that Xia Zekai had indulged in alcohol earlier that day, and they also recognized the insincerity in his words. They chose to remain silent on the matter. The two little girls, Yitu and Tong Tong, were still shaken from their earlier encounter with Fuxing's father. When Xia Zekai was about to leave, the two sisters clung to his legs, refusing to let go, no matter what. Teacher Sure, may I request a half-day leave for them? I'll bring them back tomorrow, Xia Zekai proposed. Shiru replied, Well, Mr. Xia, why not bring them back next Monday? Our kindergarten has already issued a notice that we will be on holiday tomorrow afternoon. Oh dear, with the Qingming festival approaching, I must have gotten a bit muddled. Xia Zekai lightly tapped his forehead in realization. Once they left the kindergarten, Yitu and Tong Tong immediately sprang to life, skipping and twirling around Xia Zekai. Tong Tong proudly lifted her little head and exclaimed, Daddy, am I amazing? Indeed, Tong Tong, you did well. Next time, if any child bullies your sister, you should protect her just like this. As for everything else, your father will handle it. Do you understand? Xia Zekai praised her with a smile. Encouraged, Tong Tong felt invigorated and eagerly nodded. Daddy, I understand. That's wonderful. Tong Tong is a good child, Xia Zekai commended her. Feeling a bit overlooked, Yitu quickly raised her hand and said, Daddy, what about me? I'm not afraid of Fuxing. Even if he's behind me, I didn't see him. That's right. Yitu is also a brave child. At the Jingtong bakery, when Xia Zekai arrived with Yitu and Tong Tong, Li Mu was busy at work. Compared to a couple of days ago, he seemed much more at ease, skillfully preparing the melt-in-your-mouth candies, though their sizes and shapes were somewhat inconsistent. To put it succinctly, Xia Zekai produced products that appeared nearly identical at first glance, while Li Mu's creations were akin to pieces of art, each with its unique character. However, that was not a problem. Practice would refine his skills. Boss, you're back. Li Mu greeted with a smile. Yitu, Tong Tong, why aren't you at school? He was already familiar with the two girls, but they were still not very acquainted with him, merely responding with a simple acknowledgement. Oldly, they had a minor incident at kindergarten this afternoon that frightened them. I'll take them home to rest soon. So I'm relying on you to manage the shop this afternoon, Xia Zekai explained. Li Mu nodded, assuring, no worries, boss. Everything will be fine. Xia Zekai collected his belongings and the morning's earnings, and as he was about to leave, he mentioned, Oldly, we won't settle accounts today. I'll calculate your wages tomorrow. Li Mumu nodded in understanding, refraining from further comments. Some things do not need to be voiced. Xia Zekai, as a boss, had shown him ample respect and trust, and he felt compelled to work diligently to honor that trust. Xia Zekai took Yitu and Tong Tong home to play, while Li Mumu continued to toil alone in the shop. In the evening, when Luo Xiyun returned from work, she immediately noticed something off in the way her two daughters were looking at her. Before she could inquire, Yitu burst into tears, sobbing as she began to recount her grievances. Tong Tong chimed in excitedly, "Mom, I was so impressive. Fu Sheng hit my sister, so I hit him back. And I even kicked him." With animated gestures, she recounted the tale. Xia Zekai, taken aback, exclaimed, "Come on, little one, be a bit more careful." Luo Xiyun comforted her eldest while gently patting Tong Tong's little head, saying, "You did the right thing, Tong Tong. You're amazing." Indeed, this couple shared a similar temperament. After sending the girls off to play with building blocks, Luo Xiyun settled onto the sofa, rubbing her waist as she inquired, "Zekai, what exactly happened? Did you look into it?" "Of course I did. I nearly came to blows with Fu Sheng's father," Xia Zekai recounted, a sense of pride swelling within him for standing up for his daughter. "Dear, let me tell you, I didn't even threaten him. I merely brandished a mop handle, intending to confront him outside the kindergarten. To my surprise, he just took his son and ran off. He looked intimidating, but turns out he was all bark and no bite, completely inconsequential." In that moment, Xia Zekai exuded an air of invincibility. Luo Xiyun smirked knowingly. "Come on now. What era are we in? Fighting and brawling? Just make sure you don't get yourself in trouble. It'll cost a fortune to bail you out. Can't you ever think positively?" Xia Zekai felt an urge to swat her, just to experience that delightful bounce. Luo Xiyun, however, evaded his intentions, standing up and heading towards the kitchen. "You've had a long day. Sit and rest. I'll handle the cooking." In the small bakery of Jingtong, after Xia Zekai left with the girls, Li Mumu busied himself alone. Unlike the usual closing time of 5:30 p.m. when Xia Zekai was around, today, without him, Li Mumu took it upon himself to work until after 8 p.m. After bidding farewell to the last wave of customers, he felt a great sense of accomplishment as the additional 2 barrels of milk powder had nearly sold out the melt-in-your-mouth treats he had prepared. How wonderful it was, he thought. I'll mention it to the boss next time. There were plenty of customers buying in the evening. Not working means missing out on several hundred yuan, such a waste. Once he tidied up, washing the mixer and bowls, reconciling the accounts, and taking stock of the remaining milk powder, he locked the garage shutter and rode home under the stars. Chapter 71. The heart is flesh and blood. In light of Xia Zekai's valiant display at the kindergarten, Luo Xiyun exhibited a peculiar demeanor that evening. Leaning against him and nudging closer repeatedly, she took the initiative, savoring the moment. The following morning, around 7, the girls were still asleep, as they had no kindergarten to attend that day, and Xia Zekai chose not to wake them. After a night of rest, Luo Xiyun appeared revitalized, her complexion radiant and glowing. During breakfast, she remarked, "Zekai, we have a holiday tomorrow. Aren't you going to call Zhejiang and your elder brother? Didn't we agree to visit the countryside during the Qingming festival last time we dined together?" "Of course not. I'll make that call shortly," Xia Zekai replied. Luo Xiyun murmured in acknowledgement, saying, "It is getting late. I shall take my leave now. If anything arises, we can contact each other by phone." "All right." With that, Luo Xiyun drove away. Xia Zekai remained at home, waiting until after 8 o'clock, when the 2 girls finally stirred from their slumber, calling for him to braid their hair. "Daddy, are we going back to see Grandma?" the little girl inquired. Xia Zekai nodded. "We shall return tomorrow. Are you happy?" The girl pondered seriously for a moment before vigorously nodding her head. "Yes, I am very happy. Daddy, will Grandma prepare delicious food for me?" Upon hearing about the food, Tong Tong chimed in with a similar question. "Daddy, will Grandma make me something tasty?" Xia Zekai felt a headache coming on and replied, Yes, you need not worry. Grandma has always favored you both, hasn't she?" "Indeed." The girl agreed after a moment of thought, then added, "Daddy, I want to take a few boxes of delicious treats back for Grandma." "All right, then hurry and get up. After breakfast, we will visit the shop and bring back some delightful melt-in-your-mouth treats for Grandma." Xia Zekai encouraged them to rise. Once they finally made their way to the shop, it was already past 9. In comparison to his wife, this timing was not significantly different. Li Mumu, as usual, had arrived before 6 in the morning to start his work. Upon seeing Xia Zekai and the girls, he greeted them warmly. "Boss, you've come. Good morning, little ones." He made an effort to display a radiant smile. The little girl waved her tiny hand. "Good morning, Uncle Mumu." "Good morning, Uncle Li," Tong Tong added. "What well-behaved children." Li Mumu generously praised them. He took the opportunity to present Xia Zekai with the previous night's revenue and accounts, saying, "Boss, here is the revenue from after you left yesterday." Upon examining the stack of money, Xia Zekai sensed something amiss. He counted it, then looked over the accounts. "Old Li, this doesn't add up." Hearing this, Li Mumu became flustered. "Boss, what do you mean? I haven't tampered with anything." "That's not what I meant, Old Li. Why is there several hundred more than expected?" Xia Zekai quickly clarified. Relieved that the inquiry was about the money, Li Mumu exhaled. "Boss, here's the situation. I thought many customers would still want to buy after 5:30, so I took the liberty of preparing 2 extra barrels of milk powder, which resulted in a significant increase in sales." Xia Zekai understood the situation and asked, "Old Li, to be honest, what time did you leave last night?" Li Mumu reflected briefly before responding. "I finished cleaning the blender and bowls and left around 9. Counting aloud, Xia Zekai noted, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9, all while observing Li Mumu's puzzled expression. "Old Li, you arrived before 6 in the morning, so by this calculation, you worked for 15 hours. If we consider a standard 8-hour workday, you've effectively worked 2 days in one. Even iron would not withstand that." Li Mumu hastily replied, "Boss, I am fine. I can manage." "Enough." Xia Zekai, undeterred by his protests, declared, "Old Li, if the public security and legal authorities were to learn of my oppressive treatment towards you, I would be violating labor laws. This is unacceptable. I present you with 2 choices." Li Mumu fell silent, pondering whether his employer intended to dismiss him on such grounds. "The first option is that we calculate your work based on an 8-hour standard workday. Any additional hours will be compensated at double the rate, but shall not exceed 12 hours in total." Li Mumu was utterly taken aback by the prospect of such a choice from his boss. Irrespective of the second option, he was inclined to accept this one. Strangely, as he approached his 40th year, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Since the inception of his career, he had lost count of how many factories he had worked at and how many bosses he had encountered, yet he had never met anyone quite like Xia Zekai. Even among his friends, he had never heard of a boss who was so considerate. Was he truly losing his mind? Unbeknownst to Xia Zekai, Li Mumu's thoughts were running amok as he continued. "Thus, the 4 hours of double pay would equate to a full day's wages. Starting this month, I will guarantee you a minimum salary of 2,000. Take your time to ponder this." Xia Zekai stated matter-of-factly. To be honest, Xia Zekai had not anticipated encountering such an employee who was remarkably straightforward. He aimed to profit, but had no intention of exploiting others. Having come from the same arduous path, he understood the struggles of others all too well. "Boss, thank you, thank you." Li Mumu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion and at a loss for words. Previously, he had been anxious about whether his salary would be raised after the probation period, yet here he was, less than a month into his job, witnessing his salary double. Now he could confidently return home and tell his wife that his boss had increased his pay, allowing him to reclaim his dignity as a man. In a moment of distraction, he raised his arm and wiped his face with his sleeve, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm sweating." Xia Zekai had an inkling of what was transpiring but chose not to address it directly, saying, "If it's too hot, let us turn on the air conditioning. Why must you endure discomfort?" After all, he too had to work in this environment. It was Thursday, with children in school and adults at work, leading to a sparse number of customers in the store, mostly elderly folk purchasing 1 or 2 boxes for their grandchildren. Xia Zekai instructed Li Mumu to carry on with his tasks while he began calculating the previous month's accounts. Daily bookkeeping and summarizing were part of his routine. Armed with a calculator, he swiftly determined that the total revenue for March was 44,385 yuan. However, this figure did not account for the costs of various raw materials, labor, depreciation of equipment, rent, and other expenses. Ultimately, after tallying the figures, the net profit fluctuated around 23,000 yuan, yielding a staggering profit margin. Reflecting on Li Mumu's diligent work since joining, devoid of any expectation for reward, Xia Zekai felt a surge of generosity. He withdrew 300 yuan from the revenue and handed it to Li Mumu. "Old Li, take this. Your wages were short by 4 yuan, so let us round it up to 80. The remainder is your holiday bonus," Xia Zekai explained. In this day and age, 300 yuan could accomplish a multitude of tasks. His monthly salary was merely 1,000 yuan, yet his boss had unexpectedly granted him a third of that amount, despite the fact that he had only worked a day and a half last month. He understood that this was a sign of his boss's newfound regard for him. Without uttering any sentimental words, he accepted the money, gritting his teeth and silently vowing to himself to work diligently. He could not forget those who had rejected him due to his age, nor could he overlook the kindness and respect shown to him by his employer. Xia Zekai had no time to indulge in Li Mumu's expressions of loyalty. His phone rang again, this time from someone he seldom contacted. It was his younger brother, Xia Zekai, who had been accepted into Jidong University, a prestigious institution in their family. After informing the girls, Jiao Tao and Tong Tong, to remain in the shop, he stepped outside to answer the call. Zhejiang, do you have enough money for meals? Are you busy with your studies? Xia Zekai initially intended to scold his brother for not having called him in such a long time, but as he began to speak, he felt a smile tug at his lips, a typical case of saying one thing while meaning another. Brother, I have enough money. I haven't spent all the funds Dad sent me last month. I'll also be tutoring on weekends, which earns me an extra 100 or so each day. Enough for my weekly meals, replied Xia Zekai. Indeed, those with knowledge could always secure a good salary. Hearing his brother's maturity filled Xia Zekai with pride, though he still admonished him. Zhejiang, why are you tutoring when money isn't an issue? Your primary responsibility is to study diligently. You are the only one in our family attending a prestigious university. He rambled on, but before he could finish, Xia Zekai interrupted him. Brother, I'm not tutoring solely for the money. I want to gain experience and reinforce my foundational subjects through teaching. Suddenly, Xia Zekai ceased speaking, exclaiming, Oh, brother, I won't bore you with this. You wouldn't understand anyway. Xia Zekai was left speechless, feeling belittled. Was this really his younger brother? If not for their blood relation, he would have been furious. He had lost interest in the conversation, asking, Do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I'll hang up. I'm busy. Don't be like that. I do have something important to discuss. Xia Zekai quickly interjected. Brother, will you be coming home tomorrow? If so, I can wait for you at the Jiqing Highway service area. You could give me a ride and save me some fare. There it was. Undeniable proof of his familial bond. Fine, I'll call you before I leave, Xia Zekai replied, eager to end the conversation, and quickly hung up. Frustration welled within him. Meanwhile, in a male dormitory at Jidong University, after finishing the call with his brother, Xia Zekai sensed that his brother's tone had not been particularly friendly. However, he could not pinpoint what had gone awry. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, Did I offend him? Whatever, it doesn't matter. He then picked up a book, engrossed in its contents. After finishing a phone call with his brother, Xia Zekai returned to the store and began to busily collaborate with Li Mumu. Amidst their work, he remarked, Old Li, I plan to take the three of them back to our hometown tomorrow. Do you have any arrangements? Li Mumu shook his head. Being a local, he felt that given his current situation, taking his wife and child out for leisure was simply unrealistic. It was far more practical to focus on earning some money. Boss, the store is in my capable hands. You can focus on your tasks, he assured. Xia Zekai understood that Li Mumu had grasped the essence of his inquiry. Well then, for these 3 days, let us adhere to labor laws, triple wages for Qingming Festival, and double pay for the weekend. Xia Zekai emphasized Old Li. Let us be clear, no matter how busy we get, we must not exceed 12 hours of work. Although our establishment isn't large, we must maintain a steady flow, understood? Rest assured, boss, I completely understand, Li Mumu nodded earnestly. Xia Zekai scoffed lightly. Old Li, while you may understand, it's the adherence to rules that truly matters. Considering that Li Mumu would be managing the store alone for 3 consecutive days starting tomorrow, Xia Zekai devoted himself fully to their tasks, striving to accomplish as much as possible to alleviate Li Mumu's burden. Before noon, his cousin Xia Yunfei called to discuss their return to the hometown, and after a brief conversation, they settled on a departure time of 8 o'clock in the morning. Just before lunchtime, Tong Tong exclaimed, Daddy, I'm so hungry. Her eyes darted about, observing the passers-by outside with innocent curiosity. Xia Zekai took the two of them for a comforting bowl of 8 treasure porridge and some soup dumplings, followed by purchasing 2 large donkey meat rolls for himself and Li Mumu. Upon returning to the store, Xia Zekai found, as he had anticipated, that Li Mumu was still engrossed in work and had not eaten. Old Li, take a break and have something to eat. I assure you, the donkey meat pastries here are delectable. This time, the rolls I bought have half a pound of donkey meat in each. Xia Zekai chattered on. When Li Mumu seemed slightly bewildered, Xia Zekai handed him a plastic bag, saying, "Here, we each have two, one with chili and one without. Consider it a festive treat." "No need for thanks. Boss, I'm going to eat them then," Li Mumu responded, feigning concern. "Oh, come on. Just eat them. Do you think I'll deduct it from your salary after you finish?" Xia Zekai laughed at his own jest. At Qiqing Aidli Company, the entire factory buzzed with industrious activity. As a manufacturer of ceramics, the two kilns, each over 100 meters long, were continuously fired up, creating a sweltering atmosphere. Exacerbated by the rapid warming of temperatures in April, it is no exaggeration to say that while one might still need to don thicker clothing outside, within the production workshop of Qiqing Aidli Company, short sleeves and shorts were the only comfortable attire. In the quality department's office, Luo Xiyun was convening a meeting with Chun Wenxuan and Lu Jing to outline their next work priorities. "Lu Jing, starting next Monday, you will be responsible for organizing the various system documents for our department. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. Chun Wenxuan, your responsibilities are even greater. The company will commence trial production at the end of March. Although the current output is modest, it is imperative that you manage the on-site staff effectively, ensuring 100% inspection. Any issues should be promptly communicated to the preceding processes. Negligence that leads to quality incidents is absolutely unacceptable." Lu Jing and Chun Wenxuan nodded in agreement, pledging their utmost commitment. Luo Xiyun nodded, satisfied with their work ethic. "Let us proceed with this arrangement for now. Keep your phones on standby for 24 hours. Contact me immediately should any issues arise." Chapter 73. Unreliable at critical moments around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Xia Zekai received a phone call from Sun Hongli of the Sama Group. "Hello, Sister Sun." Xia Zekai greeted her in a formal manner. Sun Hongli was not inclined to let him off easily. "Xia, what have you been busy with this past month? Even if you're occupied with the child, you could still spare some time to call your sister." "You ungrateful one. You Haven T even visited the company to see me. I'm still thinking about sending you your salary." "Oh dear, it's my fault, Sister Sun. I admit my mistake. I'll treat you to a meal at the company another day," Xia Zekai replied, realizing he had almost forgotten about his salary. Sun Hongli was not swayed by his excuses, stating, "Brother Xia, let us not discuss those irrelevant matters. When will you find the time to come to the company to collect your salary and the reimbursement for your travel expenses?" She continued, "It's the delay in signing off on your travel expenses that has held me back from calling you sooner." Hearing this, Xia Zekai expressed his gratitude. "Sister Sun, how about this? I'll return to my hometown tomorrow and we'll be back after the holiday. You can let me know when everyone is available, and I'll come by to collect my salary, and we can have a meal together. How does that sound?" "You're quite considerate. Let us do it that way," Sun Hongli replied with a smile. Before the call ended, Xia Zekai heard Sun Hongli cheerfully announcing to the others on the line, "Brother Xia just mentioned he'd be coming to treat us to a meal in a few days. Everyone should be available, right?" The call disconnected, leaving Xia Zekai lost in thought. "Well, fortune seems to be smiling upon me lately. Perhaps I should pay homage to the god of wealth," he mused. As usual, Xia Zekai left around 5 o'clock, with several customers still queuing. "Old Li, please take care of things for a moment. I'll escort these two back and then return," Xia Zekai said. An hour later, he returned to the shop. The two were busy until 9 o'clock, and after sending Li Mumu home, Xia Zekai continued working until midnight. He understood well that no one was truly at ease. Even as the boss, he was not yet in a position to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Meanwhile, Li Mumu returned to his home in the Ginkgo community of the Dongqing district at 9:30 in the evening. Upon entering, he handed the 300 yuan that Xia Zekai had given him directly to his wife, Huang Shuang. "Here's the money," Li Mumu said casually. Not considering the amount to be insignificant or inadequate, Huang Shuang looked at him in astonishment, scanning him up and down several times. "Daimu, where did this money come from?" Li Mumu shot her a glance. "Let us not discuss the money for now. Is there food? I'm famished. There's pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli in the pot, saved just for you. But first, you must clarify the origin of this money," Huang Shuang insisted. Li Mumu softly replied, "Darling, this is my salary from last month." Huang Shuang was perplexed. "But you only worked a day and a half last month. How could you possibly earn so much? Didn't you tell me your monthly salary was just 1,000? "Indeed," he admitted. "But my boss said the rest is a holiday bonus." Upon revealing this, Li Mumu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Huang Shuang was confused. "You've only been there for less than 2 days, And your boss is already so generous with the holiday bonus? Li Mumu shook his head. Wife, do you understand? The caliber of our boss is not something an ordinary person can comprehend. He believes in being magnanimous, unlike some who are miserly and petty-minded. After saying this, he added, Now, could you please serve me some food? I have even better news to share later. Oh, who gave you the authority to boss me around? Huang Shuang retorted, narrowing her eyes at him. However, Li Mumu simply went to wash his face. When he returned, a large bowl of pork and cabbage stew, along with 2 white steamed buns, was placed on the coffee table in the living room. The meat completely covered the bowl's rim, a true indulgence. Is there really that much meat? Did you and Xiang not eat? Li Mumu wondered aloud. Huang Shuang nodded. We did eat, so why are you worrying? I wouldn't skimp on your son. She explained that since he had been working early and late, she added extra meat for his health. Li Mumu felt a lump in his throat and exclaimed, I'm worried you'll skimp on yourself. Oh, please. Huang Shuang replied, her eyes glimmering with amusement. I just fear that some people, despite their actions, remain oblivious. Fortunately, although Li Mumu lacked significant skills, he understood that she was quite pleased. Li Mumu noticed his wife, Huang Shuang, turning to face him and said, Darling, I'm telling you, from now on, you can eat meat whenever you like. We needn't be so calculative about it. You're quite bold. Do you expect to rely on this 300 yuan? Huang Shuang shot him a skeptical glance. Anyone can boast, but the important thing is to face reality. Just then, there was a series of knocks. As Huang Shuang's eyes widened in bewilderment, Li Mumu pounded his fist against his chest 3 times. Darling, listen to me. I've received a raise, effective from this month. How much will you be making now? Huang Shuang instinctively inquired. Li Mumu held up 2 fingers. At least 2,000, but I believe it could be even more. We'll find out on the 2nd of next month. Huang Shuang was momentarily speechless. When she regained her composure, her expression shifted from joy to concern. Daimu, tell me honestly, what did you do? There's no logic in doubling your salary. Is your boss out of his mind? My boss is certainly not foolish. He is quite astute. Li Mumu recounted his long hours at work, emphasizing his boss's commendation of his efforts. Huang Shuang listened intently, feeling a complex mixture of emotions. A salary of over 2,000? Given the average wage of around 1,500 for workers in Qiqing, this represented a significant increase of over 30%. Yet, Huang Shuang did not feel particularly elated. This was a reward earned through her husband's toil and sacrifice. Daimu, work diligently. We must not let your boss misjudge your worth, she thought to herself. Despite her ongoing concerns about her husband's demanding job, she felt a sense of gratitude towards Xia Zekai. On the morning of the 3rd, shortly after 7:30, Xia Zekai set off from the community in his car. He first met up with his elder brothers, and together they headed onto the highway. During the journey, Luo Xiyun inquired, Zekai, have you called Zhejiang? Is he on his way back? Xia Zekai nearly choked. The previous day's frustrations had caused him to forget to inform his younger brother about returning. He replied, Use my phone to dial his number and let him know we're already on the highway. He should hurry to the Jiqing service area to meet us. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiyun felt faint. Her husband had chosen an opportune moment to act so thoughtlessly. Brother, you all go ahead. I'll swing by the Jiqing service area to pick up that rascal Zhejiang, Xia Zekai told his cousin. His cousin, Xia Yunfei, responded, No problem. I'll join you at the service area. I also need to use the restroom. After departing from Qiqing, it took just over an hour for the 3 cars bearing Qiqing plates to arrive at the Jiqing service area. Compared to the Qiqing service area, Jiqing's was equally impressive. Yet it bore visible signs of wear and neglect, revealing its hardships. At that time, the service area had dedicated ticket counters, with many people waiting to board buses to various destinations across the country. This resulted in a bustling atmosphere, despite the relatively fewer vehicles present. As Xia Zekai stepped out of the car, he took out his phone, intending to call his brother Xia Zhejiang to inquire about his whereabouts. Just as he was about to make the call, he heard a shout. Turning towards the sound, he spotted a tall figure, approximately 185 centimeters. Waving at him, a striking sight with his lean frame. Zekai, over there. Luo Xiyun pointed out excitedly. Brother, sister-in-law. Xia Zhejiang, wearing a black backpack, ran over and greeted them promptly. Luo Xiyun smiled and asked, Zhejiang, how's school? Have you found a girlfriend yet? Let me vet her for you. Xia Zekai remained speechless, bemused by how women's concerns often diverged from the ordinary. Xia Zhejiang, slightly bashful at the question, soon regained his composure and responded confidently, "Sister-in-law, I haven't found anyone yet. I'm just waiting for you to introduce someone better in the future." He certainly knew how to express himself well. "Zijin, you have certainly put your sister-in-law in a difficult position. You mentioned that there are numerous admirable girls at your university. If you cannot find someone more suitable, what can I possibly introduce you to?" Luo Xiyun teased him. The two cousins also came over to exchange a few words. While the two sisters-in-law took the children to the restroom, Luo Xiyun inquired of Yadu and Tong Tong, who, like most children, wished to follow the crowd to the bathroom as well. After approximately 10 minutes, they reconvened, skipping further pleasantries and directly departing from the Jiqing Highway service area. Xia Zekai sat in the passenger's seat, perhaps feeling somewhat restrained with his sister-in-law present. "Zijin, what are your plans after graduation next year?" Xia Zekai asked. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zekai honestly shook his head. "Brother, that's too far off. I haven't thought about it yet. Right now, I am considering whether to pursue further studies." Upon hearing his intention to take the postgraduate entrance exam, Luo Xiyun expressed her full support. "Zijin, if you wish to pursue it, do so without worrying about financial constraints. If you are accepted, your sister-in-law will cover the tuition." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Xia Zekai quickly turned to express his gratitude. "Sister-in-law, I can earn my own money now. I have saved some, and I usually tutor during the winter and summer breaks. I will look for additional work. I can cover my tuition myself." As their conversation unfolded, Xia Zekai animatedly discussed his short-term plans for the future, while Xia Zekai found it challenging to interject a single retort. Before they realized, 2 hours had passed. The Jiqing Expressway, with its speed limit of 80, truly felt exasperating. As the vehicle could hardly gain any speed, Xia Zekai reminisced about the new expressway. With a speed limit of 120 set to open in 10 years, 8 lanes in both directions, allowing for a liberating drive. Alas, what a pity. After exiting the expressway at Jiqingping, they traversed a rugged mountain road, eventually crossing the floating bridge over the Yellow River and entering the road on the opposite bank. Not long after, they arrived at the village. At this moment, Xia Zekai felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, gazing upon the quaint, somewhat backward village. He felt a mix of apprehension and eagerness to reunite with his parents and grandfather. The village where Xia Zekai's family resided was called Xiazhuang, a name indicative of the fact that over 90% of its inhabitants shared the Xia surname. As they walked from the northern end of Xiazhuang to the center of the village, their 3 vehicles moved intermittently, pausing frequently to share cigarettes. Eventually, Xia Zekai relinquished the wheel to his wife, and the 2 cousins followed suit, allowing others to take the helm, not forgetting his brother in the passenger seat. Xia Zekai urged him to join the 4 brothers as they walked home. When encountering an elderly man, they would respectfully greet him as uncle. And should they meet someone even older, they would call him grandpa, offering a cigarette in courtesy. They also encountered peers who had returned from working away, seizing the opportunity to converse for a while. In contrast, news of Xia Zekai's return to the village spread rapidly. He was the pride of the entire community, having gained admission to the finest university among all the students from Xiazhuang, consistently referred to as the other family's child by his parents over the years. Many children younger than him harbored a desire to give him a good thrashing to vent their frustrations. In a corner of Xiangzhuang, someone shouted, "This scoundrel dares to return." Luo Xiyun, along with her sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, drove the car to their doorstep. Her mother-in-law, Zhou Hong, had already heard the commotion and rushed out. "Mom, I'm back." Luo Xiyun smiled at her mother-in-law. The girl and Tong Tong stared at their grandmother for a moment before breaking free from their mother's grasp and dashing over. "Grandma, I'm hungry. Have you made something delicious?" "Grandma, I'm hungry too." The 2 girls were a handful. Nearby, her brother's niece, Xia Yushi, called out second grandma, in a hesitant tone at her mother Li Aijuan's urging. "Ah, Yushi, hurry up and go inside," Zhou Hong instructed. She looked back and, not seeing her son and 2 nephews, inquired, "Xiyun, where are Zekai and your brother?" "They ran into some acquaintances up north and are busy chatting," Luo Xiyun replied. Zhou Hong understood the situation. In the countryside, connections are easily forged, and kinship naturally feels closer. Unlike in concrete buildings where one might live for years without knowing the neighbor's name, each encounter outside might result in a cheerful wave and a simple greeting. "Hi. Good morning," followed by silence as everyone retreats to their own lives, in contrast to the countryside where one can easily identify who belongs to which family. "Yunfei, You four brothers should head home first and see your grandfather. We can chat later, said a member of the Xia family, who was obliged to address him as uncle. With this prompt, the brothers hastened southward, their eagerness palpable. Chapter 75. The elder's handkerchief. Xia Zekai sat in the official hat chair in the living room, surrounded by 5 children, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Yet, he occasionally glanced outside, anxious for the return of his 4 grandsons. Hong, why aren't Ziyang and the others back yet? He asked his second daughter-in-law. Hong replied, Father, let me go check at the door and call them. Before she could leave, someone at the entrance called out, Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm back. Grandpa, Mom, Grandpa, look who has returned. The 4 cousins shouted as they entered. Upon seeing Xia Zekai, the little girl ran over, exclaiming, Daddy, Daddy, pick me up. Why aren't you playing with Grandpa? Xia Zekai bent down and lifted her into his arms. The little one pouted, saying, Grandpa, doesn't he have any treats? Her remark elicited laughter from the family. Yunfei, Yunhui, Zekai, Ziyang, come over here, Xia Zekai beckoned. The 4 brothers stood together, showcasing the vibrant and prosperous lineage of the Xia family. You all are doing well out there, right? Xia Zekai, now elderly, cherished these 4 grandsons who were seldom by his side, especially the 2 from his eldest son's family. When they were still young, their parents divorced. Their father, Xia Weigua, worked at a car repair factory in the county to earn a living, while the brothers lived with their second uncle and aunt for 2 years. Upon hearing their grandfather's inquiry, the elder brother, Xia Yunfei, nodded and said, Grandpa, we are doing quite well. Please do not worry. As long as you live to 100, we will be content. Nonsense. If I were to live to 100, would I not be a nuisance, causing you all trouble? Xia Zekai replied, waving his age-spotted hand, genuinely wishing not to burden his descendants. Xia Zekai shrugged, Grandpa, how is your health? May I take you out for a stroll later? You little rascal, where could I possibly go looking like this? I'm not out for a casual wander, Xia Zekai retorted. Xia Zekai had long since become immune to such names as little rascal or little brat, deciding to indulge his grandfather's whims, accepting whatever titles he wished to bestow. Having entered the house for a while, Xia Zekai noticed that neither his father, Xia Weicheng, nor his uncle, Xia Weigua, who had returned early from Qiqing, were present. He turned to his mother, Zhou Hong, and inquired, Mom, where are Dad and Uncle? They went to your aunt's house for a visit. They said they would be back shortly. It's getting late. I'll give him a call, Zhou Hong replied. Xia Zekai quickly stopped his mother, saying, Mom, I just asked. There's no need to call. Perhaps my aunt has kept them for dinner. That doesn't matter. You've all returned, so what is one meal? Zhou Hong disagreed, proceeding to her bedroom to make a call. Grandpa, is your blood pressure and blood sugar still high? Inquired his second brother, Xia Yunhui. Xia Zekai, unfazed, responded, At my age, it's to be expected. You all need to worry. Go about your business. He pointed at the 5 children playing nearby and continued, As long as they are healthy and you all are thriving, that is all that truly matters. This was a man who had come to terms with life and death, gently advising his grandchildren. He felt indifferent about meeting his late wife, yet could not bear to part with these delightful children. While playing with the children, a thought struck Xia Zekai. He stood up, trembling, and made his way to the east room where he slept. The 4 brothers were puzzled by their grandfather's actions. Xia Zekai followed him, saying, Grandpa, just tell me what you need. No need to move about. Yet Xia Zekai ignored him, dismissing him with disdain. Go away, don't follow me. Xia Zekai felt hurt. It was the first time his grandfather had shown him such disregard. A few minutes later, the elderly man returned, clutching a square object in his hand. The others looked on curiously as he unwrapped it with trembling fingers, revealing a handkerchief embroidered with a lotus flower. Originally white, it had now turned a dark yellow, bearing the marks of time's passage. Inside, there was a stack of money rolled together, obscuring the precise amount within. The elderly man meticulously unwrapped the bundle of money, revealing a stack comprised of 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and 1 yuan notes, alongside a few scattered bills. Children, Amy, come here. Grandpa is distributing money, called out the elderly gentleman, Summer Shand, to the 5 little ones. Each child received 10 yuan, and he carefully rewrapped the remaining funds in the now yellowed cloth handkerchief, though the money had significantly shrunk in size. Now, off you go to buy some candy. I must save this money for myself, chuckled Summer Shand. The expressions of the children froze, an indescribable emotion washing over them, looking at the scattered remnants, which totaled less than 50 yuan. The old man felt a deep sense of contentment as he lovingly tucked the money back into his pocket, a final source of solace in his heart. Once brothers Summer Weiqing and Summer Weiguo returned home, the family gathered for a reunion dinner before heading to the cemetery in Summer Village. The cemetery was surrounded by towering trees, their lush, verdant foliage indicating a place of good fortune. After offering the ceremonial tributes, the brothers bowed thrice, and the entire family began their journey back. In the afternoon, Summer Weiqing slaughtered 2 of the free-range chickens raised at home and simmered them, while also preparing ribs he had specially purchased. Knowing the children had a penchant for sweets, he even made caramelized apples and fried sweet potato slices, which wafted an enticing aroma. Unlike his son Summer Zekai, whose culinary skills left much to be desired, Summer Weiqing's prowess as a grandfather was truly commendable. The 5 children, including the girl and Tong Tong, gathered around their grandfather, eagerly eyeing the food. "Grandpa, your cooking is delicious. It's even better than my dad's. I want to eat more," exclaimed Summer Jingrui, the nephew of the second elder brother, with a delighted smile as he savored a rib. Summer Weiqing beamed with joy. As he aged, he relished the company of children even more. "Jingrui, eat your fill. Grandpa will serve you another bowl," he said with a smile. Summer Jingrui shook his head, then puffed out his little belly, declaring, "Grandpa, look, I'm full. My tummy is round. I simply can't eat another bite." "What a pity. Not to worry. Grandpa will save you a big bowl. If you can't finish it today, you can enjoy it tomorrow," Summer Weiqing reassured him. This made the little one incredibly happy, repeatedly proclaiming, "Grandpa is truly wonderful." Chapter 76. The Silent Relatives in the Evening. The men gathered at one table while the women and children occupied another, as the crowd was quite large. Summer Weiqing even called upon his cousin, Summer Weiliang, to join them for drinks. As the feast progressed, the elderly gentleman could not resist inquiring about how Summer Zekai and his 2 brothers were faring outside. "Zekai, I heard from your father last time that your salary is quite substantial, around 7 or 8,000. Is that correct?" questioned Summer Weiliang. He reflected, "Zekai, your way with words is remarkable. You are perfectly suited for business and earning such a sum. I must say, you have found the right path." Summer Zekai cast a glance at his father, thinking, "Dad, you really can't keep a secret. Anything that might embellish our reputation, you just spill it, leaving others unaware of our family circumstances. My dear uncle, I merely toil for a meager living, braving the elements, at times barely earning 5,000. Xia Zekai does not boast about his current entrepreneurial success and substantial income. Xia Weiliang, however, disagrees, stating, "This is your own merit. Look at my brother Shang, who graduated from Ocean University. Yet, what does it amount to? His monthly salary pales in comparison to yours. This topic proves futile. Are you attempting to diminish my educational background or elevate my brother Shang's?" Xia Zekai, not wishing to dwell on this, shifts the conversation to amusing anecdotes from his business endeavors. His elder brother, Xia Yunfei, and second brother, Xia Yanhui, join in to discuss the challenges of transportation and logistics. At this moment, it becomes evident that his father's cousin, Uncle Xia Weiliang, is rather inept at conversation. "Ah, Yunfei, the transportation business is truly arduous, yielding scant earnings. Should anything go awry, I hear the losses can be substantial, unlike your brother who called to say he is due for a promotion at the oil field, potentially elevating to a departmental leader. Oh, I can hardly fathom such benefits." This topic quickly dissipates, prompting second brother Xia Yanhui to abandon the talk of work altogether. The family then reminisces about matters from their hometown, who has lost an elder, who has suffered the collapse of a primary breadwinner, a young soul diagnosed with cancer, unable to afford treatment, and children who have prospered elsewhere. There is also mention of a university student, yet to graduate, who has already brought home a bride. As the clock nears 10 in the evening, the children grow weary, having consumed quite a bit of wine, their speech becoming somewhat slurred, and the gathering finally disperses. As Uncle Xia Weiliang prepares to leave, Xia Zekai calls out to his brother, "Zhejing, you Haven Tea had much to drink. Please escort our uncle home." "Sure thing." Xia Zhejiang agrees readily. Thankfully, it is April, and the nights are not too warm. Zhou Yinghong had tidied up several rooms in their home earlier that afternoon. They managed to squeeze into one room without much trouble. Second brother Xia Yanhui mutters, "Once I am more financially stable in a few years, I shall refurbish the property on the east side and rebuild it. When Jingrui and the others grow a bit more, they can return and have a place to sleep." Xia Zekai is aware that his second brother indeed constructed a house on that site later, yet it has remained unoccupied. Even his paternal uncle has not returned. Times have changed, transforming much in their wake. Zekai, what was with that whale-young uncle today? I felt he was constantly boasting about his son. Luo Xiyun remarks. As she speaks, her hands continue to busy themselves, tucking in Yao Yao and Tong Tong snugly under their covers. Xia Zekai replies, why concern yourself with such matters? If you're tired, sleep swiftly. Tomorrow I shall take you to stroll by the Yellow River. I'm not tired. Luo Xiyun counters. If you're not tired, let us converse a bit more. Xia Zekai then adds, my dear wife, there is something you neglected to inquire about. I too forgot to mention it. Do you care to guess how much our little shop earned last month? Net profit. Luo Xiyun questions. Observing Xia Zekai nod. Surely over 10,000, right? Xia Zekai extended 2 fingers. Revenue is 44,000, and net profit is approximately 23,000. I calculated. And the profit is less than 110. Luo Xiyun's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape as if dislocated. She was utterly astonished. Look at what you're saying. Profit barely reaches 110, yet you aspire to soar high. Xia Zekai chuckled. My dear, what do you think? Needless to say, it's simply magnificent. Husband, you are truly remarkable. Luo Xiyun shifted closer, silently nestling beside Xia Zekai. He remarked, what are you doing? There are still quite a few people at home. This incited Luo Xiyun's ire, and she glared at him, exclaiming, you get lost. Xia Zekai was unfazed by her outburst, leaning closer to her ear, whispering, darling, keep your voice down. It was yet another enchanting evening. Even the moon seemed too shy to witness such unabashed antics, gradually retreating behind the clouds. The following day dawned beautifully. Eldest and second brother were set to visit several relatives, departing early in the morning. Xia Zekai's grandparents were still alive, and it was a rare occasion to return home, so they needed to pay a visit. Mom, are you done packing? Once we're finished, let us hurry along. We still need to take a stroll by the Yellow River this afternoon, Xia Zekai remarked. Zhou Yinghong nodded. I'm done. Why the rush? Can't you afford a little delay? Being his mother, Xia Zekai dared not retort. Luo Xiyun was nearby, braiding the hair of the little ones, Yadu and Tong Tong, who were overjoyed at the prospect of going out, incessantly urging their father to hurry. Seeing his younger brother preparing to leave, Xia Zekai called out, Zijing, where are you headed? We're going to Grandma's soon. Brother, I have some matters to attend to with classmates, he replied. Which classmate? Male or female? You can meet them later after visiting Grandma. It won't be late, Xia Zekai suggested. What else could Xia Zhexiang do? With such a brother, he decided to comply. As they set off, their robust father, Xia Weicheng, took the passenger seat, while Luo Xiyun and her mother-in-law each held a child, leaving Xia Zhexiang squeezed in the back. The car was undeniably over capacity, but there was no alternative. Xia Zekai muttered, once I have money, I'll upgrade to a 7-seater. You'd better be mindful and drive safely, Luo Xiyun chided him. The countryside was dotted with numerous alleys. One could never predict when a person might suddenly appear, be it a child recklessly darting out or an unforeseen obstruction. Carelessness could lead to grave mishaps. Grandma's house was not far, about 20 miles away. Yet the roads had yet to be developed to the point of being village accessible, making some paths difficult to navigate. Additionally, there were shepherds and vehicles on the road. So Xia Zekai refrained from using the horn, trailing slowly behind. Finally arriving at the village where his grandmother lived, Xia Zekai felt a sudden wave of nostalgia. Chapter 77. Just being alive is good. His grandmother's home remained as he remembered, high walls of red bricks, towering over the walls of their own courtyard. The wooden door was aged and darkened, a testament to the ravages of time. A vast expanse of open land has been cleared beyond the wall, where my grandfather once tended to cattle in a rudimentary pen. However, with the advancing age of the elderly couple, they are no longer able to manage, and the cattle have been sold, leaving the area leveled. This has inadvertently provided a suitable space for Xia Zekai to park his vehicle. After Xia Zhejiang exited the car from the rear, he immediately dashed towards home, calling out, Grandma, I'm here. This impetuous child seems oblivious to the notion of bringing something inside. Perhaps school has dulled his senses. Xia Zekai could not help but critique his brother, as ever since he heard that phrase from his sibling, he has found him increasingly irksome. Luo Xiyun tossed him a disapproving glance. Are you capable of carrying anything at all? It's just a few bags. Their father, Xia Weicheng, had already opened the trunk and begun retrieving items. Their mother cradled Tong Tong, accompanied by her daughter-in-law as they made their way home. Xia Zekai and his father followed behind, carrying goods, and as he gazed at his grandmother's still fair and plump visage and his grandfather's gaunt, sun-darkened skin, he felt an uncanny sense of time intertwining. His mother is the fourth of her siblings. Xia Zekai has an elder aunt, 2 uncles, and 2 younger aunts. The youngest aunt, however, was found at the doorstep, picked up by his grandmother, as no one bothered to verify household registrations in those days, and adoption required no formalities. Merely having enough food to eat was a blessing, let alone the noble act of raising a child not one's own. His grandmother's character was lauded throughout the village. Alas, both his elder aunt and elder uncle have passed away. Akai, why are you just standing at the door? Hurry over, let me see you, his grandmother called, waving him over. Xia Zekai suppressed his excitement as he approached, placing down the items and taking his grandmother's hand. Grandma, are you well? This belated inquiry filled Xia Zekai with immense joy. Above all else, both his grandmother and grandfather were alive and thriving. You rascal, I'm doing well. But are you still smoking? His grandmother, with a swift motion, produced a cigarette from her pocket. She has been a smoker all her life, yet her health remains robust. Xia Zekai waved his hand. Grandma, I've quit smoking, but I brought you 2 packs of fine cigarettes. Enjoy them, and I shall buy you more once you finish. You truly understand me. His grandmother chuckled. His elder uncle's 2 cousins are well established. One serves as an official in the county, while the other works in the capital. Since the passing of his elder uncle, the second uncle has remained at home, never venturing far, as he bears the responsibility of caring for the elderly couple. Upon hearing that his younger sister had arrived, Zhou Shuren hurried over on his bicycle. Still clad in a worn security uniform issued during his tenure at the county's telecommunications company. In the countryside, such attire is not scrutinized, and he has continued to wear it to this day. Little sister, you could have informed me of your arrival in advance, so I could prepare a few dishes for you, second uncle Zhou Shuren remarked. He turned to Xiao Weiqing, saying, brother-in-law, you should have prepared more dishes as well. It would be nice for us to enjoy a drink together at noon. Xiao Weiqing scoffed, brother, even a handful of peanuts could accompany us in consuming 2 gin of liquor. What are you saying? All right, you all stay at home for now. I will go to the supermarket and buy some ready-made dishes. With that, Uncle Zhou Shuren hurriedly departed. The girls, Yadu and Miss Tong Tong, were called over by their mother, Luo Xiyun, to play with their grandmother. Yatu, called great-grandmother. Before Yadu could respond, Tong Tong exclaimed, Great Nana. Xia Zekai, who was nearby, raised a large question mark on his forehead. What was his daughter calling? Luo Xiyun chuckled and corrected her several times until Tong Tong finally got it right. And Yada echoed her call. Once they became familiar, the 2 felt a great warmth from great-grandmother, who offered them cookies. Meanwhile, their younger brother, Xia Zekai, had nothing to do and went to the room to watch television. Seeing this, Xia Zekai followed him in. Zhejiang, come, let us have a chat. The TV was on, but the picture was unclear, with static occasionally appearing due to unstable signals. Brother, do you need something? Xia Zhejiang obediently settled onto the sofa. Aren't you graduating next year? Have you thought about pursuing further studies, or do you have other plans? Xia Zekai inquired. He remembered his brother's previous words about not caring, which he knew were untrue. Xia Zhejiang's eyes held a hint of confusion, but soon clarity returned. Brother, I still plan to try for graduate school. Why do you think that way? Xia Zekai asked curiously. You don't know? I have a senior in his 4th year who recently went job hunting. Guess how much they offered him? How much could it be? Even for a bachelor's degree, most factories would just offer a few hundred more than the average salary. Xia Zekai replied. Is it 2,000? He countered. Seeing his brother give a thumbs up, Xia Zekai realized he had guessed correctly. Brother, if a bachelor's graduate can't even earn 2,000, then what is the rush for me to graduate? I can work harder for another 2 or 3 years. After voicing this, Xia Zhejiang became more resolute in his decision. He added, by then, it'll be different for graduate students. The starting point is a notch higher than that of undergraduates. I know several seniors who landed managerial positions right after graduating. The levels are distinct. Xia Zekai patted his brother's shoulder. Good, I'm glad you understand this logic. If you need money, don't ask our parents. They're getting older and need to spend on grandpa's medical treatment, so their finances in the afternoon. Summer Zekai originally planned to take his wife and children for a stroll by the Yellow River. However, upon seeing his grandmother's reluctant gaze, he refrained from suggesting they leave. As time passed, it grew later, and by 5 o'clock, the sun had already set. His uncle, Zhou Shuren, took the initiative to say, "Inghong, it's getting late. It will be inconvenient for you to drive later. You should head back soon." "Oh." Mother Zhou Inghong reluctantly responded, but did not mention leaving. Grandmother called Summer Zekai over and hesitantly pulled out a white handkerchief with blue trim from her pocket, revealing 2 50-yuan bills. She whispered, "Akai, this is for the girl and Tong Tong to buy clothes and snacks. You must take it quickly." "Grandma, I cannot accept this money," he protested. "Child, how can you refuse? This is for them from their great-grandmother, not for you. Besides, your grandfather and I are old and have no use for it. Please, just take it for them." "Akai, you've grown up and no longer listen to your grandmother, have you?" Chapter 78. The Bittersweet Experience. Who truly understands? Summer Zekai held the 2 50-yuan bills in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. "Grandma, Grandpa, it's cold outside. You should come inside." As he got into the car, he noticed the elderly couple still standing at the gate. His uncle stood nearby, waving and calling out, "Zekai, drive slowly and don't rush. Call me when you get home." Zekai felt helpless. He couldn't persuade them. Once his family settled in the car, he slowly drove away. Inside the vehicle, the little girl innocently asked, "Daddy, isn't great-grandma coming with us?" Taken aback by her question, he shook his head and replied, "No, your great-grandma lives right here. But she gave me delicious food and played with me. I want to play with great-grandma," she said, her eyes starting to mist over. Among all, Zhou Inghong felt the most affected. The 2 figures standing in the wind were her own parents. Summer Zhujiang turned to glance through the rear window, exclaiming, "Brother, our grandmother and grandfather are still standing there. They haven't moved." Upon returning home, Summer Zekai's mood lifted somewhat, and the little girl perked up as well. Going off to play with Tong Tong, Grandpa Summer Shan sat in the courtyard with a radio beside him, playing Peking opera. He squinted slightly, nodding his head and humming along. "Grandpa, your singing is rather ordinary," Summer Zekai said, taking a small stool to sit beside the old man. Summer Shan opened his eyes to glance at his grandson and said, "Zekai, if you weren't my grandson, I would hit you with my cane." "Oh, Grandpa, you're still as spirited as ever." Summer Zekai quickly flattered him. "Grandpa, I'd like to discuss something. Once I move into a bigger house, would you come to Qiqing to stay for a while?" Summer Shan continued to hum along with the opera, shaking his head at his grandson's suggestion. "No, I want to go. I would just be a burden to you too. It's not worth it." "It's all right, I'm not working now. And I can accompany you for walks every day," Zekai began, but before he could finish, he felt dizzy. Alas, he had let slip his excitement and spoken too freely. "Indeed," Xia Shan, this time, widened his somewhat murky eyes to gaze intently at his grandson. With his hands, marked by age spots, he decisively turned off the radio. His penetrating gaze fixed upon Xia Zekai. "Zekai, what was it that you just mentioned?" Xia Zekai, not inclined to evade the inquiry, ultimately relayed the current situation to his grandfather. Upon completing his explanation, he took care to remind him, "Grandfather, I am only just starting out. You must keep this confidential. If my parents find out, their loose tongues will surely spread the news all over the village." However, the elderly man's focus was evidently not on this aspect. He inquired, "Zekai, did you just say you earned over 20,000 in just a few weeks?" "Yes, more or less," Xia Zekai replied, "but it has been quite arduous, working tirelessly day and night. Nevertheless, it is more lucrative than my previous job." He did not conceal this from his grandfather. The elder remarked thoughtfully, "Akai, I shall keep this matter confidential for you. As for Xia Village, it is best not to mention it further. People tend to gossip and are envious of others' success. It could lead to unforeseen complications." "I understand completely," Xia Zekai thought to himself, appreciating his grandfather's wisdom. He believed in the principle of achieving success discreetly, earning a little and keeping it securely to oneself. Xia Shan never anticipated that among his grandchildren, besides the astute second grandson, Xia Yinhui, the one before him would also prove to be exceptionally capable, perhaps even surpassing his older brother in success. Before long, the melodious strains of Peking opera began to resonate through the courtyard, the singing sounding even more cheerful. When dinner time approached, his elder brother and second brother did not return home. They called to say they were dining with old classmates and would be spending the night there. Uncle Xia Weigua grumbled in irritation. Who knows whose house they have gone to this time? Those 2 rascals are grown, yet still lack sense. Xia Zekai understood that his uncle was referring to the home of his cousin's grandmother, as the couple had become estranged due to their differing personalities. leading to a somewhat estranged relationship between the two families. Nevertheless, his cousins remained attached to their elders, and since they were from the same village, they often paid a visit when they returned. If Uncle Xia Zekai were to discover that his cousins had indeed visited their grandmother, it would surely cause an uproar. Uncle, it's not as you think. My elder brother and second brother went to Yunlianggu's place in the south of the village, along with Chungu. They are all classmates, and since they rarely return, they will certainly indulge in a drink tonight. Xia Zekai, filled with vexation, replied, Enough of that. Zekai, prepare a few more dishes for dinner. Your father and I will have a drink. With that, Xia Zekai promptly set about cooking. That evening, Uncle Xia Zekai and his father, Xia Weiqing, shared drinks while Xia Zekai poured them each a glass, occasionally toasting to them, remaining largely silent, and serving as a devoted listener. As he drank, the elderly man, whose hair had already turned half white, suddenly broke into tears, lamenting, Why must I suffer so? I divorced early, raising them through thick and thin, yet they fail to understand me, constantly running away. Summer Zekai wished to clarify to his grandfather. You are gravely mistaken about my brothers. They truly went out for drinks with old classmates. However, such words would have been futile, for the elder was already inebriated, oblivious to any reasoning. Eventually, Summer Zekai and his father, Summer Weiqing, assisted the elder to bed, where Summer Weiqing tenderly wiped his eldest brother's face and hands. Dad, is Grandpa all right? Zekai inquired. Summer Weiqing sighed, responding, He's fine. It's getting late. You should rest. All right, Dad, you too. Don't tire yourself out, Zekai urged. Realizing that his words would fall on deaf ears, Zekai felt a renewed vigor to earn money. It was not just for those two children and his small family. His grandfather was aging, and his maternal grandparents were also growing frail. His father and mother were showing signs of gray hair as well. Zekai, are you returning to Qiqing tomorrow? Asked Luo Xiyun, who had already nestled into the quilt. Zekai nodded. Yes, I'm going back. You have work the day after tomorrow, don't you? I was thinking we shouldn't head straight to Qiqing. Since I still have a day off, I want to visit Yiqing and see my family. Luo Xiyun replied, her mood dampened. Zekai chastised himself for not having considered this sooner. All right then, get some rest. We'll leave early tomorrow, he reassured her, gently tousling her hair. Luo Xiyun playfully slapped his hand away. How annoying. You just messed up my neatly combed hair again. Zekai's heart was in disarray as well. Chapter 79. Visiting the maternal home is truly no easy task, oh dear. It isn't even 5 yet. Why are you leaving so early? If you had told me last night, I would have risen earlier to prepare some food for you. Zhou Yinghong began to fuss. Just moments ago, her son had informed her of their early departure to Yiqing, and she lamented that he hadn't given her prior notice. Summer Zekai felt quite wronged, for the decision was only made just before they went to bed the previous night. Mom, it's all right. We'll find somewhere to eat along the way, Luo Xiyun replied, gesturing to the various bags on the floor. Besides, you've packed so many snacks for us. We can nibble on those until we reach home. Yet, the two little girls, Tong Tong and another, were still fast asleep, and Zhou Yinghong felt a pang of sympathy for them. Zekai chuckled softly, Mom. Let us do it this way. Just tell Zijiang to ride back with my second brother. He can get off at the Jiqing Highway Service area. All right. Don't worry about him. Hurry up and gather your things, Zhou Yinghong replied, fussing over the details. Within 10 minutes, everything was packed and loaded into the car. Luo Xiyun and Zhou Yinghong each carried a sleeping child into the vehicle, with Luo Xiyun sitting in the middle, allowing them to lean against her. Zekai, drive slowly. And remember to call me when you arrive, she reminded him. Zhou Yinghong began to reminisce once more, echoing the sentiments expressed by her grandparents the previous day. At that moment, Xia Zekai found himself more attuned to his mother's feelings from yesterday. Mom, take care. You and Dad should indulge in some meat. Don't be so stingy with your spending. Your son will earn a fortune in the future, and I promise to bring you both, along with Grandpa, to Qiqing to enjoy a life of luxury. Xia Zekai waved his hand and pressed the button for the electric window, causing it to close. Suddenly, Luo Xiyun, seated in the back, interjected, Zekai, wait a moment. Lower the back window. I want to say a few words to Mom. Xia Zekai, unsure of her intentions, complied and opened the window. A brisk wind swept into the car, causing the sleeping girls, Yao Tao and Tong Tong, to instinctively snuggle closer to their mother, shivering from the cold. Xiyun, do you need something? Zhou Yinghong inquired. Without waiting for a response, Luo Xiyun retrieved a bundle of 2,000 yuan, secured with a rubber band, from her jacket pocket. Seizing the moment when Zhou Yinghong was momentarily distracted, she tossed the money out of the open window, exclaiming, "Mom, this is 2,000 yuan for you and Dad. Spend it as you need, and if it's insufficient, just call. Zekai will handle the remittance." Having quickly conveyed her message, she shut the back window and urged Xia Zekai, "Let us go." Xia Zekai was taken aback by his wife's unexpected generosity, realizing he had merely offered empty words while she had taken tangible action. This contrast left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, acknowledging that his wife had been far more considerate. As they resumed their journey, Xia Zekai reminded himself to be more thoughtful in the future. Noticing a hint of unease, Luo Xiyun asked, "Zekai, are you all right? Do you want me to take over the driving for a while?" "It's fine. You rest for a bit. I'll call you when I need a break." Xia Zekai reassured her. She agreed, finding the warmth of the car comforting, and soon dozed off against the seatback. Before long, the dark veil of night receded, revealing the orange-red orb of the sun as it rose, breaking free from its constraints and casting a radiant light upon the earth. By this time, Xia Zekai had been driving for nearly 2 hours, having crossed the floating bridge over the Yellow River and entered the expressway at Pingxian, traversing the Qinglan Expressway directly towards Yicheng. In stark contrast to the congested Jiqing Expressway, Qinglan was nearly devoid of vehicles. It took several kilometers before encountering a few trucks. This desolate highway lacked any significant curves, rendering the drive somewhat monotonous. Xia Zekai complained, "This highway is so dull. Driving is exhausting." As time passed, he occasionally glanced back to see the three of them sleeping soundly. The journey included numerous tunnels, and each time he entered one, the echoing sounds filled the air, with the dim lights serving as a reminder of the changing distance to their destination, making the trip feel less tedious. Suddenly, Tong Tong awoke, having been roused by the urgent need to relieve herself. She burst free from her mother's embrace, clutching her belly and crying out, "Mommy, I need to go potty. Daddy, I can't hold it any longer." Rohian, in a state of slumber, was abruptly awakened. Xia Zekai, anxious, was navigating the highway. Despite the sparse traffic on the Qinglan Expressway, he was hesitant to make an impromptu stop. "How much longer until we reach the service area?" Rohian inquired. Xia Zekai, visibly frustrated, replied, "We just passed a service area not long ago. The next one is at least 30 kilometers away. There's a bag in the back. You can use that for her." With no alternative, Rohian complied with Xia Zekai's suggestion. Subsequently, Tong Tong urinated on the left side of the vehicle. Upon hearing that his wife mentioned Tong Tong had urinated inside the car, Xia Zekai felt helpless. "Let us not worry about it for now. Once we get home, I'll wash the car," he stated. "Where are we now, and what time is it?" Rohian continued to ask. "It's past 8. We've gone through 9 tunnels. We should arrive in a little over an hour. Call Mom and let her know," Xia Zekai responded. That's soon. Rohian's expression momentarily froze. She had slept the entire journey while her husband had been driving. "Xia Zekai, let us stop at the next service area to switch," she suggested. At the upcoming service area, Xia Zekai indeed stopped, needing to use the restroom, and the little girl needed to go as well. However, when it was time to resume their journey, Xia Zekai stubbornly refused to relinquish the steering wheel to Rohian. They set off before dawn, around 5, and by 9:30, they arrived at Yicheng. After exiting the highway, they traveled along a bumpy dirt road at a cautious speed of 30 miles per hour, fearful of driving too fast. At this juncture, Rohian, seated in the back, grew restless and frequently asked, "Xia Zekai, are we almost there?" "Soon, dear. We'll be there in no more than 10 minutes, he assured her. The road ahead narrowed as they entered a neighboring village, where individuals on tricycles were seen purchasing goods, and a few elderly folks gathered to chat. Upon noticing an approaching vehicle, they turned to look, but upon seeing the unfamiliar Bocheng license plate, resumed their conversations. After making a turn, the little girl, who had been quietly sitting in the back, suddenly exclaimed, "Mommy, we've arrived. That's Grandma's house." Tong Tong chimed in, "I see it too. That's Grandma's house." The two little girls were thrilled. Chapter 80. The countryside courtyard. From the moment Lu Chunhua received her daughter's phone call in the morning, she decided not to go to work and instead waited at home. Her son, Lu Xinke, who was supposed to attend school, was also kept back by her. It was fine to leave a day later. Hearing the sound of a car outside, she hurried out, calling, "Lu Qing, hurry up. Your daughter is back." "What's the rush, old woman?" Her husband, Lu Qing, grumbled, believing he should simply wait inside until their daughter and son-in-law arrived. However, Lu Chunhua disagreed. She halted and glared at Luo Xiyun, demanding, "Are you going or not?" When Luo Xiyun remained unmoved, she pressed, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going?" Fine, I'm going. Just go ahead." Luo Xiyun believed that those who understand the times are truly wise. It was futile to maintain a faade of authority, or else he would face repercussions. Outside, someone had already turned the door latch, and the gears inside the gate began to engage, leading to the gradual opening of the once closed door. Luo Xiyun stood at the threshold, holding the hand of a small child. Upon seeing her granddaughter, Luo Xiyun, who had just been contemplating his authoritative demeanor, dashed over. "Oh, my dear girl, Tong Tong, come inside quickly. Your grandmother has prepared some delicious treats for you." The little girl took a moment to recognize him before joyfully exclaiming, "Grandpa, it's me, Tong Tong." Nearby, Lu Chunhua observed her daughter with a mix of laughter and impending tears. "Xiyun, you must be tired from the journey," she exclaimed. "Mom, why would I be tired? It was Zekai who drove the whole way." "He is the one who must be exhausted," Luo Xiyun replied. Upon hearing this name, Lu Chunhua glanced behind her. "Where is Zekai? Why haven't I seen him?" "He's taking care of things. My mother packed an entire car full of items, and the trunk is completely stuffed," Luo Xiyun explained. Lu Chunhua, upon hearing her daughter's words, raised her voice a little. "Luo Xiyun, didn't you hear? Go help Zekai with the things." She then called into the house. "Xia and Chung, come over here. Your brother-in-law is here. Can't you be bothered to come out and greet him?" Before she could attend to her two adorable granddaughters, she hurried out to assist. Xia Zekai was busy unloading bags from the trunk when he heard his mother-in-law's call and saw both elders emerging. He exchanged pleasantries. Lu Chunhua remarked, "Oh my, how did you bring so much? We have plenty at home. I thought I'd depack some more for you when you left. I even saved 2 barrels of my homemade peanut oil for you." Before long, another figure emerged, a tall young man over 6 feet with black-framed glasses. Dressed in the latest fashion, his hair styled to one side. This was Luo Xiyun, Xia Zekai's brother-in-law. He called out cheerfully, "Sister, brother-in-law. Oh, my dear girls, Tong Tong. Come quickly and call your uncle. I brought you some candy." Inside, after tidying up, the family gathered around a square, low wooden table. Lu Chunhua had brewed a pot of tea and was expressing her grievances. "Xiyun, how could you leave so early in the morning before dawn? You must have worn the girls out." Luo Xiyun felt exasperated, thinking, "I merely wished to return and see you all, yet you seem to have missed the point entirely." "Mom, don't we have to go to the board factory today?" she asked knowingly. Lu Chunhua merely pouted, unwilling to engage further. Luo Xiyun said, "I'll go call your grandfather and see if he wants to come for lunch. Perhaps we can enjoy a couple of drinks together." Upon hearing this, Xia Zekai quickly offered, "Dad, let me drive over and pick up Grandpa." Luo Xiyun was tempted to agree, envisioning the envy in others' eyes as he took a leisurely ride through the village with his son-in-law, but his wife Lu Chunhua would not allow it. "It's just a short walk. What is the need for a car, Zekai? Let your father walk there." Luo Xiyun had initially intended to suggest joining his brother-in-law for the ride, but upon hearing his mother's words, he promptly kept silent, choosing not to express an opinion as he sat in his chair. The 2 young women, Yadu and Tong Tong, gathered around the bedside, where a collection of snacks, including cream-filled biscuits and wang rice cakes, lay packaged in plastic bags. This assortment was procured after Yadu received a phone call from her daughter that very morning. Fortunately, a large market was being held today. Otherwise, their home would have been devoid of provisions, she remarked. She then turned to Xia Zekai, inquiring, "Zekai, you've had a long drive. Are you hungry? I bought 2 pounds of whole lamb and another 2 pounds of beef soup. Allow me to serve you a bowl to sip on." Xia Zekai waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I had some biscuits on the road and am not too hungry. We can eat together later." "Brother-in-law, how long did you drive?" Luo Xiyun asked, curiosity piqued. He was eager to take the wheel himself, but had yet to obtain his driver's license. Xia Zekai replied, "It took over 4 hours. The first half was primarily winding mountain roads, which were quite challenging, but once I got onto the Qinglan Expressway, it was smooth sailing." "That's wonderful," Luo Xiyun exclaimed, though he was unclear on the specifics of what was so wonderful. After a moment, he continued, "Brother-in-law, may I ask you another question?" "Sure, go ahead." Xia Zekai nodded in encouragement. Luo Xiyun hesitated slightly before asking, "Is it true that working in sales is the most lucrative?" Xia Zekai found himself momentarily perplexed by his brother-in-law's abrupt question, trying to discern its intent. Just then, Luo Xiyun interjected, "Xiyun, you're graduating this year, aren't you?" I have an internship and will graduate next year. Vocational colleges typically have students begin internships a year early. I prefer not to work in a factory setting. I'm considering pursuing a sales position. It would allow me to hone my communication skills and earn more money, Luo Xiyun replied, demonstrating a clear sense of purpose. Xia Zekai smiled, encouraging him. That's a commendable consideration. Factory work offers stability without much pressure, but the opportunities for advancement are limited, often requiring years of dedication before one can expect a promotion or raise. Sales, on the other hand, has no strict entry barriers, but few truly excel. Have you thought about where you might apply? Luo Xiyun shook his head, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Brother-in-law, my studies are in mechanical design, manufacturing, and automation. I have not yet started searching for a company. Are you familiar with forgings? How about rolled steel? You possess some mechanical knowledge. Perhaps you could explore opportunities in those fields. Initially, you might start with client outreach to build a foundation, which could lead to financial rewards later, Xia Zekai advised. He concluded, if you're struggling to find a suitable position, feel free to return to Qiqing, and I can introduce you to a factory. They have both forging and rolling projects and are currently prioritizing this new initiative. Upon hearing her son-in-law's suggestion, Lu Chunhua interjected before her son could respond. Zekai, is that feasible? Would it impose any inconvenience on you? Xia Zekai laughed lightly. Mom, it's merely a casual inquiry. It wouldn't cause any trouble. I could ask when I return. Xinqing, what do you think? Luo Xiyun cast a concerned glance at her younger brother, who, despite his lackluster academic performance and having only gained admission to a junior college, displayed an agile mind. Yet, she worried that he remained too carefree and undisciplined. Chapter 81. The revelation. Luo Xiyun shook his head in refusal, saying, brother-in-law, sister, I wish to seek employment on my own first. If it proves to be futile, I shall then muster the courage to ask for your assistance. Lu Chunhua found this approach agreeable. Before her son-in-law, Xia Zekai, could speak, she interjected, let it be so. Zekai, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Allow him to try. Hitting a wall may serve him well. Luo Xiyun felt disheartened. If even his own mother harbored such doubts about him, it wounded him deeply. Xia Zekai, with a cheerful demeanor, patted his shoulder, saying, Xiyun, keep pushing forward. I believe in you. At that moment, Luo Xiyun was amusing her daughter, and upon hearing her husband's words, she mused, how dismissive you are. As the family continued their conversation, Xia Zekai's phone chimed melodiously with a ringtone he had recently chosen. For reasons unknown, he now preferred simpler things. When Luo Xiyun beheld the Nokia 96 Xia Zekai retrieved, he nearly drooled, exclaiming, brother-in-law, is that the Nokia 96? The sliding cover is amazing. He even mimicked a thumbs-up gesture, prompting Xia Zekai to chuckle as he stepped outside to take the call. Hello, old Li, what's the matter? The caller was Li Mumu. At that moment, Li Mumu, standing in the quaint bakery, gazed in dismay at a delivery truck brimming with milk powder. Uncertain of where to unload the cargo. Boss, the milk powder supplier we discussed last time has delivered the goods, but it's far too much, 50 boxes. Our little shop simply cannot accommodate it, Li Mumu stated plainly. How many can we fit in the shop now? Xia Zekai inquired. Already aware that they could only house half at most, Li Mumu confirmed that even 20 boxes would make the place feel cramped. Xia Zekai urged him to remain calm, recalling someone who might assist. After ending the call with Li Mumu, he directly dialed Pan Qin. When the call connected, Pan Qin yawned. Xia Zekai was taken aback. The sun had already risen high into the sky, yet she seemed still half asleep. Xia, why are you calling me so early in the day? What is up? Pan Qin asked, still hazy about the situation. Xia Zekai's lips twitched in irritation. Sister Pan, it's past 10, we should be thinking about lunch. It's time to rise. And why should I rise if you're not treating me to lunch? Pan Qin playfully chided him. Sister Pan, I need your help. I've purchased 50 boxes of milk powder, and there are over 20 boxes without a place to store them. I'm currently away, and I was wondering if you have room to temporarily store them for a day until I return tomorrow, Xia Zekai explained. Pan Qin finally awoke to the situation. Shaking her hair as she responded, I thought it was a significant issue. It's just a matter of finding a place for the milk powder. No problem. I have a garage in the community. You can store them there for now. Xia Zekai found himself at a loss for words. Clearly, she not only owned multiple properties, but also had more than one garage. Women. Such astute women. He longed to inquire how many garages Pan Qin had acquired in the community, but ultimately refrained. Sister Pan, the delivery truck is parked in front of my shop. May I provide your number to my staff, boldly? Panxin declined, stating, never mind, I shall go down myself and bring them over. However, you must provide me with a storage fee. No problem, replied Zekai. Just name your price, and you can ask Oldly directly. He found Panxin's straightforwardness rather refreshing, as it rendered her more authentic in his eyes. Panxin mumbled, lately, my digestion has been quite poor. I think I shall visit your shop later for those 2 boxes of melted beans. I've discovered they have been beneficial for my chronic constipation. Zekai exclaimed, Hey, Panjia, did you hear that? Why is the signal so poor? Is it due to the countryside? He then ended the call, bemused by her mention of constipation, which made further conversation rather awkward. After Panxin agreed, Zekai called Li Mumu to inform him not to unload the truck yet, waiting for Panxin to arrive before transporting everything to her other garage. Upon returning home, Lu Chunhua inquired, Zekai, do you have something on your mind? Is it work-related? Before he could respond, she continued, if work is busy and you truly cannot manage, you could return in the afternoon and leave Xiyun and the girls, Tong Tong and her mother, with me for a few days until you can find time to take them back. During the first 2 years of his marriage, he often did this, sending his wife and children to his mother-in-law's home while he traveled for work. But now, that was not feasible. His wife still had a job. With this thought, Zekai glanced at his wife, Luo Xiyun, engaging in a silent exchange that conveyed, this is your mess. You ought to explain. No, it's not possible. The girls need to go to school tomorrow, replied Luo Xiyun. Zekai facepalmed, thinking her reasoning was rather flawed. Indeed, Lu Chunhua followed up. They need to go to school tomorrow, and you are leaving then. They won't be able to attend. Wouldn't that mean taking a leave of absence? Besides, what's the harm in extending the leave for a few more days? You've only been married for a few years. Are you already reluctant to stay at home? The elderly woman's question struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Luo Xiyun at a loss for words. She muttered, it's just kindergarten. They just started this year. They're playing there, just as they would at home. I could still prepare them some delicious food. After raising you for over 20 years, now you're suddenly displeased? As the conversation escalated, Luo Xiyun clenched her teeth, feeling it was time to be honest. Mom, I have a job now. I start my shift tomorrow as the department manager. I can't just abandon my team. If I were to take a few days off for play, wouldn't that mean I'd need to pack my things and leave? She complained. Lu Chunhua and her brother Luo Xinqing widened their eyes in surprise. They exchanged glances between their daughter, sister, and son-in-law, brother-in-law, perplexed by the nature of their discussion. The elderly woman, now irritated, insisted, clarify this for me. You are going to work, and Zekai is too. Who will look after the children? Are you intending to neglect their care at kindergarten? If they have an accident there, will you simply disregard your responsibilities as parents? Regarding this matter, the elderly lady was not inclined to easily let the 2 of them off the hook. She continued to admonish them. I say, you 2 are quite something, willing to disregard everything for the sake of making money? What about your home? What about the children? As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly shrill and her volume intensified. Xia Zekai had remained silent, waiting for Luo Xiyun to resolve the situation adeptly. Yet he never anticipated that things would take a turn for the worse. Observing his mother-in-law's face flush with anger, he sighed and said, Mom, I resigned at the end of February. Xiyun has found a job that pays more than I did, and her salary is stable. We decided to switch roles. I am now responsible for driving the sisters to and from school. If anything comes up, I can handle matters at the kindergarten. Chapter 82, The Walking Repeater Bang. Luo Qing, in a fit of rage, forcefully pushed open the closed door and strode into the room. His first glance fell upon Xia Zekai. Zekai, what did you just say? You resigned? So, you let Xiyun work to support you 3? Is that how it is? His anger mounted as he continued, raising a finger towards his son-in-law. Zekai, have you lost your sense of manhood? What on earth are you thinking, allowing a woman to bear the financial burden? And you have the audacity to say my daughter earns more than you? You need to find a way to earn more, for this is simply unacceptable. What is this? Are you avoiding responsibility? The typically taciturn father-in-law was now unleashing a torrent of words, his tongue firing like a machine gun. Xia Zekai felt despondent. However, Luo Qing was oblivious to the full context. He was merely a father indignant at what he perceived as unfair treatment of his daughter. If the roles were reversed, and his daughters, as they grew, were subjected to similar inequities, he would surely be even more infuriated than Luo Qing. Smack! Mother-in-law Lu Chunhua swiftly swatted Luo Qing's arm aside. She too felt unsettled but concealed her emotions, sensing that there was more to the story. With a stern expression, she remarked, "Look at you, acting so capable. Yet, I haven't seen you bring home much money. Where's your father?" When I returned, he was changing clothes at home, preparing to come over. Luo Xiyun finished his tirade, still unsatisfied, and pressed, "Xiyun, tell your father. Is it because he is lazy that he forced you to go to work?" At this moment, Luo Xiyun was utterly bewildered. He had never imagined that his brother-in-law, whom he had always regarded as quite competent, had actually resigned. Observing his seemingly unremarkable sister now in possession of a job that paid more than her brother-in-law's previous employment was a shocking twist of fate. It felt like a scene out of a television drama. Was his brother-in-law now living off a woman? This thought crossed Luo Xiyun's mind, not with disdain, but rather with a hint of envy, as he mused. When can I find someone as capable as my sister? I would be content to live off her for life. The little girls, on the other hand, were taken aback by their grandfather's sudden outburst. They huddled together, feeling a bit frightened, and instinctively sought refuge in their mother's embrace. Trembling slightly, their thoughts were still unclear. How could Grandpa suddenly scold Dad? Luo Xiyun observed her father's furious demeanor, feeling both moved and somewhat perplexed by his unreasonable behavior. However, she could not allow this misunderstanding to persist. She hastily stood up and exclaimed, "Dad, don't jump to conclusions. Can you please let Zekai finish speaking? He may have resigned, but he now earns significantly more than I do. Do you know how much he made last month?" Of course, Luo Xiyun had no idea. He felt quite innocent, bewildered by his daughter's reproach. Luo Xiyun continued, "Zekai earned 23,000 last month, all pure profit, more than my 2 months' salary combined. You haven't even clarified the situation and are already criticizing him." She felt a knot in her chest, realizing that her considerations had been lacking. Had her husband not pursued this business after resigning, there would have been chaos in her home today. Yet, she held no regrets. Had her husband not left his job, he would never have ventured into this business, and earning a few thousand would have lost its appeal. Now, with her own high salary, their combined income topped 30,000, and assured happiness. Luo Xiyun was rendered speechless by his daughter's words. His earlier ire dissipated, and he sat in silence, somewhat sullen, sipping tea in embarrassment. He felt awkward, having erupted in anger without understanding the situation. Now he found himself at a loss on how to face his son-in-law. Xia Zekai, too, felt frustrated but could not retaliate against his father-in-law. "Dad, it's Zekai. I was in the wrong just now. Let's share a few more drinks later." Luo Xiyun swiftly conceded. After Luo Xiyun's grandfather arrived, while engaging in casual conversation, her mother-in-law, Lu Chunhua, busied herself with cooking. Following the customs of Yicheng, she prepared 8 large dishes, filling the table with an abundance of food. After Xia Zekai poured wine for the elderly couple and himself, the 3 of them drank slowly. Luo Xiyun even took the initiative to share a couple of drinks with his son-in-law, an unspoken understanding passing between them. However, at the dining table, he refrained from mentioning his son-in-law's entrepreneurial endeavors. He understood his father's nature well. Once something unusual happened at home, the entire village would know by the next day. He was the quintessential loudmouth, a walking echo. His daughter and son-in-law preferred to lead their lives privately, without drawing unnecessary attention. Once it became clear that his daughter had started working and that the shop was keeping Zekai busy, Lu Chunhua did not insist on their staying longer. Yet, as they prepared to leave, she turned away and discreetly wiped away tears, catching Xia Zekai off guard. He recognized that his mother-in-law was a deeply sentimental woman, and it was rare for them to return home. Having finally made the trip, they were leaving after just one night, which surely weighed heavily on her heart. This time, Xia Zekai had learned his lesson. He discreetly left 2,000 yuan under the pillow on the bed, ensuring that the elderly couple would not reject it again. As Luo Xiyun embraced their daughter and climbed into the car, tears streamed down her face. Xia Zekai departed from the bumpy dirt road and soon found himself on a smooth highway, eventually merging onto the expressway. He casually mentioned to Luo Xiyun, "Dear, please call our mother. I've left 2,000 yuan under the pillow at home." This journey took him merely 2 hours, but upon reaching the entrance of Qiqing Expressway, he encountered a traffic jam. A long line of heavy trucks stretched ahead, and at that time, manual toll collection was still in practice, making progress exceedingly slow. Frustrated drivers behind him began to incessantly honk their horns, to which Xia Zekai muttered, "What fools! Do they think honking here will speed things up? What a lack of civility. Just drive your car. Why fret over such trivialities?" Luo Xiyun was somewhat irritable, her mood not particularly bright. Xia Zekai paid it no mind. Gradually inching forward with the flow of traffic, it took them a full 10 minutes to traverse that short distance. In that moment, he truly appreciated the wisdom of implementing tolls nationwide, as the time saved over the years translated into immeasurable value. Time was of the essence for Xia Zekai. As he drove, he chattered, "Once we're free of this, I must get something done." "Where to, dear?" he inquired. After a moment's thought, Luo Xiyun replied, "Let us head home first. I'll change my clothes and go straight to the office. You can take the girls to kindergarten afterward." "All right," Xia Zekai responded, steering the car back to Xiyun Garden Community. Chapter 83. A revelation of profound insight. After changing into a fresh outfit, Luo Xiyun promptly grabbed her bag and left. Xia Zekai helped the girls, Yadu and Tongtong, change their clothes and tidied their disheveled braids. "Shall I take you two to kindergarten?" he asked. The sisters eagerly agreed. Hand in hand, they arrived at the kindergarten entrance, where Xia Zekai greeted the old security guard, Wang Deshun. Wang grumbled, "You might as well let them play at home for the day instead of dragging them here." "I wish I could, but I have quite a bit of work today," Xia Zekai replied, feeling somewhat helpless. His career was still a work in progress, and he needed to persevere. "Fine, just hand them over to me. I'll take them in to meet Teacher Shi Rue of the Mango class," Wang Deshun said. Without the kindergarten's explicit approval, he felt it inappropriate to let Xia Zekai enter directly, as it would violate the rules. Watching Yadu and Tongtong skip joyfully behind Wang Deshun into the building, he soon received word that the children had been safely delivered to Teacher Shi Rue, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. As a parting gesture, he offered Wang Deshun a box of hard Chinese cigarettes. "Ah, young Xia, how rare it is to find young people who adhere to the rules nowadays," Wang Deshun mused, catching a whiff of the fragrant tobacco through the packaging. Seizing a moment of solitude, he indulged in the scent before hastily tucking the cigarettes into his pocket, adjusting his jacket to conceal them. At the quiet Tongtong bakery in Lineo community, Li Mumu was busily assisting customers with their change. 2 boxes of melt-in-your-mouth candies, priced at 10 yuan, had already been placed in a convenient bag and handed to the customer. "Take your time, and we welcome you to visit again," Li Mumu said with a beaming smile. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Zekai felt a sense of gratification. It was not the lack of effort that troubled him, but rather the absence of recognition for hard work. Clearly, Li Mumu was performing admirably and diligently. With no customers in sight, he returned to the task of making the candies, tirelessly repeating the monotonous process, yet he remained attentive and passionate. Ahem. Xia Zekai cleared his throat a couple of times, and Li Mumu initially thought another customer had arrived. He turned, ready to politely ask the customer to wait a moment, only to be met by the visage of his boss. "Boss, have you just returned?" Li Mumu inquired, somewhat surprised, as he had assumed his boss would stay in his hometown for a few more days. Xia Zekai nodded. "I just got home less than an hour ago." "How have things been, Lali?" "Busy." "Not too bad. A bit busier than usual, but nothing compared to the weekends. Many people have returned home for the short holiday," Li Mumu replied. During the Qingming festival, he managed to produce the equivalent of 10 barrels of milk powder each day, which was 2 barrels more than the usual output. After briefly discussing the sales of the melt-in-your-mouth candies over the holiday, Li Mumu recalled something important. He quickly retrieved a notebook from a drawer beneath the table and handed it to Xia Zekai, along with a tightly bound black tote bag. "Boss, this is my record of accounts and an inventory of the milk powder usage and stock levels. I have meticulously noted everything. The black tote bag contains the revenue from these past few days. I have placed everything in this bag for your review," Li Mumu stated earnestly. Financial matters must be clearly articulated. He was determined not to betray his boss's trust. "The total is 9,270 yuan. Yesterday, Boss Pan, who lent us the garage, took 2 boxes of melt-in-your-mouth candies priced at 15 yuan each," Li Mumu clarified without ambiguity. Once again, he emphasized that financial matters, no matter how small, were of utmost importance. Xia Zekai calculated, and it was apparent to him that the figures were accurate. "Lali, keep up the good work. And I assure you that I will not let you suffer losses," Xia Zekai said, patting Li Mumu on the shoulder, clearly pleased with his performance. In truth, even if the revenue were only half of what it was, he would still be content, as every bit of profit mattered. This underscored the value of hiring Li Mumu. He had unexpectedly found a treasure in him. Li Mumu smiled earnestly. "Boss, this is all part of my duty. I will go check on the oven now." What a dedicated employee he was. "Yes, you may carry on," Xia Zekai responded, To have generated nearly 10,000 yuan in 3 days was something Xia Zekai had never anticipated, and Li Mumu was undeniably instrumental in this success. After reviewing the accounts, Xia Zekai promptly washed his hands, and the two of them began to busy themselves with their tasks. However, before he could finish preparing 2 trays of melt-in-your-mouth candies, his phone, which lay nearby, rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Sun Hongli. He sighed, as he had a rough idea of what the call might pertain to. As expected, Sun Hongli asked him, "Xiao Xia, do you have time to come and collect your salary today?" It was already midday, and the reason for summoning him at such an hour was quite evident. She intended to treat him to a meal. Xia Zekai readily agreed, saying, "No problem, Sister Sun. I'll be right over." He happily suggested, "Sister Sun, please give Brother Wang and Brother Li a call. Let us all gather for lunch." After hanging up, Xia Zekai informed Li Mumu, "Old Li, I need to step out for a bit. You keep busy, and I'll try to return as soon as I can." Li Mumu replied, "Boss, if you have something to attend to, go ahead. Don't worry about this side." He appreciated having such a dedicated employee. After washing his hands, Xia Zekai grabbed his phone and clothes, preparing to leave. It was only at the door that he realized his car had been taken by his wife. With no other option, he returned to the community and hopped on his electric scooter, tucking a few packs of cigarettes into his pocket, and made his way directly to Sanmu Group. At the entrance of Sanmu Group stood Old Chun, the security guard, who had noticeably more gray hair after 2 months. Xia Zekai stopped his scooter and greeted him. "Hey, Old Chun, how have you been lately?" "Isn't this manager Xia? What is going on? Couldn't he enjoy the soft life and got kicked out by your wife? Even your car is gone. Now you're on an electric scooter?" Old Chun teased him. Xia Zekai scoffed. "Old Chun, don't you think this scooter is quite stylish and environmentally friendly? Come on, it's just an electric scooter. Are you expecting to fly it like an airplane?" Old Chun cut through the banter with his candid remark, not wanting to prolong the jest. Xia Zekai took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to Old Chun. "Old Chun, I need to head to the second-floor office. Sister Sun asked me to come collect my February salary and reimbursement. I want to keep you." "I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch," Old Chun remarked knowingly. Xia Zekai felt a bit sheepish, realizing it had indeed been over a month since he last visited. After exchanging pleasantries with Old Chun, he parked his scooter in the bike shed and hurried to the second floor. Chapter 84. The luncheon. Before he even reached the second floor, Xia Zekai called out, "Sister Sun, I'm here. Quickly see what delicious treats I brought for you." He hadn't come empty-handed. He was carrying 2 transparent plastic bags filled with 12 boxes of dragon fruit-flavored melt-in-your-mouth snacks. There was nothing else worth bringing. After all, these individuals all had children. On a whim, he decided to grab 12 boxes of snacks on his way out, intending to share them with the kids while also promoting his business, a double benefit. Sun Hongli smiled. "See, I told you, Brother Xia is always punctual. The timing is just perfect." Wang Liang, with his round face, immediately appeared, spotting the 2 bags of snacks in Xia Zekai's hands as he climbed the stairs. "Oh, Xiao Xia has brought us gifts. Come on, everyone. Hurry up and lend a hand." As he spoke, he reached out and took one of the bags from Xia Zekai. "Brother Wang, did you miss me?" "Because I certainly missed you," Xia Zekai shamelessly chimed in, not missing a beat. Wang Liang could no longer endure. "Stop right there. If you were a woman, I might find some use for you. But as a man, you are utterly useless to me. It would be far better to seek something substantial later. Perhaps a delightful meal at a fine establishment." Xia Zekai nodded nonchalantly. "No problem. I wouldn't mind spending my entire salary today on a feast, Brother Wang. How about we head to the Oasis Eco Park afterward?" Wang Liang raised an eyebrow. "The Oasis Eco Park sounds splendid. Xia, you certainly have admirable intentions. Hurry inside and take a load off." Li Jinchuan and Yu Bo joined them, and upon seeing the delectable treats in Xia Zekai and Wang Liang's hands, they eagerly surrounded Xia Zekai as they entered. "Oh, Xia, what delightful treasures have you brought? I can even scent a hint of creamy sweetness," exclaimed Sun Hongli, her keen nose detecting the aroma. She couldn't wait to snatch the bag from Wang Liang's hands and, in front of everyone, opened a box, releasing a wave of milky fragrance. Wang Yun, seated across from her, was unable to contain her curiosity. Adjusting her silver-framed glasses, she inhaled deeply. "How delightful. What exquisite delicacies are these? I've never encountered such a thing before. Go ahead and try some, Sister Wang, Sister Sun," Xia Zekai invited. The atmosphere lightened, and the initial awkwardness dissipated. Yu Bo, captivated by the colorful assortment, reached out eagerly, plucking 2 pieces and placing them in his mouth. Just as he prepared to chew, his teeth lightly cracked the morsels, releasing a burst of flavors. Sweetness, creaminess, fruitiness, and a tangy zest erupted in his mouth. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he quickly extended his hand for more. Sun Hongli, quick as a flash, smacked his hand with a sharp clap. Yubo, what are you doing? Have you no shame? These are clearly intended for U.S. women. A taste is one thing, but you cannot hoard them all. Wang Li and Xiao Sun have yet to indulge. Goodness, these are truly delectable. Xia, where did you procure such delights? Do share with me, so I can grab some after work. Yubo replied, his nature disinclined to quarrel with women. Besides, he wasn't short on funds. He could easily buy some for himself. Wang Liang and Li Jinchuan exchanged glances, intrigued. Are they really that good? They wondered. They each took a few, savoring the taste. Ah, indeed, quite delightful. Wang Liang, quick to act, stepped back and seized the bag from Xia Zekai's hands. Xia, this bounty is mine. I shall take it home for my son and daughter. Wang Liang, you shameless fiend. Wang Yun exclaimed, her reaction delayed as she shouted in frustration. She approached with her high heels clicking, but Xia Zekai swiftly intervened. Sister Sun, Sister Wang, let us all remain calm. I did not bring much this time. Each of you, along with Brother Wang, Brother Li, and Brother Yu, shall have 2 boxes to take home for the children. If they enjoy them, I promise to bring more next time. With this, Wang Liang felt less inclined to monopolize the treats. Grinning, he produced 2 boxes for himself, leaving the remainder on Sun Hongli's desk. I wager the children will adore these. Xia, I shall not be polite about it. Take them, take them. Xia Zekai thought to himself, relishing the idea of sharing. Sun Hongli called out again, Xiao Sun. Xiao Diao, you 2 come over and have a taste. It was only then that Xia Zekai noticed 2 individuals crouched silently in the southwest corner by the computer desk. He wondered, Sister Sun, aren't you going to introduce them? Sun Hongli's tone was tinged with a hint of resentment. It's all your fault. Ever since you, the elite, left, our sales department has been shorthanded. You also left behind so many clients yet to be developed, which has added considerable pressure. Xiao Sun and Xiao Jiao just joined us last month. They are now handling your former clients. Oh, now I understand. Xia Zekai replied. Once Sun Riji and Jiao Dekhen approached, Sun Hongli introduced them, and Xia Zekai, with a natural ease, reached out to shake their hands. I am Xia Zekai, having just resigned in February. We have in fact crossed paths. Let me tell you, Sister Sun and the others are wonderful people. Wang Ge Li Ge and Yu Ge are excellent mentors. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. You won't go wrong. He continued, let's grab a meal together later. We are friends now. Xia Zekai was entirely unconcerned about their presence, viewing it merely as an opportunity to expand his circle. However, Jiao Dekhen and Sun Riji remained somewhat reserved, exchanging only a few words. After persistent encouragement from Sun Hongli, they reluctantly took a few melt-in-your-mouth snacks before returning to their posts by the computer desk. After some time, Sun Hongli retrieved an envelope from her desk drawer, saying, Brother Xia, inside is your salary and commission totaling 7,938 yuan, along with 3,127 yuan for travel expenses, all reimbursed. The total comes to 11,065 yuan. Please check if the amount is correct. Xia Zekai did not even bother to count. He simply tucked it into his pocket, smiling. I trust no one else but you. Sister Sunday, your accounts are always accurate. I say, did you all notice? Xia is quite the smooth talker. Sun Hongli chuckled, covering her mouth with laughter. After chatting a bit longer, Xia Zekai said, Sister Sun, shall we head out? Let us go to the Oasis Ecological Park for dinner. Oh, we really are going to the Oasis Ecological Park, Li Jinchuan remarked, somewhat surprised. He deliberately added, Xiao Xia, the expenses there aren't low. You're currently at home with the child and not working. It would be wise to save some money. His genuine concern warmed Xia Zekai's heart. And he waved his hand, saying, Li Ge, it's all right. Inspired by you, I've started a small shop to do some business, and it's going well. It's just a meal. It's nothing significant. Let us hurry. Chapter 85. First, buy a garage at the Oasis Ecological Park in the Yangtze River Hall. Sun Hongli and Wang Yun listened in rapt attention as Xia Zekai recounted his experiences since resigning from the Sama Group. Even Wang Liang, Li Jinchuan, and Yu Bo, seasoned veterans, were momentarily taken aback. As for Jiao Dekhen and Sun Riji, who had followed along, they felt a bit lost, having understood little of what had transpired. Yet they could sense that this young man, not much older than themselves, was quite impressive. Brother Xia, so you mean those melt-in-your-mouth snacks you just took were made by you? Yu Bo was the first to respond, inquiring with keen interest. Observing Xia Zekai nodding in acknowledgement, he hastily inquired, Brother Xia, might you share the location of your shop? I shall make time to purchase some more. Sun Hongli also nodded in agreement, asking, Xiao Xia, do you truly use pure formula milk powder in your products? It should be safe for my son, correct? I will also make a trip to buy some. Xia Zekai casually recited the address, replying, let us first enjoy our meal and drinks, and we shall discuss other matters later. Upon hearing about the food, Li Jinchuan interjected, Brother Xia, there is a delightful roasted lamb chop here, a specialty of the establishment. Have you ordered it? His familiarity with the restaurant was evident. Xia Zekai chuckled. Of course, I know Brotherly enjoys it, so I specifically ordered 2 servings. This remark elicited laughter from Li Jinchuan, who pointed at Xia Zekai and said, Brother Xia, you are quite generous. Next time you visit us, I shall ensure you are treated to the finest wines and dishes, accompanied by the most charming ladies. Wang Yun could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, Old Li, for heaven's sake, refrain from your incessant chatter about wealth. Be cautious, or I shall inform your wife. Xia Zekai chuckled in response. All right then, I shall eagerly await that. Wang Liang brought forth a jar of original brew he had procured from the distillery. Contained in an antiquated black ceramic pot, Xia Zekai leaned in for a closer look. The liquid had a slight yellow tint, emanating a rich aroma. It was evident that this was a fine vintage. Sun Hongli expressed her astonishment. Old Wang, how could you bear to part with this jar of wine? Just as she began to elaborate on its history, Wang Liang interrupted. It's merely a jar of wine. Even fine goods cannot silence your incessant prattle. Li Jinchuan, unabashed by niceties, had long coveted the jar of wine and promptly poured himself a generous glass, also filling Yu Bo's cup. The 2 younger salesmen, Sun Rizi and Yao Dekhen, who had just joined, were hesitant, claiming they could not handle the strong liquor. So they were each served half a glass to sample the flavor. Xia Zekai then summoned the server to bring over a case of beer. After indulging in a hearty feast, the group of 8 exited the hotel. Spotting Xia Zekai's electric scooter, Li Jinchuan could not help but remark, Xiao Xia, I am unaware of your earnings, but based on your words, it should be considerable. Why not consider purchasing a better vehicle? Brotherly, there is no rush for a car. I must first change residences. The girl and Tong Tong will enter primary school in 3 years, and if I do not act now, it will be too late, Xia Zekai replied. Wang Yin nodded approvingly, stating, Xiao Xia is correct. A car is merely a means of transport. As long as one has something to drive, the priority should be to secure a new home. In the future, when earnings increase, acquiring a Mercedes or BMW will not be a problem. After a few more minutes of conversation, the group dispersed. Xia Zekai mounted his beloved electric scooter and gradually made his way toward the Chaoyan garden community, the pungent scent of alcohol lingering on him. He needed to return home to freshen up and change before heading to his shop. When he finally finished his tasks and arrived at the shop, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon seeing him, Li Mumu hurriedly exclaimed, Boss, you've finally come. There's something very important I forgot to tell you. What is it? You could have called me. Xia Zekai replied. With a serious expression, Li Mumu stated, Boss, I believe it is imperative for us to rent or, better yet, purchase another garage from Boss Pan to use as a storage space. Had he not mentioned it, Xia Zekai would have nearly forgotten that he had dozens of boxes of milk powder stored with Panchin, with no place to put them upon retrieval. What is the current price for garages? Xia Zekai casually inquired. To his surprise, Li Mumu was informed. I inquired around, and a garage of over 30 square meters can be purchased for around 20,000. So low? Xia Zekai was somewhat taken aback. In another 10 years, a parking space will cost nearly 100,000. How can a garage be only around 20,000 now? Li Mumu nodded. Boss, there are hardly any cars parked in garages in this community. People just find any available spot within the neighborhood. Most garages are rented out for businesses. He added. At one point, garages were priced at over 10,000, and very few people bought them. With this explanation, Xia Zekai began to understand the situation. The average salary for ordinary workers is just over 1,000. 10,000 is nearly a year's wage for a typical worker. It is indeed challenging for a family to save such an amount without foregoing all expenses for a considerable time, making it difficult to justify purchasing a garage. Additionally, with free parking spots available, who would opt to buy a garage? With this realization, Xia Zekai felt a deep admiration for Pan Qin. He wondered how many garages she had purchased, along with a property in the city's school district. Her foresight was truly impeccable. Oldly, you carry on with your tasks. I shall have a chat with Sister Pan, Xia Zekai remarked. Li Mumu understood that the ensuing matters were beyond his involvement and decided to focus on his work. Xia Zekai called Pan Qin, only to discover that she was not home. She would be heading directly to the kindergarten to pick up her son once she finished her errands. Sister Pan, we shall talk later. Xia Zekai concluded the call. As he approached Xiyun kindergarten around 4 o'clock to pick up Yao Yao and Tong Tong, he spotted the tardy Pan Qin. This was the first time Xia Zekai had seen her arrive so late. Noticing the slight fatigue on her cherubic face, he inquired with concern, Sister Pan, is something wrong? If you need assistance, please let me know. Pan Qin rubbed her sore cheeks and smiled. It's all right. You're so considerate. But it's nothing serious. I can manage. Not wanting to pry further, Xia Zekai respected her privacy. After picking up Yao Yao and Tong Tong immediately pinched his nose with one hand while vigorously fanning with the other, exclaiming, Dad, you smell so bad. So bad. I'm going to vomit. Yao Yao leaned close to her father and sniffed, mimicking a look of disgust. This scene amused Pan Qin, who chuckled, Brother Xia, where have you been drinking? The smell is overwhelming. It's no wonder those two are put off by you. Even I feel nauseous. You should be more mindful in the future. All right, Sister Pan, I have something to discuss with you. Shall we head to the shop first? Sure. What is it? You can tell me as we walk, she replied, both holding onto the child as they strolled, soon arriving at the quaint baking shop. Chapter 86. The focus is not on the same channel. What? Brother Xia, you want to buy my garage? Pan Qin was astonished after hearing Xia Zekai's proposition. Xia Zekai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Sister Pan. Just give me a straightforward answer. Are you selling or not? Pan Qin narrowed her eyes, assessing him before calmly asking, How much can you offer me? This time, even the term brother was omitted, emphasizing that business is devoid of personal feelings. Xia Zekai couldn't help but admire her. This woman was not to be underestimated. Sister Pan, you name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll take it, he suggested. Pan Qin shook her head. To be honest, I hadn't planned on selling. My intention was to hold on to it for a few more years. At that time, the price could easily double. And besides, I can still earn rent in the meantime. Xia Zekai gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. All right, Brother Xia, just state a number. If it's suitable, I'll sell it to you, she replied, her shifting demeanor leaving him perplexed. Xia Zekai raised 3 fingers, 30,000. I assure you, this offer exceeds the current market price in the neighborhood. Even if you rent it out, based on my current rental rates, it would take you 6 years to recoup that amount. If I pay you all at once, you could invest that money elsewhere. I believe, with your investment acumen, it wouldn't be difficult to double it within 6 years. He praised her profusely. Yet, Pan Qin remained unmoved. 30,000 is too low. If you want them, add 5,000. I'll sell you both garages. Xia Zekai was taken aback. Sister Pan, what did you just say? I'm selling you both garages, Brother Xia. Don't tell me you can't afford it, she teased. A real man should be decisive. I happen to need a sum of money urgently. And you're interested in my garages. This must be fate. Xia Zekai, accustomed to negotiating, replied, Sister Pan, if you're selling both, I'll buy them. However, the price is a bit steep. Considering our brother-sister bond, could you lower it a bit? Pan Qin regarded him with a knowing smile and replied, All right. I'll give you a $10 discount. 69,990. How about that? Xia Zekai found himself at a loss for words. He realized that when it came to matters of principle and profit, Pan Qin was unyielding and devoid of sentiment. A strictly rational person. How about this, Sister Pan? Let me call my wife to discuss it. Is that all right? Go ahead. Pan Qin consented, and Xia Zekai stepped aside to make the call. As the clock approached the end of the workday, Qiqing Adery Company, Limited was winding down, and Luo Xiyun busily arranged her work attire, changing into her comfortable home clothes. Upon hearing her phone ring, she glanced at the screen and noticed it was her husband, Xia Zekai, calling. Puzzled by the timing of his call, she answered, only to hear him exclaim, Wife, you must be finishing work soon, right? I have something to discuss with you. Xia Zekai proceeded to outline his intention to purchase a garage. After he finished, Luo Xiyun inquired, Is it a wise investment to buy the garage in Lineo community at such a high price? That area has its limitations for long-term development. Xia Zekai contemplated her words and provided a comprehensive analysis from the perspectives of cost, foot traffic, and the investment in the garage, concluding, in the long run. I believe it is a sound decision. Upon hearing his assessment, Luo Xiyun responded directly. If you think it's a good idea, then go ahead and purchase it. Do we have sufficient funds? He reassured her. Yes, we have enough. I just visited Samu Group at noon to reimburse my February salary and travel expenses, totaling around 10,000 yuan. Coupled with the funds from Qiyun Kindergarten for the formula and last month's profits, we are well off. She replied. There's no rush to buy a house right now. If you find it suitable, let's proceed with the garage purchase. It will help reduce our costs. Luo Xiyun was quite astute. She recognized that property prices would likely continue to rise, and consequently, the garage prices would follow suit. After ending the call, Xia Zekai informed Pan Xin, Sister Pan, the deal is done. When can I transfer the funds to you? She responded, the sooner, the better. My city property is still under renovation, and my current funds are somewhat limited. Your payment will come in handy. Then why didn't you mention anything when I asked you earlier? He queried. Pan Xin shook her head. Brother Xia, business is business. I will not lend money. But we can certainly negotiate a transaction. Thus, they agreed upon the sale of the garage. Let's go write up a contract. I will transfer the funds to you. Xia Zekai asserted with determination. Pan Xin, equally resolute, accompanied him to Detian Real Estate Agency, where they requested a template contract from Fu Yang and Gao Lina, offering them 100 yuan as a customary fee. As Xia Zekai reviewed the contract, finding no flaws, he prepared to fill in the transaction amount. However, Pan Xin snatched the pen away, writing a total of 650,000 yuan. Brother Xia, the garage you are currently using has already had a year's rent paid. And I have included that in the calculations, she explained. Xia Zekai did not protest further, but as it was quite late, lacking online banking facilities, he could only plan to visit the bank with Pan Xin the following day to complete the transfer. Upon exiting the Detian agency, Pan Xin remarked with disdain, Brother Xia, this won't do. You're a business owner now. Not having online banking is a bit embarrassing. Let's sort it out at the bank tomorrow. I still need a laptop. A desktop is rather inconvenient, Xia Zekai replied. Pan Xin chose to disregard his comment. She was quite straightforward, directly handing over the remaining keys to the two garages to Xia Zekai, thus transferring ownership to the Xia family. When Luo Xiyun returned home, it was still light outside. She inquired, Zekai, how did it go with the garages? It's all settled. Sister Pan was eager to sell, and I was equally inclined. The price was agreeable, so the negotiations proceeded swiftly. Xia Zekai detailed the situation for her. To his surprise, Luo Xiyun's interest was not in the two garages valued at 70,000 yuan. Instead, she looked at Xia Zekai with a hint of envy. Did you not ask Sister Pan in which neighborhood she purchased her property? I wonder how much she intends to invest in renovations. It truly is extravagant. Xia Zekai was rendered speechless, realizing that despite his lengthy explanation, she hadn't been paying attention at all. Chapter 87. The family savings are dwindling after a busy day. He returned home with his wife and child, and it was already past 6 in the evening, dusk approaching. Luo Xiyun prepared 2 dishes and a seaweed and egg soup, adding extra shrimp, which were the favorites of their daughters, Yadu and Tong Tong. After dinner, Xia Zekai took the initiative to wash the dishes. When he finished, he found Luo Xiyun entertaining Yadu and Tong Tong with a picture book. Curiously, he leaned in to take a look. The illustrations featured Sun Wukong and the White-Bone Demon, and Luo Xiyun was animatedly recounting the tale of how Sun Wukong defeated 3 old demons. Suddenly, Tong Tong pointed at her father and exclaimed, Mommy, the monster is here, quick, hit him. Xia Zekai felt a surge of irritation. By the time he collected himself, raising his hand to scold Tong Tong, the clever little girl had already darted behind her mother, peeking out with a smug grin. Upon seeing her father's fierce glare, she quickly retreated, yet still yelled, Mommy, hit the monster. Yadu, meanwhile, had taken refuge behind her father and shouted, Daddy, hit her. Tong Tong is a big bad egg. What a chaotic scene. It was a case of family feuding, each sibling turning against the other. The house was in disarray for a moment, having played too energetically, and after a night of inadequate rest since yesterday, both girls fell asleep by 8 o'clock. After closing the door to the master bedroom, Xia Zekai retrieved a notebook from the drawer beneath the coffee table and began to tally their finances, documenting the household income and expenditures over recent times. For instance, by February, their household had 53,700 yuan, excluding the change. In March, the sales from the melt-in-your-mouth beans amounted to 40,000 yuan, with a net profit of 230,000 yuan. However, expenses in March for renting garages, purchasing an oven, a mixer, renovating the garages, and buying packaging boxes, among other things, totaled nearly 150,000 yuan. Furthermore, Xia Zekai had just informed her that he received 110,000 yuan in salary and reimbursements today. Yet, in April, they also incurred the largest expense of 650,000 yuan to purchase 2 garages, leaving uncertainty as to whether it was a loss or a gain. Luo Xiyun was still contemplating the intricacies of this transaction when she couldn't help but tease Xia Zekai, saying, "Zekai, you truly are something. While others invest in houses after amassing wealth, you've opted to purchase 2 garages instead. What is this? Are you now having second thoughts? You could have mentioned it earlier when I called. It seems you're in need of a good reprimanding." Xia Zekai shot her a sidelong glance, his eyes brimming with mock ire. Undeterred, Luo Xiyun pressed on. "So how did it go? Have you tallied everything? After acquiring these 2 garages, how much money do we have left?" She quickly performed the mental arithmetic and lamented, "Oh dear, we're down to just 40,000 yuan. How is it that with a mere transaction, our savings have dwindled?" Xia Zekai turned to her, casting another sidelong glance before jotting down an expenditure in his notebook. The cost of the recent formula milk purchase, totaling 29,250 yuan. He emphatically tapped the final digit with his pen and remarked, "See? After these 2 transactions are processed tomorrow, we will be left with only 17,450 yuan. We must be prudent with our spending, otherwise, we'll be left with nothing. Go away." Luo Xiyun felt that her husband's words were veiled jabs directed at her, which infuriated her. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to his back. The force was undeniable, prompting Xia Zekai to frown and exclaim, "What is that for? You hit me, as if your hand doesn't hurt." "It doesn't hurt," she retorted, unwilling to let go of his previous remark. "Let me tell you, Xia Zekai, I am not the same person I once was. I have a job now and will receive my salary on the 10th. I was even considering giving you some pocket money, but based on that comment, I won't give you a single cent." Seeing the flush of anger on his wife's face, Xia Zekai couldn't help but feel amused, thinking to himself how entertaining she was. He smirked and teased, "Oh, dear wife, you're simply marvelous. Now, let me see if you've regressed in any skills apart from earning money." "What do you mean?" Luo Xiyun was momentarily bewildered. In the next moment, she felt herself lifted off the ground, only to be swept away by Xia Zekai into the next bedroom. After their encounter, the storm subsided. The rain ceased, and the clouds parted. Both Xia Zekai and Luo Xiyun lay side by side on the bed, catching their breath. Suddenly, Luo Xiyun exclaimed, startling Xia Zekai, who was just regaining his energy. As he prepared to admonish her for being so jumpy, she interrupted with, "Zekai, I miscalculated earlier. During our trip back home for the Qingming festival, we left 2,000 yuan each for your family and mine. So after accounting for that, our savings are down to less than 15,000 yuan." Xia Zekai was utterly speechless. He longed to retort, "Dear wife, must you always bring up such dreary subjects during a moment of joy?" At some point, Xia Zekai dozed off in the next room, while Luo Xiyun went to the master bedroom. One of them had to keep an eye on their daughter and Tong Tong, so she decided to let him off the hook for the night. Early the next morning, Luo Xiyun, as was her custom, rose early and prepared breakfast. Xia Zekai had already completed his morning grooming and was leisurely enjoying his meal. This time, there was no need to wait until Luo Xiyun had left before calling the girls, Yao Tu and Tong Tong, to rise. Before breakfast was finished, Yao Tu emerged wearing her pink Doraemon slippers, urgently exclaiming, "Daddy, I need to pee. Mommy, I need to pee. I can't hold it any longer." Xia Zekai glanced at the steamed bun in his left hand and the chopsticks in his right, sighed, and was about to get up to attend to his daughter when Luo Xiyun waved her hand. "I'm full. I'll take care of it." She promptly helped Yao Tu with her morning routine, even styling the girl's hair into braids. After she slung her bag over her shoulder, changed her clothes, and grabbed the car keys, she stepped outside. Yao Tu and Tong Tong waved to her without a care in the world, casually bidding her farewell. At that moment, as Luo Xiyun listened to her daughters say goodbye in such a nonchalant tone, a certain emotional barrier within her seemed to shatter. She was suddenly overcome by a profound sense of having lost something significant. She pondered, why was it that when she left previously, Yao Tu and Tong Tong would cry and fuss? Yet now it seemed of little consequence. Had they grown up? Or did they simply no longer need her? Luo Xiyun's heart was a tumult of emotions. Unbeknownst to Xia Zekai, who was unaware of his wife's inner turmoil, he called out, "Dear, drive carefully on the road." With a thud, Luo Xiyun, feeling overwhelmed, snapped her hand and shut the security door behind her, her footsteps heavy with unspoken sentiments.